It's really perverted, but I like this kind of perverted training. I feel very fulfilled every day. And my body is squeezed out of any strength. This sentence was said by Shunlani. And it was a little uncomfortable at first, but she was used to being abused. And she liked this feeling instead. Every day is overdrawn, high-intensity training dominates her body, she doesn't have to think about anything, just hand over her person to instructor Chenhaonan, he takes her to fly. And finally reaches the peak. Shunlani feels that this is the most blooming moment of her life. Didn't you start sarcastically on the instructor? What, now you're kneeling and singing about conquest? Yi Tsuanshin collided directly. In training, the two often quarrel. What are you always staring at me for? It seems that you are itchy, let Miss Ben give you the itch. Shunlani opened her posture. What's wrong with me worshipping the instructor? Whoever has real ability, I will worship whom, it has nothing to do with age. Have you ever beaten Spider-Man? He, I really cried to him. Blow you, the strongest king, come on, let me see how many caddies you have. And I'm embarrassed to beat the instructor. Yi Tsuanshin said that he cried Chenhaonan, which angered Shunlani. And then fought with Yi Tsuanshin. And the battle was fierce. The female soldiers are used to chatting and going to the bathroom. When Yi Tsuanshin and Shunlani were inseparable, a car drove in next to them. Chenhaonan's first girlfriend, Tang Xini, parked the car, walked over with long legs, and saw the two women fighting together at a glance. And was a little surprised. She stopped Tianhua, who was rushing with his pants. This female soldier, why did they fight? Chief. Good. After Tianhua saw Tang Xini's military rank clearly, he immediately stood aside and saluted. And said in a crisp voice, they had differences of opinion because of the problem of the instructor, so they fought, but we are used to it, these two are like dry firewood, they burn when they meet. And it is strange if they don't fight. Because of the instructor? You said Chenhaonan's child? Tang Xini was very surprised, her female deputy never came. And occasionally called to ask about Enran's progress, but Enran's feedback to her was, I am responsible for his physiological and health problems, eating, drinking, sleeping. And practicing, you can see for yourself, don't work hard every day. Tang Xini couldn't do anything, after all, she promised Chief He, so she decided to come over in person to see what her little boyfriend was doing. As a result, someone told him as soon as he came that the two women fought for Chenhaonan. Why wouldn't he have two more aunts? He's not a child, don't talk nonsense, to be honest, we all admire him, he is professional in training us. And he? Tianhua mysteriously lowered his voice, we are all his fans, Chief, it's nothing, I'll go to the bathroom first, I can't hold it back. Tianhua is a bit arrogant, the concept of superiors and subordinates is not particularly obvious. When she was in the cooking class, she often hooked up with the squad leader for food. Eye-catching, what am I missing? This death is safe, he didn't say anything, just said that he was either washing Chenhaonan's clothes, or sleeping with him. And the female soldiers had become his fans, is this called nothing? Enduring the doubts in her heart, Tang Xini finally found her little boyfriend Chenhaonan on the roof of a car. Hey, little man, what are you doing sitting so high? I've heard that these female soldiers have become your fans? How do you do it? After Chenhaonan saw that it was Tang Xini, he just said seriously, as a qualified instructor, you should have turned soldiers into fans, is there a problem with this? What a reasonable look. Tang Xini looked at the little man with handsome facial features, there seemed to be an indescribable majesty on his body, which seemed to be a little different from the scoundrel who held him for a long time in the past. You are an eldest woman, you should look like an eldest woman, why do you hide every day? Enron is much better than your job in this regard, I decided to promote Enron to a genuine girlfriend, the big star is the second. And you can only do 3. I'm a junior? Tang Xini couldn't cry and laughed, pointing to her towering chest. And laughing so much that her hair was messy. No, I'm trained and don't usually laugh. The next moment, Tang Xini looked at Chenhaonan's serious bear-child appearance. And couldn't help but spray again. No, I can't. Can you be serious? During this time, I didn't do my job, I have been going deep into the enemy's interior, giving lessons to the members of the Thunderbolt Commando, in your words, Lei Zhan has 8 nannies, these people have their own strengths. And your chances of winning are really not great. If you lose, your real girlfriend will become someone else's girlfriend. And besides, you still have to call Lei Zhan's father, right? Don't worry, Lei Zhan can only be called Grandpa. My white tiger female soldier will not be defeated. The bear child, with a serious expression, jumped out of the car, walked to the female soldier, and said in a loud voice, "It's time to rest, everyone is in the mud, 30 minutes of push-ups, whoever doesn't move in place, I'll pluck out whose hair." Hearing this, Tang Xinyi couldn't help but fight with her 2 farts. And then saw the sound of plopping sound. The female soldier who jumped into the muddy water, shouting slogans and doing push-ups. White tiger female soldier, never say never. The sound was neat and rhythmic, as if it came from a person, which obviously formed a tacit understanding. Tang Xinyi was a little surprised. It seems that Chen Haonan has not been idle during this time, but has really imprinted his seeds for these female soldiers, and implanted them deep in the body. Otherwise they will not be allowed to prohibit them, they will pose whatever posture they want, let them lie on their stomachs. And they will definitely not be warped. This chapter is not over, please click on the next page to continue reading. It's really interesting, suddenly a little bit of Chen Haonan's safety every day, isn't it right? Tang Xinyi suddenly thought of something even more terrifying, and ran. A girl would not be absolutely obedient to Chen Haonan. And she would be obedient, right? It's strange, how did Chen Haonan conquer these female soldiers? It seems that I have to stay and sleep together tonight, and ran. A dead girl wants to eat alone, and doesn't say anything. 30 minutes later, Chen Haonan spoke, everyone takes a 5-minute bath. Tang Xinyi followed the female soldier over, and then was surprised to find that it was actually ice water. And she became more and more curious. What I'm curious about is not Chen Haonan's training method, but such perverted abuse. Just 8 female soldiers, and none of them have been eliminated? She came from Lei Zhan's side, and every day there were female soldiers who screamed and couldn't stand it, and then left the team. It seems that we must stay here and sleep, otherwise, we will miss a lot of things. Tang Xinyi is a very curious woman who wants to study everything, so she decided to live in the future and study Chen Haonan well. After bathing in ice and rain, Chen Haonan announced the next program, Mountain Extreme Off-Road. In the muddy swamps of the White Tiger Base, the female soldiers walked back and forth, chased by bullets. Can you accept other female soldiers, stronger and harder than you? Can't. Can you accept that the other female soldier is Wu Son, riding on top of your head to fight the tiger? Can't. After more than an hour of mountain cross-countrying, the female soldiers were almost paralyzed on the ground, completely powerless. And let Chen Haonan do whatever he wanted. Chen Haonan was also not polite. He dragged a water gun like an elephant's trunk over, and went directly to the female soldiers. Get up immediately, prepare for the militants, you don't have an invincible heart, how can you break through your limits? I'm a little kid, and I think I'm invincible, the strongest in the universe. Get up, prepare to cross the stream, and swim in arms. Chen Haonan's arm swimming, the so-called stream, is actually a swamp. He used a big water gun next to him to constantly wake up these female soldiers, let them stare at the backpack soaked in the water, running back and forth. Whoever faints will be killed. Tang Xinyi on the side could see that these female soldiers were about to collapse, and she herself was a little worried, but whenever a female soldier withdrew, it would definitely cause a chain reaction. And then Chen Haonan could only go back to find her mother. When she was very surprised, she was about to be tortured to the point of being incomplete, crumbling. And no female soldier gave up, always gritting her teeth and enduring. Suddenly, Tianguo raised his hand, report, my period is coming. And Ouyang Qian is also here, we must ask for leave, so rolling in the mud is easy to get infected. What infection? What kind of period? You can't take leave here. And if something happens, I'll be responsible. Chen Hao's domineering operation of the manly Dantian will come to the eldest aunts Tianguo and Ouyang Qian, and they will be confused. Ah, this. He was still a child, where did he know what menstruation was? Surely you thought we were going to take a leave of absence? Besides, what can he be responsible for? And what can he be responsible for? Tang Xini covered her mouth and smiled beside her. Let you be peerless, your talent is unparalleled, but you have too little experience. Isn't this a joke? Just when the female soldiers were slandering one by one, Chen Haonan said lightly, the expert said that the stage of coming to the eldest ant is the detoxification of the body, but it has the effect of anti-inflammatory. And soaking in the swamp, it has no effect. The only thing to worry about is to stay warm in the state of sleep. Give me to practice to death, don't worry about what goes wrong, I will arrange someone to cook ginger tea for you. The female soldiers were stunned when they heard this. And their hearts were happy. Oops, I'm going to. I know a lot. This is a precocious child. Tang Xini asked helplessly, how many good sisters do you care about? And why do you know so much? Chen Haonan ignored her. In the end, Tianhua and Ouyang Qian trained with their relatives and never quit. After the armed swimming was completed, the female soldier who had just climbed out of the swamp heard the order of the Demon King of the Mixed World. 5-kilometer armed off-road. The female soldier collapsed. Instructor, isn't this a repetition of training? All the projects have been trained. This time, including Yi Xuanxin and Shenlani, who like to be strong, all fell to the ground, feeling that their tired bodies could no longer withstand any whipping. And they didn't even have the strength to fight. Get up and run slowly after me. Chen Haonan looked calm, put a big military backpack on his small body, lowered his little head, and prepared to run away. The female soldier lying on the ground looked at Chen Haonan from the angle below, and could only see two small short legs. And the big backpack blocked his body. An indescribable emotion brewed in the hearts of the female soldiers, sour and numb. And they were very panicked. How to say it? None of them are much older than a single soldier's backpack, standing in front of you and saying follow me. You are an adult embarrassed to refuse? It's not lying flat, it's admitting that you can't even compare to a child. When a woman sees a child, she is prone to overflow with love. Tang Xini and Enran don't care if they let Chen Haonan take advantage of them verbally. What can he do with a child? Get up, I can't stand my. In the mud, the female soldiers endured the discomfort of their physiological limits one by one, struggled to stand up, and jogged with Chen Haonan. Chen Haonan, who was running in front, looked back at his white tiger soldiers while running. And he had a feeling of a loving father in his heart. After this period of hard training, the changes in these 8 female soldiers are very obvious. And if measured by his system standards, everyone's physical fitness is about to break through too. When the loving father was most gratified, these female soldiers changed the temper of some of the eldest ladies. There's no way, their instructors are all children, what kind of temper can they make? Isn't there a shame? Have you ever seen a mother who would lie on the ground in front of her own children and lose her temper? Impossible. This is the seed that Chen Haonan broke into the bodies of female soldiers, so that they can get rid of their frizz and shortcomings, and finally become divine beasts. However, what gave Chen Haonan a headache was that cousin Yi Xuanxin and Shenlani were like a couple who were united halfway, always looking at each other unpleasantly, either on the way to fight or on the way to prepare for a fight. Just finished jogging. During the break, Shenlani and Yi Xuanxin started to do it again. The reason was actually, Yi Xuanxin, you can blow anything, don't say that the instructor is your cousin, the instructor is your cousin, so are we all a head shorter than you? Yi Xuanxin was stunned for a moment. And laughed, yes, why didn't I expect that you are all my little brothers? You're the little brother. Shenlani pushed Yi Xuanxin. She used a little force, pushing the laughing Yi Xuanxin against a stone. And she bled on the spot. It's broken. In a rage, Yi Xuanxin seemed to have unlocked some kind of seal in his body, his eyes were on fire, his expression was hideous. He pulled out the dagger on the side of his thigh, jumped up and cut directly at Shenlani's throat. Shenlani probably didn't expect the other party to be so ruthless, plus Yi Cun's heart was bleeding. She was stunned for a moment. And in the blink of an eye, the dagger was already less than an inch away from her throat. The female soldiers who saw this scene all screamed, as if they saw the picture of Shenlani's blood splashed on the spot. Swish! A small stone flew and slammed into the dagger. The force of the impact was very great. And the angle was difficult, so that Yi Xuanxin couldn't grasp the dagger in his hand at all. and flew out directly. Chun Haonan came with a medicine box. And seeing that the situation was critical, he directly used his weapon skills to instantly turn the stone into a small leaf fascia and shoot the dagger away. The stone hit the ground. And the vibrator buzzed and trembled. The female soldiers who saw this scene breathed a sigh of relief, but when they saw clearly that the dagger shot down was nothing more than an ordinary small stone, everyone was dazed and shocked in their hearts. This is an ordinary small stone, it can actually shoot down the dagger that Yi Tsunshin attacks with all his might? The force of the impact is too strong, what kind of milk power is this? Hurry up and be ruthless, this is Shaoli Feisher. And the example is not in vain. It's an exaggeration, ordinary stones are more powerful than daggers. And the instructor won't be a soldier. I'm a fan, the instructor is a hidden peerless master, but as soon as we learn a trick, we can walk the rivers and lakes. I'm going to learn this. And at this moment, Shenlani, who was touching a faint blood mark on her throat, finally came to her senses. And she was a little dumbfounded looking at the stones and bouncing daggers not far in front of her. This is the stone that the instructor kicked and shot down Yi Tsunshin's flying knife? Isn't that outrageous? No wonder his name is Spider-Man. Has been abused for so long, even if he admires Chun Haonan, the accumulated resentment is also very heavy, but at this moment, including Shenlani, they have all begun to promote from ordinary fans to fanatical fans. And move towards the direction of brainless fans. P.S. Reward accumulation of 92, difference of 8 plus more very good. And such good physical strength, dare to fight with me, a child? Chun Haonan walked over slowly with a small face, looking at all the female soldiers calmly. The female soldiers who were contacted by his eyes all subconsciously lowered their heads, indicating that they would not call. The concubine can't beat it, the little stone has been played by you as a little flying knife. And that sister is willing to abuse the little man? Two options, either fight or cross the country for 5 kilometers. It's off-road again, off-road is mom. And everyone is annoyed. In fact, the female soldiers wanted to fight with Chun Haonan, but it was just a problem that they couldn't fight. With a bang, the dagger was kicked in front of Yi Tsunshin by Chun Haonan. And the little man said indifferently, "Don't you like to use knives? I'll give you a chance to take it, each of you can use a knife. And it's okay for 8 of you to go together, if I get hurt a little, I'll give you a day off tomorrow and let you go to the waves." This. Leave it for a day. The White Tiger soldiers were given a day off to go to the waves, which triggered the G-point. From the assessment to the present, they have not relaxed, even if they don't go to the waves, it is not bad to linger with the quilt in the dormitory for a day. Instructor, I'm not here for a vacation. Shenlani pointed at Yi Tsunshin and said angrily, it's her, she has to take advantage of you, saying that you are her little cousin of Yi Tsunshin, so I fought with her. Chun Haonan asked, is there anything else? No more. Well, you're Spider-Man. And I have a lot of respect for you. Shenlani was a little surprised to find that she was usually embarrassed to say who she respected. And she felt that she was a sycophant, too hypocritical, this was not her style. But today, in front of Chun Haonan, in front of so many female soldiers, she naturally said it. Yi Tsunshin felt that Shenlani was changing her way and licking her little cousin. And she was very disgusting. Chun Haonan nodded generously, pulled out his small dagger, threw it directly in front of Shenlani. And said, I know that you have won the youth championship. And I think that in terms of martial arts, Miss Ben is the best in the world, she can do it. And she will never beep, right? No. Let's do it. Shenlani looked at him blankly. What does the little man mean? He said that he was his little fan's sister. Chun Haonan said indifferently, the female soldiers I brought out can't have the temper of the eldest lady, the individualism that is the first in the world, the thinking of foreign armies. And the sinkhole doctrine, you and Yi Tsunshin will fight when they see each other, this is a manifestation of the eldest lady's temper. And there are also signs of heroism, which must be changed. Shenlani was a little stunned, It's so serious, he is a kid who makes a big sense, but he looks serious, so handsome. Foreign military ideology and Tiankinism, I don't have it. Chun Haonan pointed at Tan Xiaolin, she has this thought, opening and closing her mouth is freedom, equality and fraternity. For soldiers, where is their absolute freedom and equality? The truth is within the range of the cannon. As if I didn't use urine to pee on you, can you be obedient? What kind of fraternity? Do you want to get married and divorced all the time? Turtle Tan Xiaolin was a little stunned. He actually knew that he had a flash marriage and divorce? Being pointed at her nose by a child and saying this, she was a little irritable and panicked, clamping her legs, rubbing and fidgeting, so she simply opened her big mouth. Instructor, let me challenge you, my subordinates will see the real chapter. After speaking, Tan Xiaolin roared, like an angry lioness pounced. And she had an extra dagger in her hand. Bang! A small stone was kicked away by Chen Haonan and hit Tan Xiaolin's leg. The force of the impact made her groan, followed by an body. And the whole person knelt down directly. Was screamed by a hard object in an instant. Tan Xiaolin's eyes rolled. He played psychological tactics. And shouted, sisters, what are you still doing in a daze? Let's go together, don't you want to take a vacation? As soon as the words fell, the female soldiers were silent for a while. And then seemed to come to their senses. And began to attack Chen Haonan one after another. That's right, this is an opportunity to take a vacation. The instructor is powerful. And he has many means, but with thin legs and thin arms, can he stand up to a group of she-wolves? Bang bang bang. The crisp and tight impact sound continued to sound in the acupuncture points of the female soldier's body. The acupoints that were hit were all where the chi and blood were. And when they hit, they were numb and weak, either kneeling on the ground or lying on the ground, losing their ability to resist. And letting Chen Haonan do whatever he wanted. He recognizes the acupoints very accurately, thanks to the god-level weapon skills. His specialty is to see the stitches. And a needle can make the female soldier numb. Such a feeling, it is like a person who has been tied up by a rope for a long time, so that you can walk immediately. And you have to kneel down as soon as you get up. The female soldiers in front of her, like the actresses of the National Song and Dance Troupe, knelt in a row. How spectacular! Even if it is the child's Chen Haonan, when he sees this scene, he can't help but sigh, this skill is too awesome. The recognition of acupoints is very accurate, coupled with the power of ants. At close range, it is not a big problem to let the female soldier pose. There was only Yi Tzu and Xin left in the scene. And the little cousin didn't rush over at all, but stood in place and held her fists. Don't mess around, I'm your cousin. Yi Tzu and Xin looked at the little man. And there was a begging for mercy in his eyes. Spare my cousin this time. And go back to give you spicy strips. Chen Haonan also understood this information and gave Yi Tzu and Xin a face, but snorted, during the training, don't climb any relationship, this is a big taboo, I only have one identity, that is your instructor. After Yi Tzu and Xin clenched his fist slightly, he looked at the female soldiers kneeling on the ground. And his heart was secretly shocked. The female soldiers who hit are all ordinary small stones. They should have hit the soft tendon acupuncture points and cut off the chi and blood, but this chi and blood run is difficult to find. And it flows in the body over time. How did Chen Haonan do it? The little one is getting more and more unfathomable. Not to mention Yi Tzu and Xin, the eyes of these female soldiers looking at Chen Haonan began to change, becoming more fanatical, to use fans to describe them, from fanatical fans to brainless fans. The level of brain-dead fans is that Chen Haonan wants to be their husband. And that is also a matter of one sentence. Shinlani and Yi Tzu and Xin each do 1,000 push-ups, pluck out 10 hairs from any part of their bodies. I will check later, when to quit the eldest lady's temper and personal heroism. I will not stare at you and punish you, otherwise, sooner or later, your hairs will be plucked clean. The female soldiers were actually convinced by the punishment of this plucking. And Chen Haonan did not force any hair, such as hair and armpit hair. Yi Tzu and Xin's plucked hand hair. Her hand hair is particularly long. Shinlani plucked the long legs. And the thicker left leg had been plucked out, so she could only replace the right leg. If the leg hair was plucked, she would consider armpit hair, which was her advantage. Yi Tzu and Xin only has hand hair. When she pulls it out, where can I see she can pull it out? Shinlani is witty and calculus. Unlike herself, there are little hairs in many places. Night falls. And the stars are shining. The lights of the white tiger base were dim, like the eyes of a sleepy person, but the sound of female soldiers being drilled constantly sounded all around. And this noise continued until 9 o'clock in the evening. After watching Tang Sini for a day and a night, I still think it is very interesting, more interesting than watching a small movie by myself. This man who turned himself into a 3 really has his own set. Enron, what time did you start sleeping together? I'm not going back tonight, so let's borrow a spot and sleep together. And Ran smiled, revealing the pair vortex. He is still growing his body, he will go to bed at 10 o'clock, this child talks a lot at night. And often says that it is not too big, not too long. And kicks the quilt, so I sleep with him in my arms, you may not be used to it. Tang Sini ate and smiled, sleep with your arms? Enron, are you here for real? Not afraid of getting pregnant? Look at what you said, what can he do as a child, it's just a little strange, he's 10 years old. And he often takes a pacifier in my mouth. After Ran finished speaking, Tang Sini was stunned for a few seconds, her slender neck stretched and contracted, covering her mouth. And she almost burst out laughing. I'll sleep behind you, I don't want to be a bottle and be slept with by a child. Tang Sini joked, then covered her mouth and cooed like an old hen. Before she could stop laughing, a guard walked in at the door, which was He Ji-jun's guard battalion. Comrade Tang Sini, Comrade Ran, hello, Mr. Gao and Chief, he asked me to pick you up. And they are waiting at the headquarters. Tang Sini and Ran were a little stunned, but they nodded quickly, followed the guards out. And went straight to the headquarters. From the White Tiger base to the headquarters, it takes about half an hour to drive the warrior military vehicle wildly. It may be in a hurry, the speed of the guards is very fast. And in about 20 minutes, the headquarters will arrive. After getting out of the car, Tang Sini and Ran let the guards take them and went straight to the headquarters office. Mr. Gao is good, Chief, he is good. After knocking on the door and coming in, Tang Sini and Ran saluted at the same time. In front of them, in addition to Mr. Gao and He Ji-jun, Fan Tianlei, the No. 5 person, is also there. Don't be so serious, I came to meet you in the middle of the night, I just wanted to ask something. Mr. Gao motioned for the 2 women to sit down and talk. And at the same time pushed them over a steaming cup of Longjing tea. After the 2 women finished the tea, the depressing atmosphere relaxed a lot. And He Ji-jun spoke, you are the deputy and assistant of the Fire Phoenix, do you have any opinion on the Fire Phoenix female soldiers led by Chen Haonan? The military region needs to know the situation, Chen Haonan is a child after all, he is strong, he is afraid of being a bear child. I'll do it first. Tang Sini gave her best friend a look. And then spoke, during this time, I have been on Lei Zhan's side, giving them theoretical courses to the King of Hades. And my opinion on the Fire Phoenix brought by Lei Zhan is like this, Lei Zhan's requirements are very strict, there is a plan. And the training is also one set after another, it can be said that every female soldier is arranged in an orderly manner. And those who should be eliminated and promoted will not go wrong. Hearing this, He Ji-jun nodded with satisfaction. Lei Zhan is his best-looking soldier. And he is the king of soldiers who succeeded Lao Gao. And the old Lei people are also angry. And he has won 3 consecutive times with the Thunderbolt Commando, the only regret is that he was said by Mr. Gao to be in the nest and unable to get the ranking in the National Special Forces competition. But if Chen Haonan, a bear child, is more powerful than Lei Zhan in leading troops, it would be a big joke. How old is Chen Haonan? I haven't graduated from elementary school, what kind of culture can I have? He is talented, but he doesn't necessarily quit milk. And Lei Zhan, in learning from China and abroad, leading soldiers is much more powerful than in chasing and ran, one by one. He Ji-jun feels that if Lei Zhan is given time, he will change qualitatively sooner or later. And then get the domestic ranking. Just when He Ji-jun was satisfied with Lei Zhan's performance and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, Tang Sini's words changed and he said, but today I went to the White Tiger base to observe for a day and a night, as far as I am concerned, I look better at the White Tiger soldiers led by Chen Haonan. And I will achieve higher achievements in the future. He Ji-jun turned his body unnaturally. And looked at Tang Sini in amazement, really not understanding why she suddenly reversed. White Tiger? Let's start by elaborating on the reasons. He Ji-jun stood still. Chen Haonan is a young tiger, but there is a cow-eating atmosphere. This person acts, does not play cards according to common sense, but always has a shocking record, which is obvious to all. Why I am optimistic that he can also lead the army. There are 3 reasons. First, I have to say that his eyes on selecting female soldiers are too accurate. Just 8 female soldiers, the subjects of daily training, although there is no such dragon as Lei Zhan, but he is definitely not absent from any link. He just disrupted the order. The intensity of training is more perverted than Lei Zhan. No way, he was originally a bear child, such as running, he uses urine. And if he is slow, he has to drink urine, such as armed swimming, he also uses urine. If the female soldier loses, she must pluck her hair and give it to him. Speaking of this, Tang Xinyi's mind flashed with the picture of the female soldier grinning. And she couldn't help covering her mouth and muttering, then she felt that it was inappropriate. And immediately straightened the proud curve between BDs. Second, he is a child, but he really understands women's hearts. And when he says those stimulating words, it will make the female soldier feel that he is a mother, a sister, a girlfriend. And even a little lover. Anyway, you are embarrassed to lie flat, because the person standing in front of the female soldier is a 10-year-old child. He is doing so well. Are you embarrassed to say that he is not as good as a 10-year-old child? Chen Haonan told the female soldiers, if any of you can't hold on, I will record it and hand it over to your original troops. And play it 100 times a day, saying that you can't even satisfy a 10-year-old child, so you directly admit it. How shameful is this? Anyway, he will stimulate women and make you embarrassed, so you can only grit your teeth and grit your teeth again. With such a level of stimulation, sooner or later the female soldiers will reach their peak. Little master, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. The back is more exciting. Stimulation method, can it still be used like this? Hearing this, He Ji-jun was silent and slowly digested the meaning inside, but Fan Tianlei, who had been silent on the side, shouted in his heart, MD, this kid can fool people better than himself. And he is worthy of being a talent discovered by himself. In fact, Lao Fan himself couldn't tell the difference, whether he discovered Yi Xuanxin or Chen Haonan. It didn't matter anymore, he spread the news in time. Speaking of this, Tang Xinyi didn't know what she thought. She covered her mouth again, turned her back to Lao Fan's figure, and trembled in front of He Ji-jun. He Ji-jun coughed and asked, what is the 3rd point? The 3rd point is Chen Haonan's biggest advantage. He is Spider-Man himself, well, or a black man. Women have the psychology of chasing stars. It has nothing to do with age. These female soldiers can be said to have become Chen Haonan's fans. His training is like holding a solo concert. What he says is what he says. And he does whatever female soldiers do. He is as willing as a child. In the words of the internet, brain-dead fans are even willing to give birth to monkeys for artists. Of course, this is actually a joke. Chen Haonan is just a child. He can't do anything. There is no doubt about this. I'll make an analogy. Tang Xinyi felt that she was getting high, and actually made a figurative joke in front of the chief, which made Ran stunned, thinking that I, a genuine girlfriend, didn't dare to say this. You, a junior who has only been here for a day, actually said that there are female soldiers who are willing to give Chen Hao a boy monkey? That's not how the joke works. And Ran wants to fight Tang Xinyi. Can you be more specific? Don't use metaphors? Hearing this, Gao Shiwei became interested. He rubbed his palms, his expression was kind and pleased, as if his children had grown up and knew how to bring girls back for the night. After all, Chen Haonan can be an instructor, but he persuaded He Ji-jun. According to Lao He's usual practice, Chen Haonan wants to lead the troops, unless he is 18 years old, otherwise, there is no door. Okay, chief. Tang Xinyi became serious and said, personal charm, or secondly, Chen Haonan has a special ability. For example, he can kick flying stones and hit holes, one hit and one accurate, instantly making all female soldiers lose their mobility. And they can't get up on their knees. When she said these words, Tang Xinyi's mind flashed the crooked and delicate appearance of the female soldier. In terms of personal combat ability, Chen Haonan is pressing thunder warfare. And even more comprehensive. Tang Xinyi's tone was affirmative and categorical. Ah, good, good. Gao Shiwei laughed. This kid also has his own set of leading soldiers. It's not simple. I'm looking forward to what the female soldiers he brought out will look like. By the way, why is his soldier not called Fire Phoenix, but what is White Tiger? This. Let Enron explain, I don't really know. And Ran took the stock thrown by Tang Xinyi. and said with a smile, "Chief, according to Chen Haonan's meaning, the white tiger is one of the 4 divine beasts, white and pure, powerful and invincible, representing the purity of thought and the strength of military quality. And even, he also knows how to put an end to the idea of Tiankang and personal heroism." As he spoke, and Ran also glanced at the silent Fan Tianlei with bright eyes. Who is Fan Tianlei? He had a feeling of being connotated. It was Ran who went undercover at the beginning. And it was he who recommended it to Mr. What? And every time Ran came back to make a work report, he said that he was pushing himself into the fire pit. Scolding him won't be a sinkhole, right? The white tiger is good. I like the white tiger. Gao Shiwei gave a high degree of recognition, nodded and said, "As a soldier, you not only need to be capable, but also need to be pure-minded. Tell me about the female soldiers over there in Leijian. How is the situation?" Mr. Gao glanced at He Jijun, but He Jijun stared at Lao Fan. Fan Tianlei comprehended. And immediately spoke, "I've been staring at Leijian's training for several days. And systematic training like Leijian can bring out the strongest female soldiers. I won't talk about Leijian, let me talk about my personal opinion of Chen Haonan. After all, he is a talent I discovered from the summer camp. First of all, this kid is really mature. I was calculated by him when I was in summer camp. He likes to pretend to be forced, cool, stinky eggs. If you talk about personal heroism, this little guy uses Spider-Man, the identity of the black man, to get the worship of female soldiers. Isn't this personal heroism? Secondly, what the army wants is absolute obedience. It must not engage in any personality cult. And it is not to create stars. It is impossible for everyone to have such a talent as Chen Haonan. And the female soldiers he selected casually may become fanatical fans of Chen Haonan, but they will not become too powerful female warriors. In the end, I suggest that Chen Haonan can't be allowed to mess around. And the formation of the Fire Phoenix Commando should be handed over to the most experienced Leijian." And Ran forcibly inserted. And said urgently, "I don't agree with you. You haven't come to investigate for a day. You don't have such a right to speak. Although Chen Haonan is small, but during this time I have eaten and slept with him. And I have personally inspected him. He is a good instructor. Don't judge people by their appearance." Lao Fan smiled faintly and said, "Violet, could it be that you don't want to go back to be an undercover agent?" "I really don't like to be an undercover agent. I prefer to be a staff officer, but this has nothing to do with Chen Haonan. I will obey any arrangements made to me by the organization without regrets." And Ran is straightforward and quick-witted. And has something to say. Is that really the case? Fan Tianlei's eyes were deep. Tang Xini on the side coughed, stared at Fan Tianlei seriously, and stood up for his best friend. "Okay, Staff Officer Fan, Enron is the talent I admire the most in Wolf Tooth. Her ability is not bad. And her vision is not bad, otherwise, I will design a military game and let the 2 teams compete. It is useless to fight with mouths." He Jijun stared at Fan Tianlei and ran in turn. And then said to Mr. Gao, "Chief, this method is good. The 2 teams have been training for almost a month. You can let them compete once, distinguish the high and low, and see how the training affect." "Very good." Gao Shiwei nodded. He didn't look at Fan Tianlei all the time, just looked at Ran and Tang Xini. And answered He Jijun's question. "If you are familiar with Mr. Gao's style, you will know that he has an opinion on Lao Fan." He Jijun actually knew this. He deliberately said good things about Lao Fan in front of Mr. Gao several times, but it was useless. Then troubled Captain Tang to design a military game, which is not only high and low, but also life and death. White Tiger Base, 6 o'clock in the morning. Tang Xini, who was wearing pajamas to show the landscape, was stretching in front of Ran, who was not showing the mountains and water. And her small mouth kept making a comfortable sound. And Ran, who was washing, was stunned when he heard this, and asked, "When you exercise, you make such a sound?" "Yes, haven't you called me a few times? So what do you think it is?" And Rangage smiled brightly. "Last night, why did you make such a noise? And you were also exercising?" Tang Xini was stunned for a moment and said with a smile, "It's not that Chen Haonan, who was sleeping behind me, is not honest. He has been making my butt a sandbag. And I was beaten so loudly that I slept in a daze. And I really thought I was in the gym. It's just that your ass is big, so you are used as a punching bag by children. Enron smiled. Last night, the three of them slept together. And Chen Haonan, a nursing child, actually thought that he was training female soldiers in the middle of the night. And beat Xiao San severely. After breakfast, Tang Xini invited Enran to go to the headquarters with her to draw up the next test plan. And Enran happily went. And Chen Haonan continued to train female soldiers. And he didn't care where the two women went. In the general daily life, Enran washed his clothes, made milk powder, ate and slept with him. And the training was arranged by him, but Tang Xini, the third, did not return at night. And no one had seen it a few times. Where did he go? At about 10:30 in the morning, a military vehicle drove into the White Tiger base. And Ran jumped out of the car, walked to Chen Haonan's side with a smile. And looked at the little man who had slept with him for a month. He seemed to have grown up. The little face is tense, the demeanor is resolute. And only when the black and white eyes turn, people are surprised that he is just a primary school student, well, or a child who unconsciously feeds in the middle of the night. Xiao Hao, take the female soldiers to the headquarters, Mr. Gao and He Jijun are all waiting, the female soldiers you brought out and the female soldiers brought by Lei Zhan. There is a competition, which will be held this afternoon. And Ran can be called Chen Haonan, or Xiao Hao. The title of Xiao Hao and Ran greeted Chen Hao's boyfriend and girlfriend. And Chen Haonan likes to hear this title the most. And Ran also did what she liked. And kept Xiao Hao screaming, of course, in front of outsiders. She still called the instructor, or the big official. Contest? I came just in time. And I also wanted to test the ability of the woman I trained. When Chen Haonan heard this, he didn't panic at all, but instead showed the expression of an old driver. It's good to come, I have a female young, it's time to check the strength of the female soldiers who have been injected with my seeds. And Ran drove the troop vehicle and took the female soldiers to the headquarters. This time, Chen Haonan was sitting in the co-pilot's seat. After all, he was an instructor. And he had to maintain his majesty at this time. And it was impossible to squeeze into a man and a woman with the female soldiers behind the car, which would damage his image. In fact, when he first got into the car, Yi Tsuanshin also proposed that he could sit on the lap of a female soldier. And the child could not sit in the co-pilot's seat. For such a treatment of chicken sandwiched on all sides, Chen Haonan would rather be caught and fined safely. Instructor, are we going on a tour? It's been a month. And we've finally come out alive. I'm not used to coming out, it's good to practice hard every day. I've already mastered Shaoli Feisher's skills. If I have the opportunity, maybe I can also become a heroine. Ha ha. I learned to enter the White Blade empty-handed. And Shen Lanni's underwear was caught by me and thrown on the ground. And she couldn't react after being naked. Yi Tsuanshin. It seems that you have no intention of being plucked by me. Don't argue, it's a big holiday. What are you arguing about? By the way, I learned a dragon fighting technique. Yes, the big earth, the pattern is bigger, don't fight again, the instructor will be angry and pluck your hair. By the way, I learned climbing skills. And the monkeys may not have me fast. Along the way, the female soldiers laughed and laughed, mostly recalling the training in the past month and the skills they had mastered. Listening to these discussions, Chen Haonan, who was the co-pilot, showed a fatherly smile. And after a month of smiling these female soldiers, coupled with the god-level weapon skills, these female soldiers have mastered indescribable skills according to others. And they can be said to be their own secret weapons. For example, cousins Yi Tsuanshin and Shen Lanni's empty-handed white blades, such as Tian Guo and Ouyang Qian's climbing. Shubai learned the skill of throwing stones, Tang Xiaoxiao learned the beauty 3-move fighting technique, making full use of body language. And making the opponent lose his armor in minutes. It is worthy of a god-level weapon skill. And it can actually use female soldiers as tool people to teach them according to their aptitude. Chen Haonan glanced at his personal list with satisfaction. At present, he is 320 points short of being upgraded. And he has not fused new skills for a month. And he is a little unaccustomed to it. After more than 30 minutes of jumping, the car finally arrived at the headquarters. After Chen Haonan got out of the car, he saw Lei Zhan and his female soldiers already waiting in line on the playground. The high platform in the middle of the playground is the rostrum. And Mr. Cow and others are already waiting on it. After seeing Chen Haonan and his female soldiers getting out of the car, He Jijun explained a few words to Tang Xini beside him. And Chen Haonan saw Tang Xiaosan's swaying posture from a distance and slowly walked over. He didn't care about any of this, but set his sights on Lei Zhan and his female soldiers. There are a total of 10 female soldiers, staring at the handsome little man Chen Hao with dark eyes with 20 eyes, their mouths are all open in an exaggerated O shape. And some female soldiers can stuff their fists into it. No, it's shocking. My mother, the instructor led by the other party, is actually a child. The key is that he is still so handsome, so cute. It seems that he has grown up in his own aesthetic point of view. And he can't wait to lift him high. Oh, it turns out that the instructor said that our opponent instructor is a handsome child? He looks like he's 10 years old at most, but, according to the instructor, he's Spider-Man, Black Man from Tokai City. And the instructor also said that he looks down on us and wants to eliminate all our female soldiers and let us go home. That's what the instructor said, but how do I feel that he looks harmless to humans and animals, not like a bad child? It is worth mentioning that last time Chen Haonan named 8 female soldiers, it was too fast. Even if He Jijun introduced the foreshadowing, Chen Haonan pointed out the list of female soldiers and left immediately. These female soldiers didn't even know that he was an instructor. After all, hundreds of female soldiers were standing. Chen Haonan was short. Who noticed a little ding-do? Later, in order to stimulate the G-spot of these female soldiers, Lei Zhan's instructors blackened Chen Haonan into a big villain with 3 heads and 6 arms, which was born specifically to eliminate these female soldiers. It is even true to say that Chen Haonan is a spider, but killing people like Hemp, who does not train well. In the final link, he will be eliminated by this demon himself and go home to cry with his mother. In the past month, the female soldiers have had a very difficult time. And some people have even made Chen Haonan a devil in his dreams and an enemy in reality. I never imagined that he was a child with red lips and white teeth. What a handsome child. Our instructor's face is black, his heart is also black. And he also deceived our feelings, saying that the other party's instructor looks like a demon boy Neza. This is the 3rd prince of the Dragon King. This sentence won the resonance of female soldiers, that is. Lei Zhan also listened to the discussion of his female soldiers. He twitched his cheeks. And he didn't say anything, but he didn't expect that these women were all good-looking. And the rebound was so powerful. What's wrong with handsome? What's wrong with a black face? You can't eat it as a meal. Have the ability, in this competition, persevere, don't be eliminated by a child, otherwise, you will be disgraced and thrown into his grandmother's house. Lao Tzu tells you, this child is for you, he is the black-faced Zhongkue, what he does is to catch you little ghosts. In the low roar of Lei Zhan, Tang Xini had already arrived. Hearing Lei Zhan's alternative words, Tang Xini almost laughed. It seems that Master Lei is in a hurry, he is in a hurry, he is in a hurry. Chen Haonan is a child. And he didn't blacken his thunder war. In comparison, it's still my little man who is tall. Tang Xini, who is a junior, secretly praised Chen Haonan in her heart. Instructor Chen Haonan, Instructor Lei Zhan, next I will announce the rules of the game. You have to listen clearly. Instructor Lei Zhan, can you stop talking? Thunder. Everyone quieted down. Tang Xini looked at the palms of his hands and said, Chen Haonan and Lei Zhan, the 2 instructors, have become the only enemies of the other party's female soldiers. That is to say, this enemy must destroy all the female soldiers of the other party as soon as possible, but there are only 8 female soldiers in the White Tiger Commando. And there are 10 female soldiers in the Fire Phoenix Commando. For the sake of fairness, Lei Zhan must be half an hour late to shoot, no problem, right? Hearing this, Lei Zhan hesitated for a moment and did not speak immediately. Chen Haonan on the side said, no need, I can fight 10 at a time, let's go together, otherwise he will lose and will not be convinced. Lei Zhan said angrily, this is your own fault, don't blame me for taking advantage of you if you lose. Saying that, he hurriedly urged, sign the contract, it's more formal. Tang Xini was already prepared. And immediately took out the 2 contracts of AB that had been prepared and asked the 2 instructors to sign them. Brush, brush, brush. Chen Haonan signed it happily. And he did it with a wave. Lei Zhan has ideological baggage, so he first looked carefully at the contract. The contract reads, Chen Haonan vs. Lei Zhan's 10 members of the Women's Commando, Lei Zhan vs. Chen Haonan, 8 members of the White Tiger Commando. This is followed by a bunch of detailed clauses of rights and obligations. Lei Zhan complained while signing, Lao Tzu prefers black tigers, PS, oops, awesome, the reward is full of 105 chapters tomorrow, the next round of rewarding begins, it's 10 now, it's done, the accumulation is full of 100. And if you want the author to explode every day, just support it. Chen Haonan dragged the elephant and kowtowed to you after the two sides signed the contract. Tang Xinyi announced that they would leave in 10 minutes. And the instructor could speak before the war. After speaking, Tang Xiaoshan twisted his waist and went to the rostrum to report. Chief, the contract has been signed. Half an hour later, it will officially begin. And then the whole event, unmanned aircraft tracking and shooting, can be projected through the screen of the rostrum. This must be a very interesting event, it breaks the age gap record of the opponents. Mr. Gao and the others showed expectant smiles. And the age difference was indeed very touching, with a gap of more than 20 years. If you want to ask who in the audience did not smile, but showed a serious smile, it was naturally an old comrade He Jijun. As a man who has been standing behind Lei Zhan for a long time, Lao He is favored by his son when Lei Zhan is a son, so he naturally wants him to win, but he can't stand it. And Mr. Gao likes his son. Captain Dawn, who do you think will win? Facing He Jijun's inquiry, Tang Xiaoshan smiled faintly and said, I still think that the little man Chen Haonan will win. Last night, after eating, I observed him again. And deliberately slept with him for one night. This child is very self-disciplined. He drank milk and slept at 10 o'clock. And got up at 5:30, not at all like a child of his age, but like a little adult. Perhaps, there are not many people who can win the Thunder War, but Chen Haonan definitely has a chance. And one more thing is that Chen Haonan, the little guy, gave up entering half an hour early. And didn't care about the number advantage of the Thunder War. I like him more and more. Tang Xiaoshan's face was raised and he showed a bright smile, as if he was showing off in front of other women, mentioning how good his man was. He Jijun looked at him and said with a smile, the battlefield changes instantly, let's see their on-the-spot performance. On the side, Mr. Gao weighed his head, it is worthy of the children I value, don't care about those cheap, rely on strength to speak. Shaoi, if you lose, all resources must be tilted on Chen Haonan, wolf teeth must be developed, just rely on the emotional cards of old comrades, useless, capable first, the right way. He Jijun's expression was stunned for a moment, shook his head. And showed a serious expression, Chief, I didn't play the emotional card, Chen Haonan is a child after all. And I haven't slept with him, so I really don't know much about him. By the way, Captain Tang, when you slept with Chen Haonan, did you find anything unusual about him? After he became Spider-Man, a few comrades from the Ministry of Health came and offered to draw blood for him, but I stopped him. He Jijun's meaning is obvious, Chen Haonan is not as strong as a normal child. And he has already attracted the attention of scientists and is ready to catch him and slice him. Hearing this, Mr. Gao and the others all looked at Tang Xinyi. To be honest, aside from the comfort of the bare child, they were also curious about why Chen Haonan was so strong. Yes. Tang Xinyi showed a contemplative expression and said seriously, even if he is asleep, he is practicing martial arts, because he has been beating my ass as a sandbag. If you want to say that he is strong, I believe that the mother has started to practice martial arts. There is no need to let scientists enter the field to draw blood, he will be very disgusted, maybe beat them. He Jijun and Mr. Gao and others looked at each other. Under the rostrum, Lei Zhan and Chen Haonan were mobilizing. In short, I don't want to be eliminated by that demon child. And then cry and go home to find my mother. Just hold on a little longer, I will destroy the 8 members of the White Tiger Commando as soon as possible. Pay attention, it's 8, not 10, you have an advantage in numbers, understand? Understood. After Lei Zhan said these words, he frowned, smashed his mouth. And his head went blank. It doesn't feel like there's anything left to say. First, he felt that after Chen Haonan exposed his true face, he won the favor of many female soldiers with his little white face. And his subordinates didn't seem to trust him very much. And the brainwashing failed. Second, he was interrupted by Tang Xinyi just now. And suddenly he didn't want to talk about it. And he was in a bad mood. He felt that Tang Xinyi was afraid that there was something wrong with his brain, so he suddenly interrupted his words for something. And Chen Haonan on the side is different, his small mouth is a lot. And Lei Zhan and others are pricked up as audiences. I saw him with small hands, a small ghost. And a small mouth kept saying, some people say that we don't have the ability to be a white tiger, at most a black tiger. Everyone, this is an insult. The white tiger is a divine beast. What is the black tiger? The person who doesn't let you be a white tiger is the Lei Zhan instructor. Please remember his appearance. And next, he will be your enemy. Just when the contract was signed, Lei Zhan said a word. He said that he would knock out your brains. Are you afraid? Don't be afraid. The female soldier roared, looking at Lei Zhan provocatively. Lei Zhan touched his nose, with anger in his heart. MD, Lao Tzu said that he likes black tigers and doesn't like white tigers. I didn't say that I would beat out all your brains. But at this time, the explanation seems to have become even more provocative. Chen Haonan continued to speak. In this competition, the best female soldier performs. I will make her my girlfriend, do you think? Think. The female soldier yelled. The instructor is Spider-Man, black hero, handsome and cute, who doesn't want to have a little husband who is cultivated. You can make him grow into the shape he likes. Oh roar. Yo West. Lei Zhan's face darkened, his gaze fell on the female soldier in front of him. And he shouted, who sent it Yoshi? Who is it? And is there still discipline? Lao Tzu told you, this is the spoken language of the small day, don't use it here. And after the event, I will clean you up, one by one. No one answered, smiling awkwardly. Indeed, the instructor on the other side mentioned just now that a female soldier with good performance can be the girlfriend of that young instructor. And it triggered their G-spot at once. And it was Yoshi on the spot. This is so exciting, Miss Ben couldn't help but call it out. You have the ability, let us call it, but unfortunately you don't. The other side. Instructor, are you really here? He Lu asked in surprise. Just now, Chen Haonan's little finger was raised. And he pointed at her with a sunny smile. Sister He Lu, you are here to be their leader. Me? He Lu was quite surprised. She always thought that Tan Xiaolin, who was the oldest and most experienced, should be the captain. Don't ask why, do you have faith? There must be faith, that is, forget it. I can. He Lu gritted his teeth and said, I promise not to embarrass you. And people want to be your girlfriend. After saying that, she showed a shy expression, as if she was really facing her Shino. The other female soldiers all laughed, except for Yi Tsuanshin. She just wanted to bite Chen Haonan's mouth off. My mother, I am looking for a girlfriend in front of my cousin again. How many are these? 3 or 4? There are also. Outside. Chen Haonan nodded solemnly and frequently. Okay, good. It's so popular. And Ran bit his red lip next to him. And when you are an adult, you still talk like this. How many sisters do you have to hurt? Such a provocation is as terrible as seeing a needle. And it hits the depths of the girl's heart. And Ran complained angrily. She felt that when she slept with her, she should give Chen Haonan psychological counseling. And she couldn't just say that she was someone else's boyfriend. I'm an agent girl. And every night before going to bed, I was teased by him not to want it. Chen Haonan will swear with and Ran, thank you for taking care of me who is now a minor. And when I grow up, I will repay me in the future. And Ran, who was more emotional, was so moved that he hugged each other on the spot. And promised to let him fall asleep honestly by stroking the child. Time's up. The female soldiers were arranged to enter the troop carrier and plunge directly into the reckless deep forest while Chen Haonan and Lei Zhan had to wait until an hour later before they could set off together. The jungle is dense and impermeable. And the weeds on both sides are still hanging with water droplets. And it has just rained here. And the forest exudes the freshness of grass and trees. He Lu stepped on the blades of grass, looked around a few times. And said solemnly, have a meeting, draw up a combat opportunity. And then act. The female soldiers all stopped. And looked at He Lu, who was relatively taciturn in training. And actually catered to it automatically at this time, such an active posture? Generally speaking, it is Tan Xiaolin who often chats with women and talks about their feelings. It is Yi Tsuanshin and Shenlani who often fight. It is Tianhua and Ouyang Qian who often talk about it. Tang Xiaoxiao, who often talks about cosmetics. Often taciturn are Chu Bai and He Lu. Now that He Lu has a contrast, she stood up and masturbated? He Lu ignored the stunned eyes of the female soldiers and continued to speak. Lei Zhan, in fact, I knew him when I was in the peacekeeping army. He has a lot of actual combat experience. And after systematic study in foreign armies, he is the only 3-term soldier king in the wolf's teeth. You can't underestimate it, sisters. Lei Zhan is strong, but I have been in contact with him. And I feel that he is a more radical person. We can take advantage of the large number of people. We can't kill him, or we can drag him and give me a boyfriend. No, buy more time for the instructors. Lots of people? Aren't we 2 people less? Tianhua hummed for a moment. And everyone was stunned. I'm talking about policy. We can create a bluff effect. For example, we can install a tail on ourselves and then disperse. One person creates a scene of 2 people or even several people, so that Lei Zhan mistakenly thinks that we are a group of people together. Do you understand what I mean? Aha, got it. Find a pig's tail, mount it on yourself, pretend to be an animal? Tianhua said innocently. However, I am embarrassed to fart in public. How can I be embarrassed to put the pig's tail on her own and shake it behind her ass? Tianhua showed a worried expression. Jumping. Ouyang Qian flicked Tianhua's brain shell and couldn't cry or laugh. Sister He Lu means that it is an empty city plan. Empty. Empty city plan? Streak? Shanxian, you covered Tianhua's mouth. Wait for me to finish. And then let go. I'm afraid that she won't care about 37 or 20. And she will strip herself naked first. Whining. The child's whining sound kept coming from under the hot and wet palms. What do you mean? You can chop branches and drag them along? Tan Xiaolin interjected. Those who know me, Sister Tan. He Lu nodded his head and said with a smile, it's okay to have a similar effect. It's okay to simulate multiple people talking. By the way, this event, we must win. I heard that if we lose, our instructor and Ran will be Lei Zhan's girlfriend. Everyone, you also saw just now, Lei Zhan speaks so well, others look black and speak badly. Can we lose? Absolutely not. The female soldier roared. Do you want to be the instructor's girlfriend? Yes. Tan Xiaolin was stunned for a moment, looking at the female soldier's indignant appearance, and couldn't help but secretly admire He Lu's ability. This He Lu's psychological routine is used very much. First say his plan, and then stimulate the excitement of the female soldiers, boost morale. I have to say that Chen Haonan also has a great eye for people. On the other side, Chen Haonan naturally didn't know what happened to the female soldiers. And when he just set off, the voice of the system sounded. Random quest of the Young Soldier King system, win the game, defeat the Fire Phoenix Commando led by Lei Zhan, and maintain your own majesty. You will be rewarded with 400 experience points. 400. This must have, I'm about to upgrade. Chen Haonan listened to the voice of the system and smiled with satisfaction. Lei Zhan is really a good person. Send a girlfriend. And send experience points. If you don't accept it, heaven will not tolerate it. Of course, Chen Haonan was not careless. And he slowly walked into the depths of the forest. More than 10 minutes later, in a corner, broken trees pressed against the shrubs. Bang bang. In the middle of the jungle, the crisp sound of flesh crashing sounded, followed by 2 short, sharp screams of women. Ah, it hurts. It's over, I'm losing. As the sound of small stones falling to the ground sounded, 2 female soldiers holding their chests walked out with painful faces. Green smoke came out of the bodies of the 2 girls. And the color of the smoke was like the stinky fart beret that Lei Zhan was wearing today. Chen Haonan walked out from the left side of the 2 women and said, 2 sisters, you have already died. By the way, be careful to go away. He didn't use a gun, he just hit us and killed us, or an ordinary little rock. My God, how did this happen? My chest still hurts. As she spoke, the dead female soldier looked at her rubbed chest. And the next moment, she exclaimed in surprise and screamed, the dew point, the blood, no wonder it hurts so much. Me too, my clothes are torn. The female soldiers on the other side who walked naked were also called awesome. Actually, the two female soldiers are the observers in the team and are divided into A-B characters, but they die at the same time. In this way, the female soldiers waiting in the jungle could not wait for their feedback at all. What's the situation? Why hasn't it come out? And the newsletter hasn't answered. Won't be killed? Speaking of this, the two female soldiers were a little anxious, glanced at each other, and at the same time stood up from their hiding place. They wanted to go out and meet their companions. Who knew that the two female soldiers, Xiaohe, showed their sharp corners and were immediately hit by the stones flying in the air, almost at the same time. Bang bang! Two rapid flesh collisions came, accompanied by smoke rising. And it looked as if someone was cultivating immortals in the deep mountains, preparing to soar. Two women are dead. After being killed, the two girls watched a handsome child with small hands walk out of the jungle. And they were immediately angry and funny. I was so angry that my chest hurt. And both of them hurt. When it's funny, this child's demeanor is as proud as a peacock with the screen open. Lulu, we were killed by a stone, so aggrieved. Was it the stone he lost? It's not him, it's who, the instructor said he is the legendary Spider-Man, really powerful, every grass and tree can be used as a weapon. I'm so angry, I want to pinch his face. I want to smack his ass. Chen Haonan frowned when he heard this. And said, okay, don't talk about so many useless things, you are dead. Can you tell my sister how you did it? I said, you are dead. And dead people can't speak. Can't I die or live? Oops. What is in my mouth? It's hard. The female soldier spat out two stones the size of pigeons' eggs. And the throat reflexed, making her hold on to the little tree and vomit into a ball. The other female soldier had no laryngeal reflex. And after spitting out two pigeon eggs, she swallowed saliva instead, looking unsatisfied. Anyway, no one dared to say anything about waste, just stared at the little man who made them suffer a big loss with frightened and curious eyes. It's strange, I saw that he didn't move, how did he stuff things in his mouth? It was fast and accurate. And no one reacted. And their mouths were full. And they couldn't say anything. It's scary. However, he is so handsome. Chen Haonan looked at the silent young lady and was very satisfied with his weapon use technique. The stone is worthy of being a famous weapon of murder, common, deadly, and shows a powerful deterrent power in minutes, so that these female soldiers dare not debauch his corpse. The most important thing is that the enemy will never think of it. Without using a single bullet, the 4 female soldiers of the other party were killed. And there were 6 left. And Chen Haonan continued to walk into the jungle. The 4 female soldiers who had died quickly got together. And then soon found each other's dew points, all of which were torn clothes on their chests, marked locations, and left hearts. It's terrifying, worthy of Spider-Man, a stone has such power. Indeed, if you don't play cards according to common sense, you don't need guns. And you kill the 4 of us, do you think we will lose the competition? It's hard to say, this kid is elusive, there are many means, the situation is very bad, is there a way to notify the other sisters? Follow the rules, don't always bully others, it's a child, in terms of numbers, we already took advantage of others. The female soldier who died in the battle could only wait in the distance, helplessly discussing Chen Haonan's perversion and her own carelessness. Deep in the jungle, swampy. He Lu pointed to a swamp that emitted a fishy smell. And said with a smile, seeing this, do you think of our armed swimming, the environment is similar to here? And even, we are urinated. And the smell is more flushed, such an earthy smell can only be regarded as pediatric. Sisters, the armed swimming has begun. The women listened to Ilu's words and did not move. No, Ilu, didn't you say that you were bluffing? Why hide in the swamp? Tan Xiaolin, a master of psychology, felt a bit outrageous. She supported the original tactics, bluffing and paralyzing Lei Zhan, leaving him exhausted and unable to find a woman for the rest of his life. But after arriving at the swamp, Ilu seemed to be turned into a loach. And she wanted to drill when she saw the mud. and she wanted to enter the cave when she saw the man, which made her very incomprehensible. He Lu smiled mysteriously. The only constant in this world is change. Now we have to adapt to the situation. Think about it. Can we delay time in a head-on encounter with Lei Zhan, or can we hide from him and delay time? The female soldiers fell silent, calculated in their hearts, and finally came to the conclusion that it was naturally better to hide. If you want to be the instructor's girlfriend, go down. Whoever can hold on to the end will have a chance. After speaking, He Lu pinched his delicate nose and was the first to go down. As soon as her body sank, it sank to the belly position at once. And the smell was bearable, but the thick feeling, as well as the unknown danger, would make people panic from the inside, so that they did not dare to move forward. But He Lu didn't feel this way. She was in the peacekeeping battlefield, lying in the pile of dead people. And she also sang songs with the dead people in her arms. I'm going. Lulu is so brave. Are you in such a hurry to be the instructor's girlfriend? Shenlani was as calm as a wise man, and said seriously, it's not like me, I just don't want to lose. After speaking, he followed He Lu closely. And the second stepped into the swamp, walked very fast and stood shoulder to shoulder with He Lu. Cut. Yi Tsuanshin commented on Shenlani, and she didn't move for the time being. But by her side, starting from Tiangua, the female soldiers went down one by one like dumplings. And even Tang Xiaoxiao, a beautiful woman who was very clean and had to protect herself from the sun during training, also twisted her waist and went into the water. Yi Tsuanshin was helpless, so he could only roll up his sleeves and dry. Hey, are you too deep into the play? This is a drill. Do you want to take such an adventure? The swamp is very dangerous. Maybe there are crocodiles or snakes in it. He Lu said solemnly. The instructor said that the exercise is actual combat. This is the real battlefield. If the enemy comes, let alone the swamp, even if there is a cliff below, you will not hesitate to jump down. And when the ancestors were chased by the enemy, they all jumped over the Yellow River. Tan Xiaolin exclaimed, He Lu, I can't see it, you can't hide it, you have a big heart. He Lu was just about to speak, when suddenly, a burst of birds sounded in the forest. Cuckoo! 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 It's strange, it's not the three birds of spring. Why is there the cry of the cuckoo? The cuckoo is the messenger of spring, specifically called spring, urging people to sow seeds early. He Lu's heart moved. Don't make a sound, someone is coming. As soon as she finished speaking, the cooing of birdsong had just stopped, and a green figure flashed in the woods. It's the enemy. Bang bang bang. The female soldiers swam across the river with guns, hooked their fingers on the trigger, and shot directly at the figures that appeared. The empty bag shot into the jungle, knocking the figure to the ground. He Lu exclaimed, No, this is a piece of clothing, the other party is too cunning. Listen to my orders. I and Tan Xiaolin, Tang Xiaoxiao, Chubai continued to shoot and suppress, and the others accelerated their retreat. And when the bullets were finished, the four of you will cover us, leave the surrounding woods, and enter the depths of the swamp. Good. In the middle of the forest, Lei Zhan stood under a big tree, and his thick black brows furrowed. The group of female soldiers brought out by Chen Haonan reacted quickly, did not panic, and did not become a mess. And after discovering that they were deceived, they immediately made a group to cover the retreat. He is alone, and it is really difficult to get rid of these female soldiers in groups. It's not easy to do any of them. ND, Chen Haonan's casually selected female soldiers actually have such military qualities? Lei Zhan was a little aggrieved, and his face was as black as a black spider the size of a basin in the jungle. You can only wait for them to run out of bullets, or use their reload gaps. Lei Zhan silently recited the numbers, calculating the time between launches. Lei Zhan strangely found that these female soldiers didn't give him a chance to rush out at all, which is strange. What does this mean? In other words, these female soldiers are highly talented in military affairs? Very cooperative? However, they were just trained by Chen Haonan, a little guy who didn't have any hair, for a month? No way. Lei Zhan was stunned and curious. 100 101 102 138.139. Damn it, is Lao Tzu counting sheep and sheep? Lei Zhan silently lowered his head and read the numbers, reading one after another. He felt like he was about to hypnotize himself. After shaking his head a bit, he decided to go into adventure mode. A military movement, jumping out of the jungle, quickly rolling on the ground, while the muzzle of the gun was raised, ready to fire a bullet quickly. There's no one, where did the gunshots come from? With a gun in his hand, he looked at the swamp in amazement. An empty swamp, the shadow of a female soldier is gone. And there is no hair, which means that they have long since left. Bang bang bang. The gunshots continued to ring. Lei Zhan stood up. And after spending more than 10 seconds, he found a miniature recorder in the swamp. And the sound of gunfire came from inside, like firecrackers during the New Year, but how to listen to it, how sarcastic. 10,000 grass and mud horses galloped through Lord Lei's heart. Lao Tzu was a 3-time soldier king, but he was deceived by several female soldiers with a recorder? Of course, when Lei Zhan didn't know, when Chen Haonan planted seeds for these female soldiers, he had emphasized many times that the importance of the recorder, as long as it is used well, it can take over the enemy. These female soldiers are young and have strong learning ability. And they immediately accepted this new knowledge. Turned his head and set up a trap for Lei Zhan. Interesting, interesting. Lei Zhan muttered to himself, but his face became indifferent. And the next moment, his figure ran after him like lightning. Sneer. The stone flew up in the air and slammed into the bodies of the 2 female soldiers. And the impact force touched the smoke sensor. And a burst of immortal smoke rose in the forest. In the smoke, 2 female soldiers with chest pain, Shizi covered their chests like a heart, squatted on the ground, delicate and weak, looking at Chen Haonan who came over. His eyes were angry and pitiful. It's not fair, why do you use stones on us, we are not birds. Is there any difference between a stone and a bullet? Chen Haonan sneered, this is not a game, this is a war, you must do whatever it takes. And the stone is silent, it does not alarm other enemies, this is the best choice. Lei Zhan will not teach you well, I will instill in you the principle of this weapon. The 2 female soldiers were silent, staring at Chen Haonan with bright eyes and turned to leave. Yes? It makes sense, it's not, he's handsome anyway. And everything he says is right. Half an hour has passed. And there are only 4 female soldiers left. Lei Zhan sighed, maybe faster than me, I must find them early. Chen Haonan's senses are very sensitive. And with his 10-mile eagle eye, he is using his speed to constantly walk through the jungle. In an abandoned factory, 4 female soldiers are hiding inside, guarding 4 directions. It's a factory that has been abandoned for many years, the gates have been torn down, the entrance is guarded by female soldiers. And if anyone wants to enter, they have to climb over the fence. But the wall is more than 7 meters high. And there are no trees around it, so even King Gigi doesn't want to climb up and squat and eat bananas. A real husband should be a man, not to mention that there are 4 female tough guys here. Just stay here, don't go anywhere, this is the best place to buy time for the instructors. Yes, it's a pity that Gongon, Lulu and the 6 of them were all killed. That kid is really Spider-Man, Black Man, it's so powerful, I didn't even hear the gunshots. And I lost contact with Lulu and them. It's just outrageous, there really is no gunshot. Could it be that kid just used his hands and feet to kill the 6 of them? Impossible, although the 6 of them are separated, they are not far apart, one of them dies. And the others are immediately alarmed. Such a multi-person movement, can a child persevere? The female soldiers guessed, but they couldn't guess that their comrades were killed by stones. Just as they were relaxing and chatting, Chen Haonan had already come to the outside of the factory. Chen Haonan knew that the female soldiers were hiding inside, but looking at the high walls around him and the only doorway, he couldn't help but admire. Clever, lucky, you can actually find such a place. If you rush in like this, no one is sure. His gaze wandered. And finally landed on a bamboo grove behind the abandoned factory. The bamboo forest was untended and cut down. And it grew wildly and wantonly. Chen Haonan pulled out his saber, cut off an old bamboo, removed the head and tail. And left a bamboo pole of more than 6 meters in the middle. In the next moment, the information decoded by the weapon skill was integrated into his mind. Bamboo, there are many roles in life. But there is no need to say that in terms of killing weapons, there is divine help, which can make a spear, a long stick. And even a legendary artifact that breaks a chain of horses, bamboo kills, divided into 21 types. And the auxiliary roll is divided into 108 types, divided into high jump auxiliary. In the next moment, the use of bamboo was integrated into Chun Haonan's mind and became his instinctive talent. After glancing at the 7-meter-high wall, a bright smile appeared on Chen Haonan's little face. If he was here, he would definitely exclaim, the little guy was ready to make a break. Whoop! Chun Haonan grabbed the 6-meter-long bamboo pole and ran in a hurry. The little short leg kept hitting the ground. And the force used from the ground continued to extend to the arm. And the arm waved the bamboo pole vigorously. And suddenly supported the end of the bamboo pole on the ground. Drink! Chun Haonan originally wanted to roar, but his voice was still immature. And after he roared, he became a fierce milk. With the sound of shouting, his small body was bounced high by the bamboo pole that stood up. And the person floated in the air. Chun Haonan overestimated his weight and floated a little up. It was 8 meters up by a bamboo pole. And then the whole person was like a hamster in the sky, landing under the factory. However, Chen Haonan did not use a palm, but a gun. The muzzle of the gun is pointed at the boxes piled up in the open space of the factory below, under the keen eyesight of the eagle eye, not to mention that these female soldiers are hidden so even if they are drilled in the ground, as long as a hair is exposed, Chen Haonan is about to lock it quickly through the eagle eye. Bang bang! The gunshots rang out continuously. And every time they rang out, someone was killed. And smoke from cultivating immortals came out. Inside the factory, the 4 female soldiers felt their bodies tremble. And they didn't know where the bullets came from. And they were directly hit and killed. In just a second or two, the whining wind in the air finally alarmed the female soldiers. Everyone looked up. And then they saw Chen Haonan falling from the sky, just like a humanoid kite, floating on the ground, bang, holding a gun to the sky and half squatting on the sandy ground, smashing the ground dusty. Chun Haonan's smile remained the same, but he felt a little painful. I jumped a little high, at least 8 meters. And almost jumped over the yard. You? Did you jump from the sky? Out of thin air? Oh my God, how did you do that? There was no longer the slightest hostility on the faces of the female soldiers who had been killed, but instead there was a deep sense of doubt and surprise. Chun Haonan, who is in a superhuman pose, is like a luminous body. And the whole person is emitting some kind of terrifying light, making them women have empty eyes, as if they are fascinated. And they surround the little men one by one. How did you jump off and climb the wall? Are you a gecko? Gecko man? For Chen Haonan, who had another strange nickname, he frowned and said reservedly, please respect me, I'm not a child anymore, I'm an instructor of female soldiers. And besides, you have all become dead people, how can dead people touch others? Ah, you just say, how did you get in, we're very curious, don't you say, we not only touch you, but also kiss you. And even strip you naked and let you run naked. The female soldiers treated Chun Haonan as a child, baring their teeth and threatening his personal safety. Hearing this, Chen Hao's male milk bared her teeth fiercely, so daring, believe it or not, Lao Tzu stripped you naked and beat your ass. Ha ha! Chun Haonan's words did not threaten the female soldiers, but instead drew the women's debauched laughter. Instructor, we're just curious, you see that we didn't shoot, we were wiped out by your group, how did you do it? Oops, you say, don't you like others to be your little girlfriend? I can. Seeing Chen Haonan walking out with small steps, the female soldiers hurriedly followed with a grin. And then they licked wildly, wanting to be his little girlfriend. Ah, yes, all 4 of us can be your girlfriends. Helpless. Chen Haonan raised his little hand at the bamboo pole on the other side of the wall. And said indifferently, the answer is on the other side of the wall, you go and see for yourself, don't bother me. Okay. The female soldiers hurriedly ran to the wall. And then they were stunned to see a bamboo pole more than 6 meters high, leaning diagonally against the wall. I'll go, he's pole vaulting, jumping in? But is it at least 7 meters here? He's just a kid, he's so strong, he can jump that high? Damn, is this a world record? He's really Superman. The female soldiers were talking excitedly, more excited than giving birth. And Chen Haonan hurriedly seized this opportunity and flashed. The handsome man is really guilty. And he is surrounded by women everywhere he goes. In the past, Chen Haonan was a soldier, but he didn't have such a feeling, but now the times are different. And he just made a little move, which attracted a group of women to make a fuss. And they didn't see the world. And they touched me. The little man said he was very cynical. After leaving the abandoned factory, Chen Haonan called Tang Xiaosan's phone. I'm Chen Haonan, Comrade Junior. I've wiped out all the female soldiers, but don't pick me up for the time being. I plan to fight Lei Zhan once, kill him. And I'll contact you again. After speaking, Chen Haonan didn't give Tang Xini a chance to reply. And hung up the communication directly. Since Tang Xini observed the White Tiger base, it seemed that the door to a new world had been opened, pestering him to ask this and that during the day. And at night he had to sleep with him, which was quite annoying. However, Chen Haonan felt that Tang Xiaosan's physical fitness was still good. And he could be beaten as a sandbag. He really didn't mean it, he was used to touching that shape. And there was a snap on the spot. On the rostrum, Tang Xini, who had hung up the communication, was stunned on the spot, ignoring the leaders who asked behind her. And immediately looked at her watch. The next moment, her expression became exciting. And she blurted out, in 9 minutes and 10 seconds, Chen Haonan has completely extinguished the Fire Phoenix female soldiers. And it will not be 10 minutes. What? Mr. Gao hadn't reacted yet, but Jijun reacted first. And immediately kissed Tang Xini on the spot. What did you say? Chen Haonan has completely wiped out the female soldiers of Lei Zhan? Tang Xini stroked her chest, calmed down the agitated mood of the big woman. And after calming down, she nodded seriously. Yes, I said, I didn't see the wrong person, although Chen Hao's man is small, but his actual combat methods are numerous. And they are extremely practical. I even guessed that those female soldiers were stoned to death by him. Stoning? Jijun grabbed a cup of tea, his hands trembled. And before he knew it, the teacup tilted. And the hot water spread to his children and grandchildren's bags, scalding him to jump on the spot. Hurts. Calm down, look at how big you are. Mr. Gao scolded Jijun's gaffe. And laughed exaggeratedly with himself. Yes, this kid has the wind of a tiger and a wolf. And swallows the world, which is very similar to me. The cadres next to Mr. Gao, listening to his words of praising Chen Haonan, all nodded in agreement. Indeed, the juvenile heroic. Thunder Wars feedback? Jijun pulled open his pants and tried to isolate his thighs with hot water and let them dry. No, he seems to be missing. I've asked him 3 times. And nothing has happened. Jijun was stunned for a moment, patted his thigh. And scolded angrily. What is this grandson doing? Why is he so angry? Oops, he scolded me. Wolfhead, you go and change your pants. The hot tea you just brewed, almost 100 degrees, don't burn it into infertility. As she spoke, Tang Xiaosan, who was open-mouthed, took out the communicator. She planned to contact Lei Zhan for the 4th time and tell him the good news in time. In the dense jungle, Lei Zhan leaned on the dry trunk of the tree and silently watched the information of the Beidou terminal. The message was sent by Tang Xini. And it was just opened. What's wrong with this woman? I called 3 times. Lao Tzu didn't answer. I had to send a message. Is there anything urgent? Lei Zhan chased and killed female soldiers all the way, from the swamp to the jungle, from the jungle to the current abandoned factory. He has successfully destroyed 4 female soldiers. And the remaining 4 female soldiers have been hiding in the factory. He has thought of several ways, but he can't raid in. At the moment, the person is very irritable and feels like menopause. Chen Haonan has completely destroyed your female soldiers in 9 minutes and 11 seconds. By the way, he plans to carry out the final strangulation of you. I think it is necessary to inform you. Destroy my female soldiers? How is that possible? When Lei Zhan saw this information, he didn't believe it at first. And then realized that Tang Xini couldn't lie. And he felt a little like drinking 82-year-old Sprite. Is this my loss? Suddenly, he reacted and scolded angrily. Come on, what a strangulation, this is a duel. Lao Tzu will kill him in a dignified manner, proving that he is a lucky bear child. Lao Tzu is a 3-time soldier king. Lei Zhan scolded and scolded. And his brain was trying to kill Chen Haonan to correct his name. And suddenly his body trembled, followed by a puff of smoke from his body. He was actually killed in the howl. Lei Zhan looked at the sensor on his chest in a daze, then slowly raised his head. Muran looked at Chen Haonan, who came out and roared angrily, "You said that you fought with me, but you actually attacked and attacked paralyzed. Come again, you little bastard." P.S. Chapter 5 is over. Ask for a reward. Lei Zhan raised his oily face, shook his military uniform, looked at the child who came out, and said, "You little bastard, you just sent me a letter to challenge me. And I didn't turn my mind around, so you sneak attack? What kind of hero is this? Start over again. I am an adult. And if I lose to a child, my face will be gone. Although I lost the first few times, no one knows how I lost." The report written by Lei Zhan is, Chen Haonan is a child, he doesn't talk about martial arts, he is careless when he is a child. Not anymore. The leaders and high-level leaders will pull out their eyeballs and throw them on him, staring at him. "Lord Lei, I don't even know what to say about you." Chen Haonan shrugged his small shoulders and walked towards the gate of the abandoned factory. "You are arrogant and shameless. As a child, knowing that the battlefield is changing rapidly, where is there for you? Your arrogance will kill you. And I hope you will remember the advice I gave you as a child." Chen Haonan set a flag for Lei Zhan. Lei Zhan doesn't appreciate it, he is even more angry after listening to it. Children can lose face, adults want to know. "Do it again, you little wangba. Hey, when I beg you, give me a chance." Lei Zhan stopped doing it. And he was shouting, like a child of more than 140 pounds. "You are the little king, do you ask for someone like this? I'll set a flag for you. Accept the reality, face is not valuable, there are some foreign military ideas that are suitable in our country. And they should be changed, otherwise, you will kill yourself sooner or later. And the battlefield wisdom of our ancestors is the most practical. You kid cursed me?" Lei Zhan grinned, his smile was awkward. After all, it was a child who taught him. "This exercise has not been counted for a month. And we still have to continue to compete." Lei Zhan chattered like a menopausal woman. And Chen Haonan in front had already walked into the factory, when he was heir. "It's over, how do you go back and face the wolf's head?" Lei Zhan can imagine that scene. The wolf's head must have a black face, hating iron is not steel. And scolding him for not even being as good as a child, it is better to feed the pigs. What worries him most is, what punishment will be next? "Come out, we've won." Chen Haonan called at the door. Quietly inside, a pair of bright eyes stared at Chen Haonan. It was the 4 female soldiers of Heilü who were very nervous. So far, Tianguo, Ouyang Qian, Chu Bai and Tan Xiaolin have all been eliminated. Before Chen Haonan came, Tang Xiaoxiao also suggested that she come to dance a striptease to attract Lei Zhan's attention. And then die with him with explosives. Heilü scolded her fiercely, "Why is it cheap to fight that stinky man? And this method is useless for veterans, the instructor taught us, unless you know your enemy, don't think about seduction, not everyone is a thief. He's coming, my boyfriend is coming. And I said he's going to come with a rainbow." The sophisticated Heilü saw Chen Haonan's figure appear. And the Zixia fairy roared directly. It's just that her words made Yi Cuanqin speechless. This is too deep into the play. People who don't know think that this is a big talk to the West. Heilü didn't care. And smiled at Chen Haonan. "How about the instructor? Let's do okay, I know that you must come to pick us up." "Okay, which of you is the best? My words count." I. Heilü hurriedly raised his hand. Yi Cuanqin on the side protested loudly, "Chen Haonan, you still have to find a few girlfriends, this is the 4th, Heilü, let me tell you, you are not a junior, you are still his girlfriend?" She couldn't help it, just a month, yes, a month. Seeing Chen Haonan, a little guy with his own eyes, he found Tang Xini and ran. And a big star to be his girlfriend. At the beginning, Yi Cuanqin was making trouble with him. Teasing. Later, I watched my little cousin get along with my big girlfriend, my mother, destroying the 3 views, no different from a real boyfriend and girlfriend. When I was in the hotel, I still said goodbye to the big star, but I didn't kiss goodbye, anyway, it was like a blue life and death love. And the female star wiped her tears. How many sisters are you going to hurt? As far as the instructor is in Ran, Yi Tsuanshin has also observed, eating and sleeping with her. She doesn't know if she is doing anything, but in Ran looked at his little expression, she definitely fell. And being a mother and a little secretary has the feeling of being a cos lover. Tang Sini is better, cold, but looking at Chen Haonan's eyes recently, it is not quite right. Yi Tsuanshin felt that these women were crazy. And they wouldn't be bad for their little cousins. Even if it is a plastic sister, He Lu must be reminded. Really? Can't I be a junior? Who is the junior? I'm the junior. I'm laughing to death. I'll go. He Lu first stiffened, pursed her mouth, a smile spread across her chin. And then under Yi Tsuanshin's stunned eyes, she laughed wildly. Ah. Instructor, He Lu, am not deceiving your feelings. I like children with pure eyes. I will be your junior. Good. Chen Haonan made a small face and nodded solemnly. Yi Cun's heart froze. On the other side, the 10 female soldiers under Lei Zhan were taken back to the square by troop carriers one after another and gathered together. Little master, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. The back is more exciting. One of the female soldiers also held a tool of Chen Haonan's crime, a 6-meter-long bamboo pole. Chief, is the other party's instructor cheating? He used this bamboo pole to jump over the wall directly and kill us by surprise, otherwise, we won't lose. Tang Sini was stunned for a moment when she heard this, looked at the thick and long crime tools, the shiny bamboo bars. And asked in surprise, this is Chen Haonan's crime tools? But it's just an ordinary long bar. Well, it looks fresh, it was just cut off, right? I can only say that you are all careless. The female soldier said sullenly. However, he did jump over the 7-meter wall with a bamboo pole. It's not our weak chicken, it's that Spider-Man. It's really perverted. You are not at the scene. The scene when he jumped down looks like a super wings falling from the sky. Yes, super wings, they are all children. That scene is too similar, Chief. Have you ever thought that someone used a bamboo pole to jump over a wall more than 6 meters high before coming? I checked, the world record in pole vaulting is only 6.23 meters. And he jumped 7 meters, directly breaking the world record. Really, I swear, it's not that we're not strong, it's that he's too perverted. Yes, Peter Pan, I was stunned. I'm scared to pee. Regarding the discussion of the female soldiers, Tang Xiaoshan first stiffened his body. And then after digesting the meaning of the words, he laughed twice. Don't worry, I will make it clear to the chief, it is Chen Haonan who is perverted, not that you are weak, right? Yes, no one in this world can defeat him, we are too difficult. Who doesn't believe it? Challenge him yourself. If you win him, we will be convinced, disbanded directly. And we will go home. After Tang Sini understood the forcible dignity of the female soldiers, she also expressed her understanding. And after comforting the woman who was distracted by Chen Haonan, she walked to the rostrum. Chief, the female soldiers who died in the battle mentioned that Chen Haonan eliminated them because they were careless, when Chen Haonan used a large bamboo pole 6 meters long to jump over a 7-meter high fence and fell from the sky to eliminate them. On the rostrum, Tang Sini conveyed the meaning of those female soldiers. Fan Tianlei was the first to express disbelief. Impossible, he can jump 7 meters? He's just over a meter tall. Not only Lao Fan is like this, but He Jijun, Mr. Gao and others, who have seen a lot of various magical soldier kings, are also stunned. And Ran laughed twice. Wait for Chen Haonan to come out, just ask. I believe it's true. After this period of personal care, I found that he really can't look at him as a child. Super Wings, this kid has another nickname. Mr. Gao was suspicious, his old face bloomed with a smile. And he glanced at Xiao He. He Jijun spoke. How is Lei Zhan doing over there? The duel is over, the thunder battle is lost. You guys listen to the last recording. Tang Sini opened the Beidou terminal. And a recording came out. Didn't you say to duel with me? You still sneak attack paralyzed, you little bastard. Do it all over again. The last sentence is repeated, full of adult unwillingness and anger, just like the young master who broke into the night scene, saying to a woman who has been through 100 battles that he is just careless. And he can regain his strength after 100 battles. Then, Chen Haonan's crisp children's voice came. Lord Lei, I don't even know what to say about you, you are arrogant and shameless. As a soldier, I know that the battlefield is changing rapidly, where is there for you? Your arrogance will kill you. And I hope you will remember the advice I gave you as a child. There was silence all around, followed by a few cadres who exchanged heads. Mr. Gao had a calm face. Wait for Lei Zhan to come back, don't you want to worry about a child? Chen Haonan has a point, the battlefield is changing rapidly, if you die, you will die, can you do it again? In my opinion, he is a 10-year-old child. He Ji-jun, who had just changed into a pair of pants, opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't speak. Mainly, it's a bit of a shame indeed. Fan Tianlei also felt ashamed. And he said, I'll go down and ask. Lao Fan is a human spirit, where can he sit at this time? He must go to the scene, grasp the first-hand information. And listen to what aspect of Lei's defeat is, or in all aspects, Tang Xini, this woman, speaks, how much bias towards that child. It is said that Tang Meinu was abused by Chen Haonan in the Iron Fist troop. If a woman coaxes her, she may rebel. And if she is abused, she must be your licking dog. Lao Fan left. And Mr. Gao and others waited on the rostrum and did not leave. Half an hour later, Chen Haonan and He Lu appeared on the playground. And as soon as their figures appeared, they were immediately surrounded by Tianhua, Ouyang Qian, and other 4 female soldiers who came back first. I'm going, congratulations, Sister He Lu, I've been promoted to the instructor's girlfriend, when will I be in the cave room? After learning that He Lu performed the best and successfully promoted to the instructor's girlfriend, the female soldier immediately congratulated her. Ha ha! He Lu himself felt funny, his little face flushed and smiled. What, just in the name of it, besides, what can our instructor do, is it rare for him to let me have a child? And he is still in the cave room, huh? Laughed to death? Fan Tianlei, who stood for a while, was full of confusion, saying that he was a little incomprehensible. What girlfriend? And what to have a baby? Did Chen Haonan do anything to female soldiers? Seeing Chen Haonan coming over, he hurriedly walked over and stopped the child with an aunt's smile. Chen Haonan, I heard that you jumped over the 7-meter wall and killed the female soldiers of Lei Zhan. The world record is more than 6 meters, you can actually jump 7 meters? Oh, my god. This is equivalent to you as a Chen Haonan, jumping out of the height of 7 Chen Haonan? You're the invincible Peter Pan. There was shock, confusion, and a faint compliment in his tone. Question first. And finally pat yourself on the back to satisfy your child's vanity. In general, such a conversation can be fished up for anyone's topic. In Lao Fan's opinion, Chen Haonan, a child who likes to pretend to be forced, will definitely accept sycophancy. And then reply, Invincible Peter Pan? I love this title. As long as this is opened, Lao Fan will slowly turn the child to the question of how to become Peter Pan. And ask Lei Zhan where he lost. Who knows, just when Lao Fan showed his ant-like confidence, Chen Haonan ignored him at all and spoke directly. Lei Zhan is here, you can ask him directly, I said it. And you don't believe it. Oh, you kid, why are you still holding up? Didn't I go to the elementary school to find you to be a soldier? Do you have today's achievements? Lao Fan played the emotional card directly. I'm sorry, we met in the summer camp, I came to be a soldier. And I also relied on my own skills, you never discovered me, I will make this matter clear through the radio, I am worried about. Seeing that Chen Haonan was about to go away, Lao Fan hurriedly asked, what are you worried about? I'm worried about you, running to the kindergarten to harm those children. Look at what you said, you kid, how can you talk like Chen Shanming? And you have no mouth to hide. Lao Fan smiled awkwardly but politely. Hey. It wasn't until Lei Zhan got off the plane with a black face and walked over that Lao Fan's smile was put away. Lei Zhan, it's a little troublesome. Fan Tianlei changed his aunt's personality in front of Chen Haonan. And his face was full of seriousness. It's okay if you win, if you lose, the Fire Phoenix you lead must be disbanded. And the resources must be tilted on a commando. I suggest you accept the arrangement of fate. Lei Zhan showed a shocked expression. It's impossible, can't the military region afford the expenses of 2 commandos? Besides, it's only been a month, so what can be seen from that? He was in a hurry. Fan Tianlei was unhurried, glanced at him and said, "No, there will be another commando team soon. And the military region will not bear the cost of 3 commandos." "What do you mean? Is there still a Fire Phoenix C team?" Lei Zhan looked at Lao Fan suspiciously. He knew that Fan Tianlei had always wanted to re-establish a commando team. "It's not Team C, it's Red Blood Cell Commando. And I'll be the instructor." As he spoke, Fan Tianlei patted Lei Zhan's shoulder and sighed. "I know you are in a bad mood, but I have decided to use red blood cells to avenge you. And you are still young, you must have a chance to make a comeback. You told me to give up, just to put resources on red blood cells?" The thunder battle that came to his senses almost erupted. "MD, fooled me into Lei Zhan's head? Bamboo shoots." Lei Zhan silently blackened his face. He had already discovered that Fan Tianlei was actually a sinkhole. And after getting along for a long time, he was still a big fool. And under his smiling appearance, there was the soul of a dead friend who was not dead and poor. But he didn't expect that one day Lao Fan would come to his head. Lei Zhan just wanted to argue with Lao Fan, when suddenly there was an emergency whistle on the rostrum. There was no way, Lei Zhan could only take his female soldiers to the queue. On the other side, Chen Haonan and the female soldiers went over to gather. On the rostrum, it was not He Ji-jun who spoke, but Mr. Gao. "Next, I announce the results of this competition. The White Tiger Commando led by Comrade Chen Haonan is better than the women's commando team of Lei Zhan. I announce the establishment of the White Tiger Commando, the disbandment of the Fire Phoenix Commando, and the return of the original female soldiers to the original unit." The tone is serious and unquestionable. "Fire Phoenix Commando cancelled?" He Ji-jun on the side was stunned for a moment. He really didn't expect the consequences to be so serious. And Mr. Gao directly announced that he had made fun of the commandos who had been training Lei Zhan for a month. "What does this mean?" Mr. Gao is very dissatisfied with his wolf teeth. What can he say at this time? I could only avoid my gaze. And I didn't look at Lei Zhan's resentful eyes below. And at this moment, the thunder battle under the rostrum is really like falling into an ice cellar. He never imagined that a small drill would directly ban the results of his hard work for a month. And he knew it earlier. It's better not to compare, but it's too late to say anything. No one can refute Mr. Gao. He is the boss of the Hawks. And he says nothing else. Very good. Chen Haonan didn't have any accidents. And silently gave Mr. Gao a thumbs up. He felt that this was the best result. Unless Lei Zhan removes the idea of foreign troops, the female soldiers he brought out are also cannon fodder. Just look at the female soldiers of the original Fire Phoenix to know what kind of quality they are, what a villain they are. Of course, after his imprint, Chen Haonan believes that the women's commando team will definitely not have the temper of the eldest lady, or the quality of all the villains. In order to keep his seed, Chen Haonan can be said to have taken great pains. For example, he proposed to be the boyfriend of a female soldier, which is not to take advantage of it and open a harem or something. I just want to better manage these female soldiers. For example, you are not qualified to be my Chen Haonan's girlfriend, you have a bad temper and are not serious in training. Presumably the female soldiers will definitely not be able to stand it. Chen Haonan was thinking about it. And the voice of the system sounded. The host completes the contest and wins the military exercise, rewarding 400 XP. Congratulations on leveling up. Considering that the host is not yet an adult, the system will extract skills on your behalf. Congratulations on acquiring a new skill, one-stop service. What's the matter, one-stop service? And such skills? It can't be a skill to massage others in a bathhouse, right? When Chen Haonan's little head was a little down, the system explained in time. One-stop service is the invincible stealth, combined with the dragon body method, integrated in the invincible marksmanship of the comprehensive skills, that is to say, the host in the state of telling the stealth, through the assistance of the dragon body method, the whole person and the firearm are highly coordinated. And to ensure the accuracy of the marksmanship, simply called the one-stop service skill, you can understand that this is an invincible mobile shooting technique. Cool, this one-stop service is really cool. With one-stop service skills, the next time he breaks into the factory, he doesn't have to jump high at all, under the condition of ensuring that he tells the movement, he is invincible and lurking. And he can shoot accurately, kill hidden enemies in seconds, and send the other party home with one-stop service. In other words, Chen Haonan's body is like a dragon. And his marksmanship is like a dragon, he can 365 in the tumbling without dead ends, killing the enemy in seconds, which is terrifying to think about. Host, one-stop service, is a very pretending killing technique. You have such marksmanship, has laid the foundation of the contemporary gun god. And the system opens the main mission of the contemporary gun god. Contemporary gun god mainline service, complete the 100 people to become a contemporary gun god. After becoming a gun god, a variety of lost gun skills will be opened, so stay tuned. The current progress of the gun god is 4%. Only 4%? It's quite perverted to ask for. You must kill the enemy with a gun, in peacetime, where are so many Lu Shixian who can be shot? After listening to the mission of the gun god, Chen Haonan was full of expectations for the legendary firearm skills. What kind of skills would the lost skills be? Multi-stop service? A list of personal attributes popped up. Soldier, Chen Haonan occupation, elementary school student level, level 8 root bone, 10 spirit, 10 strength, 24 speed, 10 skill, invincible shooting, invincible fighting, 10-mile eagle eye, invincible stealth, invincible camouflage, invincible weapon skill, invincible dragon body technique, 1 dragon service skill experience points, 80/900 when the attribute reaches 10, you have broken through the human limit, right? Will I ever become a Super Saiyan? When Chen Haonan was rushing out of the earth, Mr. Gao had already announced the dissolution of the meeting. The female soldiers on the playground cried. And these sad people were naturally members of the Fire Phoenix around Lei Zhan. There's no way, it's only been a month. And I've been sent back to the original army. Who isn't sad? What are you crying about? This is the beginning of your life. This is just the first commando team of women. You still have a chance later. Besides, the skills are not as good as others. What is there to cry about? What did you do earlier? The exercise, it is the battlefield. He Ji-jun had already stepped down from the rostrum, training these female soldiers. And by the way, he also beat the Thunder War. Send them all back to their original troops. Wolf teeth don't raise idlers. This chapter is not over. Please click on the next page to continue reading. He Ji-jun waved his hand indifferently. And after the 10 female soldiers were taken out, he walked to Chen Haonan's voice, with an expression of "I understand you," and said seriously, "Chen Haonan, I also guessed that you would win. I didn't expect to win so exciting, but your little tail, don't it? The annual exercise is coming soon. And thunder and lightning, as a whetstone of the 3 armed forces, can also eliminate your team. Now in the female soldier team, there is only 1 white tiger commando left. Take them well, strive to pass the final assessment, and become the first women's special combat team in the country." Chen Haonan nodded. "Don't worry, Wolfhead, at most a month, they will change again." "Ha, I'm waiting for you, the resources on Lei Zhan's body in the future, I will tilt towards you, whatever you need, just go through and ranty, my old man will definitely satisfy you." He Ji-jun patted his chest and assured, "In fact, this is also what Mr. Gao meant." "Thank you, Wolfhead, then I'm not welcome. Prepare 8 off-road vehicles for me, let the female soldiers have 1, well, we have to train parachuting, flyplanes. And prepare a Wuji 9 for us. In terms of bullets, you tell the finance, you need unlimited supply. And tanks, book 4 for the time being." With Chen Haonan's narration, He Ji-jun was a little petrified. And couldn't help asking, "Do you kid know how to fly a plane and teach them to parachute?" "Oh, Wolfhead, my female assistant won't you regret it? If you can't do it, I'll go to Mr. Gao to talk about it." "Don't, you kid is not sensible." He Ji-jun grabbed the rampaging child. "I'll find a way, don't go to the top leader at every turn, this doesn't fit the process." After some tugging with He Ji-jun, Chen Haonan won a lot of benefits. And then left the playground with the female soldiers. Chen Haonan had just come out. And Lei Zhan and the members of the Thunderbolt Commando were standing at the door waiting for him. Next to these members, there are also 2 warrior buggies, which were supposed to carry 10 female soldiers, but now there are more. Chen Haonan, I heard that you need 8 off-road vehicles, these are 2 of them, you can drive away. Hades rubbed against the brand new body, his face full of reluctance. But the wolf head said just now, he can't help it, he won't go back, and even the newly bought mattress will be moved to the White Tiger base, right? It's embarrassing to think about. Lei Zhan was also very aggrieved, he crossed his arms, squinted at Chen Haonan, and suddenly spoke, I have to admit that your skills are indeed comprehensive. And the killing methods are endless. And you actually rely on stones to kill people. And the female soldiers are just careless children, your means are not very useful in real combat, especially jungle warfare, which requires sports shooting ability, which requires both high-speed movement and accurate killing. In addition to the jungle, there are also snowfields, plateaus, and wilderness operations, all of which require high-speed shooting ability, so how do you teach those female soldiers? Do you just throw stones and hit birds? I've chased your female soldiers. And they've learned all the things of children, voice recorders, peekaboo, fighting and stomping their toes, throwing stones, spitting, my god. Lei Zhan told the story eloquently, pouring out the bitter water. But Chen Haonan laughed after hearing it. He has just obtained a one-stop service skill. And the awesome place is mobile shooting. And he can also use his body to avoid bullets, whether it is a jungle or a snowfield, a wilderness, etc., it is not a big problem. It can be said that his realm has been improved to the point where he can become a contemporary gun god. And Lei Zhan still thinks that he doesn't know how to shoot at high speeds? Sitting in a well and watching the sky, I don't understand the vastness of heaven and earth. As for the various methods of female soldiers, who will not be able to stipulate it? Chen Haonan didn't want to explain anything, as he continued to grow stronger, his mentality also changed, so he just said lightly, I think you should go back and summarize it well, losing to a child, you still have so much nonsense? Lei Zhan was speechless, his mouth twitched, but he still spoke, remind you, Lao Fan's upcoming red blood cells are not simple, for this team, he runs schools, construction sites, and parks every day, where there are talents, they will dig up, at most a month, the female soldiers you bring will need to compete with each other. A month? Okay, I'll wait, the big husband has clear grievances, I remember what you told me. Lei Zhan was stunned for a moment, unable to laugh or cry. And Ran on the side burst out laughing. The little guy is cool and knows how to thank people. Lei Zhan hesitated, walked to Ran's side, and said, Violet, are you free on the weekend? My parents came to see me, can we meet together? The direct and rude question made Hades and the others laugh. They all knew that Lei Zhan had been chasing Ran, but Ran seemed to have been avoiding him. If you agree to meet Lei Zhan's family this time, the relationship should be considered appropriate. The battlefield is frustrated. And the love field is proud. In the eyes of Hades and others, Ran and Lei Zhan are indeed a good match, Ran is beautiful, and not to mention, the main thing is that he has a cheerful personality, a sassy and heroic appearance. And he can get along with anyone. And Lei Zhan has a great temper. And few women get along with him. And the two are compatible in this regard. This is an alternative way to hit Chen Haonan, no matter what, he is a child after all, this is Lei Zhan's only advantage at present, Gao Ming. Skywolf secretly praised Lei Zhan in his heart. During this time, Chen Haonan, a bear child, was born. And several captains of the Wolf Teeth, especially the Thunderbolt Commando, were all crushed to the dust. Took a women's commando well, but it was disbanded in a month, saying that it was not angry in my heart, but it was false. It was precisely because he wanted to get angry that he had Lei Zhan's sudden confession, which was the best way to get back the field and hit Chen Haonan. We are not young anymore, I have been waiting for you, I am not interested in other women, Ran, you are the only woman worth waiting for in my Lei Zhan life, give me the happiness of the rest of your life, I will protect you. Chen Haonan listened to it next to him, almost squirting. According to the original plot, where is this guard, this is to give a life to Lei Zhan. The kind of dirty thoughts of Lei Zhan's psychology, where does Chen Haonan not know? He wanted to see Ran's inner thoughts, after sleeping with someone for so long, he felt that he needed to fully understand his life from the inside out. At this moment, Ran obviously froze in place, then looked at Lei Zhan. And was quiet for a few seconds before speaking, are you serious? I'm serious, I'm so serious. Lei Zhan said solemnly, revealing an affectionate gaze like a licking dog. Cut. And Ran pursed his lips and chuckled. Lei Zhan, how can anyone confess like this? How do I feel? As if you were saying, the feeling of giving your life to me is not sincere at all. Forget it, I won't tease you. And Ran said solemnly, don't beat my idea, I'm very busy. I'm now the assistant to Chen Hao's male instructor. Before the women's commando team was established, whatever he said, I had to execute something. Also, the next time you confess to that girl, can you put on makeup and wear clean clothes again, which gives people a feeling of catching someone? Just ask if you can fall in love, huh? As she spoke, and Ran laughed herself. And she didn't know if she had been following Chen Haonan for a long time. She felt that she had always been serious recently. Lei Zhan's face darkened, wanting to explain something, but Ran didn't give him a chance. Let's go, great, there are 2 more cars, Comrade Tang Sini, what are you laughing at next to you? Hurry up and drive. Coming, Gidge. When he passed by with Lei Zhan, Tang Xiaosan's tense cheeks suddenly squirted water. And in front of the members of the Thunderbolt Commando who were messy in the wind, he jumped one of the warrior off-road vehicles and started the engine. With the roar of the car, a cloud of black gas was sent out. Chen Haonan jumped into Enron's car. And the two left together, also leaving a cloud of car exhaust. Lei Zhan, who was surrounded by chi waves, was stunned for a few seconds, then looked at Hades and the others seriously. And asked, am I bad? Hades was taken aback. How is it possible? You are the strongest soldier king of Wolf Teeth. Am I ugly? Hades looked at Lei Zhan, whose face was full of oil smoke. And sighed, ugly, is it? Definitely not ugly, but maybe girls need romance? Okay, you're a single dog yourself. And you're still talking about that? Sky Wolf walked over, patted Lei Zhan on the shoulder and said, Captain, I personally feel that Ran has found the passion for work now. And she may want to bring a women's commando out to prove herself. She doesn't want to be an undercover agent. You don't have to think too much, no matter what the reason is, it must have nothing to do with the child. She's angry, after all, after she went undercover, you didn't expect to get her back. And often ask her for information, she must have an idea. So what do you mean? What should I do to get Enron to promise me? Lei Zhan asked in a daze, as if everyone was stupid. In terms of feelings, he is indeed not as good as Chen Haonan, but Tian Wolf is a master, he has rich social experience, he once went undercover in K2, not to mention the whole body. And let a female killer throw himself into his arms. I think, you don't have to do anything now, don't think about anything, I'll prepare a lovelorn package for you when I go back, good music and beautiful clothes, let's go to Donghai City together, Thunderbolt Commando hasn't been built for a long time. Good idea, let's go team building. The old fox applauded. After returning to the White Tiger base with female soldiers, Chen Haonan found that he had an extra nickname. Super Peter Pan. This is what he talked about together after hearing Yi Zuanxin and others train. For this nickname, Chen Haonan doesn't care, as long as he can convince these female soldiers and obey his children's orders, everything else is a small problem. For a commando, the authority of the captain is the most important. And the character is also very important. Often the spiritual attribute of a captain is the soul of a team. The captain is proud. And the team members are also proud. After this competition, Chen Haonan wanted to teach Lei Zhan a lesson, hoping that he would sum up his experience and not die carelessly at the hands of the enemy in the future. Time passed day by day. And a month later. White Tiger Base, Canteen. Tianguo looked at the food in front of him and exclaimed, my god, why is there my favorite dessert? This is tofu flour, great, I want to eat 3 bowls. Tofu flowers, too, are my love. Ouyang Qian smiled happily. In general, it is difficult for female soldiers to refuse sweets, just like men, who are teenagers until they die. Yi Zuanxin, tell me what hobbies your cousin has, so as to prove whether the instructor is your little cousin. Tianguo licked the tofu flour vigorously, trying to make it change into various shapes in his mouth, fully experiencing the smoothness and sweetness. And then swallowing it hard. And finally licked the white foam at the corner of his mouth, while asking Yi Zuanxin. During this time, Yi Zuanxin said every day that Chen Haonan was his little cousin. Don't be confused by his cute appearance, this child is very attentive. Chen Haonan is not careful, no one knows, But if he talks too much, the female soldiers are also suspicious. When I was a child, my biggest hobby was not a foodie like you. He liked to be dressed up as a girl by his mother. And then all kinds of cuteness. In fact, he had a nickname, called Nan Nan. Hello? Tiangua didn't hold back. And sprayed the tofu flour in his mouth on Yi Tsuanshin's face. Dead field fruit. Yi Tsuanshin laughed and scolded. Tiangua hurriedly cleaned her up. And at the same time hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Nan Nan, cold-faced little instructor, it's actually this name. I used to pretend to be a girl when I was a child. And I laughed to death. The female soldiers all made up for it. And Chen Haonan, who was in women's clothes, looked like he was combing his pigtails. At this moment, the sound of footsteps sounded at the door. And Chen Haonan walked in with a rare smile. And beside him, he was also followed by the female assistant of life, Enran. Enran was still holding a large basin in his hand. Sister Enran, I invite everyone to eat turtle jelly with milk. Bring it all. Enran looked affectionate, smiled and walked in with a basin. The instructor has invited you to eat turtle jelly. This is turtle jelly with milk. It's delicious, you can eat as much as you want. Everyone has worked hard during this time. At the dinner table, the female soldiers chewed on the sweet, smooth tofu flowers. And cheered as they looked at the turtle jelly with white milk floating on the basin. Great, turtle jelly with milk, it is indeed a perfect match, more edible than tofu flowers. It's so cool, this is the life of a person, I want to eat 3 bowls. For Chen Haonan's generosity, the female soldiers were completely unkind. At the end of this meal, even Tang Xiaoxiao, who doesn't like sweets very much, happily cooked a bowl of tofu flowers, 2 large bowls of milk with turtle jelly. This is the only dessert that has been available for 2 months. And whoever doesn't eat it is a grandson. After the meal, inside the dormitory, Tiangua touched his bulging belly, revealing a pregnant mother's smile. Instructor Peter Pan, it's also very good to us, only since the last exercise, I have come back to train and increase the amount. And the food has not improved. Do you say that this is the conscience of the instructor, or will it be this standard in the future? We're almost at the end of the training period. And the next thing may be actual combat training. And at this time the instructor invited us to eat sweets. And I feel a little bit bad. Will this have any purpose? Chubai, don't talk about my little boyfriend like that, he is a child. What bad thoughts can he have? You just ate 4 big bowls. It was He Lu who spoke. Since she became Chun Hao's 4th girlfriend last time, she often regarded herself as the instructor's little girlfriend. Chubai shook his head and said, I just feel that something is wrong. Maybe after eating the last meal, the training will start to increase again. Oh my god, can I still increase it? I can't spit it out. Just when the female soldiers were speculating about whether to increase the intensity of training, the instructor walked in safely and said, there is no training this afternoon, free activities. Tomorrow morning at 5:30, we will set off for Donghai City to go outing and relax. And Ran said this. And the female soldiers were stunned for a moment. And the dormitory was as quiet as the road in the early morning. Instructor, this. Is it to relax? And Ran smiled, guess right, it's to relax and relax. By the way, tonight, continue to provide desserts, eat more. Well, there will be tomorrow morning, eat 3 meals in a row. This is the only good thing in the morning, it should be gone in the future. Chubai showed a gossipy expression and asked, Instructor, is there any program tomorrow that is related to desserts? It's just an ordinary extra meal, I'm leaving, you guys have a good rest. Facing Chubai's puzzled gaze, and Ran, who had just finished speaking solemnly, turned around lightly and left the dormitory. When she walked outside, she covered her mouth and sneered. The next day, the female soldiers really enjoyed another dessert, although Chubai guessed that there was something greasy in it, but the dessert was really delicious. Watching others eat it, she couldn't control her own mouth. And she also ate deliciously. At 5:30, the female soldiers ushered in the first opportunity to leave the base and go to the city. Cars sped down the road, lined with green farmland. Could it be a drill? Probably not, we're going to the city center. On the way, when Yi Tsuanshin and the others were still guessing where they would go, a truck with a green tent drove in from behind. And there was a burst of cheers from the car when they caught up. Groove is a female soldier. groove, is a female soldier. Ah, H. Hey, you're on that team. And who are your instructors? Chen Haonan, who was sitting in the co-pilot, listened to the familiar obscene voice and couldn't help but look out from the co-pilot's seat. It was really He Changwon, Wang Yanbing, and Li Erniu. Little Master, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. The back is more exciting. The three guys were lying on the iron railing of the truck, like pigs about to jump out of the car, arrogantly humming and chirping at their female soldiers. And Wang Yanbing was still whistling. There are also two male soldiers, presumably Song Kaifei and Su Tianlong. Behind these five people, Chen Haonan also saw Chen Shanming and Gong Jian, the instructor in the Iron Fist Regiment. The instructor really came to the red blood cells, just 1 month, He Changwon, and they have already gone through hell training and started to train their psychological qualities. I haven't seen them for a long time. How do you feel, more hooligan? Chen Haonan was in the female soldier pile by himself. He didn't feel anything. He forgot one thing, that is, he had been a soldier for a long time. And he saw the sows all race sable cicadas. Don't blame Wang Yanbing and the others for being excited. The honestly Ernia stared at the girl and forgot that he had a girlfriend named Suihua. Gong Jian and Chen Shanming didn't stop them. And let these male soldiers show their nature, relax and relax. Besides, they themselves are old bachelors. Chen Haonan's little head just popped out. And he was immediately discovered by the other party. Chen Haonan, he was in the car in front, rushed up. And finally saw the little brother. I haven't seen him for too long, I thought he was trafficked. Wang Yanbing laughed loudly. And Fan Tianlei, the chief of staff who commanded the car, sped up. But Fan Tianlei didn't bird him. The female soldiers did not respond to the greetings of the male soldiers. In their opinion, these people were too coarse. And their speech was not good. They were hard and taut, with the smell of ridicule, unlike their own instructors, who were cold and cute. Are they still brothers? Is there such a big gap between people? Crunch! The two cars stopped at the same time in front of a building surrounded by barbed wire. He Changwang and the others didn't care to see what kind of place this was, and immediately rushed up and greeted the female soldiers warmly. You still brought something to eat. The treatment is so good. What is this? Wang Yanbing, who was born in a gangster, stared at a bear-sized female soldier, looked at the food bag she was carrying, and found the topic wittily. Sure enough, the female soldier responded. This is turtle jelly with milk. Dessert? We had this dessert for 3 days. Wang Yanbing patted his boxy head and said in surprise, I ate tofu flour in the morning. And turtle jelly is also served. Yes, I ate 6 large bowls. Really? Everyone ate desserts. And we ate them for 3 days. Tian Guo replied in surprise. He Changwang on the side frowned. He had a not very good feeling. He glanced at Chen Haonan and got out of the car, so his little eyes rolled and he immediately walked over. Little brother, I said, we'll meet soon, let's eat, huh? He Changwang smiled and ran over to pick up Chen Haonan and make love. Stop. Chen Haonan said indifferently, I am the instructor of those female soldiers. Pay attention to the image. If you hug me, I will put you down. Instructor. He Changwang's footsteps stopped when he heard this, and his heart was a little bitter. If you want to catch up with Chen Haonan, it will take a long time. And your special forces have not completed the assessment. And everyone has led the troops. This month, the news he heard the most was that Chen Haonan led the female soldiers to successfully challenge the soldier king Lei Zhan, and defeated the Fire Phoenix commando brought out by the Thunderbolt, causing the other party to disband. Chen Haonan broke the world record. No, you have to practice when you go back. The gap is getting bigger and bigger. And the children can't compare to. After cheering himself in his heart, He Changwang suddenly thought of something and lowered his voice. For the sake of the face that everyone was a comrade in arms in the past, can you tell me, is there any mysterious program for going out this time? Facing He Changwang's puzzled little eyes, Chen Haonan said seriously, yes, it's a stick and a carrot. What? He Changwang couldn't understand and spoke, I heard that you can jump 7 meters and break the world record in pole vaulting. Is it really fake? Before Chen Haonan could express his position, Li Erniu also ran over behind him. And he looked excited. I also heard that you are too good, but unfortunately, you can't pretend to be forced with me like before. What is a cow? A person who can jump 7 meters is not called a cowman, this is called a birdman. Phew, what's? Before Wang Yanbing finished speaking, he felt something stuffed into his mouth, he vomited. And then looked at the small black stone on the ground in confusion. Groove. When did this thing get into his mouth? Little brother, I like that bear-sized female soldier, I feel like I'm in love. What's her name, can you introduce? Phew, what the situation, who littered the stones? As Wang Yanbing spoke, he felt that someone had forcibly stuffed something into his mouth, making him nauseous and wanting to vomit. And he couldn't say any more. And when he spit it out, it was a dark stone again. Don't talk nonsense, he's an instructor now, he has idle baggage. And you still let others introduce you to a girlfriend. And what else do you say about Birdman? Hurry up and leave, don't be ashamed. He Changwang had already seen clearly how the stone ran into Wang Yanbing's mouth. And hurriedly pulled Wang Yanbing away. This Chen Haonan is getting more and more terrifying, he just has a small hand. And with a slight kick of his little toes, he can accurately send the stone into the mouth of the nonsense Wang Yanbing? What kind of means is this? He Changwang thought of 4 words to describe it, unfathomable. Before leaving, He Changwang also gave Chen Haonan a rainbow fart, give him a thumbs up. The adaptability, the ability to observe, it's all top-notch. Regarding He Changwang's reaction, Chen Haonan also secretly admired. Worthy of being the male protagonist of the Special Forces world, he does have some ability, unlike Li Erniu who was too wooden. And Wang Yanbing, this guy, is completely a gangster and has low emotional intelligence. As an instructor, in front of female soldiers, he must have idle baggage. It's Tokai City Prison No. 1. After reading the number of the Iron Gate, someone screamed. Didn't we go on a tour, why did we come to Prison No. 1? I've heard that Prison No. 1 is an execution ground. And this is the scene where criminals were shot. Really, why did you come to the execution ground? Not to mention those female soldiers, the male soldiers were stunned, standing next to the Iron Gate, talking a lot. At this moment, Chen Haonan was already chatting with his instructor Gong Jian. Yes, I really can't imagine that my past soldiers actually brought out a qualified women's commando team in less than 2 months, which is the first women's special combat team in China. Gong Jian sent rainbow farts when he met. Don't look at Gong Jianrun is very honest, but his EQ is quite high. When he first went to Red Blood Cells, he got together with Chen Shanming and asked Chen Shanming to call him husband, although it is homophonic, but it does shorten the distance between the two men and strengthen the relationship between the friends. Instructor, I'm not cultivated by you, I'm just a child, many people don't accept me, I must fight for you. The sedan chair carried people. And Chen Haonan was not polite to send a rainbow fart. Behind him, Lao Fan, who was Chekhov's driver, just got out of the car and saw the scene of Chen Haonan chatting with Gong Jian easily. And he was a little envious of Lao Gong. Chen Haonan, a little guy, has great ability. And he is cold to everyone. But the man standing behind the little guy is Gao Shiwei, the leader of the Southeast Military Region. The first leader personally stood on the platform and supported Chen Haonan. This relationship was so hard that Lao Fan couldn't sleep with envy. He wanted to get closer to Chen Haonan's relationship, but the little guy seemed to have a trace of killing his father and taking his mother. And he ignored him. Ha, Instructor Chen Haonan, you brought female soldiers here, do you mean that? That's easy to do. I have a decades-old friendship with Wen Changqing of the East China Sea Hall. I heard that I am coming here to lead the troops to practice. He personally came to greet me with the senior captain of the armed police brigade. The person will soon arrive. When the time comes, he will sell me Lao Fan a few thin noodles. I think you must be very welcome. No way, every year, these decades of friendship, where to stay, wait, I will introduce you to you when the time comes. Fan Tianlei showed his aunt's smile, greeted Chen Haonan, and said a lot of things. Are you familiar with that? Then I thank you very much, but Chief of Staff, if you greet me in the future, can you not add that small print in front of the instructor? Fan Tianlei's expression stiffened. And he wanted to suck his mouth. Gong Jian looked at it next to him and wanted to laugh. The atmosphere was a little awkward. And at this moment, a car stopped behind everyone. And two people walked down the car. After the two got out of the car, one of the middle-aged men walked directly towards Chen Haonan. Spider. No, thank you, I didn't expect you to come here, it's my honor. What do you have to ask for? I haven't returned the favor last time. This is the senior captain of the armed police brigade. He has long wanted to know you, Captain Gao. This is what I have mentioned many times, the little nobleman of Donghai City. Mr. One had a bright smile on his face. And he was really full of gratitude to Chen Haonan. In the past, he had to sacrifice an undercover agent on average. And the last time Chen Haonan, the little Spider-Man, shot, he was the first time that he successfully completed the task without sacrificing undercover personnel. Can you not be grateful? Captain Gao has checked Chen Haonan's background. And he is also full of gratitude to him, Spider-Man. Thank you, for making me, the captain of the SWAT team, believe that there is not only procedural justice in the world, but also the justice of results. The Gao team is very philosophical, but Qin Shanming and others next to him can feel it. And he is very excited. Fan Tianlei, who was originally the highest, was cold. And he was about to become cold boiled water. Careless, forgetting that this little bastard has known Mr. One for a long time, but Mr. One didn't have the opportunity to get in close contact with Chen Haonan. Fan Tianlei, who had been cold for a long time, suddenly remembered the past when Chen Haonan first became Spider-Man. Compared with Fan Tianlei's embarrassment, Gong Jian's thoughts were different. It is worthy of the little soldier brought out by Lao Tzu, although he is not yet an adult, but he already has the momentum to dominate the world. I didn't expect Mr. One and the captain of the armed police team to give face so much. Good guy, this is the no. 5 person who directly cooled the wolf's tooth next to him. Although Gong Jian has just arrived at Wolf Tooth as an instructor not long ago, he understands the world quite well. In the Wolf's Tooth, in Donghai City, who doesn't give General Fan a little face? It's like what he bragged to Chen Haonan just now, Mr. One has been friends for decades. And I will introduce you to each other. Obviously, Staff Officer Fan wanted to shorten the distance with his disciples, but as soon as the person in charge of the Donghai Hall came, he licked Chen Haonan's child directly. And invisibly wiped Lao Fan's face. Gong Jian kept a polite smile next to him, but he was embarrassed by Lao Fan. You are now a legend in the East China Sea Hall, better than me, the captain of the armed police brigade. By the way, I am a high team, what do I call you? It will be better. After the senior team blew Chen Haonan, he first introduced his identity. And then politely asked a 10-year-old child how to call each other good. This feeling is like a respected old grandfather. Call a child a few years old uncle. Hello, I am your grandson curious. My name is Chen Haonan, not from Causeway Bay. I am the son of Chen Haodong, the richest man in the city. You can call me Instructor Chen. Don't be in front of our name, just like Staff Officer Fan. Add a small word. Chen Haonan was half joking, rarely with a smile. Although Mr. One is a bit of a pit, but everyone is so flattering. He can't stick his cold little ass on other people's hot faces, right? Normal interpersonal communication, there must be. His toughness can only deal with female soldiers. President Chen Haodong, he is not only the richest man in Donghai City, but also a representative of the country. No wonder he can teach a son like you. The tiger father has no dog. No, this is better than the blue. Captain Gao shouted awesome, looking shocked. And Mr. Wen's expression was also very exciting. His mouth was crooked to the sky. And he looked like I was shocked to become a crooked-mouthed dragon king. President Chen Haodong's son. No wonder. I will send the commendation bonus and award book to the Chen family when I go back. Fan Tianlei, whose smile gradually solidified on the side, couldn't help but curse in his heart. MD, the 2 guys in the system, who are better than my old Fan, have licked out of the sky. However, it is always a character like Lao Fan. And I have to sigh with emotion. His mother's Chen Haonan, a minor child, has risen too fast. And he has developed more fiercely than him. Everyone was thinking about it. And suddenly, He Changwon came over. Report, I have something to report. Fan Tianlei was not in a good mood. And he said coldly, at this time, you are not at the scene to watch the shooting of the prisoner. What are you doing here? Hurry back. He Changwon frowned and said, "There is a big matter." He Changwon, you are still a newcomer to the new assessment. What do you know about big and small things? You are still too young to make a fuss about doing things. Can you learn from Chen Haonan? In the face of Uncle Fan's sudden ridicule, the newcomer He Changwon was also confused. He simply didn't bird him, walked directly to Chen Haonan's side, and said in a low voice, "I don't feel right. The other party's mountain peak has the light of a sniper scope flickering. There should be a sniper. Just now I felt that the hair on my whole body stood up and down. Other people's children have been playing with toys since they were children, but He Changwon grew up touching the real sniper scope and slept with him at the head of the bed every day, fantasizing that one day when he grows up, he can become a sniper rifle like his father in the photo. Therefore, he is very sensitive to the glow of a sniper scope." Hearing this, Chen Haonan's heart moved. It was worthy of He Changwon. He was already a 10-mile eagle-eye just now and caught a faint light, but it was not like a grass-startling snake. It can be seen that in terms of observation, even Fan Tianlei, who is called a golden eagle, is not as good as lactic acid bacteria. It's a talent. There are snipers, enemy attacks, be careful. Suddenly, Chen Haonan let out a low roar, his little feet slammed the ground and kicked a small stone out of the air. The situation was too urgent. And almost when He Changwon discussed with him, 10-mile eagle-eye caught the other party shooting. Shout! The stone roared away with passion. During this time, Chen Haonan trained Feisher every day, whether it was with his hands or kicks. With the assistance of god-level weapon skills, it almost reached the point where Xiao Chen Feisher was not in vain. But he didn't dare to hold it up. And while shouting to everyone to be careful and kicking the flying stones, he pressed Mr. One in the Gao team next to him to the grass at the same time. And his little buttocks shook hard to prevent the two of them from getting up. Almost as soon as he made a move, He Changwon pounced on Chen Shanming and Gongjian. Standing a little far away, Fan Tianlei, the only one who no one paid attention to when Chen Haonan shouted that there was a sniper, a certain explosive bag seemed to be ignited in the depths of his soul. And the whole person trembled. And there was a pop in the air. And the sparks that appeared out of thin air reflected his eyes red. There really are snipers. What does the bullet seem to be holding back? And Lao Fan could see that the bullet was coming at him just now, that is to say, if he hadn't stopped it, he would have become a dead Fan Tianlei. It's a stone that blocks the bullet, awesome. Compared with Fan Tianlei, who couldn't react, He Changwon's reaction was very fast. And he could see at a glance that in addition to the spark splash, it was an exploding stone that changed the trajectory of the bullet. This chapter is not over. Please click on the next page to continue reading. This is the stone that Chen Haonan kicked out, right? Can a flying stone be kicked to block a bullet? This is what God operates. He Changwon, who was shocked, suddenly thought of the stones that kept appearing in Wang Yanbing's mouth. As if he understood something, he muttered, "This handsome, I want to learn." On the top of the mountain, which was almost 800 meters away from Chen Haonan and the others, Yamamoto-kun, who was holding a sniper rifle and retracted, scolded the four companions next to him who were painted with rape. "I originally wanted to kill a stone with the highest military rank, but I didn't expect a stone to fly up somewhere and change the trajectory of the bullet. It's really hell." Impossible? A stone can change the trajectory of a bullet? Can he hit? What's so strange about the stones flying from the side, changing the flight arc of the bullet? It's strange how the other party did it. And besides, he found out as soon as I shot him. No, he should have reacted 3 seconds faster than me. As the leader, Yamamoto-kun was hired by a mysterious person. His nickname is Ghost Boy. And those who have seen him think that he is a boy. And those who know him know that he is the messenger of hell, but at this moment, this Ghost Boy is a little puzzled. 10 million commissions, in addition to the Ghost Boy organization here with me, the other lurking turtle 8-person group. And the scorpion hidden in the shadows are also dispatched. What a big deal. This is not just a robbery of the law field at all, but more like a provocation. If this is the case, make a big fuss and leave quietly. Feeling a trace of terror, Yamamoto-kun, after failing to snipe, decided to make a big fuss about the court. And then quickly retreated. In the other organization, there are masters. Chen Haonan's line of sight, with the assistance of Shirley Eagle Eye, continued to extend out. Then, he soon saw the retreating figure of the other party. Retreat so soon? Impotence before going into battle? There must be other plans. Could it be a scorpion? Chun Haonan's little buttocks shrugged and retreated from Mr. One in Team Gao, unfinished. Director, give me a sniper rifle. And I'll kill the enemy. When Zhu got up in a distraction. And after reacting, he first scolded and scolded. And when he heard Chen Haonan asking for guns, he immediately asked the Gao team to meet any requirements of the other party. What's more, it wasn't Chen Haonan who was ruthless just now, pressing him hard. Maybe he would have eaten peanuts. Not to mention asking for a sniper rifle. Even if Chen Haonan wants to recognize him as a godfather, he will not hesitate to agree. Well, the most perfect thing is that Chen Haonan can be his undercover agent. This little guy has been so strong since he was a child. And he has to grow up? Not long after, the senior team grabbed a sniper rifle from the police car, respectfully handed it to Chen Haonan. And asked, "Can you know where the enemy is? I've called the Mountain Eagle commandos, but they can't be reached and don't know what's going on." The high team was worried. He didn't even know what kind of enemy was coming. "The soldiers are coming. What do you do so much? Dare to enter the territory of Yin country to make trouble? You are destined to not be able to go back. Maybe it is a scorpion, or a centipede." Chen Haonan took the 81 sniper, but handed it to Yi Chengwang next to him. "Take it, give me cover, you don't need to hit the other party. After all, the enemy has retreated to 2,000 meters away. If you want to fight, you can't hit it." Hearing this, Yi Chengwang's heart was a little blocked. And he was unconvinced. "Then what are you giving me a sniper rifle for? Empty guns to cover you? Clever. No matter how you shoot, just let the other party know that we have a sniper. By the way, keep the gun, you can just fart." "What do you mean? I'm a sniper. I don't waste bullets with empty guns." "You say be specific. Do you see the enemy? You kid won't want to chase. Let me cover. This is too risky. Or else, you will cover, I will run." Yi Chengwang was a little itchy. As a military fan, he wished he had a task to perform. There are 5 snipers on the other side, all with sniper rifles. You run over and land into a box alone, including the police and the prison. I think it is more auspicious to run over to encircle and suppress. The only way is that I lurk in the past. I am better than you in this regard. You will only lie on your stomach and not move in a posture. I will approach the other party with dozens of movements. Lao Tzu will only have one posture? Look down on whom? Yi Chengwang was not convinced. But Chen Haonan didn't bird him, stretched out his little hand. And suddenly grabbed the vigilant senior team next to him. And lightning took the 92 pistol pinned to the opponent's waist in his hand. "Captain, borrow your gun." After speaking, Chen Haonan's small feet smacked the ground slightly. And the power transmitted from the ground made his entire small body fly out diagonally. This scene is like Astro Boy flying with his little arms in the wind. "My gun." After Chen Haonan flashed, the senior team felt that the empty holster was touched, revealing a shocked expression. "So fast. It's so fast that you can't even react. This is the legendary fast gunner. Spider-Man is even more terrifying than you imagined. Contact the warden immediately. There is an enemy lurking in. Stop the task of shooting prisoners today. Don't let the other party take advantage of it. And also, mobilize people and horses as soon as possible to encircle and suppress the enemy. You can't put all the pressure on a child." One Bureau gave instructions. Mr. 1. The people of the Mountain Eagle can't be contacted for the time being. Just now Spider-Man said that the enemy has 5 snipers. And we must assist him to kill these invading enemies first. Chen Haonan is too conceited. He doesn't know how powerful a sniper is, so if he passes rashly, he will be more than lucky. Fan Tianlei had a straight face and ordered Qin Shanming, "You hurry over, Yi Chengwang, you will shoot at the sky every 10 seconds or so." "Yes, I'll fire a salute. I'm seeing you off." Yi Chengwang said loudly. He was very unconvinced, but there was no way. Of course, the sentence of "seeing you off," he just said it psychologically. And he didn't dare to say it, for fear of being beaten. Especially because he is obviously a dragon, but because of Chen Haonan's words, he is used as a salute artillery here. And he tried it out. "Team Gao, get 2 more guns, let's go find Chen Haonan together." Chen Shanming was full of confidence and greeted the high team. In terms of comprehensive military quality, Chen Shanming may not be as good as forcing Wang Leizhan, but in terms of sniping, he is the top 3 wolf teeth. And the king of Hades is also 5 or 5 open, or 64 open. The Gao team is the captain of the armed police corps, advocating the principle that firepower is king. And he really brought a lot of guns. And soon brought Chen Shanming another 81 sniper. After taking the gun, Chen Shanming felt that the whole person came to life, as if Tianboguang saw a stunning beauty. And said to Yi Changwang excitedly, "What are you doing in a daze, shooting? Others let you shoot, you won't shoot while stepping forward. Besides, Chen Haonan just said that you can't hit, but didn't say that you can't hit the enemy. Can your brain be more flexible? Too honest, be careful that your girlfriend can't stand it." Reasonable. Yi Changwang reacted violently. And said excitedly, "Instructor, let's fight while going over. We adults give some children cover, let the children assault in front. I always have a feeling of child abuse, hee hee." That's a lot of nonsense. Boom. Boom. Not long after, the rhythm of gunfire rang out in the prison sky. The female soldiers in Wang Yanbing who were not far away had gathered together to chat, including the impact of the stone bullets did not alarm them, the men and women, until the sniper rifle kept being put around. And the female soldiers exclaimed, "This is gunshots, where did it come from? It seems to be behind us, isn't this our instructor and Yi Changwang? Why did they assault with guns? Is this going up to the mountains for hunting? Hunting? Yes, you can cuddle the grass and beat the rabbit." Tianguo and Ouyang Qian became excited. And the tofu flowers they had eaten for 3 days in their hands were no longer fragrant. And their saliva was dripping. It's supposed to be hunting, the instructor is running in the front. And he's about to go up the mountain. No wonder this operation is called touching. I'll just say, I thought I came here to watch them shoot the prisoners. And it was a little disgusting just now. And people who don't know thought I was pregnant. Only An Ran frowned, looking at Chen Haonan who was constantly running wildly on the mountain. It's a handsome position, but it's wrong, you don't have to run so fast to hunt. And Ran, who slept with Chen Haonan for 2 months, has hair in that place on this little man's body. And she can count as many as she wants. Generally speaking, Chen Haonan ran like a child waiting to be fed. The enemy must have appeared, otherwise, he would have a cold and small face, unhurried. "There are enemies, stay here and don't move, I'll ask." And Ran stopped the excited male and female soldiers. And immediately rushed in the direction of Fan Tianlei. On the other side, Chen Shanming and Yi Changwang, 2 fast gunners, kept releasing their guns while chasing Chen Shanming in front. The speed did not slow down because of the shooting, but no matter how the 2 of them rushed, they always saw a small confused object in the shape of pants, floating on the hill in front of them, like a kite. And like a ghost, anyway, they couldn't tell that it was a child. I have to say that Chen Haonan's one-stop service, invincible stealth and dragon body method, running wildly on the mountain peak, is simply a thief. It's like crossing a mountain peak. Chen Haonan's small body is constantly in and out of the chaotic world of the mountain peak, braking here, running anywhere, or suddenly jumping out of the bushes. Any curve can come out, but no matter which posture, it is a perfect way to avoid obstacles. And the speed is so fast that the eyes can't lick it. One-stop service skills, it's really not a joke. Any part of the body is used, the center of gravity is flexibly shifted, the waist and horse are integrated. And 365 kinds of actions are unlocked. According to the alternative interpretation of the system, it is like the service provided in the clubhouse, which is thoughtful and unpleasant. In front, the 5 figures gradually became clear. The 5 people who retreated quickly heard the gunshot, their faces changed slightly. And they accelerated the speed of retreat. In the process, the Black Dragon Monarch had no intention of turning back, his eyes almost bulged out. And he was a few hundred meters away behind him, I don't know when it started. And a small figure chased after him. He turned around abruptly, turned the sniper rifle in his hand, and tried to kill the small figure behind him, but suddenly, the figure disappeared in front of his eyes out of thin air. Why is it gone? Was it a man just now, or a beast? Black Dragon June suspected that he had read it wrong. After all, the shadow just now was too small. And the speed was so fast that it disappeared in the blink of an eye. What is not a little beast of a mountain stream? For example, the little wolf and the little donkey. Start plan B and give them the last big gift. Yes. A person next to Yamamoto-kun answered. And after judging the position of the surroundings, he put the drone in his hand on the open space and began to take off remotely. You can see that the drone is strapped to a bag of explosives. There are more than 10 kilograms, this is the high TNT. And when it flies over the prison, it will be told that the drone will be smashed into the cell. And this is the last gift they gave to Yenghua. When the suicide drone took off, Hei Longjun took out a communication tool and started to communicate. And it didn't take long for someone to connect the phone. And the sound of popping gunshots could be heard continuously. You guys retreat by yourself, you can't complete the task, under the mountain peak, blocked by the law enforcers. And the road is also blocked, however, the other party is a rookie, we plan to play for half an hour. And leave here. Baga, didn't you say that if our attack fails, we will lure out all the enforcers inside? Do you go in to save people? How can you be blocked under the mountain peak? Bloodblade, you can't do it on purpose, do you, just want to play? Black Dragon, keep your mouth clean, otherwise, Lao Tzu will stuff you with a radish and 2 eggs. I do want to play, but it's a big fuss, of course, it's no problem to retreat, we've killed a few law enforcers, they're all playing anyway, they can't keep us, unlike you who have been living too well these days. And if you fail, you'll only find your father for support. Baga, after retreating, Lao Tzu greets your son. Without giving the Bloodblade a chance to fight back, the Black Dragon hung up the communication in anger, smashed the mobile phone, and looked up at the unmanned aircraft that was already flying high. And it was not a big problem. Suddenly, his eyes suddenly fell on a distant stone. And he saw a child standing on the stone, as if he was unzipping his pants and peeing. But as he took out a big guy, he actually slammed it against the sky. The drone flew just above the child's head. And was immediately hit by his crime tool? And a cloud of sparks appeared in the sky, followed by a deafening explosion, resounding throughout the prison. Bang! In the sky, flames swept through, reflecting the Black Dragon's stunned poker face. This is what the kid just called? You see, this is a child standing on the rock who shot it with one hand? The Black Dragon asked the little friend next to him in a daze, feeling that one head was too big. And the 4 friends next to him who painted the oil paint face of the ghost boy were also grinning, looking at the fireworks that exploded in the air with a blank and desperate face. How much effort did it take them? And it exploded like this. And it exploded. Say not to spare, that's fake, this feeling is like going out fishing, coming back halfway to get tools. And finding in the closet that Lao Wang is hiding next door. And his wife is pretending to be taking a nap. As for Heilongjian saying that there was a child who shot down the plane with one hand, they didn't see it and didn't believe it. Black Dragon King, don't worry about so much, hurry up, there won't be chaos here, maybe we won't be able to leave. The Black Dragon Monarch nodded, turned his head to look at the small figure that jumped down from the rock. And found that the other party was stupidly chasing after them. And he was vicious. No, let's kill this nasty kid first. The next moment, he lifted the thick barrel of the gun, locked onto the small shadow in front of him. And almost at the same time, he noticed that the child on the other side also seemed to raise the muzzle of the gun, aiming it at this side. 5 kilometers from prison No. 1, on a slope at the foot of a mountain. This was originally a garbage shelter. And every day there were lovelorn young people sitting in the garbage heap, muttering to themselves, nothing can hurt me, I am already insane. But today, there are no lovelorn young people, only 8 fierce and vicious oil paint faces, lying in the garbage heap, each holding a gun. And exuding a powerful aura all over his body. Lying in the front is a bald head, no eyebrows. And a bare white tiger face. His face was stiff. And his voice seemed to be like steel balls popping out one by one. The drunkard boy is dispatched, their plan is to use an unmanned aircraft to carry explosives and blow up prison No. 1. And then they 5 snipers will shoot together to rescue the 2 leaders inside. One of the leaders involves a batch of diamond hideouts. This is the batch of goods that General Armand is looking for, rumored to be worth billions. Bloodblade, no wonder the other party is willing to give a commission of 10 million US swords. This task is taken by the Scorpion, in my opinion, at least 50 million US swords. Black, the Scorpion is blacker than martial arts. Add money, you have to add money. I have already sniped 12 law enforcers. The ghost boy has greatly reduced the burden in those small days. Everyone, remember to order a good head, one person plus 100,000. You go and talk to the scorpion yourself, maybe he goes to see God. Be careful, our task is to suppress these enforcers for an hour. Now half an hour has passed, retreat after half an hour. Other things have nothing to do with our Bloodblade group. A month later, I have to rush home to spend Christmas with my wife. Happy holidays, boss, greet my beautiful sister-in-law. These 8 mercenaries are obviously retired soldiers. Their outfits and weapons are more professional than the ghost boys. And at the same time, everyone is a big heart. The escape route is ready, half an hour, around the mountain peaks, take the waterway, the submarine has been prepared underwater. At that time, they will mislead these scout law enforcers to look for them on land. And they will never think that they will become water ghosts. A few hundred meters away from these people, the sound of police cars and ambulances whistling continued to sound. And the law enforcers hid behind the cars, not daring to attack rashly. They all knew how terrifying the enemy in front of them was. As long as they came up, they would be killed with one blow. Only snipers can be used against snipers. In addition, behind the garbage dump is the East Sea Seamount. And the law enforcers can only wait. Team Gao, this is Mountain Eagle. We encountered a group of snipers. Yes, it is a group. The specific number is unknown. There are about 10. We have been sniped to 12 people. The brothers are not afraid of death, but seeing them fall in a pool of blood, there is no chance to shoot. The deputy captain of the Mountain Eagle Commando, Zhang Chenshu, was reporting the casualties of his subordinates to the Gao team. And this 1-meter-8 man was red-eyed and cried on the spot. Don't cry, tears are left for the enemy. We don't have no snipers. I'll call the wolf teeth right away. Let them send special forces. And, what is their purpose? Have they proposed negotiations? The high team also just learned this information. The Mountain Eagle Commando was created by him, but he didn't expect that it was not the opponent of the other party at all. More than 30 brothers. And 12 had already been sacrificed. His eyes were like bull's eyes on the spot. And his heart was burning with anger. There is no negotiation, the other side doesn't say anything. Anyway, they will die. They seem to want to stop us. MD, in Lao Tzu's territory. Team Gao held back his anger and said solemnly, don't attack rashly, surround them. I also have a group of unknown elements on my side, who wanted to use unmanned aircraft to blow up the prison just now, but their conspiracy did not succeed. And the drone was blown up by Spider-Man in mid-air. Spider-Man. Where is the old man in you? Team Zhang was stunned for a moment when he heard this. And there was an indescribable ecstasy in his heart. He had been paying attention to this big man for a long time. Well, don't rush to attack anyway, this is our territory. And at the same time check the surrounding environment to prevent the enemy from escaping. The most important thing at the moment is to figure out what their purpose is. I always feel that this is a trick, the real backhand. It hasn't been exposed yet. Okay, I hung up the phone. The wolf's tooth side has been dispatched. Phew. Team Zhang, who was originally sad and regurgitated, finally breathed a sigh of relief. He secretly hated himself for being incompetent. And let his brother die in front of him. And at the same time looked forward to Spider-Man as if he saved all the people in a shopping mall last time. And killed all these enemies who entered the country. If that was the case, Zhang Chenshu knelt in front of Spider-Man and kowtowed to his old man. He was willing. Hurry, hurry, the enemy dispatched a drone and accidentally exploded. It seems that we can only dispatch Yin Shuangfei. This person is me. Halfway up the mountain, He Changwang saw the drone explode in the air, exclaimed for a long time. And accelerated his pace. He had a sense of responsibility for Yin Shuangfei. And he had to rely on himself as a sniper to break the game. After all, Chen Hao in front of him was small. And he was gone now. Chen Shanming on the side looked at the sky in a daze. And said, what Yin Shuangfei, didn't you see Chen Haonan on the stone? It was he who exploded the drone. Dogstay, the drones carrying explosives were dispatched. Fortunately, Chen Haonan has the ability to fight with one hand. In the last exercise, Chen Shanming knew Chen Haonan's ability. Through monitoring, he saw that the drone was shot down by Chen Haonan. The scene at that time was vivid. This kid held JJ with one hand to pee. And shot down the plane with one hand. And finally calmly put on his pants. Unexpectedly, the scene of the exercise was repeated today. Yes. Was it the drone that Chen Haonan shot down? Hearing this, He Changwang exploded with envy in his heart. Instructor, I won't wait for you, I'm sprinting, you. Chen Shanming looked at Yi Changwan with a bewildered expression, like a scattered rabbit, raising his hooves and rushing up the mountain like a crazy donkey. The young people nowadays, one is more vigorous than the other. Lao Tzu is less than 30, is he going to be eliminated? P.S. I've accumulated 100. And I'll have 10,000 words tomorrow. Boom. 2 gunshots rang out almost simultaneously. Just as the gunshot rang out, the body of the Black Dragon monarch, who thought that Chen Haonan was going to die, trembled. It wasn't that he couldn't hold the barrel of the gun, but he felt a sharp pain in his forehead, followed by an unknown force that struck him, pulling him into the infinite darkness. I got shot? How is this possible? As the captain of the team, He Longjun thought that he would die on the battlefield, but he never imagined that one day, he would be killed by an ordinary child. He had already seen clearly, the original enemy with a gun in one hand was indeed a child. He ran fast and shot his head with a gun. Unwilling. Black Dragon Monarch. Just when the Black Dragon Monarch's body shook and began to plant on the ground, the 4 ghost dolls next to him reacted. And one of them subconsciously went to pull the captain. At this moment, there was a bang. And another muffled sound. The body of the ghost boy who pulled people shook. And with a puddle of blood on his chest, he fell to the ground like a kite out of control. It's that little guy, quick, kill him. Boom. The remaining 3 people realized it later. And hurriedly raised their guns to lock, which took about 3 seconds. And as a result, one of them was shot in the head and directly rushed to blood. The 3 of them were very close to each other. And the movements of the fallen person's hands and feet affected the companions next to them. And it was impossible to lock them. The 2 of them immediately made a decision and lay on the ground. When they looked up and saw the tragic situation of their companions, their heads were blank and buzzing. A moment ago, they were still talking and laughing. And in less than 5 or 6 seconds, there were only 2 of them left. Even if they were placed on the African battlefield, they would not die so quickly. After all, they were all senior snipers and had received the most severe training. Is he a human or a ghost? Mole, throw smoke bombs, retreat, this is a dwarf master, not a child. And the ninjutsu was very powerful. Do you see it? When he rolled just now, he saw a gun rolling on the ground. And no one could see it. Immediately, the ghost boy who spoke quickly grabbed the smoke bomb on his waist, bit the safe, and threw it into the weeds 3 meters in front of him with a bang. A puff of smoke filled the air, obscuring their figures. Of course, for Yi Changwan, who came rushing wildly and wanted to pretend to be forced, he really couldn't see anything. And the enemy seemed to have erased his body under the cover of smoke bombs. But for Chen Haonan, who has 10 miles of eagle-eye skills, it is not a fart. He can penetrate the smoke just filled. And accurately lock the other party's figure, not to mention the body shape. One of the guys who got up did not pull the trouser chain, the middle door opened. And he could see it clearly. Boom. Bullets whizzed. Go, they can't see. The guy on the left got up quickly, spread his hooves and was about to run wildly, but as soon as he stood up, he felt a pain in his chest. And when he looked down, his eyes were red with red. How? How can it be? Mole, mole. Quick, run. Squirrel. Before he could scream, the mole fell. And he was careless in the footsteps of the Black Dragon King. The rat snorted. And everyone collapsed. He didn't dare to stand up. And kept rolling out on the ground. They shouldn't come. Really, we are really stupid. We just know that Yin country has been peaceful for too long. And there will be no actual combat masters, but Yin country, there is always a saying that mercenaries have graves. The captain died in a single look, his observer mole died. And a bunch of other partners died, all in the space of more than 10 seconds. It's horrible. Oh, this last one, learn smart? On the other side of the smoke, Chen Haonan shook his little short legs and chased after him quickly. He could see the last guy. And the running position was really sassy, more sassy than Tang Xiaoxiao who danced a striptease. SZL. There are any routes, even if you have the assistance of the dragon body method, you can't run such an exaggerated route. In this way, it is not easy for him to lock onto the other party. after all, the smoke has become thicker and thicker. And it has also affected the 10-mile eagle eye. He Changwon, there are 5 of them in total, 4 of them were killed by me. And the last one ran towards the northeast. Let's outflank them separately, don't let them run away. Listening to Chen Haonan's crisp children's voice, He Changwon, who was not far behind him, had his head buzzing at the beginning. So fast, you killed 4? Am I a step too late? He Changwon was so envious that he almost cracked. He didn't have a father's love since he was a child. And his favorite time to do it was to hold the books about snipers left by his father after school to read, fantasizing about becoming a legendary sniper in the future, shooting every shot, carrying a gun and wandering alone in the jungle, snowfield, wilderness. After entering the army, if it weren't for Chen Haonan, a little pervert, his performance would be the best. But there is no room for 2 tigers in one mountain. And there is always someone running ahead of you and doing better than you. What is it like? It's like a pair of sunglasses, saying every day that the other party is the most handsome boy. And he is the one who accompanies him. He Changwang felt that although he had small eyes, he was definitely not stingy, but he really envied Chen Haonan's achievements. Spider-Man, Black Man, Peter Pan, behind these titles, there are a series of wonderful records. How good would it be if you put this on yourself? No, Chen Haonan, leave this last one to me, you can't force everything, just finish it all by yourself. He Changwang complained, used his strength to eat, and chased wildly towards the northeast corner. His speed was very fast. And it didn't take long for him to see a coquettish shadow running in the northeast direction, running wildly. He Changwang raised his head and kept adjusting and locking on the other party's figure. At this moment, his breathing was hot. The wind is howling, the horses are howling. The shot that belongs to me, He Changwang, is coming. And becoming a legendary sniper starts with this shot. Then surpass Chen Haonan. Boom! The gun went off. The figure running wildly in front of him fell to the ground in response. He Changwang was expressionless, slowly put down the barrel of the gun, his face was gloomy. And the next moment, he shouted at Chen Haonan in the east, "Can't you leave one for me? I call my brother, can't it? I also locked him. Why every time, I'm 1 step late?" The voice is sad and painful. It's not that I'm strong, it's that you're too slow. Chen Haonan slowly put away the gun and said to He Changwang, "That's it, you go and collect the body. And then tell the people behind you that you killed it. And the credit belongs to you, I have no opinion." The voice of the system rang out. Kill 5 enemies and reward 50 XP. Chen Haonan glanced at the system, he was in a good mood. And he was generous. God collects corpses, such a credit, Lao Tzu doesn't want it, I will become a mature sniper sooner or later, after all, I am still young. He Changwang turned around and left. And when he passed by the bodies of the 4 people of Black Dragon June, he stopped and looked at the location of the shot. 3 headshots, 1 shot in the chest. Hell, you can still shoot your headshot when the smoke grenades are scattered just now? What kind of eyes is this, has the sky been opened? He Changwang's face was full of water, if there was a wall here, he must have leaned on it and slowly slid down. Uncle Fan said that I am still young and still have a chance, but the first time I saw such a corpse, Chen Haonan didn't feel anything, patted his little ass and left, but I. The next moment, thinking about He Changwang, who had surpassed Chen Haonan, his stomach rolled violently. And he vomited. Spit up a mess. Spit and get used to it slowly, you are still young and there is still a long way to go, in fact, you are doing very well. Chen Shanming's comfort came from behind him, full of warm man's atmosphere. He Changwang vomited and spoke, "Don't mention that, I'm still young, okay, I'm." Vomit. On the other side, and Ran pressed a group of recruits who were about to move and didn't know the height of the sky, all of them pressed to the ground, holding their heads in their hands. And all of them could get up. She was also worried, listening to the constant sound of explosions and gunfire coming from the mountain peaks. The battle is fierce. Regarding Chen Haonan's actual combat ability, if the exercise is not counted, it is just hearsay. And Ran, who has slept with Chen Haonan for so long, is also bottomless. Don't die, you're still a nursing child. And Ran is not as calm as she seems. As an agent, she is used to seeing life and death, but when a 10-year-old child goes to the battlefield to adventure, she is suddenly as worried as Chun Haonan and his mother. The female white tiger soldier and the red blood cell soldier holding their heads on the ground were talking and talking. And suddenly they quarreled. It must be that our instructor is powerful, he is Spider-Man, Black Man. And he defeated the Thunder War instructor last time. That's just a drill. I heard the news that the Thunderbolt was his child, careless. I wonder why you female soldiers, why did you find a child as an instructor, what did you want him? He doesn't have a big nose either. Wang Yanbing teased the female soldiers. And he had a grudge against Chun Haonan. What do you mean? Do you have a big nose? It must be that our instructor is very powerful. And he is a child who oppresses you. And you can't see him well, right? Tian Guo snorted. Wang Yanbing was serious. The big nose is really amazing. Chun Haonan is our comrade in arms in the same period, a brother in the dormitory. He is a little younger, but Brother Bing screams every day. I admire him a lot. Why don't you want him to be better? Li Erniu on the side said in surprise. No, I remember that you called him brother, right? Shut up, Brother Nyo. Wang Yanbing was like a dog in bear pounced. And hurriedly covered his leaky mouth. The two were fighting, when they heard the female instructor, who was standing so beautiful that she didn't talk happily, said, I'm back, I'm back. Wang Yanbing and Li Erniu looked up hurriedly. And sure enough, they saw Chun Haonan walking over with a gun on his back in small steps. And behind them were their instructor Qin Shanming and He Changwang, who participated in the battle. Before the two of them stood up, Mr. One had already greeted him. And he ran directly to Chun Haonan and said, Spider. No, Instructor Chen, what's the situation? It's time to collect the corpses, there are 5 enemies in total. And none of them have escaped. Mr. Wen was stunned for a moment. Did you kill them? Chun Haonan glanced at He Changwang, who was sluggish. And said, divide you, do you want it? Be paralyzed, you little bastard. He Changwang shook his head, he killed it. And he also hit the unmanned aircraft. And the husband has clear grievances. Awesome. Wen Zhu looked at Chun Haonan's small body and saluted. After the salute, the stunned senior team next to Wen Zhu urged, you go to support the law enforcement team under the mountain, leave it to me here, shoot those prisoners first, you can't delay it for a moment, this group of people must be coming for this. Good. The Gao team responded, turned to Chun Haonan and saluted, thanking him for his contribution to today's turmoil, then turned around and got into the car, turned on the car and went straight to the garbage transfer station on the peak of the East China Sea. What's wrong? Fan Tianlei, who had been cold for a long time, had just listened to Chen Shanming's report, looked at the figure of the high team hurriedly descending the mountain. And hurriedly asked. He is a little unaccustomed to it. And Mr. Tuan, his old partner, seems to have forgotten his existence. When Zhu looked at Chun Haonan and explained, that's the case, someone sniped the enforcers under the mountain peak. And it was useless for the Mountain Eagle Commando to go, several enforcers were shot in the head. And their intention was obviously to break through here, it was too arrogant. How many got headshots? Chun Haonan's little eyebrows curled up when he heard this. According to the original plot, it was the Scorpion who did the thing. And he wanted to save an important criminal here, but what happened now is obviously different from the original plot. More enemies, more powerful. The other party may be a retired soldier like Liu Shixiang, either use snipers to deal with them or bring in artillery. And bombard them directly. When Zhu shook his head and said, the other party has also taken this into account, where the intersection is an obstacle, the traffic is inconvenient. And the cannon can't be pulled in, but I have already informed the Wolf Tooth that the Thunderbolt Commando is on the way here. And it is not a big problem. It's imperative to shoot the criminals here first and make them lose their target. Chen Haonan nodded when he heard this. I have to say that Mr. Wen is definitely a pit, but he doesn't see the problem badly. And people will come to trouble, no wonder there are so many undercover agents. And they are still in this position. Lao Fan also recognized this idea. And he said coldly to He Changwang, these small scenes, just vomit like this, get up if you don't die, everyone go to the scene together and shoot the prisoner. This chapter is not over, click on the next page to continue reading. Groove. Wang Yanbing and others changed color. Instructor, can you not go? I ate too many desserts today. And I feel like throwing up. Don't talk nonsense, aren't you even as good as a woman? Don't you see that those female soldiers have passed? At this moment, Chen Haonan and Enran held hands. And indeed took the female soldiers into the prison and went to the court. On the court field, more than a dozen criminals who were to be executed were all pulled out and knelt in a row. Among them, a hideous-looking middle-aged man kneeling in the middle kept looking around, his eyes were full of unwillingness and expectation. Someone must save me, only I, Jia Yuding, know the secret of diamonds. If I die, the secret will be completely dead. This is a diamond worth billions, the leader of the Ghost Boy organization. And the leader of the Blood Word group will definitely join forces to save me. Jia Yuding is already fantasizing that he will be able to return to China soon, maybe next week. Today is the weekend. He has this self-confidence. It comes from two major organizations, such as the Ghost Boy organization. The members are all children, not tall, but they are skilled. And the infiltration and camouflage are the most powerful. They can disguise themselves as elementary school students, perform secret missions, and try again. Why haven't you come yet? Jia Yuding had already seen that the law enforcer was loading bullets. And he would explode his dog's head in minutes, making him completely leave this bustling world. At this moment, a child's crisp voice sounded. Come here, take a good look. Following the source of the sound, Jia Yuding immediately raised his head. And then saw a child of more than 1 meter walking into the court with a group of people. He looked vigorous, walked with the wind. And his bright eyes were full of determination, which seemed out of place with him. Is this a ghost child? Awesome, how did you get in? Is this here to save me? Looking at Chen Haonan's appearance, Jia Yuding seemed to understand something. His eyes fell on the female soldiers who walked in. He didn't know any of them, but he had a capable aura on his body. Are they all their own people? He was excited. But his mood didn't stir for long. Mr. One had already walked in. And his tone was sonorous. Prepare. With a bang, the gunners in front raised their guns and were ready to shoot. Jia Yuding was anxious. And shouted directly, slow. His tone was urgent. And he struggled to shout, I have something to say. This kid must have come to help him. And the reason why he didn't do it was because he forced himself to secret? Secrets are not secrets. And it doesn't matter until your life is threatened. So he winked frantically at Chen Haonan, hoping that he, a ghost boy, could help him. Chen Haonan is also a little confused. A man with a full face of meat, throwing his eyes at you crazily, what does it mean? Wen Zhu also saw it, out of respect for Spider-Man, so he said to Chen Haonan, Instructor Chen, he seems to have something to say to you? Chen Haonan naturally saw it. What kind of criminal on the verge of death? What did he explain to one of his children? Is the child easy to deceive, or is he holding himself hostage? After nodding his little head towards Wen Zhu, Chen Haonan walked towards Jia Yuding, frowning and looking at the other party indifferently. Jia Yuding is a diamond businessman, opened a large company in Country H, set a lot of consortium investment in Country H. And then swept away the investment funds together with diamonds. And came to Yenghua as a lungfish. Yenghua wants him to die. And those consortia in H also want him to die, but the Ghost Boy and the Blood Blade group take money to do things and want him to survive. The child in front of him, who is more than a meter old and looks cold and desireless, should be a ghost child. The Ghost Boy is cut Gigi. And this child looks very similar. Chen Haonan didn't know that the other party had so many psychological thoughts. And after walking over, this guy lowered his voice and quickly spoke in broken Mandarin. Diamonds are in percent, cash is in the Bank of Switzerland, the password needs you to save me out, I just told you, just diamonds, there are 1 billion, this is what I want to organize to surrender, save me out, cash is also your. In Boss Jia's opinion, Chen Haonan, a ghost boy, has infiltrated into the prison. As long as he gives the order, these law enforcers will die. And he will be saved. Who knows, after listening to his words, this child is indifferent, without any expression, like a rebellious child, in front of desperate parents, calmly leaving, when his words are the wind in his ears. Hey, what do you mean by your organization? I said the whereabouts of the diamonds, don't be too much. As soon as the words fell, he saw Chen Haonan nodding towards Wenju. Put. Bang bang bang. When the gunshots rang out, Boss Jia was terrified and shouted a series of numbers at Chen Haonan. What is this Switzerland bank password? What do you mean by organization, though? Misunderstood? Chen Haonan's little brain is really a little bit unturning, his memory is very good. And he has memorized a series of numbers. After thinking about it for a while, I asked Enron for a mobile phone and downloaded a Switzerland client. Just when Chen Haonan downloaded, after the prisoner who fell to the ground was shot, the bloody scene stunned the female soldiers and the male soldiers. Looking at these red and white things, they all vomited after eating tofu for 3 days, turtle jelly and tweed. The instructor is too perverted, say it and go out, pull us to see the prisoner shooting. Spit like this, people who don't know, think we're pregnant. When the female soldiers complained one after another, suddenly, the devil instructor in their mouths suddenly opened their mouths and made a long sound. Is the instructor going to vomit too? The female soldiers, who vomited like pregnant women, all looked at Chen Haonan with a confused expression. At this moment, Chen Haonan used his little finger to click on the numbers on the mobile phone screen. 10 digits in US. Knives. Are you going to throw up too? Enron was a bit surprised. Stretched out his hand and rubbed Chen Haonan's back. And at the same time, he stretched out his little head and glanced at the phone. The next moment, Enron was also a little sluggish. Is this money? Bearer? Enron was born as an agent and had an excellent memory. And she remembered a series of numbers just now, but she didn't understand what to bring. Seeing Chen Haonan's behavior, Bing Shui was smart. And she immediately connected. A gentleman loves money, he takes it in a proper way, uses it in moderation. And is safe. You use this money in the White Tiger base, all to protect the family and defend the country. Chen Haonan shushed and returned the phone to Enran, who looked stunned. Okay, my little man. Enran's voice floated. There is no way, when a woman sees such a lot of money, whoever comes, will kneel and sing. There's also an address, you write it down. And it says there's a batch of diamonds. And you check where it is. Diamonds? Diamonds are a good thing. Enran floated again, can you give a female assistant when you turn around? Hold on. Chen Haonan touched the female assistant. And then looked at the vomiting female soldier with a small face, so you feel pregnant? In real combat, once you get shot, it's not like throwing up, it hurts like giving birth. And you can have a difficult birth at any time. I don't vomit a single child, you mothers, all vomit like this, shameless? The old fan on the side also wanted to train Wang Yanbing and others a few words, but after listening to Chen Haonan's words, he felt that he couldn't go up even if he was a dolphin sound, so he simply followed Chen Haonan's words and continued training. A group of men, vomiting worse than pregnant women, people who don't know, still think you are pregnant with a child. After speaking, he stared at Chen Shanming fiercely. And Lao Fan snorted coldly, they are all pregnant with your children. And you are responsible for them. Chen Shanming's face darkened. No, no. 5. I have no opinion on you copying Chen Haonan's speech, don't copy it. As an instructor, I'm responsible for the training, but what does it mean to be pregnant with my child? Bah. Among the pregnant male soldiers with red blood cells, the only one who was more awake is He Changwang. It's not that he can bear it, it's that he vomited once just now. And the progesterone is relatively high. His little eyes looked at Chen Haonan, the child. Why was he standing in front of so many terrifying corpses? And he was still talking and laughing with the beautiful female assistant next to him. His psychological quality was too high, right? Chen Haonan can't be born to kill pigs, right? Also, he actually knows how to flirt with women? Did he cross by Jia Baoyu? I saw that Chen Haonan didn't know what to say. The female assistant had a peach blossom face. And she held Chen Haonan's arm and shook it, as if she was the child who didn't grow up. He Chengwan couldn't understand what the relationship between the two was. It was said that with Chen Haonan's current earthworm state, he would definitely not be able to do anything out of the ordinary. The young lady was stripped naked. And he didn't know how to see the stitches. No matter what, Lao Tzu must surpass Chen Haonan. Whoever loses can't lose to a 10-year-old child, otherwise Uncle Fan will use it to compare every day. Wang Yanbing on the side coughed dryly for a while. And spoke, lactic acid bacteria, you vomited like this. And you ran to kill the enemy just now? Looking at Chen Haonan, I feel like we all live to dogs. He Changwang's psychology was even more blocked, so he vomited again. P.S. I'm sorry, I'm not feeling well today. I am in a yellow robe, I was blown by the cold wind, I still owe 3 chapters, I will look at the situation tomorrow, I will definitely pay it back. And I won't have bad debts looking at the immature appearance of He Changwang and others. And then at Chen Haonan, who had a small face and a resolute face, Fan Tianlei sighed, I really wanted to soak pee. And woke up He Changwang. And it was really annoying to vomit. He also wondered, why didn't Chen Haonan feel anything? Spider-Man, Black Man, Peter Pan. Well deserved the name. Is the series of numbers just now a bank password? Did you find any money? Fan Tianlei smiled at his aunt and leaned over. He remembered that before leaving, a prisoner said a string of numbers to Chen Haonan, but he didn't remember it. And Chen Haonan, the little guy, also held his mobile phone and checked it for a long time, so he must have gained something. The little mouth is crooked to the sky. And there is a problem at first glance. Chen Haonan's face remained unchanged. You can't remember. Why do I remember? What did that condemned prisoner just now say to you sneaking around? It looks like I know you. Old Fan frowned. There is a problem, there is definitely a problem. After going through so many things, if anyone still thinks that Chen Haonan is just a child, he is stupid. There are more people who know me, how old is he? Chen Haonan glanced at Lao Fan and ignored him. Why should the money he earned by relying on his ability be distributed to Tiankeng? Women are very expensive, all to protect the family and defend the country. I swear, I will not use it on myself, I am still a child and have no consumption. You? No, I'm my own person. Fan Tianlei, who was left out in the cold, secretly decided to check it privately. There is definitely a problem. And then look at that and ran. She is smiling like a girl in the club. There is no benefit. Will she be so bohemian? He. Lao Fan couldn't ask, so he asked Chen Shanming to take people back and write a report back. His psychological quality was too poor. Soon, 2 groups of people got into the car and left together. There was silence all the way, only the car was speeding in Quang. The road condition was not too good. And when it came time to go down the road, the intersection was blocked. Sirens, gunshots, and faint screams were heard at the intersection ahead. A heavily armed enforcer came over and stopped the car. It's dangerous ahead, don't go over, this is not a movie, it's a real shootout scene. Who are you? Gong Jian handed over his documents and asked, Comrade, what kind of enemy is this? Is it so arrogant, actually blocking the way? After receiving the certificate, the enforcer took a look, immediately straightened his waist, saluted Gong Jian, and smiled bitterly. I don't know where the enemy came out, the marksmanship is very accurate, we have already killed a lot of colleagues, this position, the cannon can't fall again, otherwise the dam. His voice was sad and angry. And he seemed very excited. Chen Haonan was shocked, pushed the car door and walked out. And then behind him, the female soldiers who liked to watch the excitement also came down one by one. And they all gathered around to ask about the battle situation. It's so arrogant, send a helicopter to fight. Instructor, can you help them? Seeing that their little instructor had come down, out of self-confidence, these female soldiers held their little faces high. And their faces were full of longing. Chen Haonan snorted, walked to the side and looked over. And could see that the Gao team was directing the battle. In front, there were constantly bullets whistling. And those law enforcers hid behind the police car, but they didn't dare to raise their heads. And from Chen Haonan's perspective, they looked very aggrieved. Who is the other party who can suppress so many law enforcers? Fan Tianlei, Chen Shanming and Gong Jian all got out of the car. Standing beside Chen Haonan, Lao Fan said to the law enforcers, take us over, we are soldiers of the Wolf-Tooth Special Brigade, we can help you. Okay, Chief. The law enforcers have also clarified their identities and immediately brought Chen Haonan and others over. He naturally believed in the wolf's ability, but when he turned around and swept Chen Haonan with a group of female soldiers, his face changed. "This is who brought the child, take away, take away." Fan Tianlei smiled. And Ran had already shown his ID and handed it over. "He is our instructor, don't ask more, don't talk nonsense, hurry up." Groove. "No, isn't this kid a schoolboy? It looks like a spirit, maybe you haven't been weaned yet. And you're taking it to the battlefield? Chief, you. I can't afford to be responsible for the accident." "You don't have to be responsible, hurry over, don't look back, don't look around, don't want anyone to sacrifice, just speed up." Fan Tianlei and the others chuckled, especially a few Yi Chengwang and a few young people. And only at this time did they feel that Chen Haonan's face was smeared. And they had a sense of picture. Not weaned yet, haha. During this period of time, he was pressed every day, from the recruit period to the wolf's teeth. Everywhere he went is the legend of Chen Haonan. Everywhere it is said that Chen Haonan is an example. Don't live so much that even a minor child can't be compared. Who can stand it? The minds of the people are very complicated. As everyone approached the scene, they soon heard a burst of scolding Mandarin. "That group, the bad seed, huh? Come to save your colleagues, aren't you not giving up and not abandoning?" The senior team commanding the battle looked at a policeman lying on the ground with a failed assault on his face. He was shot in the leg, his flesh was confused, there was a coagulated blood on the ground. And everyone fainted. These damn bastards were just refilling his body every 10 seconds. This tactic is called encircling corpses and sending reinforcements. 3 law enforcers were seriously injured while saving people. I should have brought Spider-Man down just now. With his ability, maybe he could solve the problem here. Careless. The high team really couldn't imagine that the enemy here was so strong. And the Thunderbolt Commando Mao who called didn't see it, but his people kept falling. At this moment, his eyes were already red. And he shouted with a loudspeaker, "I know that you are all professional mercenaries, but this is the territory of Yenghua. For what purpose do you want? You can mention it, but here you kill people unscrupulously. Lao Tzu tells you that you must not be able to escape from Donghai City." Boom. "If your people have the ability, rush over and kill us, otherwise, we will send you to God." The words of the high team were only exchanged for a burst of arrogant laughter. "I'm mad at his father." The high team looked at the sky. When will the thunder and lightning come? "ND, this broken place, the cannon can't be transferred. It's really good to choose a place, plus the group of people in the mountain, it seems that they are in a group. Aren't they afraid of death? Or have you already thought of a way out?" The high team is really aggrieved. Their location is downhill, the terrain is dangerous, the place where the gangsters are lurking, behind them is Donghai City, condescending, not to mention that the cannon can't be adjusted, even if one person can be in charge, unless the fighter can be dispatched and kill them directly. But it takes time. Just when the 6 gods of the high team were gone, Chen Haonan and others stood behind the obstacles surrounded by police cars. And they could see that seriously injured people were constantly being carried away. And the wounded could not moan in their mouths. And their bodies trembled. There is no way, the ambulance is under the mountain peak, it can't get up. And the road is blocked. How did this battle be fought? There were heavy casualties. Tianghua said quickly to the injured police officer. But her words fell on the ears of Team Zhang, who was red-eyed next to her, which was simply a great irony. Zhang Chenshu turned his head and shouted, "Who are you? What are you sarcastic here? You have the ability to do it." "I didn't mean that." Chen Haonan grabbed Tianghua, who wanted to explain, and said indifferently to the rampaging captain, "She has no malice, besides, she said it well, this battle is indeed a mess. When you become a policeman, you have to improve your professional level, can't you still be hard-mouthed? How do you usually train? And now you are crying here to show the enemy? If I were you, swallow the tears in your stomach first, kill the enemy. And then shed them when you worship your comrades. And now your tears are weak and incompetent." Originally, Zhang Chenshu heard that Chen Haonan was a child. And he didn't take it seriously, but the other party's words came out in a row. And he scolded him so much that he had nothing to say, so he couldn't help but say strongly, "Where did the child come from, standing and talking without backache? Hurry up and pull it away, the milk has not been quit. And I am reasonable here." Chen Haonan didn't move, stared at Zhang Chenshu and continued to speak. A big man, tears and snot flow together. My milk has not quit the child, they all look down on you, stand aside and cry, bear the child is a. Comrade Chen Shanming, come out, let's BB, hurry up and kill all the garbage in front, open the road. And hurry back to eat milk, no, eat, I'm hungry. To tell the truth, as the captain of Shanying, Zhang Chenshu became famous at a young age. He was the fast gunner in the team. And he was actually scolded by a child and became a bear child. That's okay, the other party is so angry? He was really frightened, this kid was too calm, just like the kid with a stick on the internet, who raised his eyebrows and said coldly to the city management, who dares to touch my grandmother? No, this little guy is more arrogant, he is still shaking. When he saw the hell, the people around him were watching coldly. And followed a tall soldier who walked out. And said very respectfully to the little guy, come on, BB. Chen Shanming looked at Team Zhang with a dumbfounded face. And said, Comrade Police, I can understand your feelings, the other party is a professional sniper, mercenary, you law enforcers are strong, but the profession is not right, professional things are left to professional people to do, this is not to look down on you. My code name is Snow Leopard, the instructor of the Wolf's Teeth, Chen Shanming. Team Zhang took the certificate with a confused face, but his eyes always fell on Chen Haonan, who had a calm face. And after opening the certificate and scanning it, Xiaoran respected, Instructor Chen Shanming, hello, but this is. Don't you know him? Have you ever heard of Spider-Man, Black Man, the little hero in the mouth of the people of Donghai City, is him. Lao Chun unceremoniously exposed Chen Haonan's identity. And his underwear was taken off. What? Is he Spider-Man, Black Man? This big brother, have you been drinking in the morning? Don't be kidding. Instructor Chen Shanming, Spider-Man is my idol, how can he be a child? Even if he believed that Ma Baoguo was a generation of grandmasters. And his Pinecone 5 whips were peerless martial arts, he couldn't believe that Chen Haonan was Spider-Man. Chen Haonan did not leave any photos or information, which is the effective protection of Mr. Wive. But in the rumors of the Donghai City Police, this Spider-Man is 3 feet tall and dignified, similar to Captain Me in superheroes. And even more handsome and tall than the other party, after all, Captain Me is fake, Spider-Man and Black Man, but it's true. Hurry up and provide us with a sniper rifle, it's too much to talk to. And I can't explain it to you clearly. Chen Shanming drank coldly. On the other side, Fan Tianlei had already wittily called Team Gao over. As soon as the high team came over, they saw that Chen Haonan, the great god, had arrived. And immediately the whole person's little heart was pounding, just like a young girl, seeing her lover, full of enthusiasm and excitement. And she couldn't wait to hug each other immediately, telling her that she especially needed each other. Team Zhang, what are you doing in a daze? Give him a gun, what does he want, what to give, try to meet his requirements. Team Gao snorted coldly, pulled Chen Chenshu, who was sleepwalking, back from the corner of the shadows. And became himself again, he looked surprised, Is he really Spider-Man? I didn't say that. Team Gao still remembered Mr. Wen's warning. And hurriedly spoke, don't talk nonsense, give them guns, they can kill those damn mercenaries, Lao Tzu has endured them for a long time, I want to put a hand on their corpses. Yes. Zhang Chenshu hurriedly brought a gun, 281 snipers. After Chen Shanming checked the gun, he said to Chen Haonan, don't be careless, the other party is a professional mercenary, first lurk in the past, observe the environment. And wait for the opportunity to act. Groove. You ran away. Just as Chen Shanming was chattering about precautions, Chen Haonan's small body twisted and rushed towards the open area in front of him. And in front of him, there were no more obstacles. He opened his eyes wide. And if he ran like this, would he be killed immediately? A nursing child wants to be reincarnated? Team Zhang, who was suspicious, watched coldly from the sidelines, but when he saw Chen Haonan holding a gun and running over with his little short legs, he was so shocked that he shouted, come back, it's dangerous. Boom. Almost as soon as Chen Haonan's small body appeared in the open area in front of him, the dull sound of the sniper rifle rang out. Team Zhang subconsciously squinted his eyes, he really didn't dare to look at the child who fell in a pool of blood. He was not yet an adult. How to write this follow-up report? Do you hire child labor? How did the high teen do it? Fool around. Good. There was a sudden burst of soft shouts around him, waking up the regretful young teen. He opened his eyes wide and actually saw that the child was not dead. And his little body was twisting around, sometimes S, sometimes Z. The wind was flying, and it seemed that there were no bones in his body. This chapter is not over. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Every turning time is completed in 0.3 seconds. This is the legendary curve position the military forum has discussed. The curve position can get out of the dragon shape method. The fastest sniper in the world cannot complete the lock, because the fastest reaction time of the sniper rifle must be more than 0.5 seconds. Even if it is predicted, you can't complete the prediction. Is he really Spider-Man, Black Man? A child? At this moment, Team Zhang was stunned and confused. And at the same time, his heart was full of the excitement of a young girl. After the obstacles, Wang Yanbing exclaimed, "Chen Haonan, this kid, why does he run like an earthworm?" What earthworms? This is the dragon body method. I have read a book, there is a record in it, but the physical fitness requirements are too high. But when you become an adult, no one can do it, except for mollusks. He Chengwang smashed his tongue. MD, why do you get in touch with Chen Haonan? The more you feel that he is unfathomable. How can you pretend to be forced in the future? Instructor, come on, do it. Kill them. The female soldiers were more and more excited, clenching their small fists. And their faces were flushed with excitement. Be careful, nursing child. And Ran was secretly worried, staring at Chen Haonan's small body. And at this moment, Chen Shanning also ran out hard. Is not as stylish as Chen Haonan's dragon swimming style, but Chen Haonan attracted the attention of the other party in front. As long as he was coquettish, there would be no big problem. Boom. Boom. 2 bullets hit the ground in a row. And the dust was flying. Behind a large discarded black tire, the bloody blade with its neck shrunk has fired 3 shots, letting go of the gun again and again. What is this? P.S. It's easy to get infected lately. Brothers, pay attention to your body. I'll pay back 3 chapters this week. Wait for me to reply to the dragon body. The bloody blade fired 2 shots, both of which were missed. With his current marksmanship, his sixth sense is very strong. And he can hit with his senses, but after the gunshot, the figure running over did not stop, as if he was demonstrating towards him, "What can you do with me?" He subconsciously poked his head out a little, trying to see what was going on. Bang! The gunshot rang out. And a black dot sank into the head of the bloody blade, bringing out a puddle of blood. He, a sniper with extremely rich combat experience, fell to the ground in response. Before he died, his eyes saw clearly that the person who killed him was actually a child. "Boss, what are you doing?" The observation hand of the blood blade, the blood shadow, still didn't see what was going on, and reached out to pull the boss. As soon as he pulled like this, the corpse of the bloody blade was planted on the ground. And the eyes that turned over stared at him without staring at him. And the blood hole on his forehead was gushing with blood, which was shocking. He's dead. The boss is dead. The blood shadow screamed, his voice terrified. Bloody Blade is their strongest sniper, 1 person and 1 gun. And no one can keep him in the African battlefield. And every shot is almost a headshot. Just now he sniped half of the enforcers. And now? Actually killed? What just happened? To be honest, Chen Haonan ran out a little too suddenly. And his people were small, except for the blood blade who found him. The blood shadow and the others, who were a little careless, didn't notice him very much. Some of them are urgently contacting the ghost boys, while being wary of other directions. What do you say? The boss is dead? The 2 snipers who were closer to the east turned around. And when they saw the captain's dead body, they immediately roared angrily. There should be a sniper coming. The boss is careless. Kill a few more for the boss to bury. And then retreat immediately. There is not much time left for us. The 2 militants glanced at each other, probed, looking for a target. Chen Haonan is also looking for them. 10 miles of eagle eyes, too fast. As soon as the hamsters on the ground are dispatched, they will be captured by the goshawk for the first time, not to mention the two huge heads that pop up. Bang bang. Chen Haonan fired 2 shots in succession. 81 sniper, can be single, can also be burst. As long as you pull the trigger and do not let go, you can shoot out of bullets in one go. The bullet drilled into the 2 heads that came out with precision, instantly shattering the flesh and taking their lives. The signboards of these 2 blood blades, with the titles of Blood Flame and Blood Moon, couldn't react at all. And they were harvested by Chen Haonan, the child. The other side. As the blood shadow of the deputy team, after the death of the boss, he is the biggest. And at this moment, he does not look back in order, prepare to retreat, throw smoke bombs. Behind his back, no one responded to him. Bloody. The blood shadow is communicating with the ghost boy, FUCK, if he can't be contacted again, he won't care about these bastards. And as a result, he really can't be contacted. When he turned back to greet the 2 comrades next to him, his eyes widened suddenly. Both Blood Flame and Blood Moon are dead. A chill came out of his backbone and rushed to the Tianling guy, making his whole body tremble. You've met a master. Retreat, retreat quickly, the other party has a master, we have 3 companions dead, FUCK, retreat. Boss, how did they die? Including the blood shadow, there were only 5 people left. And at this moment, their faces did not have the previous calmness, but instead they were flustered, hideous, and unwilling. The Bloodblade Group is a very proud organization, but it has never suffered a big loss in any country it has carried out missions in any country. Professional soldiers who have been trained in hell have been on the battlefield for a long time. And their reaction speed is 2 or 3 times faster than others. And often their opponents have not had time to shoot quickly, they are killed by them. And in the West, their role is called Western Fast Gunners. The Yen nation is dangerous. And they have heard about it, but the clever hunters often like to prove themselves comfortable in the most dangerous forests. Only now, they lost the bet. I saw just now that it was a person, not tall. And he was very fast. God, you say it's just one? Boss, can't they kill them? It's not 100,000 why, everyone who sees clearly, all go to God, don't ask me, retreat quickly. You have to go, you go, I will avenge the boss. The militant with a scar in his mouth, holding the gun, scolded viciously, looking at the bloody Blade's eyes, it was very complicated. Previously, Bloodblade also said that after completing the mission, he would take him to his home for Christmas. And by the way, introduce him to a subject, but he died. Bloody Blade is a good man, he shouldn't have died in this country. Let's join. 2 more people came over. And the blood shadow couldn't persuade them, so they could only helplessly watch them discuss countermeasures, how to cooperate to kill each other. And avenge the boss. 1, 2, 3. Jump out at the same time, who can lock onto the other party, shoot directly, can't lock, the old law, sesame blossoms, each separates. Good. When the point reached 3, all 3 people immediately jumped out at the same time. This jump, naturally, is not a casual jump, but a jump, shrinking the body into a ball. And at the same time ensuring that the muzzle of the gun is. This kind of action can avoid bullets. And after landing, you can make military dodge movements, which is the experience brought by long-term mixed battlefields. See? The 3 of them could see almost at the same time, there was really a small figure rushing over in front of them, rushing left and right, so fast that their eyes couldn't keep up. And these movements were coherent. And they thought of a mythical animal. Little Master, there is more to this chapter, please click on the next page to continue reading, the back is more exciting. Dragon. Seeing Chen Haonan's movement and body style, these 3 veterans of the battlefield, if they understand the quintessence of the country, they will directly break out. Because of the opponent's body style, he has already reached the legendary dragon position. And unless he uses artillery bombardment, no matter what sniper, he can't lock the opponent's body. Bang bang bang. Gunfire rang out almost simultaneously on both sides. With Chen Haonan's physical fitness, he instantly completed locking, aiming, and shooting. A real one-stop service, the reaction time is 3 seconds faster than others. What is this concept? In other words, if Chen Haonan and the other party take off their pants faster than anyone, the other party's idea will come out. Chen Haonan has already taken off his pants. And when the other party takes off his pants, he has. Such a gap is too fatal for a sniper duel. In mid-air, like dumplings, the three gunmen bulleted in mid-air. And the corpses that fell to the ground were all a rule, headshots. Chen Haonan scolded, "Come out, you waste, weren't you arrogant just now? Only 5 have died. And there are still a few." One comes, "What young Master Ben wants to do is to send you to God." Behind the obstacle, the remaining 2 members of the Blood Blades suddenly looked extremely pale. He's dead. 3 people died at the same time, while the opponent had only 1. Chen Haonan's words scolded them, very aggrieved and helpless. Blood Shadow sighed, "See, the fuel tank is 50 meters behind us, let's retreat in this direction. And when he chases after him, blow up the fuel tank and blow up this terrible opponent. This is our last chance to kill him, as long as he chases him." Good. So, the 2 retreated cautiously, but their posture was very awkward. And they lost their previous arrogance and confidence. When they retreated to the tank, they were about to speed up their retreat. Suddenly, a dull gunshot rang out. Then, 3 barrels of fuel tanks hidden in the obstacle in front of them, one of which burst out with a dazzling spark. As soon as Mars appeared, it spread all at once. Fuck. God. There was a loud bang, drowning out the Blood Shadow and complaining to God. The other side. Chen Haonan's ears rang with the sound of the system. Kill 8 enemies and reward 80 XP. It's pretty cool, it's really an exciting battlefield, it's the most suitable for me. I sleep with Sister and Ran every day. And I feel a little depraved. Chen Haonan was inexplicably in a better mood. He verified the one-stop service, combined with his invincible marksmanship, which is much stronger than he used to be. "Have you killed them all?" Chen Shanming ran to Chen Haonan's side, constantly gasping, looking at the explosion more than 100 meters in front of him, still in a state of confusion. What's more, he chased Chen Haonan all the way, but he couldn't keep up with his killing speed. It seems that everyone has been killed. And it is too late for him to come. The ability is good, it is worthy of being a talent discovered by Staff Officer Fan, but can you do things more steadily? It is not easy for the country to cultivate a talent. You haven't grown up, in case you. No, in case. Chen Haonan interrupted Chen Shanming's words and said indifferently, "I do everything under my control." Chen Shanming was silent. If others said this, including He Changwan, he would definitely slap it and let the other party stabilize the waves. But Chen Haonan had just killed all these powerful enemies. And he was following behind to eat his dust, so what qualifications did he have to preach to others? Ah, yes, yes. I hope you always have this confidence. Just when Chen Haonan was communicating with Chen Shanming, a Wuji 9 landed on the grass. And the strong wind with the propeller bracket blew so that the Gao team and others couldn't open their eyes. Lei Zhan took all the members of the Thunderbolt Commando and quickly got off the plane. "Where is the enemy?" As soon as he came over, Lei Zhan immediately came over to inquire about the battle situation. When he got the information, because he was stimulated by Chen Haonan, he was training in the jungle with thunder and lightning. This was already the fastest speed to come. And the pants didn't have time to change. And they were wet and smelled of swamps. People who don't know still think that he peed his pants. Team Gao sniffed, looked at the sky-high flames that exploded in the distance, and said calmly, "You should be late. Instructor Chen Haonan has already solved the problem. Look, he has already gone back, let's go to meet him together." Chen Haonan here? When Lei Zhan heard this, he suddenly became a little irritable in his heart. "The task is completed, why don't you make it clear? He is here, I don't need to come. If there is nothing to do, I will leave first, just as if I haven't come." With that, he turned around forcefully and left. Leave the stunned high team on the spot. Did I say the wrong thing? Let's go and ask Chen Haonan's situation. You're late, so many people have died in the law enforcement team. And you're still losing your temper? Instructor Lei, Instructor Chen Haonan's appearance here was an accident. And I will report the situation to Wolf Fong. You are indeed more than 10 minutes late than the scheduled time. And more than a dozen of my people have died, it can't be said that it is directly related, but it is also related. You can say whatever you want, but what I want to say is that I have come here as soon as possible. And also, your people have been sacrificed, that is a matter of your ability, how to train in peacetime, tears are left for the enemy, Lao Tzu looks down on you. And he also makes a small report. And has the ability to conduct a drill. Lei Zhan shouted loudly. Then, with the people of the Thunderbolt Commando with him, he turned around and left. Hades was a little embarrassed. Staff Officer Fan is also here, why don't you say hello and leave? I said you like to socialize, you just go, don't be with my mother-in-law, you don't need us here, what are you staying for, applauding Chen Haonan, this child. Lei Zhan walked to the helicopter and snapped and wanted to pull the door, only to find that it was not the door. And he couldn't pull it for a while. Looking at the out-of-control Lei Zhan, Hades pursed his lips, feeling that after losing Chen Haonan, Lei Zhan felt a little menopause. And his emotions were very unstable. With such emotions, there will be big problems. And you must communicate with him well when you turn around. Chen Haonan is a little genius. And there is no need to compare with him, besides, sooner or later he will be arrested and returned to complete the 9-year compulsory education. And the wolf teeth are theirs after all. After Lei Zhan left in a huff, Team Gao didn't care about him anymore, he already had a new love. After sneering over and holding Chen Haonan's little hand, the big man of the high team had red eyes and trembled his mouth. It has to be you, it has to be you. As soon as I got out of the horse, I solved a big problem. I don't know what to say, by the way, can you tell me your address, I plan to send bonuses and penance over. Chen Haonan was startled, thinking to himself, aren't you hurting me? My parents asked him to be a soldier, thinking that he was exercising in the summer camp. Especially if they knew that he left a suicide note and really went to the battlefield, they would arrest him and go back to study the next day. Don't ask for my address. And don't alarm my family, otherwise, you will take revenge. It's serious, you're a high wind and bright festival. Team Gao smiled, he really appreciated the character and ability of Chen Haonan, a child, especially when he went back tonight, he had to whip his junior high school child again, not to play with his mobile phone. And threatened to jump off the building. Everyone was carrying a gun and killing the enemy on the battlefield. Lao Tzu's species, is it so bad? There are 8 snipers in total, you go and pick up the corpses, I'll go first. And then again, don't investigate my background, otherwise I won't help next time something happens. After speaking, Chen Haonan threw the gun to the Gao team, slapped his little hand. And walked towards the female soldier. Good. Team Gao was incoherent and hurried to check the battlefield, he wanted to replenish the gun. I'm the captain of the Mountain Eagle Commando, Zhang Chenshu, I misunderstood you just now, I'll give you a salute, if you offend, you treat me as a fart, is it okay? Team Zhang, who met halfway, said a few words. And then saluted his idol. As soon as Chen Haonan made a move just now, he killed those desperately powerful enemies, so there is no doubt that he is the hero in the mouth of the people of Donghai City. Spider-Man, Black Man, he has been in love for a long time. And he didn't have a chance to meet, but he didn't expect to offend his idol today. Team Zhang was ashamed and embarrassed. And he couldn't wait to draw himself into a pig's head. It's a small point, I won't take it into account, but you need to train harder. Chen Haonan also gave him a small military salute in return. Yes, it must be strengthened. Team Zhang hurriedly saluted one more. Chen Haonan turned around and left. Bang bang bang. The female soldiers applauded love and continued to give warm applause. They really loved this young instructor too much. And they solved the enemy in one fell swoop. Sure enough, the instructor in Ran didn't blow Chen Haonan every day, he was really powerful. And what hindered him was just age. As for Wang Yanbing and He Chengwang, they can only be envious and jealous. And they can't hate it. When you go back, you must strengthen your personal training, otherwise, you are not qualified to be an instructor of red blood cells. Lao Fan had a calm face and taught a few words to accompany the Prince Chen Shanming. Lao Chen smiled, embarrassed. He kind of understands Lei Zhan's mood, especially if he loses to a child, whoever loses will be uncomfortable. It's embarrassing. Who understands such a feeling? In the future, walking the rivers and lakes, the elderly, women and children, try not to compete, win is dishonorable, lose, live on the dog's body. On the way back, Chen Haonan had a small face and lectured the female soldiers. Today's outing, this is the end. You have also seen that you are not strong enough, you can only cry at the sacrificed comrades, what's the use? You see that these are only a few militants. And they actually came to our country arrogantly to block the road, although they were all destroyed, but I did not feel honored, but shamed, which shows that the deterrent power of our soldiers is far from enough. And they are not afraid of us. The future war is a special operation, a small-scale operation, to make the enemy afraid of us, dare not cross the thunder pool half a step, just rely on our own strength. No matter how strong I am alone, I can't be stronger than a group of people, I am not 3 heads and 6 arms, it is impossible to appear anywhere in the motherland, therefore, you must grow up by yourself, don't be like a howling child, understand? Understood. The female soldier responded. In the other car, Gong Jian and Chen Shanming both lost their interest in lecturing. And there was no special reason, that is, they felt personal charm, not as good as Chen Haonan. And they couldn't control the scene. Next time, I can't go out to train with Chen Haonan, so I must avoid it. Wolf's Tooth Special Operations Brigade, Office. He Ji-jun put down the phone in his hand and frowned. He just received an order from the Provincial Public Security Department. And there were many militants in Donghai City. And 8 of them were identified, the international mercenary organization, Bloody Blade. Bloodblade, raised in Africa, legend has it that all 8 of them came from orphanages. And their parents died in the war, causing these mercenaries to be very hostile to humans. As long as they are given money, they can do anything. At present, this group of people has blocked the intersection of Prison No. 1 and caused the Mountain Eagle Commando to lose 1/3 of its manpower, which is a very terrifying loss. Leijean, this guy, is he going so slowly? The phone calls have been urged more than a dozen times. He Ji-jun was a little helpless. Since Leijean lost the last confrontation with Chen Haonan and the Fire Phoenix Commando was disbanded, Leijean has been training in the jungle with his people, living like the primitive people of the tribe, no one can see it. And they ask for leave for meetings. The problem is, Lao Gao is not available. The current wolf teeth and red blood cells are still a group of children with no hair. And the White Tiger Commando led by Chen Haonan, although Mr. Gao is more optimistic about Chen Haonan's child, He Ji-jun always feels unreliable. Chen Haonan is too young, he may have good martial arts skills and is good at sneak attacks and killings, but let him be in a large battlefield, is this reliable? Mr. Gao, I don't know if Chen Haonan is your illegitimate son, why do you recognize a teenager like this? Listening to Enron's meaning, he didn't quit milk. Lao he was very distressed and planned to continue to urge the lovelorn Leijean. And at this moment, the communication staff officer walked in. Report, Chief, good news, Instructor Chen Haonan single-handedly killed the 8 snipers of the Blood Blade group. And the Donghai Hall specially sent a telegram to express his gratitude. Hearing this, He Changwang's tiger body shook, his eyes instantly called, grab the telegram. And read it quickly. After he finished reading the telegram, Lao He's original frowning brows suddenly seemed to be a peacock opening the screen. And suddenly spread out. And his mouth bloomed with a smile, okay, good, Chen Haonan actually has this ability? This is the Bloody Blade organization across Africa, these people are all butchers who survived the battlefield, is this news true? Chief, Fan Tianlei's staff officer is also there, but including him, as well as Chen Shanming and others under him, they don't have a chance to make a move. Chen Shanming also ran with him for a while, ran over. And the people were killed by Chen Haonan's instructor, according to such a record, he is really not a child, it's terrible. The communications staff couldn't help but applaud out of love for their children. Lao he was surprised, how did they meet? Captain Gao of the Armed Police Corps said that they led the team to see the shooting prisoners together. And they just met the militants. And before killing the Bloody Blade 8, Chen Haonan also knocked out the unmanned aircraft carrying explosives and the mercenaries of the 5 Ghost Boy organizations on the peak of Prison No. 1. Prison No. 1 was attacked. And Mr. Wen did not call He Ji-jun, he still just found out. The sum of the 2 pieces of news is terrifying. The air was suddenly silent. He Ji-jun sat down slowly, drank a few sips of tea that had been cooled. and then said to the communications staff officer, "I know, continue to pay attention to the whereabouts of the 8 armed elements who escaped. And those who offend our Yenghua must be killed even if they escape. This is a matter of principle." Yes. Heads. When the communications staff officer withdrew, he glanced at the chief. The latter was against his head, thinking about something. Hee, I definitely didn't expect to be slapped in the face by Mr. Gao. The communications staff officer sighed in his heart. And then hurriedly retreated, for fear of being seen with his stolen expression. After the staff officer went out, Ji Jun's expression suddenly became richer. And 10 fingers were inserted into his short hair, pressing his temples in distress. "Mr. Gao, I lost. I have hidden the wine for so many years. And I am going to give it to you. It is really eye-catching. Who would have thought that a child in his teens already has such a powerful combat ability? Lao Tzu suspects that he is the king of soldiers, or he is hanging. It's still a small matter, the question is how to reward him. Chen Haonan is too young, but he has made meritorious contributions like this. And the reward is necessary, which is Ji Jun's biggest headache." Just when Ji Jun had a headache, Chen Haonan had already taken the female soldiers to the White Tiger base. After this outing, the female soldiers thoroughly realized that the courage of their instructors was definitely not just powerful, so after returning to the base, they did not need Chen Haonan's urging. And they trained automatically one by one. After high-intensity training, every woman felt that her waist was no longer good. And she couldn't withstand it at all, but Chen Haonan's small eyes swept over. And the female soldier felt that she could continue to do it, no matter how she wanted. This is the personal charm of idols. Including the cousin Yi Tsuanshin, who usually talks the most, she said at every turn that Chen Haonan was a girl in the past. And she didn't dare to say it again, it was too scary, her little cousin who grew up watching her own become the king of guns. And she hadn't played with guns a few times. How embarrassing would it be to go home in the future? During the New Year's holidays, Chen Haonan in the past was lectured by his father. Look at Yi Tsuanshin's cousin, in addition to being a Qing college student, she also automatically joined the army. This is called a cow. You are still coquettish with your mother, you are not Lao Tzu's species. When you were so old, you climbed the wall to see your mother. If you go home in the future, Yi Tsuanshin can think of the next picture. Tsuanshin, how can you be a soldier? You are not as good as a child. You might as well retire and marry. And then give birth to a child like Chen Haonan. It's terrible to think about. Fight. Yi Tsuanshin cheered herself up, looking at Shenlani's eyes, as if she was going to eat her. Shenlani? When the female soldiers were engaged in selfless training, a car stopped at the White Tiger base. This is Enron went to the Wolf's Tooth to report back to work. Walking to Chen Haonan, who was holding small hands, and Ran said gently, "The wolf head wants to see you, I'll take you on a trip." Good. Enron led the way, followed by the co-pilot's door. And bent down to let him get into the car. Full of etiquette, like buying a saleswoman given by Porsche. Chen Haonan glanced at the female assistant, frowned and asked, "You usually let me sit in the back." "My little adult, it's different now, you're getting more and more heroic. How dare I let you do it behind? Not afraid of being fined?" "Fine, there is money." And Rant's bright eyes, as if holding stars, asked Chen Haonan to go up. And after carefully fastening his seatbelt, he said with a bright smile, "My little male god, do you know how much money you gave me? It's no problem to use it to maintain me." "Maintenance is too ugly, I'll raise you." Okay. And Ran grinned, was in a good mood. And drove the car towards the Wolf Tooth Special Brigade. Now she is the richest female assistant, with more than $3 billion and a large number of diamonds waiting to be taken. My god. What kind of undercover agent, who is still undercover? It's so cool to be a female assistant to Chen Haonan, and most occasionally play the role of a big sister, mother, life nanny, baby bottle, etc. It's not a big problem. With such a large amount of money, there must be many people staring at it, especially the forces behind it. It's not so simple. And Ran plans to investigate the matter behind this. She doesn't want to report it for the time being. If she does, it will definitely be a red flag, plus 500 yuan. The White Tiger base is too poor, let's build it first. And then we must build an unprecedented women's army that only belongs to Chen Haonan. Be strong, be tough, be the most powerful. Women will float when they have money, and Ran doesn't feel that she is floating, she feels that she is ambitious. You say, do you need to hand over this large sum of money? And Ran felt that it was better to ask his man's opinion. Turn it in? Are you stupid? Chun Haonan said calmly, this was given to me by others, I make money with my strength, why should I tell others? Let's use it in the construction of the base, we still have a lot to do. Yes. And Ran whispered, completely lacking the temper of the eldest sister before. And asked the little man cautiously, however, Staff Officer Fan seems to know that we have money. And he must be asking me if it is the account password and how much it is. What are you going to say? Why do you say it? Don't worry, you can take care of the money and spend it boldly. I want to raise the cost of a female soldier. Besides, last time I defeated Leijon, the wolf head didn't tilt the resources on me. And I still want to sue my father-in-law. Father-in-law? Enron was surprised. It's the #1 leader of the Southeast Military Region, Mr. Gao. He has to say that I am my father-in-law, but I personally think that a husband can be depressed. Burst. And Ran, who was holding the steering wheel, suddenly laughed. And the pair vortex appeared. Chen Haonan's car had not yet arrived at the Wolf's Tooth office. And Fan Tianlei had already arrived. After knocking on the door and coming in, He Jijun immediately questioned him, I heard that the Donghai prison where you went with Chen Haonan met the Ghost Boy organization, but everyone was killed by Chen Haonan, including the 8 blood blades in the back, you were just watching the play on the side? Is he too strong, or are you too weak? The red blood cells you bring are not good. And they are not even as good as the Fire Phoenix and the Thunder Battle Belt. Facing a burst of questioning from the Wolf Tooth Balabala, Lao Fan calmly spoke, Wolf Tooth, you don't know, Chen Haonan is strong, but we have a different division of labor. I am asking the secrets behind these people, why so many people suddenly poured into our country. And then they were not afraid of death to pull the road. This is an unprecedented thing. Fortunately, with my personal intelligence, I finally found out some secrets. He Jijun stared at Lao Fan. Secret? What's the secret that proves your abilities? Your boy's mouth can blow better than a woman. Wolf Fong, you know me, that's the case, whether it's the Ghost Boy organization, or the Bloody Blade 8. And the 8 people who escaped, the person they are looking for is a criminal named Lu Yuting in the prison. This criminal has been shot, but before he died, he told Chen Haonan a series of passwords and an address. Chen Haonan was standing relatively close at that time, he should have remembered it clearly. And he also used his mobile phone to check it, no accident, he made a fortune. And such a thing? He Jijun showed a shocked expression, how much money do you have? I don't know, I just found out what they were doing behind them, figured out the main problem, worked hard, it was Chen Haonan, a boy who made a fortune, this little guy hid it. And didn't tell me, but Wolf Head, think about it, let the 3 organizations come here to rob the law field, how much is this, I'm also very curious. Lao Fan smiled obscenely and looked very curious. He Jijun didn't pay attention to his expression. And said to himself, it just so happens that Chen Haonan is going to come over to report this matter. And I will ask him how much it is. Lao Fan rubbed his veteran, great, the Wolf's Tooth funds are really not enough, remember to give some to red blood cells. Standing next to you, do you think Lao Tzu will believe you? Went to make tea. And Chen Haonan came immediately. Okay, Wolfhead, you're a good guy. Roll. Not long after, and Ran knocked on the door with Chen Haonan and came in. My little hero, please take a seat, please drink good tea. Different from the cold response last time, He Jijun at this moment was full of smiles and personally poured tea for Chen Haonan. And Ran, the female assistant, because of Chen Haonan's nepotism, also enjoyed the treatment of the head of the Wolf Tooth personally pouring tea, sipping happily, looking at her little man, the more satisfied she became. After Chen Haonan took a sip of Long Jing, He Jijun coughed, Comrade Chen Haonan, your performance this time is very good, you killed 5 people from the Ghost Boy organization. And also killed 8 people from the Blood Blade organization. And the other person called the Poker organization was so scared that they escaped and didn't dare to make a move. Chen Haonan nodded, looked at He Jijun calmly. And said, in this case, how are you going to reward me? You're right, I killed 13 mercenaries who entered the country, such a husband, give me a lieutenant rank, it's alright? Also, Spider-Man, the reward of the black hero, I haven't cashed it out yet. And you haven't given me the resources to defeat the Thunder War. And you haven't given me. Chun Haonan raised his little finger and said his merits one by one, asking for military merits with wolf teeth. This one. He Jijun was speechless. This is what he has had the most headache recently. If other people, such as Lao Fan, these credits can make him raise to another level, but Chen Haonan, a bare child, is not an adult. And he is still having a headache how to write a report. You can't report to the military department, he Jijun hired child labor. And he should apply for a military rank. It's outrageous to think about. But Mr. Gao went to the top for a meeting. And he couldn't get rid of it. Wolfhead, if you haven't figured out how to commend it, I shouldn't come. I don't need to ask for honor, but the White Tiger base needs it. It needs honor and resources. I don't care about the rank, but I can't stop those female soldiers. The rank of a lieutenant, it's better than age. I'm sorry, I'm busy, wait for you to think about it. I'll come again, say goodbye. After speaking, Chen Haonan saluted He Jijun and beckoned his female assistant to leave. Ah, is this the way to leave? Seeing that the scene was broken, and Ran was a little confused. And was just about to give full play to his strengths and say a few words about the scene, but his soft little hand was grabbed by the little man. And then the person was pulled out in a daze. In the room, there was silence for several seconds. And Lao Fan said in distress, Wolfhead, you were bluffed by a child. And you didn't mention the money. Shut up, every day is money, 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 are you living in the money hole? He Jijun roared angrily. Fan Tianlei, who was sprayed with saliva, was suddenly speechless. This Chen Haonan is really a good means. He Jijun scolded, don't mention anything about money or not, now is not the time to ask this, don't you know that standing behind Chen Haonan, is it Mr. Gao? Mr. Gao let go, Chen Haonan is his son, before he becomes an adult, no one wants to press him as an adult and bully him, besides, with his merits, Wolf Tooth does owe him commendation, this is really a headache after training Fan Tianlei, He Jijun turned his head, don't worry about that money, even if Chen Haonan gets rich, he is still a child. And he will definitely use the money for the construction of the White Tiger base, this matter has passed. And now the top priority is to go to Uruk to arrest people and offend my Yen country, even if it is far away, it will be punished. Fan Tianlei felt the murderous aura on the wolf head. And his heart was solemn, but he sighed slightly, wolf head, you don't know how much it is possible to be billions. Of course, with Lao Fan's shrewdness, now is not the time to mention this, first arrest the militants who have absconded. The next day, the White Tiger base. Chen Haonan was training with female soldiers when he received a call from Mr. Wive. Instructor Chen Haonan, you helped the Gao team kill 8 members of the Blood Blade, I don't have time to thank you, I called you today, in addition to thanking, I just want to ask, why didn't you carry out the task of capturing those absconding militants, your ability is definitely stronger than those people in the Thunderbolt Commando. Chen Haonan asked, did the Thunderbolt Commando leave the country to arrest people? Yes, I just left. When are you free? Come to the East China Sea Hall, I will give you a commendation meeting, you are in the sea position, I need you, Spider-Man, to calm down my people, maybe you will grow up in the future, come to the East China Sea Hall to join the company, huh? Whether it's the Mountain Eagle or the Tiger Commando, there is still a big gap between their business level and the Wolf's Fang. And I need a right-hand man. Listening to Mr. Wen's words, Chen Haonan's small body trembled. And his little head flashed out of the undercover agents he had died. Lao Tzu is not yet an adult. And he doesn't want to die so soon. Thank you, Mr. Wen, I'm a little busy at this moment, hang up first, there's no need for commendation, wolf teeth don't have commendations, I'm still young, I can't give my rank, I don't care about money and things, it's not bad money, by the way, you must not check my file and alarm my parents. After explaining a few words, and after getting a positive reply from Mr. Wen, Chen Haonan hung up the phone. In particular, children want to pit, cherish life. And stay away from the pit in Wonkung. Of course, if the police need help, Chen Haonan will still take action, he just doesn't want to work under Mr. Wen. And he Ji-jun, who likes to draw big cakes, is better than him. A week passed. Everything is the same in the White Tiger base, that is, in terms of food, it has been improved by several grades, as if it doesn't need money. And those supplements of ginseng and deer antler velvet have begun to appear on the table. The female soldiers ate happily and ran to thank Enran for being a purchaser. And Enran smiled and told them that they should listen to the instructor and train hard, not to mention ginseng and deer antler velvet. And the 1,000-year-old he show Wu, as long as there is a market for them, they can buy it for them to eat. The female soldiers are all calling it, they are too happy. In the afternoon, Tang Xiaosen came to the White Tiger base, her face was serious, different from her usual smile. My little man, there is one thing, have you heard? The Thunderbolt Commando went out on a mission and has lost contact for a week, although these people have a conflict with our White Tiger base, but their identities are all soldiers of our country. And they have disappeared like this, which is a huge loss to the country. And now the wolf teeth meet every day to discuss this issue. And they finally came to the conclusion that the Thunderbolt Commando is in trouble. Something's wrong? Chen Haonan was also a little surprised. It is said that those people in the Thunderbolt Commando, although the foreign army has a serious mentality, but their ability is still good, they are arrested in a secret situation. And they may encounter a crisis, but they will not all have accidents. And the news has not been transmitted, right? And Ran on the side spoke, this time is different, I have checked the location of their mission, in Uruk, this is a war-torn area full of mines, the base of the Mi army is dense. And the people who control the authorities. And the local forces are mixed, there are all kinds of fanatical believers, each believer has his own organization, but they all have one thing in common, that is, they are careless of human life. Tang Xini nodded, at present, it is General Armand who is in power in Uruk, this guy is lustful and greedy for money, making waves everywhere, colluding with the United States. And even killing his own boss, slaughtering his boss's entire family, seizing power, engaging in a reign of terror, Thunderbolt Commando and others are strong, but when encountering so many local armed forces, if you don't understand their forces, it is easy to step on thunder. Chen Haonan was silent for more than 10 seconds. And finally said indifferently, I know, but I can't help much, I can't help. Tang Xini and ran both sighed and didn't say anything. At that moment, a car with a wolf's tooth logo drove in. He Ji-jun got out of the car, there were no civilian soldiers around him, he walked very fast. And he looked in a hurry. The chief is a good. Tang Xini and Ran hurriedly saluted. He Ji-jun didn't care about them. And pulled Chen Haonan and said, little guy, this time I need you to go out on a mission, only you can find the whereabouts of the Thunderbolts. Have you heard about the disappearance of the Thunderbolt Commandos? I just heard it, but I can't help it, I'm a kid without a military rank. He Ji-jun was stunned for a moment. And smiled embarrassedly, don't worry, as long as you rescue the Thunderbolt Commando, this time I fight, I will personally go to the military department to apply for military merit for you, I can't apply, I will go with Mr. Gao, I put down the conversation. Although Lei Zhan and I are in conflict, they are both soldiers of the Yen Kingdom, how can I not save them when I see death? I was joking just now. Chen Haonan had a smile on his face. Enran couldn't help but laugh, leather. Uruk is a terrible place, connected to the Balkans. And the politics are very complicated, however, I have contacted the garrison of Country H. And they will help us find the Thunderbolt Commando. Chen Haonan, why did you go? That is, those local forces will not think that you are a child, they are more relaxed about children. And your ability is needless to say, leverage. After blowing Chen Haonan for a while, he Ji-jun looked at Enran, Violet. Here. Enran responded. As Chen Haonan's assistant, you have to accompany him out, after all, he is a minor child, although he is strong, he will be sent away halfway. And Ran was stunned for a moment. And a scene came to mind, Chen Haonan introduced himself to the garrison of Country H, I am here to carry out tasks in place of my country, I am a soldier. The soldiers of Country H laughed, you little watermelon, huh? Okay, Wolfhead, I'll get the job done. Just when Chen Haonan was about to leave Uruk, in a dim room in the mysterious villa, Lei Zhan, who was covered in blood, spit out a mouthful of blood. Thomas, don't you want to ask anything from Lao Tzu's mouth? If you have the ability, kill me. Lao Tzu told you that when you caught us, I had already passed your message back. And someone must come to kill you. Oh? The people who can kill me in this world haven't been born yet, but I don't like your character very much. With a bang, as Thomas's voice sounded, the saber in his hand suddenly pierced Lei Zhan's left shoulder, carrying a rain of blood. Lei Zhan let out a dull scream, but quickly held back. His pale lips, without a trace of blood, had clearly been tortured for days. You special forces, the ability is just like that. Do you know who the person who betrayed your whereabouts is? This is your own compatriots. I can't think of it. When you set off, we knew it, we caught you. There is only one purpose: we must get billions of rice knives from the trust company. And the whereabouts of a batch of diamonds. This bastard is currently in the prison of your Yin kingdom. He has been shot by you. And the people of the Blood Blade and the Ghost Boy have also been killed by you. Presumably, the diamonds and money have fallen into your hands, right? I don't know what you say. Kill me if you have a kind. He, the person who killed the Ghost Boy and the Blood Blade, I heard that he is a soldier who was not tall. According to my information, he got the number and address reported by the bastard before the execution. Who is he? Lei Zhan was stunned for a moment. And Chen Hanan's immature and cold little face appeared in his drowsy head. It's him? But he really didn't know what diamonds and money were. You hesitated. Did you remember something? Let me tell you, your comrades in arms are not dead, but they are tortured every day. And they will die at any time. Tell me, who is that person? I will consider letting you go. You come closer, Lao Tzu tells you. Thomas snorted coldly, didn't walk over, but said indifferently, don't play a conspiracy with Lao Tzu, just say it here. Then I said it, you listen to. On the other side, Chen Haonan and Enran took the Green Channel, starting directly from Yenghua and arriving at Uruk. This is the advantage of a big country. A phone call, a small country has to sell face. After Chen Haonan got off the plane, he was taken directly to the H Army garrison by Enran. Standing at the gate of the garrison to greet Enran was a soldier of country H with short hair and sunglasses. Lu Shizhen, a soldier known as the Descendants of the Sun. He is fair-skinned and looks more like a star than a soldier. In fact, he came here to represent the country's peacekeeping. And after a while he returned to China. And recently, he also fell in love with a female doctor who also came to peacekeeping here. And the two developed a romantic love story, which was also written into a series. This female doctor is very beautiful, but compared with the current female soldiers of the Yin Kingdom, it seems to be less sassy and heroic. Hello, I'm Captain Lu who received you. If there is anything you need help with, just say. Lu Shizhen's eyes were always staring at Enran, ignoring Chen Haonan next to him. When Enran negotiated with the other party, Chen Haonan also looked at this soldier of country H. He doesn't have a good impression of this guy. And the plot of the Descendants of the Sun is just a love affair in the name of a soldier. Besides, it's all in vain. And it's so well maintained. Do you have any information about that? Yes. Enran's throughput and style won the favor of Lu Shizhen. He doesn't mind showing his demeanor and efficiency. In less than a few minutes, he took out a laptop from the base and opened it for Enran to play. Before coming, Chen Haonan had already told his female assistant that there was no need to deliberately introduce his identity and cause unnecessary trouble, just let the other party treat him as a child. In fact, Lu Shizhen also thought that Enran helped a child. And he didn't ask anything. In a place like Uruk, there are too many wandering children. And you can see the corpses of children lying on the ground anytime and anywhere. And even, he saw that there were goshawks hovering and waiting above the heads of children who did not die. Video playback. This is actually a video of Thomas abusing Lei Zhan. On the screen, Thomas punches to the flesh, constantly abusing Lei Zhan. And stabbing him in the shoulder with a saber and scalding him with boiling water. How cruel, how to come. And Lei Zhan didn't say anything except for the occasional miserable hum, but he showed the iron and blood of the Yenghua soldiers very well, which also won Lu Shizhen's appreciation. This Thomas, very arrogant, the video was sent by him, they already expected you to come. And at the same time sent a sentence, they want the whereabouts of the diamond. And the password of the Switzerland bank, do you know? Hearing this, Enran and Chen Haonan glanced at each other. And then shook their heads at the same time. Seeing this, Lu Shizhen suddenly smiled. To be honest, they also said a lot of things that look down on you soldiers, but I don't need to show it to you, you will be very angry when you see it. And it will affect your emotions. You just have to tell me where this Thomas is located. And that's fine, there's no need for other nonsense. At this moment, a crisp voice sounded in Lu Shizhen's ears, interrupting his words. He subconsciously looked up and saw a child's sharp-eyed blade staring at him, making his hair stand on end. This is definitely not the vision that a child should have, at least not here. The children here have only desperate eyes. Who is he? And Ran said indifferently, he's right, just tell us the address. Actually, it's not too far, more than 100 kilometers away from the northeast forest, the triangle, but where? Hey, where are you going? Lu Shizhen was frightened. And after hearing the address, the other party turned around and left without the slightest hesitation. No, you won't just two people, let's go over and negotiate with them, Thomas's armed lion in the triangle, there are hundreds of people, tell me your plan first. And we'll discuss it. After speaking, Lu Shizhen chased after him and grabbed and ran. Chen Haonan on the side glanced around. No one. With a swoop, he slashed at Lu Shizhen's neck with a hand knife, causing the other party to fall to the ground softly. Noise. Let's go, march quickly, can you keep up? Do you look down on your housekeeper? The figures of the two disappeared. When Lu Shizhen woke up, he touched his neck. And he couldn't find the strange pair of Yenghua people at all. They went to negotiate with Thomas like this, aren't they looking for death? Even if they hand over the diamond address and money to the other party, it is a dead end. But unfortunately, that female soldier of the Yen country is very beautiful, it seems that she is going to become a woman of lustful Thomas. Lu Shizhen sighed, planning to report this matter, he was actually very curious. Mystery Villa, prison. That person, it's your father, I'm old, haha. Lei Zhan stared at Thomas, grinning with a chapped mouth and laughing wildly. He laughed unscrupulously and unbridledly, without the slightest consciousness of a prisoner. Thomas grimaced, truly, play with me. Brush. The saber pierced Lei Zhan's right shoulder. And the blood it brought out sprayed on Thomas's face. His face remained unchanged. Stirring the saber. And with each stirring, Lei Zhan twitched once, which was a physiological irrepressible reaction, but his laughter was intermittent and never stopped. Sweat was dripping, stretching through the wound and wetting the pants. You don't have the ability, you fight us with dignity. And you buy traitors, ha, Lao Tzu looks down on you, Thomas, you are still a soldier. In the wild laughter of Lei Zhan, Thomas took a step back, looked at the Yenghua soldier seriously. And spoke for a moment, yes, it's a tough guy, let me tell you a news, I conveyed the news to your people through the boy soldiers of country H, presumably your country will send someone to negotiate, I won't kill you for the time being, you don't need to stimulate me. Lei Zhan was stunned for a moment and stared at him, why don't you dare to contact the military of Yenghua directly, are you afraid of us? Or say no? You've never dared to be a man and go head-to-head with us, right, you're worried that we'll retaliate? Thomas was furious by Lei Zhan's demeanor and tone. And he abused him madly for a while. You've succeeded in provoking me, but do you still want someone to save you? I know what you Yenghua people pay attention to, a tooth for a tooth, maybe they want to consider infiltration, but they can't negotiate if they can't infiltrate, this is Lao Tzu's territory, 5 kilometers are minefields, unless you come in by helicopter, you can't infiltrate it. Boom, I have missiles here. And when a helicopter comes over, it will become a live target. This is indeed Thomas's self-confidence, he spent 3 years setting it up. And he can't get in unless a large force attacks. There's a minefield ahead, stop. Outside the dense forest, Chen Haonan grabbed and ran, who was galloping like a little mare. Through the feedback of god-level weapon skills, Chen Haonan can know the buried mines underground at any time. This is the awesome part of the god-level weapon skill, which can automatically scan weapons. And mines are also a weapon. Chen Haonan is like a villain's version of a minesweeper. DD. There is constantly information coming into the head. There are mines, there are mines. Mines can be used as blasting. And the technique of burying mines and the method of dismantling mines are beginning to be integrated into the host's mind. This is a technology, please use it with caution, cherish life. And stay away from minefields. It is impossible to stay away, according to the love expert who was cut down by himself, after the minefield, it is the enemy's territory. And the members of the Thunderbolt Commando are imprisoned behind the minefield. Chun Haonan planned to kill the other party by surprise. Violet, next, you be the woman behind me, where I go, where you follow, don't deviate from a single step. And Ran was stunned, the woman behind you? Yes, there are mines everywhere here, I don't even know how far they will spread, but I have an ability, allergic to mines, wherever you go, you know where there are mines, you have to follow me. And Ran was taken aback, his little man still has such an ability to be allergic to landmines? Of course, Enron, as an excellent agent, was not intimidated. Okay, you're not afraid of minefields as a child, what am I afraid of? You go, I'll follow you. Good. As soon as the words fell, under Enran's stunned eyes, Chen Haonan shot out like an arrow. Yes, he was not cautious, he looked around. And he ran directly in the minefield, as if his feet were not a minefield, but the back garden of his home. Isn't this a minefield? Seeing Chen Haonan's uninhibited appearance, Enran was stunned and felt that it was Chen Haonan who was alarmist and lied to her. Following behind Chen Haonan, Enran quietly turned on a miniature mine detector. And the next moment her face became very exciting. My aunt and grandmother, it's all thunder here. You are running like this, aren't you afraid that it will be the invitation of Lord Yama? Perhaps, he's really allergic to mines, don't care, keep up and talk about it. Unlike Chen Haonan, who was running wild in a relaxed state in front of him, Enran's whole body was hard. With the retirement of time, Enran's mine detector has never stopped. According to such a level of intensity, even if you have the most advanced mine detector, you must walk on thin ice, but Chen Haonan seems to have eaten Shinmai chewing gum. And he is so excited that he can't stop at all. With the retirement of time, Enran's whole body was drenched in sweat. And if Chen Haonan hugged her at this time, she would definitely be soft. The pressure is too great, Enran is a cadre who can stand the test, but he can't stand the tightrope all the time. And if he is not careful, he will be torn apart with a bang. An hour passed. Chen Haonan stopped, you've crossed the minefield, Violet, what are you doing lying down? After saying a sentence and crossing the minefield, Chen Haonan actually saw Enran lying on the ground in a large font, his limbs apart, his slender legs wide open. And he looked like he had been squeezed dry. The volume can't move, it's a little perverted, Sister Rong breathed a sigh of relief. Enran wanted to be a Superman policewoman since she was a child, the kind of policewoman impeaching, sexy and capable, invincible and cute. But now, she just wants to be a baby lying in the bed. Mom, stimulation is stimulation too long. And people are easy to get tired. This chapter is not over, please click on the next page to continue reading. Chen Haonan, this child, has no heart and lungs, he is too bold. Chen Haonan frowned, there are 3 posts in front, I'll kill 1 and grab 2 for questioning. And Ran turned over and hugged Chen Haonan's leg desperately, my little ancestor, don't be impulsive, lie down with me until dark. And then act, you kill them standing guard in broad daylight, don't they suspect it, if you want to do it, you must wait for it to be dark before you do it. Chen Haonan thought about it too. And gave a thumbs up to Enran's smooth forehead. It's so enjoyable to walk through the minefield, he's so addicted to killing that he forgets about day and night, just trying to kill them. Lie down, the female assistant will push you through the palace. After putting down Chen Haonan's small body, he turned over and lowered himself to be small. And his little hands massaged Chen Haonan carefully to relax. Every night before going to bed, this is a must-have program, Chen Haonan still enjoys it. And falls asleep with a pacifier in his mouth, as if he has slept in his mother's arms. Of course, you can't sleep today, but relaxation is also necessary, otherwise others can't help it and want to do it. Less than 100 meters away from the 2 of them, there were 3 soldiers standing guard, their expressions all relaxed. There is a 5-kilometer minefield ahead. And unless a helicopter flies over, what is there to be nervous about? The bombing killed either the beasts in the mountains or the hunters who strayed in. And the number of hunters decreased during this time, after all, the prestige of Thomas's territory has been spread. 8 of the soldiers of the Yin Kingdom have been arrested, you all know, right? These people are very tough, they were beaten half to death. And they are determined not to spit out a secret. So what, if the general hadn't wanted to get the whereabouts of the treasures, he would have killed them a long time ago. The hardest boy soldiers, Thomas is really, he plays with women every day, we stand guard every day. And we haven't seen a woman for more than a year. It's so boring. How about we share the kinkiest thing we've ever done with each other? When I was a mercenary a year ago, Lao Tzu QJ had a woman. And she chased me backwards. It turned out that I was pregnant, but in the end, I killed her and the fetus in her womb. Huh? How do you respond? Yes, I've 2 men, twins. The 3 soldiers were happily sharing the most perverted things. And it was getting dark. Suddenly, a soldier's eyes swept over the edge of the forest, his eyes widened suddenly. And he touched his companion with his arm. God, am I hallucinating? A beautiful woman came over. She is so beautiful, this figure, this temperament, much more beautiful than my QJ's. The 2 companions on the side also immediately turned around. At this moment, the snowy blade flashed and passed over the neck of the soldier who was the first to speak. What's the sound? Is it raining? The 2 militants were alarmed and immediately turned around. Almost instantly, brush. A small figure, accompanied by a piercing knife light, flashed by. When the light disappeared, the wrists of the 2 of them holding guns were bloody. And they couldn't catch the guns at all. And fell directly to the ground. Chen Haonan grabbed 2 submachine guns, picked them up and knocked them left and right. And used them as big sticks. Bang bang. With a muffled grunt, the 2 militants fainted directly. The cold wind blew. And when they woke up, they found a child squatting in front of them, looking at them indifferently. Don't struggle, you've been tied up by me in a special way, I'll torture you separately later. And if you don't answer the same way, I'll cut your throat with a knife, just like your companion who just died. Chen Haonan's face was indifferent. And he pointed to the corpse that fell to the ground not far away. After speaking, Chen Haonan picked up one of the militants with one hand. And walked into the distance as if nothing was there. And tortured him. On the other side, and Ran also came over and began to torture the remaining militants. The forest was quiet. And the crescent moon came out. The child Chen Haonan was holding a bright saber, which looked incompatible with his immature face, but it was this contrast that made the militants on the ground feel extremely terrifying. What kind of kid, with a blink of an eye, killed one of their companions? This is the little devil. How did he get through the minefield and get here? Where are the people you have caught? The militants were still thinking about the question just now. And they were a little slower to answer. Brush, the saber pierced into the side of his thigh, the pain made him convulse, just wanted to shout, his mouth was sealed by a handful of mud. And he could only start whining helplessly, like the girl he bullied at the beginning. I have limited patience, I don't say the answer in a second, I'm a knife. And I'm still young, I often can't control the position of the knife, maybe next time it's your throat, do you want to try? No carrot. The militants shook their heads frantically, tears and snot flew together. And stinky farts and sweat came out together. Very well, where are you holding people? Underground prison. From here to the underground prison, how many checkpoints are there and how many people are guarded? There are 3 levels, this is the first level. And the 3 of US Guard. Skip this. The second level is guarded by 4 people, the third level, guarded by 6 people. And then the underground passage, mainly for monitoring and control, there is no specific number of people, there is usually no one guarded, through the underground passage, it is the dungeon. And your people are divided into 2 dungeons, which are no. 1 and no. 2. This guy has learned to answer. That's a good answer. What's your leader's name? And what is he capable of? His name is Thomas, that bastard, a retired major in the United States. He is good at fighting, his marksmanship is also good, I don't live in his other abilities, but he likes to play with women. And he doesn't let go of the old and the young. When he sees a woman, he can't walk, he doesn't let go of the sweeping ant, a bastard. Strangely, when it came to Thomas, the guy suddenly became angry, forgot about his situation. And scolded Thomas as a bastard. Specialty fighting? Lustful, you answered well, fast and good. Can I survive then? I have an old mother. Chen Haonan didn't talk nonsense with him and walked back with him in one hand. On the other side, Enron had already finished questioning. The two met for the answer. And it was exactly the same. I'm sorry, you lied. Chen Haonan raised his knife and eliminated the two militants. The voice of the system rang out. The host kills 3 militants. And considering the danger here, the reward is doubled. And you get a reward of 60 experience points. Chen Haonan was stunned for a moment and smiled. The system is really democratic and cool. I recommend not bringing night vision devices. This thing can be flooded in the dark and will be captured by snipers. And in the second level, there are 4 snipers. And Ran was stunned. How can you walk without night vision devices? Chen Haonan said seriously, if I say that I am more allergic to the dark and can walk at night, do you believe it? Perverted. Enron is empathetic. And immediately exerts force. I believe, I can be the woman behind you. It's so good. I like obedient women, don't always carry 100,000 Ys, it's very annoying, such as my cousin Yitsuanshin, just ask this and that every day. Chen Haonan said a few more words and Ran bared his teeth in the dark night. The little guy obviously has a special function, he doesn't want to be caught and sliced. And he is PUA on her, don't worry, there are billions of meters of knives, I will self-hypnotize, I can't hear. Opening the 10-mile eagle eye, Chen Haonan began to sneak in the dark night with self-hypnotic and ran. After almost 500 meters of sneaking, a steel wire mesh appeared in front of it, glowing with a cold luster peculiar to metal in the moonlight. Chen Haonan carefully cut the barbed wire fence and got into it, but after waiting for a long time, he didn't see Enran follow. Looking back, I saw that Enran was actually wronged and cut the steel wire mesh. If I'm careless, I'll cut the size of the child, and Ran is a big woman. Chen Haonan bared his teeth, no wonder Enran was wronged. Let's go. Enran came in and looked at him with puffed cheeks. Next time, I'll cut the hole according to your figure, I forgot that my female assistant is a big woman. God's amazing woman. A smile appeared at the corner of Enran's mouth. The two of them stooped over in the moonlight, hand in hand, each holding their own guns in the other. There was silence all around, with the occasional chirping of nocturnal animals. Not long after, a tower appeared in front of the two of them, 7 or 8 meters high. And the two soldiers were condescending, constantly scanning the surroundings with their detection lights. Where the light shines, it's like daytime. And Ran and Chen Haonan were lying on the ground at the same time, their heads side by side, their faces touching each other, whispering. The two soldiers above, I'll deal with it, you deal with the two soldiers under the tower. Oh no, you can't do anything without night vision devices, you can just wait. Chen Haonan began to assemble the 88 sniper. The effective range of this gun is 800 meters, but 1,000 meters of a 3 steel plates can penetrate. And here is a distance of 1,000 meters from the tower. And Ran was a little aggrieved, she knew that Chen Haonan, the child, had accurate marksmanship, not to mention, but how could she feel that she was here to accompany her, in the dark? Chen Haonan was still her guide dog. Are you sure, do you want to come closer? And Ran took out a fully automatic optical telescope and changed from the role of a female assistant to a female observer. Northeast, 3:30 o'clock, air pressure 1012, wind speed 3, temperature 22, humidity 90. Boom. A dull gunshot, sounding in the ears of Enran, who was announcing the news, startled her a lot, her plump body trembled. And the water trembled. It's too fast. Can you win? The next moment, she saw the tower 1,000 meters away. And the soldier patrolling on the left fell headlong. And the light he controlled immediately stopped. Seeing this scene, Enran was not surprised, but frightened, because the soldier on the right was already vigilant. And immediately had a spoon in his mouth. And it looked like he was about to blow up. Boom. Another dull gunshot sounded. The soldiers, who were about to blow the whistle, like mollusks, raised their hands swayed like weeds. And then fell limply. Awesome. And Ran gave his little man a thumbs up in his heart. Host kills 2 militants, the reward is doubled. And 40 experience points are awarded. It's worth a lot of money. Chen Haonan muttered and said, "There are two more. It seems that I am a little vigilant. Violet, you are pressing me." And Ran was startled and took her chest out of Chen Haonan's little buttocks. In the dark, she just thought that she had found a small plateau, so that she could use the telescope. "The other party has a whistle and can blow it at any time. What should I do?" "Don't worry, at this distance, they can't hear the gunshots, so we'll just lie on our stomachs and wait for them to go up the tower." After speaking, Chen Haonan changed the position of the 88 sniper, and at the same time leaned his little head to the right. And with the assistance of the 10-mile eagle eye, he locked the position of the tower entrance. As soon as he finished adjusting, two heavy things pressed down, soft and bouncing, covering his vision. "Oops, chest away, this is my head. Why are you here again?" It was so dark around that Ran couldn't imagine that Chen Haonan moved, so he waited for her here, but he suppressed the child again. Mount Tai pressed the top, and Chen Haonan almost fell down. "It's too embarrassing, I can't help. And I always press the sniper." Enron hurriedly shifted his position. Under the tower. "What's going on with Tony? The lights have stopped, won't he fall asleep?" "Hannibal, go up and have a look." A puzzled sentry, following the wooden staircase of the tower, began to walk up. Before he had taken a few steps, a bullet came in from his back. And the huge impact made him hit the wooden railing. And his mouth squirmed a few times, but he couldn't make a sound. A direct hit to the heart. Hannibal. The last sentry left, waited for more than 10 seconds, but saw his companion leaning against the railing where he did not move. He couldn't help but shout, but there was no response from above. "You won't fall asleep, will you? The checkpoint here has never been invaded by the enemy. This is the territory of General Armand. Thomas himself is in charge. And that force has long eyes and buttocks, dare to provoke?" He scolded, and climbed the stairs. Before he could get to Hannibal's side, a bullet exploded in the head, sending blood in the night sky. Host kills 2 militants, the reward is doubled. And 40 experience points are awarded. Listening to the sound of the system prompt, Chen Haonan quickly glanced at the experience points. "Mom, yes, it's 30 years away." "Sure enough, the actual combat is exciting. And you can earn experience points." In the dark, he touched Ran's hand and pulled his mouth. "Come with me, don't touch it again, it's very dangerous here." The second checkpoint was passed. And the third was the shrub area, where there were 4 soldiers, all of them were hidden posts. And it was difficult to find their traces. "I know, I'll be obedient, but you can't be too fast, run around, don't let me not find you." And Ran nodded, humming and chirping. And soon, she was pulled forward by Chen Haonan, walking fast, pulling back, walking slowly, being pulled up. This child seemed to be having a lot of fun. "How do you feel like you're playing with me?" This chapter is not over, please click on the next page to continue reading. And Ran was a little stunned. As a gold medal agent, it was the first time she felt so passive and embarrassed to carry out a mission. "I can't help. And I was taken care of by a child, Mom, it's too embarrassing to say it. And I promised the wolf head to take good care of Chen Haonan, but I just smacked him a few times with my chest." No way, she really hasn't tried a foreign country, breaking through a minefield in the dark. And it's like playing a game. 3 points of excitement, 3 points of apprehension. And 4 points of embarrassment. For dark posts, just ahead, I'll prepare, this time, I'll use a knife. You help me with my clothes. At this moment, the moonlight came out again. And Ran was stunned to see Chen Haonan, who actually took off his clothes, revealing his sturdy little body. And then threw the clothes one by one to her to hold. "No, what are you undressing for, you?" And Ran almost wanted to cover her face, but she knew deep down that this little man began to show his strengths in front of her again, which she had never seen before. And Ran has seen such strengths many times, but she still doesn't know how many whole cards Chen Haonan has. This is invincible camouflage. I'm more allergic to the environment. As long as I take off my clothes, I can change color with the surrounding environment. And I can be frightened. Allergies again. And Ran bared his teeth, thinking that you have too many secrets. Can you still be like a chameleon? The next moment, after Ran saw Chen Haonan take off his little nene and throw it to her, something strange happened. Under the moonlight, Chen Haonan's sturdy little body, comparable to the appearance of the underage version of Wu Yanzu, disappeared in front of her all of a sudden, as if it had never existed. My mother, it's not what I've seen with my own eyes. I really never imagined that the man who sleeps with me every day is actually a little Superman. And Ran doesn't know how to describe Chen Haonan, say he's not scientific, he does have flesh and blood, say he's not scientific, he has a lot of strengths, it's hard for you to know how many whole cards he has. And Ran must have been handsome by herself, but warn her afterwards and don't talk nonsense. Chen Haonan was in the moonlight, he hate a few times. And began to slowly approach the soldiers standing guard. It is worth mentioning that these dark posts are actually hidden in the bushes, 2 of them stand guard. And the other 2 take turns sleeping. And they are also very relaxed, as if people outside go to work to fish, change shifts at the point, and receive wages on time. Jumping continuously, Chen Haonan in disguise, like a thunderbolt version of the gunner, quickly cut the throats of the 2 soldiers, rushing to save the old man and win points. In the midst of the blood rushing, the corpse had not yet fallen. And the system's prompt sounded. Kill 2 militants on the host, the reward is doubled. And 40 XP is awarded. Congratulations on your upgrade. Considering that the host is not yet an adult, the system dad will extract the skill on your behalf. Congratulations on getting the sky hunting skill. Congratulations on getting a chance to be strengthened. Is it enhanced? It's too late to fuse the sky to hunt. This should be an air combat skill, not a field skill. And you can't use it, don't worry, strengthen it first. Chen Haonan immediately used the enhancement opportunity. The next moment, he felt his muscles and bones become stronger. If he used to be a young version of Son Gohan, he has now become a miniature version of Son Gohan and his father. Enhancement completed, all stats +1. The next moment, the personal list popped up. Soldier, Chen Haonan occupation, primary school student level 8 root bone, 10 spirit, 10 strength, 24 speed, 10 skill, invincible shooting, invincible fighting, 10-mile eagle eye, invincible stealth, invincible camouflage, invincible weapon skill, invincible dragon body technique, sky hunt, unfused, experience points, 10 out of 900. There are also 2 bonus boys. 5 seconds later, the sound of the system sounded. Kill 2 militants on the host, double the reward. And reward 40 experience points. Chen Haonan was satisfied with the saber and wiped it clean in the bushes. He likes this kind of field battle, the atmosphere is so good. And sure enough, he is still the little prince of the night game. And Ran saw Chen Haonan's fingers. And he was overjoyed. And rushed over. Anyway, it felt a little smooth and she couldn't turn her mind around. And Ran was in high spirits and said, there is only one last level left. And you can enter the underground passage. Chen Haonan snorted, put on his clothes. And said to the woman behind him, I feel very good, let me come, you follow behind, pay attention to the possible changes, your role is also very important, remind me, don't ding-dong me. And Ran nodded awkwardly, she really didn't mean it. However, he became more and more confident in his ability as a man. What about the little henchman? Tang Sini is not qualified to be a little follower. If Li Ernia was here, he would have shouted when he heard Ran's words, I feel the same way. Hurry up! About 10 minutes or so, the complex appeared in front of the 2 of them. In front of the 2 of them, there was a flat land carved out of the mountains. And under the high blazing light, there was a standard basketball court. And it was already 9 o'clock at night, but the scene was very lively, 6 shirtless soldiers, playing basketball. Armed belts, guns, cartridges, etc., were scattered on the side of the basketball court. Chen Haonan moved his little short legs, swaggered over. And gestured an OK finger to Ran behind him. Without any disguise, he walked over with a big grin. The direction of walking was the guns scattered on the basketball court. And the 6 people were full of passion, fierce battles. And sweat was flying. And they didn't see him as a little man walking over. It's no wonder that although the lights are bright enough, Chen Haonan is also short enough. And if you don't pay attention to it, you really can't see it. Bang bang. Just halfway through, the basketball just rolled over and happened to shoot at Chen Haonan. the little hand lightning stretched out. And Chen Haonan caught the basketball. Throw the basketball over, who? That, someone shouted in English. But someone was stunned and asked, why are there children here? God, who is he? Where did it come from? Is this Thomas's illegitimate son? Chen Haonan can understand English. And replied, Lao Tzu is Thomas's father. With a shout, he walked to the sideline to prevent guns, bent down and took a submachine gun with a silencer in his hand. And aimed it at the 6 people on the scene. The 6 people immediately panicked. They were standing guard. And their guns were full of live ammunition. Hey, what are you doing? This is not for children to play with, put it down, I won't tell your father. Put down the gun, we'll give you something to eat. Puff, puff. A dull burst of gunfire rang out, ending the chattering of the crowd. Host kills 6 militants, the reward is doubled. And 120 experience points are awarded. Thomas's management is really bad, the love expert in Country H actually blew him into a predator? Chen Haonan put down his gun and looked around vigilantly. In this kind of movement, no one came to inspect, which shows that the management here is a split management. And everyone is fishing to work, eating, and waiting for death. How did the people of the Raiden Commando fall into the hands of the other party? Puff, puff. Chen Haonan burst the blazing lamp above his head. I don't know if there is monitoring, so I'll talk about it later. This time, without waiting for Enran to come over, Chen Haonan took a step and walked to a passage at the end of the basketball court. No accidents, the passage is to the underground prison, just pay attention to the surveillance. The passage was inclined downward, Chen Haonan walked about 30 meters. And a door appeared in front of him, without setting any password, you can enter by pushing the door. After coming in, Chen Haonan lowered his small body and walked cautiously against the wall, while observing the cameras around him with his 10-mile eagle eye. There are a lot of cameras, covering almost all corners. And when it is really unavoidable, Chen Haonan uses the speed to flash like a fast man. In the monitoring room, 2 militants were eating sauerkraut instant noodles. And one of them looked at the shadow that flashed in the camera suspiciously. And said, it seems that someone has come in. And the speed is very fast. After saying that, the militant vigilantly pressed the replay of the picture just now. The scene was blurry. And there was indeed a shadow, very short. And not like a normal human. Could it be that the monkeys from the mountains have come in? This militant is a retired soldier. And he was very vigilant and immediately pressed the slow release. And after slowing down a full 8 times, the camera began to become clear. Looks like it's really a monkey? Even if he drove it slowly, Chen Haonan walked in the corner, the light was dim. And his speed was too fast, although this militant was experienced, he still didn't recognize his identity. And he could only think that it was a monkey that broke in, which didn't make a fuss. Thomas didn't like small things to be disturbed by people. Chen Haonan used the dragon body method to climb up the vent along the cement pillar. The passage is not big, but his body is very small. And he can pass just now. If a charming woman like Enran comes, it will definitely be stuck. The child's body is quite convenient, I'll go, there are so many small animals here. Chen Haonan was in high spirits and kept crawling. And soon, the home of spiders, rats and other small animals in the ventilation duct was penetrated and destroyed by a third party. And they were scurrying around. In the face of such a chaotic scene, Chen Haonan's little face did not change. And he accelerated his crawling. And at the same time pricked up his ears and kept listening to the movement below. The ventilation duct leads to one room after another. As long as you have watched the movie directed by Jackie Chan, you can understand Chen Haonan's situation at the moment. After crawling for a distance, Chen Haonan was a little irritable when he heard a scream from below. This is it. Chen Haonan carefully removed the decoration board under his body and looked down. I saw that in a slightly dimly lit room, Harley, Hades, and the old fox, a total of 7 people, were being hung like rice dumplings. And 2 soldiers were constantly whipping them under them. And the dull sound of crackling kept ringing in the ring. Hades and the others were also tough enough to say nothing, only Hades occasionally scolded in Mandarin, Lao Tzu is your father. And you grandsons beat your own father. Unworthy descendants, unworthy descendants. Chen Haonan didn't see Lei Zhan here, which made him frown a little and didn't act immediately. There are two choices in front of him, one is to save Hades and others first, but it is easy to startle the snake. And second, find Lei Zhan and act at the opportunity. When he was hesitating, a tired militant below put away his whip and scolded in broken Mandarin, "You Yinghua Special Forces, it's really fucking useless. It's really useless, we didn't do anything, we caught it, idiot, all the soldiers of the Yen country, are they like this? MD, uncle can bear it, aunt can't help it." Chen Haonan didn't hesitate, his small body was like a spirit snake. And he slid down from the mouth of the passage. With a muffled bang, the small body landed in the room, startling the two militants. Someone. The two of them were not slow to react and immediately copied the guy. "Who do you look down on? Who do you look down on?" Chen Haonan jumped up out of thin air, grabbed the necks of the two militants with his white and tender little hands. And a powerful force erupted, forcing the two militants to the ground. The faces of the two militants turned red in an instant. And they looked at a child less than a meter tall in disbelief, kicking the ground with his legs, trying to stand up. The strengthened power of the ants instantly strangled their eyes white. And with a click, the necks of the two were broken. Astro Boy, it's not blown. Host kills 2 enemies and rewards 40 XP. In the room, from Chen Haonan's jumping down to killing the enemy with explosive air, that is, for more than 10 seconds, Hades and the others were stunned. It's Chen Haonan, he's here to save us? Oh my god, how did he break in? The experienced Hades immediately realized that he had been rescued. He was very strange, this was a secret military forbidden place. And birds could not enter. The reason why they were arrested was when they were at the airport. And Thomas sent someone to wait for them, which was considered to be a box on the ground. After being caught in, they saw a minefield of 5 kilometers all the way. And there were 3 checkpoints, before they were put in an underground prison. And in the psychology of Hades and others, they didn't want to get out alive. And no one could cross the minefield to rescue them, unless a large force came in, which was more terrible than the crouching tiger villa in northern Myanmar. But before they came, Chen Haonan, who had always been at odds with them, actually broke in all the way. In the team, the relatively calm Sky Wolf looked at Chen Haonan silently. And quickly spoke, "You go and save Lei Zhan, he is in another prison." Chen Haonan walked over, cut off the rope of the wolf and the others. And said, "You guys save yourself, I'll go find Lei Zhan first, this guy has a stinky mouth. And it's not good to die here." As he spoke, Chen Haonan left the grenades and pistols on his body. And he had only a saber left. And his sniper rifle was placed on the female assistant, which affected the speed of action. "I want to go out, I blew up the monitoring room, Violet is outside to answer you, she has a weapon in her hand." After speaking, Chen Haonan did not go to the main gate, but continued to go up from the passage that came in and disappeared in front of the wolf and the others. After Chen Haonan left, Sky Wolf and the others immediately treated the wounds on their bodies simply. During this process, no one came in the vicinity. And there was no movement or abnormality. Sky Wolf and the others were sincerely admired, that is to say, Chen Haonan didn't alarm anyone at all. And he came in unknowingly? This is a master of masters, no one would have imagined that he was still a child. Hades spoke, "Why did he say that the monitoring room must be blown up? Can't you find a way to kill the people in the monitoring room? Could it be that he took into account that we were injured and could only shoot a grenade from a distance to kill those bastards? It makes sense, it's so aggrieved." Sky Wolf and the others began to act. And the 3 rooms separated by the prison room, Lei Zhan, who had been knocked out 3 times, woke up. Since Lei Zhan came, because of his patience, Thomas was extremely interested. And he didn't even play with women anymore. And engaged in Lei Zhan every day. As a strong man, in addition to being lustful, Thomas's only hobby is fighting. And he likes the cool feeling of beating the strong. Syllable. A punch. Little Master, there is more to this chapter, please click on the next page to continue reading, the back is more exciting. The hanging thunderbolt was thrown out, like a swing. and reverberated back again, which shows how powerful Thomas is. Even if Tyson at the peak meets him, under the unrestricted fighting rules, the Boxing Kings will be beaten. Lei Zhan's body continued to twitch. And at this moment, Thomas frantically pounced, turning into a robot in a chain, punching, kneeling, and flying shoulders. The muffled sound of bang-bangs sounded endlessly. While playing, Thomas dubbed himself, "Hee, do you know who betrayed you, outdoor military boss, international killer Wan Yadong? He is from the Scorpion. And he wants to be a man again, but he soaked you female college students, hee, you yen people are too bad, it's really useless. The lower nations should disappear into this world, look at you, the endocrine is about to get out of control, right?" Scolding and scolding, Thomas was about to stun Lei Zhan with one punch, but suddenly, the martial artist's intuition made him feel great danger. And the hairs on his body stood up. He glanced back and around. And there was nothing like that. But I really felt the chill in my heart. This was a sense of crisis cultivated on the battlefield. There must be a huge danger. And I approached him again. This is the oppression of the master. Thomas, who was experienced in combat, looked at the hidden doorway. Without blinking his eyes, he walked back and forth a few times, moving his shoulders. There was a muffled bang, the door was kicked open. And Thomas, who was waiting for him, had his eyes burst out and looked at a person who walked in with a serious face with small hands. No, a kid walked in. If a humanoid Tyrannosaurus walked in at the door, Thomas wouldn't be surprised. After all, the sense of crisis he had just given him was too strong. As a result, he saw a small child? The point is, the kid looks quite serious. Master? Thomas tilted his head and looked behind Chen Haonan. Mandarin is good, low people, you said it? Chen Hao's male milk was fierce and stared at each other. Looking at Chen Haonan's appearance, as well as the aura on his body, Thomas was sure that he was the master who put pressure on him. And he almost exclaimed, "You shouldn't be a child, don't children make tears and defecation, why do you have the breath of a master?" God. When you're dead, I'll tell you why. When Chen Haonan rubbed his body and was about to go to Thomas, Lei Zhan opened his mouth wide and panted wildly, trying to open his bloody eyes. Don't be big. Roughly speaking, he is a retired soldier king of the United States, a martial arts instructor. And is nicknamed Man Xiong. Thomas stared at Chen Haonan with fierce eyes. And his tone was stunned. It's really you are actually a master? Are you a child, or a dwarf? A child can't be so strong. Thomas was pretty sure the other party was a master. And he rarely felt the chills. You are a dwarf, your whole family is a dwarf. And I am a fellow dwarf with your father. What do you mean? Thomas is good in Chinese, but he doesn't understand what it means. Lei Zhan's mouth twitched. And he spoke, what he means, you are his son, Thomas. How could he be my father when he's so young? Thomas thought seriously for a while, seemed to come to his senses, twisted his hips and turned around. And smashed his huge fist at Chen Haonan. He was angry, this little bit actually wanted to fall in love with his mother, but he never did. Chen Haonan also raised his small fist and smashed it. And the power of the 24 attributes exploded. The next moment, the whistling sound of breaking the air resounded in Thomas's ears. And he immediately felt a huge force in his fist, as if he had been hit by a small hammer, which made him shake his fist in surprise. And his bones had a feeling of cracking. It's an iron fist. Thomas's bared teeth and fierce eyes stared at the little ones who stepped by, which stimulated his belligerence. Let's talk about it. Boom. Bang. The whistling sound of 2 consecutive punches sounded in the room, like a firecracker for the new year. And each time it seemed to explode a wave of air. The third punch, Thomas couldn't block it. And was jumped up by the opponent and hammered to the chest. He lightning, raw was so, the right shoulder of the middle punch actually shook his internal organs. And directly spurted out a mouthful of blood. This little guy is ridiculously strong. And his strength is too great, isn't he? What kind of power is this? Thomas did not despair, on the contrary, his eyes became hot. And he roared, come on, go on, either you beat me to death, or, I have not had such a good time in a long time. And someone is actually in a fight, punching me and vomiting blood. Taking a deep breath, Thomas's chest, which was as strong as a wall, seemed to have hit the air balloon. And it swelled a lot at once. This is his rage, into a state of rage, stronger combat effectiveness, the codename of the man-bear. It was not blown out by the woman, it was played by himself. In addition, rage is his fighting form. That's a lot of nonsense. Chun Haonan's small body twisted. And the whole person trotted up. He did not run to Thomas in a violent state, but ran to the wall with a dragon body. Wow! The little short leg kicked the wall very much. And with the power it borrowed, propelled his small body to burst towards Berserk Thomas. The whip legs, which were as fast as lightning, slashed down suddenly, like a knife that opened the buttocks, sharp and precise. Burst! The swarthy shoulder was forced out by the knife leg. And a bloody piece of flesh was forced. And Bisonson's bones were revealed. And they were immediately covered with gushing blood. Puff, puff. After the first piece of flesh was cut out, Chun Haonan's body was like a swimming dragon. And he kicked his toes continuously, kicking from Thomas's right shoulder all the way to his left shoulder, during which the flesh and blood were constantly kicked out. No way, if Chun Haonan is a big man, he will eventually kick Thomas away. But concentration is the essence. And it can be indestructible, plus his aunt's strengthening strength. If it is really a part of the question, it will take away a piece of flesh and blood. Whoop! Poor muscular man like Thomas, he may lack something, that is, he is not lacking in muscles. He was kicked all the way by Chun Haonan, losing more flesh than ordinary people. And the whole person became a bloody person. With a muffled snort, Lei Zhan, who saw it without blinking his eyes, was stunned. At this moment, Thomas's chest and face have been hit hard. And the blood flowing from his nose makes him look more terrifying than Lei Zhan himself. Uglier than me, retribution, this is retribution, Chun Haonan, this little guy is really perverted, whereas this whip leg, this is peeling. Lei Zhan was having fun in the bitterness, he felt very happy in his heart. And the two villains on his shoulders danced wildly, cheering for Chun Haonan, a little pervert. Shoot him, shoot him. After Chun Haonan finished kicking and his small body fell to the ground, Thomas didn't have time to raise his fist, which shows how fast the little guy is. After all, no matter how strong Thomas is, he doesn't have Chun Haonan's 10-attribute physical fitness, he is in his early 5s at most. At this time, Thomas's serious injury was not bleeding, nor was it the flesh that was cut off, but internal injuries. Who is the inferior nation? In the eyes of my child, you are not even as good as a nursing child. As he spoke, Chun Haonan suddenly jumped on the other party's neck, grabbed the opponent's thick neck with both hands, and wrenched it hard. Ant power erupts. There was a crisp click. And in Thomas's wild roar, his neck was broken, his tall figure was planted to the ground, the light in his eyes had begun to fade. And red patches began to appear on his body. There is still lupus erythematosus? Chun Haonan complained fiercely. And the voice of the system sounded. If the host kills an opponent at the King of Soldiers, the reward will be increased tenfold and 100 experience points will be awarded. I don't have a chance to fight back. And that guy hasn't gone all out last time? Lei Zhan saw Thomas's sloppy eyes. And he knew very well that this terrifying opponent was gone. Don't you plan to let me down? I owe you a favor. Lei Zhan looked at Chun Haonan's eyes, changed, became very fanatical. And was still in awe. Looking at you from this angle, you're quite handsome. Chun Haonan said this because he felt that Lei Zhan was still a man, he did not succumb to the enemy's obscenity. And he did not lose the dignity of the Yinghua soldiers. Was praised by the other party, I don't know why, Lei Zhan was actually a little moved. It's rare. You're so handsome, let me down, little handsome man. Lei Zhan hurriedly sent his own sycophants. Chun Haonan was just about to come over. And the mobile phone on the table next to him rang at the moment. And the sound was very harsh. Chun Haonan held his mobile phone and swiped it to the screen, showing the name on it, an international killer of pickled girls. Chun Haonan answered the phone. And there was an uncle's voice that was very popular with women, full of hoarseness. Hello, I'm Wang Yadong, I've paid off the scorpion's favor, please tell him, I don't want to have any contact with him. And besides, I'll get married next month, you can't bother me anymore. If this matter is exposed, I won't be able to stay in Yenghua. Finally, let me ask, how are you doing to the soldiers of Yenghua? The tone was a little worried. Wang Yadong, an old man with pickled girls? He soaked in He Changwan's girlfriend Lin Xiaoxiao, right? You're about to get married? Did you get a nod from your parents? Good means, at most I can trick a few young ladies to take care of myself, wash clothes, and sleep together. After all, I am still a nursing child, especially this guy cheats the canon. And the object is still the girlfriend of the Yenghua military. To tell the truth, Chen Haonan despises this Wang Yadong very much. He is about the same age as his father. And he is still chasing white and tender female college students. Even if he chases, he still hides his identity. He hides it. He is pregnant before marriage. Unlike himself, he is chaste. Lin Xiaoxiao won't already have it, right? These thoughts flashed through his little head. And Lei Zhan next to him also heard the content of the call, gritted his teeth and scolded, "This guy is a traitor. We were betrayed by him, otherwise we wouldn't get off the plane. And people would be surrounded." The voice was full of anger and grievance. And he wanted Wang Yadong to die. Is that the case? No wonder, no wonder. Chen Haonan cleared his throat and spoke, "I'm sorry, the Thomas you're looking for is dead. Wash your ass and wait for me. We'll meet soon. By the way, you'd better let go of that female college student. You don't deserve her. You're older than my dad. Let's have a meeting." After saying that, Chen Haonan, who was ruthless, didn't give the other party time to react. And hung up directly. Let him guess, let him not sleep. Inside the military supply store. Wang Yadong, who was browsing the wedding supply store, was stunned and asked after listening to Chen Haonan's words, "Who are you? Hey, what do you mean, rely on?" The only thing that replied to him was a busy signal. Suddenly, a chill hit his body. And the sixth sense told him that Thomas was dead and he was exposed. What to do? It's impossible for me to give up Lin Xiaoxiao. By the way, why did the voice just now look like a girl? Is it Thomas's prank? Wang Yadong remembers Thomas. He says every day that he wants to sleep with a woman like his mother. And he is a pervert. The woman I chased with my own strength, how can I give up casually? Lin Xiaoxiao is the woman I forgot about the past. After his face changed for a while, Wang Yadong calmed down. He planned to continue to investigate this matter, but it really didn't work, so he used his mobile phone to ask the scorpion. On the other side, Chen Haonan said to Lei Zhan, "Thor, I didn't expect to see a big man like you in such a small place." Lei Zhan's mouth twitched. And he wanted to sneer at him, but thinking of the scene where he had just turned into Spider-Man and trampled on the mighty Thomas, he held back a few words. Really, Spider-Man? Jumping over by stepping on the wall, Foshan has no shadow legs. And directly kicked the old horse to death. It is really a cow upside down. And it is awesome. What are your plans to get out of here? Lei Zhan briefly treated his wounds and asked Chen Haonan. I asked Hades and the others to blow up the monitoring room. And when the bomb explodes, we will go out of the passage. Okay, so strong. The useless Lei Zhan looked at Chen Haonan in a daze, feeling that the other party's image was invisibly enlarged again. He really couldn't think that Chen Haonan was a minor child. This is a miracle. Relying on his personal strength, he crossed a 5-kilometer minefield. And also entered an underground prison. And rescued Hades and others. Suddenly, he thought of something serious and asked, "No. No one hangs up." Fortunately, you are all Xiaoqiang who can't be killed. Thank Thomas for not killing him. Chen Haonan chatted with Lei Zhan, waiting for the bomb to explode. As long as there is an explosion, the passage is safe. And you can swagger out, otherwise, you can only take the ventilation duct. Wait, Lei Zhan has taken care of his wounds. And the explosion has not yet happened. There should be an accident, the aisle is not safe. I'll take you through the ventilation duct. Can you still climb? Why not? Lei Zhan nodded strongly. But the next moment, he was embarrassed. Chen Haonan lifted him up with one hand, held him high. And let him, the Chinese character of 1 meter 8, squeeze in through the ventilation duct, with the feeling of filling sausages during the new year. And when he rolled into the ventilation passage, his old face was bruised, the wounds on his whole body were cracked. And the skin was open. You can't do it, you can't wait here, I'll destroy the enemy. And then I'll pick you up. Chen Haonan was right behind him, kicking Lei Zhan through the passage with one kick. Lei Zhan snorted a few times and almost lost his breath. My little ancestor, Lao Tzu is an injured person. Your footwork is similar to that of the national football team. You don't have an accurate head. Do you want to kick Lao Tzu to the sky? Tap, tap, it's the first time I've been hurt so badly, it hurts. Then you can't do it. No, I'll go first, you wait here. Can a man say he can't? Hearing Chen Haonan's words, Lei Zhan looked sad and resolute. And said resolutely, my old Lei can crawl out even if he dies in the passage, but can you be in front, not behind me? I can't stand it if you kick my ass at any time like this. This chapter is not over, click on the next page to continue reading. Chen Haonan couldn't help laughing and squeezed past Lei Zhan, but Lao Lei snorted again. The two walked through the ventilation duct. And along the way, Chen Haonan kept sarcastically mocking each other. And Lei Zhan was like a young girl, he just couldn't stand the stimulation. And the stimulation exploded. And the whole person seemed to be beating chicken blood, gritting his teeth and crawling violently. And he barely kept up with the speed of Chen Haonan, a little fast man. Lei Zhan, this guy, the foreign military thinking is serious, but he is also a tough guy, sensitive physique, easily stimulated. And he will fight chicken blood when stimulated, which is a bit interesting. Chen Haonan had a smile on the corner of his mouth. And it didn't take long for him to come to the top of the prison where the king of Hades and them were. Below, there was a miserable snort. Is this Hades there screams? Chen Haonan quickly moved the plank. And was stunned to see that Hades and the others were controlled again. Standing in front of them were four armed men with guns, constantly banging with the butts of their guns. It turned out that after Chen Haonan left, when Hades and the others were just about to go out, they met the soldiers patrolling around the corner. And they were unlucky to be recontrolled. In normal times, this is not a big problem to deal with four soldiers, but they are wounded. And the weapon is only a pistol. And they can't do the heavily armed soldiers, which is normal, right? Anyway, it's just very aggrieved. After recapturing the prison, the soldiers saw their comrades who had fallen to the ground. And they were even more furious and were fighting. How do you feel that you Raiden are on a mission? And you are either beaten or on the way to be beaten? What are these words? Chen Haonan's sarcasm made the useless Lei Zhan behind him, his mouth twitched again. How could he come this way? Is it easy for him? If sarcasm can be warned, he will be roasted into a roast pig. We have been betrayed, Hades, and they have been wounded. And that's it. Lei Zhan silently saved himself in his heart. At this moment, Chen Haonan jumped down. Boom! A soldier couldn't dodge. And he rode on his neck with the dragon body method. And his neck was directly cut off by a saber. Bang! When the bullet came, Chen Haonan was like a little cheetah, lightning rushed out. And dodged the bullet with the dragon body. Jumping up the wall in one go, kicking and borrowing, the whole small body jumped back again. And then jumped onto the brain of another militant and slit his throat. He likes the dragon body method too much, making full use of the environment to fight. And feels like a dragon that travels in the clouds and rain, constantly scurrying in the walls. And is so handsome that it explodes. Bang bang. Bullets flew towards the wall. But it didn't work, Chen Haonan's speed was too fast, but a stray bullet bounced back and shot Harley's ass. And he let out a sigh. In less than 10 seconds, four militants lay side by side on the floor, all with their throats slit, dead like pigs in the new year. Kill 4 militants on the host, the reward is doubled. And 80 XP is awarded. God, 250 experience is worth. Chen Haonan sighed, he verified his strength. In the room, there is not much pressure to fight 4 guns with his bare hands, maybe he can challenge 10, he is Ip Man. What do you see? Don't you know, can you get up on your own, a bunch of useless big guys? Chen Haonan wiped the dagger on the clothes of the king of Hades. And said, Thor, still look at a fart, hurry up and climb down? Harley, you've been shot in the ass and can't get up, the others help him. Here comes. Hades and the others looked up and looked at the bloody captain with a bewildered expression, squeezed out of the passage pipe like a kidney baby. and their faces were squeezed out of shape. "Captain, are you alright?" "Humph, I can't die, this time the thunderbolt is embarrassing, the intelligence work is too poor. And the person who betrayed us is the international killer Wan Yadong." "Wan Yadong? Where is he?" "Lao Tzu caught him and raped him first and then killed. And I was angry with me." Chen Haonan looked at a group of arrogant Thunderbolt members and said angrily, "Okay, save some effort, why were you arrested? Is there anyone else in the passage?" Hades spoke, "I'm ashamed, after you left, as soon as we went out, we met heavily armed soldiers, or around the corner scared us. And we were arrested directly. In order to cover up your going to rescue the Thunder War, we could only cooperate, it was our own breakout. And then you saw it. Beaten again. Corner and meet love." Chen Haonan was speechless, grabbed the communication tool from his pocket and turned it on. There was an unread message in it: the airfield had been found, explosives were being planted. And in 5 minutes, I was blowing up all the planes here. From Enron. "Pearl Harbor is a woman I value, brave." Chen Haonan silently gave a thumbs up to his female assistant in his heart. And then said to Lei Zhan and the others, "Okay, everyone has half a life left, take a rest, I'll take you out later." Lei Zhan was stunned. "The soldiers are fast, are you still waiting at this time?" After hesitating for a moment, he felt that it was disrespectful to doubt Chen Haonan. And added another sentence, "Or do you have any other plans? Violet is ready to blow up the airport here. And in a minute, it will explode." When Lei Zhan heard this, his face was bright. "Sure enough, Violet is still worried about me, it turns out that she is also here." As he spoke, looking at Chen Haonan with a hung face, he smiled awkwardly. "Okay, I know that she is your female assistant. And she is your woman, so it's okay. Chen Haonan is a savior. And he must speak up. Besides, in addition to having great strength, fast speed, and being able to fight, Chen Haonan can't do anything to Enron, so take your time." "Yes, the Violet is yours, huh?" Hades and the others laughed, but the laughter was a little embarrassing. At this moment, Chen Haonan was holding his little arms and had nothing to say. Little by little, time passed. Bang! A huge explosion was heard. And then the ground shook. And it seemed that an earthquake of magnitude 7 or higher had occurred. In the room, dust fell in a puff of dust, covering Hades and the others. It really exploded. Looking at Chen Haonan, who didn't know when he walked under the table, after clapping his palms cleanly, Lei Zhan and the others were a little envious of the benefits of being short. This guy walked straight under the table and walked around in style. "Let's go, the base is all blown up, by the way, give me all the grenades, I'll light another fire. And cooperate with Violet." Hades handed Chen Haonan the 2 glorious thunders on his body, which were originally used to blow up the monitoring room. Day. After receiving the grenade, Chen Haonan ran out happily. Lei Zhan and the others hurriedly ran out. And before they could run for long, they heard the sound of someone in front of them. Bobby. Less than 3 seconds after the sound sounded, a rumbling explosion sounded. And the ground shook violently. And dust fell in a flutter, once again covering Lei Zhan and the others. Lei Zhan and the others kept coughing, but they moved quickly and rushed out as fast as they could. As soon as he rushed to the entrance of the base hole, he saw a child standing at the exit, waving at them and saying, "Comrades, rush out with me." The rumbling explosion had not stopped. And the lights at the exit flickered, reflecting the resolute little face of Chen Haonan, a child, making Lei Zhan and them in a trance, as if they had returned to the period of the Liberation War. And the trumpeter blew the trumpet and let them rush. I have to say that Chen Haonan at this moment is really handsome. Rush! Lei Zhan and the others were numb. And they responded to Chen Haonan's slogan and rushed out. And at this moment, the entire base was in a commotion. And the flames rose into the sky. General Armand's soldiers woke up. These soldiers never dreamed that someone would break into the heavily organized base and blow up their airfield. And they were gathering at a rapid pace. And if they caught the invading enemy, they would definitely be pressed directly to the ground and killed. "Quick, hurry up and find Violet and leave here. If you are caught, you will definitely be frantically exported by General Armand and die here. Hurry up to the whole base. And there was a commotion. Even if Chen Haonan is not afraid of the earth, he is a small head in two big ones. According to the man in love, General Armand had at least one brigade of troops here. And he was sure to repay him. Here. And Ran was not far away, beckoning to Chen Haonan. She was wearing a black night suit, with delicate curvaces. And her eyes that could see Lei Zhan glow in the night. She really came to save me and blew up the airport. Violet. The next moment, Lei Zhan didn't care about anything. And opened his arms, wanting to feel the great heart of Ran. Swish. And Ran past him ruthlessly. And then hugged the little man behind him fiercely. And after being tight, he said happily, I bombed the airport. And there is one plane left to retreat. Your female assistant is not bad, right? Enron. Lei Zhan's brain buzzed, he lost the ability to think. And the trauma in his heart was heavier than being abused by Thomas. And a voice converged in his head. She wasn't worried about me, the injured person, but about the child who didn't have anything. She was worried about the child. Hades lowered his voice, Captain, don't be jealous with a child. Under normal circumstances, Violet is not worried about children, but also about you as an adult. Lei Zhan smiled bitterly, I'm covered in blood, this. She can't seem to see it. Hey, the falling flowers are intentionally ruthless. The old foxes didn't know why, they just wanted to laugh, but they pulled the wound, but they couldn't laugh. When is it? Still in love, love and love, love saint. Get on the plane, the enemy is coming. Lei Zhan looked at the men and women hugging each other, his heart was irritable. And he hurriedly urged. And Ran pulled Chen Haonan and muttered, how did you get rescued, didn't you get hurt? After speaking, he glanced at Lei Zhan and the others, these guys looked covered in blood, but they slipped away, opened the door of the transport plane at a fast speed. And rushed in. It's a small transport plane that can seat 10 to 20 people. And the space is fine. It can be seen that Enron is very witty. Lei Zhan sat on the cockpit and suddenly screamed, it's over, I can't fly the plane, my mobile phone is distorted, which of you can drive it? Indeed, the guy's fingers were all scrapped, especially the nails, which were all dug out and drenched in blood. It's the same, you can't open. A few wolves, raising their twisted fingers, screamed bitterly. They are all special forces, resistant to fighting. And ordinary means can't make them shake, Thomas also knows this. And focuses on taking care of their 5 girls. Violet, have you ever flown a plane, are you here too? Hearing this, Ran, who had just pulled the child on the plane, was stunned and smiled bitterly, I can fly anything, but I haven't learned to fly a plane, it's miserable, can you use your face to drive? If you don't leave, it's too late. Why do you fly a plane with your face? The Thunderbolt Commandos and the others looked at each other. They tried to use the scrapped 5 girls to control, but they couldn't maintain stability, their fingers were bent. And it was difficult to fly the plane even if they were jerking off? Don't think about it, that's unreasonable. Let me come, what a big problem, grinding and chirping. At the same time that Chen Haonan squeezed over suddenly, he fused the sky hunting skill by the way. He remembered this skill, which was to fly all kinds of planes. Really? Skyhunt, this is an invincible piloting skill, proficient in all flying machines, including helicopters and fighters. And will improve the host's piloting skills to an unimaginable level. Host, flying is a hunting skill, not just flying itself, you are about to become the best hunter in the air. The next moment, the knowledge about driving was integrated into Chen Haonan's little head and became his instinct. At this time, if there is an ace pilot competing with Chen Haonan, he can only kneel and call dad, after all, his skills are invincible, including being proficient in various maneuvers to avoid difficult actions. Cool, it's a pity it's not a fighter. Chen Haonan jumped into the driving position. And when Lei Zhan and the others had no time to react, they were dazzled by all kinds of dazzling operations. The next moment, with the roar of the helicopter, it flew up into the sky. Just up in the sky, the footsteps of hundreds of militants arrived. Lei Zhan and the others started from Chen Haonan's control of the plane to take off, everyone maintained the posture of lifting Chen Haonan up. And when the transport plane took off, this action ran aground. And they couldn't believe their eyes, staring at the bare child's various movements of walking and flying, which it's simply the operation of an ace pilot. And when it is placed on the body of an underage child, it is so skilled that it makes people feel distressed. No, how could he fly a plane? What the hell? The enemy is coming. If we take a step slowly, we will be divided. It's so dangerous. Speaking of instructor Chinhaonan, how do you know how to fly a plane? You can't be taught this in school, are you? Hades breathed a sigh of relief. His words represented everyone's doubts, including the female assistant, and ran. School. The school will just let people do their homework. And I want to blow it up. Chinhaonan said coolly. And Lei Zhan kept looking at it in a daze, feeling that his brain was not enough. Crossing a minefield, blowing up the base. And even flying a plane and putting it on a child, this is even more magical than Ma Baogui is a generation of grandmasters. He can't be a soldier king who has crossed over, or activated some memory, right? Lei Zhan really couldn't figure it out. He wanted to lose his brain, don't want it. I'm a little hungry, Enron, do you have a quick noodle? Make me a bucket, I can fly the plane with one hand. Deep in the base, General Armand, who had just woken up from Gentle Township, was listening to the report of his communications staff officer. The unknown enemy invaded, passed through the minefield, blew up our airfield. And when we rushed over, the only transport plane took off in front of us. And the preliminary estimate was that the enemy would not exceed 20 people, but it was this enemy who actually broke through 3 checkpoints, killed Thomas, and took away the imprisoned key criminals. General Armand eats a man with a very explosive temper. He advocates iron-blooded rule. And he really has never suffered such a big loss. Shoot missiles at me, shoot down planes at all costs. And don't let them escape from the base, so that I don't have any face. Yes, General. The communications staff officer immediately went to arrange for the launch of the missile. Not long after, the missile silo opened. And the locking was completed. So, 3 missiles in a row were lifted into the air. Chinhaonan is skillfully piloting the helicopter. And the feeling of man-machine integration makes him feel that he is enslaving his little wife. And he can pose whatever posture he wants. It is worthy of the sky hunt. And it feels like it is not only the unity of man and machine, but also the feeling of being one with the sky. Suddenly, the voice of an electronic prompt sounded in my head. Sky hunting skill alert. There is a missile coming from the northeast, arriving within a minute. It is recommended that you use the S-shaped disorder propulsion. As the king of the sky, please show your demeanor and prepare for battle. Hearing this prompt, Chinhaonan's small body immediately became a spirit. And a sentence came out of his small mouth. I want to go home, I drive a helicopter, you let me use a missile? 5958. The sound of electronic prompts sounded endlessly, like a life-threatening note. It was too late. Chinhaonan stood up straight. And said to Enran and the others behind him, it's done, prepare to fly in disorder, the missile will arrive in a minute, I don't want to fall, figure it out yourself. The seriously injured Hades and the others, who were dying and sick, sat up in shock. And immediately silently fixed their seats and grabbed what they could grasp. No, Xiaohao, do you know how to advance in disorder? The female assistant asked Anran. And her heart was extremely restless. There are still billions of dollars that have not been spent. And the most tragic thing in the world is that the people are gone. And the money is still there, not to mention so much money. The next moment, Enran looked at Chinhaonan's little hand, which was placed on the console and turned into a phantom. With his movements, the plane began to rotate at a large angle like a fallen leaf, instantly losing all sense of gravity. Lei Zhan's eyes were about to bulge out. And he exclaimed, this little guy. Where is this disorder? This is a direct crash, right? Hades and others also have this feeling, that feeling of direct weightlessness. And they can't hold their pants. The sky hunting skill told Chinhaonan that if you want to avoid the missile, you must do all kinds of maneuvering in advance to avoid it. If you are late, enter the unsafe area of the missile. No matter what you do, it will be useless, so he will float in all kinds of ways, as long as the plane does not disintegrate. The critical point of the disintegration of the plane, through the feedback of the sky hunting skill, let Chen Haonan grasp the bottom line at any time. And it will not be too wavy. And he will blow up the plane directly. The transport plane looked as if it had lost control, but it was actually still under Chen Haonan's control. In such an early maneuver to evade and skillfully get rid of it, he finally deceived the tracking of the missile. Whoosh! 3 missiles in a row grazed the fuselage and plunged directly into the jungle, exploding into the sky. And countless small animals fluttered their wings and flew in panic. Hide from me, my God, I believe God exists. Hades looked at the fire-bursting jungle below. And felt like he was in a dream. Others feel the same way. After the transport plane flew smoothly, and Ran rushed to the co-pilot's position and clicked Chen Haonan. The female assistant looked at Chen Haonan with a cold face in a daze, feeling that she was dreaming. It turned out that she was following a little Superman. Report, the other side has gotten rid of our missile tracking and has entered the garrison area of Country H. And it is initially suspected that the United States has sold us fake missiles, otherwise, how can it not lock the other party's plane? General Armand listened to his subordinates' reports, suspected that he had misheard. And when the news was confirmed, he silenced him. Fake missiles? Sure enough, never rely on others, never believe the sweet words of the United States. Those powerful countries are not doing personnel. As long as they give money, they can do anything. The missiles are all fake. Is there still a royal law? Investigate who came in, waiting for an opportunity to retaliate. This matter can't go over like this, especially an international killer named Wang Yadong. Thomas caught the Yenghua soldiers through him. Okay, we will launch a strict investigation of Wang Yadong. Chen Haonan piloted the transport plane and stopped at the station of Country H steadily. Lei Zhan and the others were not lightly injured and must be treated immediately. The leading doctor of the medical team here is a very beautiful woman. Her name is Du Yan. She has the appearance of a female star of H country. She has a good figure. And she is also a good person. Then, it was Captain Lu Shizhen, a love expert who was stunned by Chen Haonan's punch. And this time he was accompanied by another soldier named De Rong. Compared with Lu Shizhen's politeness, De Rong, a soldier of Country H, has a great temper. And after seeing Chen Haonan and others, he immediately asked, was the explosion just now caused by your Yenghua soldiers? And also, who hit Captain Lu? Chen Haonan didn't pay attention to it at all. And said to the beautiful Twilight, please arrange the operation as soon as possible, especially Comrade Harley, he has a bullet in his butt and needs to be taken out. The wounded have no borders, leave it to me. Twilight Yen is not the kind of woman who hums and chirps, so she pushes De Rong away and begins to arrange surgery for Lei Zhan and the others. Soon, Lei Zhan and they were treated. De Young and Yusi Jin, who were left out in the cold, stood outside the medical room set up in a makeshift tent, their faces full of anger. They just came in a helicopter and caused an explosion. I think their arrival will break the security here. And General Armand will definitely retaliate. This person is very vindictive. But when they first came, it wasn't the helicopter. Maybe they are a secret invasion. Don't believe the credibility of the Yenghua soldiers. They also said that their ancestors drove tanks and entered our soul. This is a lie. It's too shameless. And at this moment, Ran walked over and said, I know what you are suspicious of. This helicopter, after we rescued people, blew up the other party's airport. And drove out of it. This is not an invasion. You don't have to worry too much. Their base has been destroyed. And they will move out of here soon, please believe us. De Rong looked at Ran in shock. And blurted out, how is it possible that you bombed General Amang's base? There are thousands of mercenaries in there, can you escape? Lu Shizhen on the side was even more surprised. He remembered that before he was knocked unconscious, a child told him to break in directly, don't talk so much nonsense. And then knocked him unconscious with a punch. Is it real? Linked to the situation of the group of people who had the operation just now, that is, this beautiful female soldier took the child and rescued everyone? Also bombed General Armand's base? The ancestors of the Yen people drove tanks into Seoul, they were not so outrageous. I don't believe it, I heard that just 2 of you went in. And there is a child. And the 2 of you blew up General Armand's base? De Rong scolded and scolded, just saw Chen Haonan come out. And immediately stopped in front of him. Little guy, you knocked Lu Shizhen unconscious, right? Let's make a few moves. I'll see if you can block a few moves from me. I really don't believe you have any strength like this, oops. Derong didn't finish his words, he felt a flower in front of him, his neck hurt sharply. And then the whole person fell in love with the earth. And they loved each other very deeply. A day of twittering, noisy. Chen Haonan clapped his palms and turned to leave. This time, Lu Shizhen, who finally saw Chen Haonan's shot, opened his mouth wide. This is too fast, that child jumped and slashed the tall and powerful Darong with a knife. No wonder I can't react too late. Why, he's so strong. Lu Shizhen asked and ran. And Ran pouted and spoke, the 9-year compulsory education has been done well. 9 years of compulsory education? Did you practice martial arts since you were a child? Yanggui is really a magical country, I will apply to see it next time, I am too interested in your country. Lu Shizhen felt the magic of the East from Chen Haonan's body. He didn't like children very much. And felt that even if he got married, he would choose Dink, but now he is moved. Twilight, a beautiful female doctor who had just finished surgery, walked out and happened to see that scene. Seeing Haonan jumping up, he cut down Derong with a hand knife. Twilight's delicate mouth provoked an arc. And the arc became more and more crooked. What an amazing kid. She knew that Derong, a soldier, was hard all over his body and had great skills, but she didn't expect to be beaten into a husky with his tongue stuck out in front of a child. And at this moment, Lu Shizhen came over and planned to give his friend a head. Okay, it turns out that you are a child master, so let's try your skills too. Lu Shizhen used a combination of punches to attack Chen Haonan, wanting to put him down. And then help him up to show his demeanor. Bang! As soon as he made a move, he didn't know what was going on, so his eyes were dazzled. And soon, Lu Shizhen immediately spasmed his hands and feet a few times. And he completely lost consciousness. Good. What a powerful child, he doesn't look like he has quit breastfeeding yet, right? Twilight saw it more clearly this time. First Yu Shijin made a move, the kid was faster, jumped up and punched Yu Shijin in the nose. And then the opponent became a mollusk and fell. This kid has grown up, he must be a fast man, too fast. You're the best kid I've ever seen. Twilight handed over a bottle of milk. Chen Haonan looked at the milk written in Chinese, fell into deep thought. And did not answer. Big Buffalo Granny. Gao General Office. The leader of the Southeast Military Region pointed at He Jijun's nose and scolded like an angry Era, eager to tear Comrade Xiaohe on the spot. I just went to the military department to attend the meeting for a week. And when I turned around, you made such an outrageous decision, let a child go to save the people of the Thunderbolt Commando, my mother, your brain circuit is really clear. And you are more courageous than me Gao Sherwei, I think Chen Haonan is a natural genius, I thought of some heroes in history. And I plan to let him try, but I don't want you to really use him as an adult. Let him lead the troops. And you let him go abroad? Didn't you force an underage child to go to the cave room? He's not your son, don't feel sorry for the cub to sell his master's field, Xiaohe, like a genius like Chen Haonan, as long as the soil is good, when he grows up, he will dare to fly in any forest, but not now, I got the information, where is General Armang, the missile has been launched, Chen Haonan is afraid that he will not be able to come back. What to post? Launched a missile? He Jijun's head was dazed. And he sat on the ground. Boss, when you weren't there, he killed a total of 15 professional mercenaries with ghost boys and blood blades alone. And his actual combat ability was so awesome that he could fly, plus the lightning was missing, I had no one available here, so I thought of letting him try, but I didn't expect the other party to launch a missile, why, is he crazy? In this way, the eyes of the whole world are on him, General Armand is a reactionary force after all. And he is not afraid to expose his base camp? Hearing this, Mr. Gao was stunned for a moment, he didn't expect Chen Haonan to be more awesome than he thought, he knew the Ghost Boy and the Blood Blade, one is a country with a good life. And the other is the Eagle Country. And they were all eaten by a child? The more this is the case, the more Mr. Gao's chest rolls and he is angry. And his hands and feet are shaking. Mom, you. Chen Haonan has proved that he is a genius among geniuses. And you let him die young, Shui. Lao Tzu told you that if he hangs, you go to military court, you still use child labor. Lao Tzu can't bear it, you didn't like him at the beginning. And now, you still throw him to go to the battlefield abroad. Mr. Cao was so angry that he went up. And both heads went up. If the baby plan is okay, Chen Haonan will definitely become the lever of the Southeast military region. Outcome. Confused. The two were relatively speechless, only angry. Not long after, there was a knock on the door. And the communication staff officer was so excited that he seemed to have won 220 million lottery tickets with 100,000 yuan. And he spoke in ecstasy. Report, the two chiefs received a call from Violet. She raised Chen Haonan to have rescued all the people of the Thunderbolt Commando. And they are being treated at the station of Country H. And all of them are unharmed. Before Mr. Gao could react, He Ji-jun on the side jumped up from the ground, as if he was more than 10 years younger. And grinned. Great, great, I'll just say, no one in this world is Chen Haonan's opponent. And neither can General Armang's people. I really have a good eye for people. Under the ecstasy, Laoi's pressure was suddenly relaxed, as if he was spewing out two gases from his body. And his weight was lighter. It's good that nothing happens, otherwise, you really have to go to court-martial. All are all right? Good, good, good. Mr. Cao is different from He Ji-jun. When he praises people, he generally says 3 good words. If he is angry, he is a mother. And he focuses on a hawkish style. You can actually rescue the Thunderbolt Commando from General Armand's territory. And you can also escape the tracking of missiles, that is, the opponent's missiles are lonely? Yes, Chief, it should be empty. The communications staff officer was also so happy that his wife had given birth. And there was no Lao Wang next door. Genius child, I really didn't look away. At a young age, I actually have the ability to stir up the world. Mr. Cao praised for a while. And then said happily, I will find someone from the military department, apply for a special channel for him, send a special plane to pick him up. And then all the cadres of the Southeast military region are waiting at the airport. This is the return of the hero. And Chen Haonan deserves this treatment. With that, Mr. Gao began to call the military department. Only the military department has the right to apply for special fairways. Who knows, after connecting the phone, He Ji-jun did not hear Mr. Gao say about applying for the waterway, but pinched the phone and listened, his expression becoming more and more serious. He Ji-jun felt that something had happened. And he rarely saw Mr. Gao so serious. Sure enough, after putting down the phone, Mr. Gao said urgently to the communications staff, just now, there was a building collapse in Uruk. Out of the spirit of humanity, let Violet and they provide necessary help to the local people, waiting for the special plane to pick up. Yes, Chief. The communications staff officer immediately turned around and went to contact Enron. After waiting for the communications staff officer to go out, He Ji-jun hesitated and said, will it be dangerous? There is General Armang's territory nearby. And the other party will definitely retaliate if he suffers a big loss from Chen Haonan. Mr. Gao snorted coldly, there are 36 peacekeeping troops from 36 countries nearby, although they are all face-saving projects and build the image of their own country, but behind them, there is a strong country standing. No matter how bold General Armand is, he will not dare to offend the peacekeepers nearby. What else do you have? Get out of here if it's okay, I don't want to see you just yet. Chief, it's... And one last thing, I promised Chen Haonan that if he could save people, I would give him a military rank. This. Can you figure it out? He's a kid after all? Mr. Gao picked up the broom. It's outrageous, give a child a military rank. This ass Lao Tzu won't help you wipe it, you lick it yourself. On the other side, Enran had already been notified to help the local people in Uruk on behalf of the country. And she immediately went to Chen Haonan without saying a word. At this moment, Chen Haonan was smoking the buffalo milk sent by Duyin, sitting on the steps, his calves swaying. And said to Duyin, who was staring at her, I am in Country H. And I have a girlfriend named Xiao Yuan, do you know her? She is more beautiful than you. Madoka, is the girl group the leading star? After seeing Chen Haonan nodding, Twilight Yin screamed in surprise. It's really surprising that Madoka is your girlfriend? If Chun Haonan said such things at the beginning, Twilight felt that the child was talking nonsense. She saw the little guy thunder just now. And he didn't look like he was going all out. Lu Shizhen and Derong, two professional soldiers, but they fell. Could he be an ordinary person? Naturally, he won't be a joker. And after Madoka returned to China, the media reported that she had found a little boyfriend in Yanghua. What's weird, I'm always his girlfriend. And Ran walked over and wiped out the twilight smoke. Let's go, there is a landslide near here, we are peacekeeping on behalf of the country. And people from other countries have also gone, this is a big event. And it should be reported. Chen Haonan was stunned. And accidentally put his milk on his Twilight face and squatted in front of him. Suddenly, Twilight Star face was filled with a cloud of white liquid. Oh, you kid, you were so careless. Twilight wiped her face, stuck out her tongue and licked the corners of her mouth. She didn't reject Chen Haonan's taste, after all, this child had aroused her great interest. Did there be a landslide? Then our medical team is going to go over. By the way, your comrade in arms is not a big problem, the one who was shot in the ass, the muscles are very hard, the bullets are stuck, he said that his ass is hard qigong. Twilight said, full of curiosity and yearning for the country of Yen. This woman was led astray by Chun Haonan. Enron doesn't even want to pay attention to the twilight smoke, people look beautiful, so easy to deceive? Don't you want to be Chun Haonan's girlfriend too? Lead, let's go together, let Lei Zhen and them stay here and chat. And Ran put his hand in Chun Haonan's hand and let the child lead him. Since she was in charge of the billions given by Chen Haonan, and Ran spoke softly, letting Chen Haonan take his little hand at every turn. And when he went to bed at night, he didn't wear pajamas, focusing on a frank meeting. Not long after, Chen Haonan, the vice president, led his Xiaomi and descended to the scene of the collapse. The scene was miserable, with thick smoke billowing and cries everywhere, as well as cries for help. Many peacekeepers have come over and are joining the rescue campaign. Behind these troops, a female reporter is reporting on the scene. Uruk has always been the focus of the world. There is a beautiful environment, rich resources, but it is the most chaotic country in the world, so there are 36 countries in the world here to maintain peace. This landslide, they are all here. This is the representative of the United States, this is the representative of the H country. Why are the faces of the two soldiers of country H swollen like pigs' heads? The female war reporter looked at Lu Shizhen and Derong, who came over in surprise. And behind the two, they were also followed by Du Yin's medical team. Excuse me, why do you have wounds on your faces? Hey, we're here a long time ago. And we were injured by a brick at the scene. Derong was not ashamed, he pulled the wound when he spoke, grinned in pain. And glanced at Chen Haonan and Enran, who had just come down. Look, Yenggua's side, there is no sincerity, there is a child and a woman. The war correspondent was stunned and looked in the direction of Daon. Sure enough, she saw a child coming over. The little guy was still very energetic, his nose was a nose, his eyes were eyes. And he was wearing a small military uniform with 5 stars. Such a beautiful child, it can't be a woman, right? The female reporter was interested, immediately abandoned Daron, ran to Chun Haonan. And stretched out the microphone. Children, are you also here to maintain peace? Are you the representative of that country? She didn't ask and ran. Adults don't have any news points. And children are different. In big scenes, children rarely lie. Chun Haonan's bright eyes glanced at the female reporter. And said solemnly, we are the representatives of the Yin country, we are not here to put on a show, if there is a light, we will send a heat. I heard that the people of Uruk need help, my children know how to do their best. By the way, I think at this time, you should go to help those who are trapped, instead of interviewing me here. After speaking, he rolled up his sleeves and said to Enran, go dry. Okay. Enran also rolled up his sleeves and ran towards the collapse area with Chun Haonan. Wonderful, this is what a child said. This is all-encompassing, sublimated to humanitarianism. What does it mean that Yanghua has no sincerity? All children know how to have a strength. And they have to do their best. God, the soldiers of country H are really dog things, they are usually polite. And speaking at critical moments is like stool brushing teeth. And it stinks. The female war reporter decided not to interview several white and pure soldiers in Daron. And she planned to follow Chen Haonan throughout the whole process. This is definitely a news breaking point. The site of the collapse. Babbling. At the scene of the collapse, Chen Haonan's 24 times the power of ants exploded. And a large stone that could only be lifted by the combined efforts of 3 people was easily lifted and thrown aside, making a muffled sound, startling the female war reporters who followed behind him. This chapter is not over, please click on the next page to continue reading. My god, what a spicy stone, lifted up like tofu. The female war correspondent was so excited that she was stronger than any soldier from any country on the scene. Shoot, you have to shoot it all. How did it come that the follow-up report, which originally promoted the humanitarian spirit of all countries, actually became a feature of Chen Haonan alone? Under the camera, Chen Haonan couldn't hang it. The stones were lifted by his little hand, snapped away, someone buried underneath, snapped. And soon, the person was pulled up by him and thrown to safety. The people who were buried on the ground waiting to die did not react to the people. And the people were in a safe area. Those who can move, immediately get up. And worship Chen Haonan directly, feeling that this is the arrival of the gods. All this scene was filmed on camera and entered the global media channel, first broadcast by dozens of countries. And not long after, because the effect was too explosive, it became reported by hundreds of countries. Audience friends, here is the hashtag. At present, there is a large-scale landslide in Europe, 36 countries at the scene for humanitarian relief. Here is the scene. Among them, there is a representative of children from the Yin country. One person turned the tide, saved more than 10 wounded in a row. The number is still surging, you can see. He is infinitely powerful, tiger and tiger, dragon and horse spirit, more crane than crane. The report from the country of Vietnam, the representative of the country of Yen who doesn't know what medicine he took, a child who represents a country, but does something that the representatives of dozens of countries can't do. Please watch the live broadcast. It's him. He's our little hero. Mom, why did you hit me with a broom? I had a good meal today. In a high-end community, a young mother picked up a broom and beat a 12-year-old child. And the poor child cried and asked 100,000 why. Why? Didn't you watch the TV coverage? The child looks like he is 10 years old at most. He has already saved people in Europe. And he also represents the country. And the news reports that he is a little hero of the new era. You are older than others. And you have to be served by the old lady when you eat. Change your posture. And lie on your stomach. Woohoo! Similar to this scene, after reading Chen Haonan's information about saving people, it keeps happening all over the world. The grief of human beings is different, but the wish of Jackie Chan is the same in the world. Chen family, villa. Kid's father, come and take a look. The news report has a teenage child who saved people in Europe. And saved more than a dozen in one go, causing a national sensation. In the living room where Chen Haonan can drive a small sports car, Chen's mother looked at Uruk's news report in surprise. In the picture, there is a child saving people. The figure is a little blurred. I saw that as soon as he raised his hand, the huge stone flew up, focusing on a little Superman. Father Chen came down from the second floor to clean and mop the floor, took a look at it. And was stunned. This child, why does it seem to be my seed? It seems to be a bit like, this small body, this posture with his ass cocked. Oops, I'll go, he won't be my little Haonan. Speaking of which, he has been out of the army for 2 or 3 months. Chen Lao, you have a really big heart. And you haven't seen a child once. This. Didn't he threaten Lao Tzu and let me not go? I didn't swear to pay it back if I couldn't learn. No, this seems to be Chen Haonan. Call Yitsuanshin to ask. Father Chen nodded, feeling that it made sense. He only cared about the world of husband and wife. And there had been no situation of Chen Haonan for a long time. On the other hand, Chen Haonan didn't know that he was famous all over the world. And he was recognized by his parents, so he cocked his little butt and buried himself in work. In his previous life, he was also a soldier. And his sense of responsibility was bursting. And he could save one of them. And those who could work harder. One by one, the stones ran out with his 24 attribute strength. And the wounded buried in the ruins one by one were quickly pulled out by him and reborn. And the scene was quite shocking. 222324. 30 of them, I'll go, the soldiers on the side of country H, a total of 3 people were saved. Big countries are different, even a child is so brave. The soldiers of country H just now said that people are useless. I personally think that you have to be more reliable in life and work, otherwise your face will hurt. The female war reporter was desperately blowing Chen Haonan. And she wiped out Darong and Lu Shizhen. The 2 love masters who were awakened were also full of helplessness. It was too difficult to save people from the ruins, there were many sundries. And it was easy to cause the second collapse. Especially that kid, it's so hot. Darong, you didn't lose unjustly, you have so much strength, it's like a hurricane rescue. You see, Jean is rarely surprised by something, unless he can't help it. Each other, I've been stunned only once. And you've been stunned twice. Darong was convinced, people's 9-year compulsory education is too terrifying, just pull a child over, it is better than us adults. How many people has he saved? More than 30 people, we barely 3 people. And one of them climbed out on their own. When the 2 of them were sighing, suddenly, behind them, there was a loud bang and dust. The smoke drowned the 2 of them. Ahem. When Lu Shizhen crawled out with a gray face, Darong disappeared. And he screamed in a hurry. When he found Daong, he was immediately frightened by the tragic situation in front of him. Dae was crushed under the rubble, steel bars piercing his shoulders, his face covered in blood and coughing desperately. Don't worry, I'll save you. You see, Jean hurriedly stepped on the ruins, trying to dig Darong out, but when he went up, the ruins under his feet let out an unbearable moan. And it looked like it was about to collapse again. You go quickly, I can't survive, come here to die together, cough cough. It's really useless, I lost the face of the country, I didn't save a few, I got in by myself. Darong closed his gray eyelids. And his body that was crossed by steel bars was constantly trembling. And he couldn't understand why he was so unlucky. And the soldiers of Yenguo on the other side became the heroes of the report. And he was crushed into a bear on the spot, the gap was too big, it was better to die. Don't think about it, the news reported tomorrow is, a child in Yenguo, playing the role of a superhero. And the soldiers of country H are dragging their feet and buried in the rubble. Twilight, hurry up and save someone, give him an infusion. Twilight Yen rushed to the scene with the medical team and was caught by Yu Shijin to save people, but when she stepped on the ruins, it was the same result. And the buildings below could not bear the weight of adults. After all, Twilight Yen is also from H country. Looking at this scene, she is kind. And she is crying in a hurry. God, the soldiers of country H were crushed under the rubble. And their bodies were pierced. And they were in danger, viewers and friends all over the world. This is the live rescue live broadcast of Uruk. There is an accident here. The female war reporter also rushed over, saw this scene. And hurried to report. Seeing this scene, Darong, who was leaning on the steel bar, was even more desperate in his heart. He didn't want to open his eyes, it was good to die, he died cleanly. And he was embarrassed and thrown to the world. And Ran came out, get out of the way, get out of the way, what a big deal, we have a way in Yenguo. What's the use of crying and crying, you have a beautiful face in vain. And Ran snorted twice, pulled away the useless ghost twilight smoke. And beckoned with his crossed waist, come here. Following Enron's gesture, the female war reporter opened her camera. At this moment, peacekeepers from other countries came around. And under the eyes of everyone, Chen Haonan, a child, made a brilliant appearance. He's coming, he's coming. Bang bang. Bang bang. 2 kicks in a row, kicked the 2 huge stones away. And exploded in the distance. Chen Haonan put his hands in his pockets, took a step with his short legs. And walked in 3 steps and 2 steps, his bright eyes reflected the eyes of all beings. And his expression was cold. The wind blew, blowing the small short hair on his little head into the wind. And his small body was stained with white dust, which did not affect his image at all, but seemed to be full of metals all over his body. An idea came to the minds of those present, my God, this kid is more handsome than the superheroes of American comics, such as Spider-Man, a miniature version of the Hulk. And Superman with pants on the outside. God, this is a miniature version of the hero of the United States. No, this is Jesus who hasn't grown up yet. It's so handsome, it's really handsome. It deserves to be a little man who Miss Ben is willing to be honest with each other. And, what kind of hero of the United States, doesn't our country have a King Kong gourd baby? And Rand glared at the other soldiers who were talking nonsense several times with Kaslan's big eyes, saying that they didn't understand anything. And only he, a woman who had slept with Chen Haonan, knew his greatness. Click. Various shooting tools flickered. At this moment, Chen Haonan gained a large number of fans all over the world through the live broadcast, including the star of the girl group in Country H, Xiao Yuan. She also watched the live broadcast and jumped up directly in the lounge. Her skirt almost fell to the ground, she was so excited. P.S. There will be that later. That kid is my little boyfriend, so handsome, if he is an adult, I can give him monkeys. Xiao Yuan, a big star with a golden ratio, jumped and clapped her hands on the spot, introducing her little boyfriend to the young ladies of the girl group. Oh my god, Madoka, is this the boyfriend reported by the media? I thought it was the boy who slept with you. And it turned out to be a nursing child, but it's really handsome, look at it, he seems to be a soldier who went to save our country's peacekeeping. Our country's soldiers, aren't they going to peacekeeping? How did they become the object of Don't Save Them? It's a bit embarrassing, Madoka, it's still your little boyfriend who is handsome. And he will introduce it to me next time. You're out. Chen Haonan didn't know that he had already been hung to alarm his second girlfriend. At this moment, he stood in front of the collapse with cold eyes. And hummed, bear with it, you can't die, your scream like this is not as good as a woman. As soon as the words fell, Derong, who trembled in pain, immediately shut up. And his heart was so aggrieved that he couldn't do it. Family, who understands his grievances. A good peacekeeper, a representative of the country's image, has become a rescued wounded, the key person who rescued him, or the Yingwa people who have always looked down on him. And the hell is still a child, a person who saves himself alone. I want to die. Lu Shizhen shouted loudly, don't be afraid, Derong, you will be saved, the little hero of the Yin kingdom is here, his body is very light, he can pass through the collapse, he is infinitely powerful, he will definitely be able to save you. The voice was very loud. And many soldiers from other countries were nodding. And someone sneered on the spot. I'll go, Lu Shizhen, you love brain, don't talk nonsense if you don't know how to speak. When Derong heard this, the shaman his heart directly reached the standard, his head tilted. And he fainted under the severe pain. When he woke up, he saw Chen Haonan standing in front of him. I saw that his little face was resolute. And he easily cleared out the large stones that were pressed on him. And then took a chainsaw from behind, turned into a dojo murderer. And cut it down with a saw. You. Derong almost peed his pants, subconsciously closed his eyes, the muscles of his face were trembling. And the next moment, he saw sparks splashing, constantly splashing on his face, so hot that he grinned. Chen Haonan held a chainsaw in both hands. And gave full play to the power of ants in his body, as steady as an old dog, constantly cutting through the steel bars of Darong. The sparks splashed and fell on Chen Haonan's face, on his body, it was the heroic demeanor of the fire tree in silver flower. And it fell on the face of Derong, who was covered with blood and grinning teeth in pain, it was distorted and perverted. And this scene was a huge contrast, all of which were filmed by the field base and clearly sent to the audience who paid attention to Uruk's rescue all over the world. Bang bang bang. Kill you, an unfilial son, you still need to be fed, you have to wet the bed, look at other people's children, they have won glory for the country. Mom, people are different, when you were 10 years old, you were about the same as me, woo. It hurts. The young mother's hands stiffened. And the beating became heavier. Chen's house, inside the villa. Aisle. Chen's mother and Chen's father broke out at the same time, a husband and wife. And the exit was very rough. The next moment, the couple hugged each other hard, squeezed each other. And shouted wildly, God, this is Chen Haonan, why did he go abroad to be a hero, he is saving people. Chen's father even exclaimed, it is worthy of my species, he has carried out tasks on behalf of the country, what has he experienced in the army? No, I have to ask. This kid, how can he endure such hardship? I feel sorry for me, the sparks have splashed on his body. Wu, Lao Chen, hurry up and go abroad to find him. Lao Chen calmed down. No, it's okay to go to the military region to squat. Uruk is not suitable to go. Where is the waist often broken? The little man is going on behalf of the country. Let's go to the Iron Fist Regiment and ask. On the same day, Chen Haonan's parents went to the Iron Fist Regiment. Country H. Derong's distorted big cake face. And the scene of Chen Haonan holding a chainsaw to save people directly silenced the arrogant Hanren. When no one spoke, it was humiliating. And someone simply turned off the TV and pretended not to see anything. When the illusion is right, you can't afford to lose this person. Why do you want to save people? You become the person who is saved. And your face is still distorted like this? I'm sorry, we are proud. There are no such ugly people in our country. The only exception to the one is Madoka H. She is very happy. And she feels that her luck and eye for people are very good, so the sisters at this moment are very envious of her. After seeing Chen Haonan's cool appearance and knowing that he is a child of nursing age, he will definitely not hold on to himself. I've got to find a time to feed him the grapes. Madoka secretly made a decision. At the sight of the collapse, the dust was flying. And the small figure was faintly visible. Yenguai, this little hero, is really powerful. It's amazing, this is what brand of milk powder I grew up with, it's so good. The scene was electric with sparks. And looking at the figure shrouded in the haze of fireworks, many people exclaimed. In the face of true strength, it is possible to break the worship of national boundaries. Chen Haonan is not an old man, but he is young enough. And what he does is shocking enough. At a specific time and under a specific environment, he has unexpectedly gained a wave of military fans. Twilight's eyes lit up, staring at Chen Haonan and speaking to Anran. You are his little girlfriend? I understand why. And I'll ask him if he still needs a girlfriend. And I think I can too. In the face of Twilight's unruly appearance, Anran's mouth was crooked to the sky, ignoring it. It's really amazing, I hope Dei will be saved. Lu Shirzhen didn't feel much at first, but now when she saw her crush on Twilight, her eyes shining, her mouth crooked and admiring, when she looked at herself, she definitely didn't have such adoring eyes. And she couldn't help but feel bad in her heart. Luckily, it's a kid, so there's no need to worry about anything. If Lei Zhan is here, he must hold Lu Shirzhen, so that the hero will see the same. Not long after, Chen Haonan hugged Darong who had fainted. And there was cheers all around. Fast blood transfusion. Twilight Yin first glanced at Chen Haonan gratefully, his face was full of love. After all, Chen Haonan at this time, his small face and body seemed to be broken, blood-stained. And it seemed that he was not lightly injured. Don't look at me, it's all his blood. And my skin is not broken. Chen Haonan looked like he was speechless, his expression was so cold that he couldn't do it. And he was precocious. Twilight was stunned for a moment. And hurriedly gave Dei a blood transfusion. Derong, who woke up after being stabbed, saw many people filming around him. And after talking about it, he took the initiative to faint again. Face Peacekeeping Project, so many soldiers from all over the world have finally become a joke all over the world. After returning, Dei felt that he might be judged. After seeing Derong wake up and close his eyes in shame, Lu Shirzhen immediately breathed a sigh of relief and gave Chen Haonan a thumbs up. But the next moment, after he heard the live broadcast of the war correspondent clearly, his face immediately turned bright. The audience of the whole world, this little Superman of the Yin country, rescued 38 people alone. And the last trapped person was a soldier of country H. What to say later, Lu Shirzhen couldn't listen to it anymore, he had similar thoughts to Derong in his heart. And he was embarrassed and thrown to the world. After the peacekeeping mission was over, Anran took Chen Haonan's little hand, boarded the special plane, and flew away under a look of adoration. At this point, Chen Haonan's image began to enter thousands of households. And there are tens of millions of fans in Yenghua alone. If he is an anchor, the number of fans will definitely exceed that of Brother Dong. Southeastern Military District. According to this formation, it is obvious that the superior leaders will come to inspect the work again. And only their own people know that they are just welcoming a child who has returned from a mission. At 3:10 p.m., the plane landed. Xiao Hao, a lot of leaders are coming to pick up the plane. This formation is so big, I'm a little nervous. The Enron people didn't come out. And they saw a group of bigwigs waiting through the glass. And those who didn't know thought it was the boss of the military department. You are in the limelight today. And your deeds have spread. And they have alarmed the entire Southeast military region. And there must be many people who are interested in you and want to poach you to be a small instructor. Chen Haonan said solemnly, I won't fall for their beauty scheme. And Ran was stunned, laughed, leaned forward and backwards. And had a variety of charms. Lei Zhan on the side, his eyes were straight. When had he ever seen such a formation to meet him? When have you ever seen Ran smile so brightly? There are some things that he has to admit that in terms of personal charm, he is not even as good as a child as an adult. And Ran took the initiative to take Chen Haonan's hand and stepped off the plane. Behind him, the medical staff carried Raiden and the others down. Chen Haonan in front of him held up his small chest and took the beautiful female secretary to greet the applause and flowers. And the injured Lei Zhan and others were carried away from the side. Bang bang bang. Thunderous applause, high-quality treatment. Salute. Mr. Gao roared lowly, like thunder. Swish. In the fierce applause of the bigwigs present, Chen Haonan took the female secretary to salute the military salute in return. He was not very old. And the whole person looked resolute, cold. And so cool. This has caused a lot of heated discussions among bigwigs. Sure enough, it's a hero out of a teenager, Mr. Gao, your vision is really good. Mr. Gao looked at Chen Haonan with satisfaction and said, You are not very old, you have the gas to annex the world. Chen Haonan, you were a lonely hero this time. You went deep into a dangerous place like Uruk, rescued the Thunderbolt Commando, not to mention, but also won glory for the country, rescued dozens of trapped people. And one person can withstand the achievements of dozens of other countries, which is really remarkable. In view of your excellent performance, I have written a report, especially for you to apply for military merit. Military merit is not a big problem, but your age is here, plus you are not officially included in the formation. The military rank is that. Maybe it's not sure yet, you kid have no opinion, right? In the end, Mr. Gao was a little embarrassed. And his tone became inquiring. After all, Chen Haonan's merits this time, if they are casually placed on a soldier, he will definitely become a model in the army. What kind of place is Uruk? Minefields are everywhere, behind all kinds of bulls, ghosts, snakes. And gods, there are different countries standing behind. And being able to rescue the Thunderbolt Commandos under the recently gaining momentum of General Armand, just thinking about the horror in it, will make people's scalps tingle. Chen Haonan was stern. Commander, what if I say, Xiao Xiao has an opinion? Ahem. Mr. Gao almost choked on saliva, but he immediately added, in terms of military rank, regardless of whether it is approved by the above or not, Donghai Prison and the credit of this mission abroad, I will first record a nominal captain rank for you. And when you become an adult, as long as you are still a soldier in the Southeast military region, I Gao Shui patted my chest and assured you that I will personally go to the military department to get your military rank back. Bang bang. Mr. Gao slapped his chest against Chen Haonan. It looked funny, but none of the big guys present laughed. And they didn't dare to laugh. I'll go, Mr. Gao is a good cow. And in addition to verbal promises, it is obvious that Chen Haonan, the Seed Soldier King who suddenly became internationally famous, will be left in the Southeast military region. Chen Haonan didn't say anything, as if he cared about the rank. He thought that one day he would hang up the medal, go back to the house and pretend to be forced. And then fire the teacher, so that he didn't have to continue studying. Iron Fist. Chen Haonan's parents were in the reception room and were received by the Kong Tuan. And then they were told that Chen Haonan was no longer in the Iron Fist regiment. And that he had gone to be a special forces. And the special forces were classified troops. And no one knew unless they took the initiative to contact their families. Chen Haonan's parents were stunned on the spot, but under the persuasion of Kong Tuan, they still went home first. And when Chen Haonan called them, Wolf Fangs can't get in. For the sake of the elements of the former drinking friends, Kong Tuan also gave them some military specialties. And said that during the 3 months that Chen Haonan was a soldier here, he was still a friend of the little guy's peers and best friend. Chen Haodong was shocked for a long time. According to his generation, he is still Kong Tuan's father? White Tiger Base. Chen Haonan and Enran were not in charge. And Tang Xini, the second leader, had been training with the White Tiger soldiers for 3 days. It is worth mentioning that since seeing Chen Haonan's strengths and weaknesses, Tang Xiaoshen knew the route and decided to stay in the White Tiger Base. And he also wanted a dormitory to live alone. And he would be a theoretical teacher if he had something. And he would lead the troops if he had nothing to do. And he wouldn't go back to the scientific research office anyway. The scientific research office is not interesting, there is no stimulation here. Chen Haonan has great skills and speaks well. It's a pity that 3 days ago, Chen Haonan and Enran went to Uruk, a country where the world checks in. And the Thunderbolt Commando team went. And I don't know if they can't come back, where is it too dangerous? Tang Xini was a little absent-minded. When the training was over, the female soldiers surrounded her. Instructor Tang, where has my little cousin gone? Did he go on a mission? Yi Zuanxin hadn't seen Chen Haonan's cool appearance for 3 days. And she was so anxious that her aunt came. And the whole person was like an ant in a hot pot. Yes, Instructor Tang, where has our chief instructor gone? I can't see him for 3 days, so it can't be an accident. Tang Xini said angrily, oh, hey, I'm worried about him. Let me tell you, Chen Haonan was abducted in traffic to the mountains. Hearing Tang Xiaoshan's words, Yi Zuanxin's heart was like being struck by lightning. And he was stunned. No, it won't be. But the next moment, she immediately reacted, phew, how is it possible? My cousin is so capable, he abducts and sells others. And you are not his girlfriend? Oof. Tang Xini knew Yi Zuanxin's identity. And she was indeed Chen Haonan's cousin, so she didn't plan to hide it. And said, that's it, he went to Uruk on a mission, close to Country H. Isn't there a TV series called Descendants of the Sun recently, which was filmed there? And the prototype character Lu Shizhen is also a soldier there. And he is considered a love expert. And he heard that he is so handsome that he alarmed the president of their country. The White Tiger soldiers were all frightened. Is it dangerous for me to go and run so far on a mission? Is UC Jean really that handsome? There has been no news for 3 days. Do you say that it is not dangerous? If Chen Haonan really has an accident, you female soldiers will practice your skills well and go to Uruk to avenge him in the future. As soon as Tang Xini's words fell, before the female soldier could react, she was immediately woken up by a sentence. Tang Xini, you are talking nonsense. With our instructor's ability, what danger can there be? We are back. Hearing this, Tang Xini was overjoyed. I saw that at the gate of the White Tiger Base, Chen Haonan and Enran walked in hand, looking very intimate. And their shoulders were leaning together. If you put aside age, the intimacy of 2 people is like a couple on the road. Tang Xini sighed a few times. Strange, she went to Enran's room in the middle of the night. Violet is now sleeping with Chen Haonan, the child. And she is not wearing pajamas. She woke up and asked her. She actually said that it was convenient to feed the child. It was strange. Is it true that you haven't stopped breastfeeding at the age of 10? Chen Haonan is good at everything, but he can't quit this. However, Tang Xini also found some changes that happened to Enran, such as after returning from Donghai prison, Enran's eyes were much softer, especially when looking at Chen Haonan, a little man. He was full of admiration. And only saw such an expression in small movies such as His Wife's Kindness and Kind Aunt. It is worth mentioning that when she was an undercover agent on Crescent Island, for the sake of professionalism, Tang Xini watched a lot of small movies that hummed and chirped, which only then came to mind in Rant's expression, which also made her a bad liking. And she liked to watch small movies when she was exercising, which was particularly passionate. It's strange, Enran seems to have taken on the role of his wife? Tang Xini stood up and greeted the two. Yes, I can come back alive. I thought you wouldn't be able to come back in Uruk. Enran snorted. And then spoke, didn't you watch the news? What news? You are the big boss, the second boss is gone, who is here to lead the troops. Violet, why do you look radiant, as if you're on your honeymoon? And Rant's face turned red. And he snorted again, nonsense, I gave him a chance, but he was useless. That's right. Chen Haonan? Cinny, it's up to us here, you go and watch the international news. And you'll know what's going on, so I won't say it directly, hee hee. It can be seen that Ran is very proud, Tang Cinny snorted coldly. And then went to watch the news. Just take this time to take a break, 3 days have passed, do you know how you came over? When Tang Cinny left, the female soldiers surrounded her, but it was not Chen Haonan, who was too cold, but Ran. The female assistant Ran, who is three good, has a sweet voice and a good temper. And the female soldiers are not afraid of her, when she is a big sister, in fact, Ran is not much older than them, but she has rich experience and has experienced 100 battles. Oh, instructor, I heard that you went to the Sun Descendants shooting base on a mission, did you meet Captain Liu, is he handsome? Ran said solemnly, handsome or not, I don't know, but he was knocked out twice by our instructor. And I personally think that the instructor is quite handsome. I'll go. Ah. Groove. Really? The female soldier turned her head to look at Chen Haonan. And at this moment, the little man was expressionless. And said coldly, okay, don't talk nonsense, I haven't seen each other for a long time, Xiao Biesheng is newly married, I will give you a big gift, 5 kilometers off-road. Instructor, you are so good to us, I thank you. When the female soldiers lined up and began to run around the Qinglong playground, suddenly, on the side of the female soldiers' dormitory, Tang Cinny ran out of the door and shouted loudly. Oh my god, you're making the world famous. What the hell have you done, aren't you going to save people, how did you become a peacekeeper, Chen Haonan, you really have the ability, Miss Ben didn't misread the man, she can save 38 people by one person. And the total number of rescuers from all the peacekeeping countries on the scene is not as large as yours, how did you do it? And Ran showed Chen Haonan's signature smile. And said coldly, isn't it okay to have hands? Oh, I'll kill you. And you're still pretending to be with Miss Ben. Seeing Tang Cinny rushing over, and Ran grabbed her hand and lowered her voice, let me tell you, don't watch that kind of little movie when you train next door, you will teach bad children, he is not only breastfeeding now, but also starting to use his hands and feet, I don't sleep in pajamas, it was he who asked for it, but I don't think it's okay to be honest, after all, he gave me billions. Tang Cinny's eyes were round, what did you say, he gave you billions? How is it possible, he is just a child, does he have it? And Ran didn't think much about it, she had a sassy personality. And she didn't want to hide Tang Xiaosan, so she said it directly. Little master, there is more to this chapter, please click on the next page to continue reading, the back is more exciting. That's right, in Donghai prison, a prisoner who was about to be sentenced told Chen Haonan a Switzerland bearer account, password, there are actually billions of dollars in the account, Chen Haonan, this child, kept all this money for me, I am ready to use it for the construction of the White Tiger base, oh, what is your expression? You're talking about money? Tang Cinny was stunned. What do you think it is? Enron asked innocently. Ouch, this doesn't matter, I'll go, how much, you say it again, dozens of billions of dollars? American knife? My god, Violet, give me half of it, I'll keep it for you, I'm Chen Haonan's first girlfriend, I'm the eldest wife. Bullshit, you are a junior now, you can take care of the money, you go and tell Chen Haonan yourself, this is his money, he earned it with his own ability, he killed the ghost boy and the people of the Bloodblade group. Okay, isn't it just that you don't wear clothes and sleep with your nursing child, you can do it, can't I do it? Tang Cinny rolled up her sleeves, she felt that she was reluctant to be a wolf, she couldn't get a child, my god, billions of dollars in dollars, how much is it in RMB, no wonder Rant's whole temperament has changed. Chen Haonan, this kid, is too good at making money. And he has too many strengths. Tang Cinny is not very fond of money, she is a scientific research maniac. And she is a teacher, but it is billions of dollars. He gave too much. And Ran was really, it was really hateful to want to monopolize the power of the harem alone. As soon as her buttocks twisted, Tang Cinny turned around and went to the playground to find Chen Haonan. In the scientific research office, to apply for hundreds of thousands of funds, you need to be approved layer by layer, you can't get down in a few months, you can only apply 3 times a year. And now Chun Haonan has earned billions of dollars by virtue of his strength. What a terrifying wealth is this! For Chin Haonan, the god of wealth, if Tang Xinyi was just curious about his strength and youth before, then now, when she saw the spring breeze proudly and ran, Tang Xiaosan was so envious that she didn't want to talk about martial arts. Gotta grab. P.S. Ask for a reward to rush the list, my health is better. And I will start to pay off my debts. Tang Xinyi hurriedly came out of the tent, wanting to go to Chen Haonan to show her attitude, but as soon as she went out of the door, she saw a person sneaking around the entrance of the White Tiger base. She recognized the other party. This was Li Erniu of Red Blood Cells, Chen Haonan's former comrade in arms. Erniu, what are you doing here? Ah, hello mister. Tang, I'm here to find Chen Haonan. Is he here? Li Erniu's tone was cramped, like a rural child who didn't grow up. What are you looking for him? Li Erniu stood up straight and saluted. That's the case, He Chengwang behaves very strangely, no one listens to anything. I think Chen Haonan is the only person he is convinced, he must listen to him, so I asked him to help, we are comrades in arms. In the end, Lao Niu was a little proud. After all, Chen Haonan's reputation was getting bigger and bigger. And it had spread to the world. Before I came, when I was having dinner in the canteen, international news was played, in which Chen Haonan represented the country and saved 38 refugees, which caused a sensation among everyone. And the biggest reaction was He Chengwang. After seeing Chen Haonan being interviewed by a war correspondent, He Chengwang, who had been inexplicably depressed for several days, suddenly lowered his head and twisted his body. And the person ran out. Wang Yanbing and Li Erniu followed out. Guess what happened? He Chengwang actually went to the commissary to buy wine, carried wine alone, sat alone on the mountain. And drank and drunk alone. Wang Yanbing was driven down like a dog when he went up. There was no way Li Erniu came to Chen Haonan for help. According to Brother Niu's understanding, there is nothing in this world that Chen Haonan can't do. It's such a small matter, you come to Chen Haonan to solve it. And He Chengwang is a big man, why are you still depressed? He drinks like this, it is against the rules. Tang Xinyi scolded, a useless man, but still let Li Erniu in. Take him to find Chen Haonan. To Tang Xinyi's surprise, after learning of He Chengwang's strange appearance, Chen Haonan actually nodded his little head and said, well, I know why, let's go find him, it just so happens that there is one thing that needs to be solved by taking him. Tang Xinyi? Just about to ask clearly, Chen Haonan had already taken Li Erniu out and went directly to the Red Blood Cell base. No, I have to follow, otherwise the financial power will always fall on Enron. Tang Xinyi made up her mind, she planned not to talk about martial arts. Billions of dollars, Chen Haonan must be asked to give himself a little bit of 100 million. Anyway, what can he spend on a child? It must not all be cheap. Enron, this little girl. Xiaohao, come here, I'll be your driver. The red blood cells are a little far away in the past, I've been to be a teacher many times. And the road is familiar. Tang Xinyi trotted all the way, went over to start the car. And brought herself in the car to Chen Haonan and Li Erniu. Li Erniu, who came on foot, opened his mouth, his face was stunned. And there was a feeling that the audience was shocked. And sure enough, it was right to follow Brother Haonan. And let Mr. Tang be the driver when he traveled, who wouldn't want to be such a dog? Many people can't be if they want to. Wang. On the mountain, the sun is shining in the west. And the broken intestines are at the end of the world. He Chengwang greeted the slanting sun, holding a filled beer, drinking as fiercely as a tiger, the sun shone on his young and confused face. And he had a mournful temperament. At the foot, there were 5 or 6 bottles rolled. And there was a bag next to it that was unopened. Wang Yanbing sat at the foot of the mountain, not daring to go up. As soon as he went up, he was driven down as a dog. Hey, the lactic acid bacteria went crazy. And it was the first time he saw He Chengwang like this. Could it be that I watched the news that Chen Haonan became famous abroad? And it stimulated me like this? It shouldn't be. He Chengwang regards Chen Haonan as an opponent, but he also emphasizes that he is still young and is not afraid of anything. They are all comrades in arms of a commando. And Lao Wang doesn't want to see He Chengwang decadent. Coming. At the foot of the mountain, Li Erniu's voice came. Wang Yanbing hurriedly got up. And sure enough, he saw Chen Haonan's small body climbing up from below. Compared with the period when the little guy went to recruit soldiers, he now has a more mature temperament. He is too cold to do it. And if he doesn't look carefully at his legs, he thinks he is a handsome guy, but in fact, he is a suckling bear child. Every time he saw Chen Haonan, Wang Yanbing thought of the scene where he came to join the army at the train station. And then he was abused. Your old man is coming, I'm going. Why did you go abroad on a mission? I watched the video. And I was so awesome that I flew up. And I really gave us a long face when I overwhelmed the peacekeeping forces of 36 countries by myself. After a small blow, Wang Yanbing lowered his voice. However, the lactic acid bacteria are not lightly stimulated by you. After reading your news, he snorted. And people went crazy. And they came here to drink. And no one could persuade them. Chen Haonan nodded. Little things, let me do it. Wang Yanbing nodded and gave a thumbs up. You can do it, you can go. Chen Haonan walked directly to He Changwang, picked up an unopened bottle of beer. And spoke. There are two reasons why men drink alcohol: either they are out of love, or their wives ran away with others. Which one do you belong to? He Changwang already knew that Chen Haonan was coming. And he wanted to drive him down, but as soon as the other party's Chrysostom opened, he silenced him. It's really accurate to see people. And it's right. Chen Haonan, you are just a nursing child. What feelings do you know? Yes, you're right, I don't understand feelings, but I have 3 girlfriends. And they all die for me. He Changwang's brows jumped, feeling a little piercing. And his gray heart suddenly came to life. Men are like this, they can't stand comparisons, they can't stand stimulation. He stared at Chen Haonan, the little guy, and scolded as soon as he opened his mouth. I know you have a female assistant, this is also the arrangement above. In their eyes, you are just a child. Then He Changwang accentuated his tone. It's good for a teenager to become famous, but you are too young. At best, you are a shocking little monster. You are really willing to listen to you when those women are really willing to listen to you. These are all orders. Women are the most difficult creatures in the world to grasp. No one can see through. If one day you are not an instructor, go back to study, they may not know you on the street. He Changwang was in a very unhappy mood, feeling that scolding Chen Haonan, who was more dazzling than himself, was particularly comfortable. And there was a kind of pleasure of holding it at high speed for a long time. And then emptying the CI. Ouch, He Changwang, what is your identity? The man who actually scolded me, Tang Xini. I am reluctant to scold him. You are actually making a lot of nonsense here. I will call your instructor and ask what's going on. A special soldier secretly drinks. And dare my boyfriend. And Wang Fa? He Changwang looked at teacher Tang Xini, who didn't know what came out in amazement. The other party crossed his hands on his hips. And his expression was dissatisfied and verbally threatened him. At this moment, Tang Xini actually had a calf protection expression on her face, pinched Chen Haonan's small shoulders in distress, and used her body to block the slanting sun in the west, and asked him in a soft voice if he wanted to call Gong Jian and complain about He Changwang, which was too impolite. I have to say that Tang Xini is a little colder, but she looks very good. And she is tied to and ran as 2 wolf teeth. And there are many people who pursue her, including He Changwang himself, who thinks that the other party is very good. And his personality is also suitable for his appetite, not to mention his appearance. He can sing and cry. But Tang Xini is not interested in anyone. And the only time she was deflated was in an open class, when she was played by Chen Haonan, and was photographed recognizing him as her boyfriend. This is naturally child's play. How do children's words count? But look at her expression, her movements, her body. Why, this is a guardian. I don't know why. He Changwang suddenly felt a sour in his heart. And his heart was so astringent, made, a big man like an eagle flapping his wings, was actually not as good as a child. Chen Haonan handled everything perfectly. Needless to say, the new weapons, all the soldiers of the same period were pressed under the Wuji mountain. And they couldn't turn over for 3 months. Finally turned over, Chen Haonan turned into an instructor, several levels higher than them. Not to mention recently, people have become world famous, focusing on a spot ascension. Recently, He Changwang suspects that Chen Haonan has an adult soul living in his heart, but he has no evidence. Look at the appearance of Tang Xini, who is famous for being cold. where is this cold, like a rabdog wagging its tail, giving Chen Haonan the feeling of casual stroke. This. Isn't it the right way to open? Is the world in chaos, or am I crazy? Chen Haonan said indifferently, okay, men speak, women avoid. Yes. Tang Xini said obediently, I will always be the woman behind you, what you say, what I do. The main thing is that you and Tang Xini are your person, you can call as you like, I will wait for you at the bottom of the mountain. There is no way, what he gave Enron is too much. Tang Xini went down the mountain with sweet beauty and behaved. That's awesome. He Changwon, who was disgusted, was completely convinced. Hey, Chen Haonan, the chief of staff said that I can catch up with you, saying that I am still young, but the more I compare with you, I feel like I live like a dog. You are world famous, Lao Tzu is still out of love, abandoned by women. Do you say that you are too perverted, or am I He Changwon too failed? With red eyes, He Changwon finally opened himself to Chen Haonan and stopped holding it. Tell me your story. And I'll do it for you after drinking. Chen Haonan is also a little drunkard. And now he has the story of Changwon, he thinks that he should be white. It's all coming up, He Changwon has told his story. After pouring half a bottle of wine, Chen Haonan raised his little head and snorted at the second goods at the foot of the mountain. Coming. Liurnia, who had been waiting for a long time with her neck stretched, saw Tang Xini going up and down the mountain. She didn't say anything, she just had a bright face. And she was surprised, but she didn't expect people to be called up. When the two of them came up, they actually found that the desperate expression on He Changwon's face had eased up. And he had a feeling of waking up. Lactic acid bacteria, what's the matter with you? Tell your brothers clearly if you have anything. With a cold face, people who don't know think you're going to commit suicide. Brother Chen, you scared me, I had to move out of Brother Haonan. And sure enough, he solved it as soon as he came out. Facing the booze of the two brothers, He Changwon smiled bitterly. I was woken up by Brother Haonan, forget it, it's nothing, I said it, it's just a loss of love. There is wine, there are brothers, He Changwon told his story. Just like Chen Haonan's guess, Lin Xiaoxiao, a childhood sweetheart, got along with the middle-aged uncle who opened outdoor military supplies at the school gate after he became a soldier. And He Changwon went to look for her last time, but he met them in person and came back from going out to play. Originally, I thought I could see it, after all, there is no grass at the end of the world, but... Hey! After telling the story, He Changwon looked at Chen Haonan a little embarrassed. And said, it's just that after reading your news, you are famous all over the world, think about yourself for nothing. And if you fall out of love, people will jump. Chen Haonan nodded his little head, I see, blame me. After drinking, I'll take you to Wang Yadong. After speaking, Chen Haonan killed a bottle of pride. Come on, drink this bottle. And... He Changwon didn't take Chen Haonan's words seriously. Anyway, he said it was much better, whoever loves love will go to the side. Lao Tzu has brothers. 3 soldiers of the same period, drinking on the hill. At the foot of the mountain, Tang Xini sent a message to Enran, Violet, tonight, I will sleep with Chen Haonan. And you go to sleep next door to me. Clams, I'm used to sleeping with Chen Haonan, I can't sleep without a child to hold. Oh, you're sleeping, you're still glorious. No, it's my turn, I'm also his woman. You once had the opportunity to be a wife, but you don't want it, you are now a junior. And it won't be your turn, but then again, why did you suddenly change sex? Didn't you say that Chen Haonan moved his hands and feet? And he couldn't sleep well? It's just that I'm used to it. And I can't sleep. Tang Xini was persuading Enran to give her a chance to sleep with Chen Haonan, so that she could blow the pillow wind. After all, there were billions of dollars. And suddenly a person came over at the foot of the mountain. While staring at his mobile phone, Tang Xiaosan looked over. And it was Gong Jian, the instructor of red blood cells, who came over. This chapter is not over, please click on the next page to continue reading. Old Gong, people are not here, you can go somewhere else. Tang Xini knew that Chen Haonan was drinking with her. And she was mainly a cover. Husband? Captain Tang, you can eat things indiscriminately, but you can't talk nonsense. Gong Jian, who has been single for 30 years, was drunk and very useful, but he still made fun of Tang Xini. To be honest, there are not many beautiful women in the army now. And some people have mentioned that they are also quite compatible with Tang Sini. You can consider it. This person is Chen Shanming. Husband? I'm a man, don't talk nonsense. If he hears it, he'll misunderstand. Gong Jian was stunned for a moment, smiled awkwardly, and asked, who did you say wasn't here? Do you know who I'm looking for? Single dogs, all more sober, quick to react, with titanium alloy dog eyes, men and women in love, are stupid. They're drinking in the mountains. You're covering, right? Your man is here? He Changwang? I heard that you had a fight. Don't you know each other if you don't fight? When did it develop? Gong Jian was a little envious of He Changwang's Yanfu. He Changwang? That lovelorn dog, fuck off, don't talk nonsense. My man is a man who is famous all over the world. You're talking about Chen Haonan, the kid. Hell, why are the women of the military region surrounding him? Gong Jian was silently silent by this sentence. Lei Zhan couldn't catch up with and ran. And Tang Sini was actually like this, all because of a child. I'll go up and see what they're doing. Gong Jian didn't understand, so he didn't want to. He was not like Lei Zhan, he was a man who asked for trouble, so he simply went up the mountain directly. Aren't you in a hurry to find a partner? I'll introduce you to one. How about this? Tang Sini threw Gong Jian's mobile phone. And a white and innocent girl on the screen smiled harmlessly, looking like a flower blooming. I'll go, this girl is good. Her name is Gu Xiaojie, she is single. And her family is anxious to let her find a boyfriend. I think you are good, Instructor Gong. Do you want to arrange for you to meet? Gong Jianfei smiled. Captain Tang, do you mean to let me leave those little guys above? Smart man, don't say a word. Deal. You can go, I'll keep an eye on them next. Tang Sini began to drive people away. Let's go. Actually, Chen Haonan is here to enlighten He Changwang, this kid. I'm not an instructor, I still make money. Gong Jian is definitely not so honest on the surface, he will not say these words. I don't know why Tang Sini didn't let him interfere, but he sold the other party a face. Glancing at a few young men drinking on the hillside, he shook his head and left. Who hasn't secretly drunk when they were soldiers? Who hasn't been caught? That's why didn't a beautiful girl intercede with herself before? Having said that, Chen Haonan, who is famous all over the world, is small and big. On the hillside, Chen Haonan looked at the back of Gong Jian leaving, and said to Wang Yanbing, who was like a great enemy, I, the second master, still have some ability. And I sent the instructor away, you don't have to be punished. That's amazing. Awesome. Thanks, little brother. It's all here, I'll take you off for a trip, brothers, to see if Wang Yadong, who dared to kidnap our brother, is the three nostrils next to his ears and shoulders. Let's go. Chen Haonan held his little head high and dried up the last wine. Good. Wang Yanbing and Li Erniu were also arrogant once, focusing on a pride in the world. He Changwang hesitated. I don't want to disturb them. What kind of mind are you? In case Wang Yadong is a bad person, you are not generous. This is to push your childhood sweetheart into the fire pit. As a truth that children know, mother's friends should be vigilant. You are actually an ostrich here. I'll go first. I'll give you a word, there are no ravines in front of the horses. And there are pits in front of the cowards. After speaking, Chen Haonan held his little hands and went down the mountain coldly. He Changwang was so angry that he jumped up. Who is cowardly? Go, Lao Tzu really doesn't understand what kind of man Xiao has found, this time to find out, if it is a good person and good to her, I can only bless them, otherwise, Lao Tzu will fill him in the ravine. That's what it looks like. Wang Yanbing and Li Erniu on the side looked at the thunderous adult He Changwang. And then looked at the calm child Chen Haonan. Compared with the two, damn it, how do you feel upside down? He Changwang is a grumpy child? Li Erniu looked yearning. I just want to be Chen Haonan's dog, follow him. And have meat to eat. Wang Yanbing didn't make fun of him, so he was stunned. Although I don't have much impression of my Lao Tzu, how do I feel that Chen Haonan is becoming more and more like my father? He is too cold to be good. And he educates people in a set. Oh, you're quite good at uniting comrades. I thought you were just a nursing child who could make money. Tang Sini saw that Chen Haonan had brought people down, praised it in her heart. And then quickly got out of the car, opened the car door, and said softly, please get in the car. The attitude is respectful. and the tone is too gentle. On the resolute teacher Tang, He Chengwang, and the three of them all looked straight at each other, who didn't know that this beautiful teacher was cold. Whoever made fun of her, she was in a hurry. Actually bent over for Chen Haonan? In fact, Tang Xinyi didn't say a sentence in her heart. Wadumi Laonyang would not bend her waist if she was 100 buckets. She just wanted to kneel down and call her father. Scientific research is too expensive. And she can't say anything to let Enron monopolize power. Let's go and change into a set of military uniforms first. Do that one, don't wear it often, how handsome you are, how to wear it. After getting into the car, Chen Haonan waved his little hand and howled. No, why do you want to dress handsome? Aren't you going to investigate Wang Yadong? He Chengwang also wanted to wear a mask and a cap, go forward secretly, investigate secretly. And focus on a mystery. The three of you have to wear it, dress like two balu, you can't be aggressive, you don't usually go on a date with a stinky sweat. Women, pay attention to a sense of ceremony, unless you are particularly rich and wear slippers, they will help you wipe it. Listening to Chen Haonan's oral education of He Chengwang's three comrades in arms, Tang Xinyi, who was driving, frowned. What do you mean that you are rich? And women help you shine your shoes? I'm not this kind of woman, why do you look at me and say? Under Chen Haonan's strong request, He Chengwang and the three of them changed into new military uniforms, waxed leather shoes. And mosquitoes had to be split. After everything was ready, Tang Xinyi, who didn't dare to say anything, became the driver and sent the four to a certain university. At the entrance of a university, He Chengwang, who was dressed in beautiful clothes, looked at the college students who came and went inside. If I hadn't joined the army, I would have gone to college with Xiao Xiao. Do you regret it? He Chengwang didn't say anything. Chen Haonan said solemnly, my generation of soldiers, guarding the country, they have the opportunity to enjoy a peaceful life here. Look at Gaza next door, even a child like me can't grow up, how sad. He Chengwang was stunned for a moment, looked at Chen Haonan with a cold face. And felt that the other party was suddenly more handsome than the head of the military region. And the whole person was hanging up, as if he was glowing. I didn't pay attention in the past, this little guy is more handsome than Wu Yinzu. Is this the university? How does it feel like it's so idle? Don't they need to train? Wang Yanbing looked at the male and female college students who came and went, and expressed his incomprehension. I heard from my daughter-in-law that college is a marriage agency, but I graduated from this course early in elementary school. And it doesn't matter if I don't go to this university, I feel like a waste of time. Li Ernia rarely expressed the emotion of a philosopher, which made Chen Haonan a little impressed. Go in and find Lin Xiaoxiao. After the doorman looked at the documents, he immediately respectfully looked at the direction and saluted them. He recognized He Chengwang, as if he had been here once, but he became handsome? Girls' dormitory. So handsome, these three military brothers, really handsome, are my favorite type. There is a boyfriend who seems to be Lin Xiaoxiao, so handsome that he explodes. Hey, Xiaoxiao is really blind. He recently got very close to the middle-aged uncle in the military industrial store. And praised the other party for being a warm man. A warm man is not as good as a dog in front of a handsome soldier. Sure enough, the military uniform is the most handsome. If Lin Xiaoxiao doesn't want it, I'll go on it myself, not for anything else. The soldiers protect the family and defend the country. I feel sorry for my brother. Chen Haonan didn't get closer, so he asked He Chengwang, Wang Yanbing, and Li Ernia to go to the dormitory together. Listening to the discussions of these female college students, these three guys finally understood Chen Haonan's request. Why, it turns out that he is so handsome that he makes girls scream, don't you even know it? Chen Haonan really has vision, he has long expected such a scene? He finally moved back to a game, he is a child after all, standing behind him, no one can see him. Wow, that's handsome. Suddenly, a female college student let out a high-decibel cry and came at Wang Yanbing, looking like she wanted to hug him. Damn, am I so attractive? I just grinned a little. Wang Yanbing was a little panicked, with the same idea. And Li Ernia, only He Chengwang calmly saw behind him. Chen Haonan, who was dressed in a small military uniform, walked over coldly. Sure enough, the female college student from the king. Yan Zhu. Yanbing's side brushed. And then leaned over and hugged Chen Haonan. The picture changed so much that Wang Yanbing suddenly returned to the prototype. glanced at the cold Chen Haonan, and was actually surrounded by a group of female college students, asking this and that. And the female college students did not hesitate to kiss themselves. The change was too fast. Wang Yanbing was a little dazed. And after a few seconds, he realized that he had just experienced a deception. MD, it turned out that he had taken a fancy to Chen Haonan's child. And Lao Tzu thought he was going to get out of singleness. The girl in the same dormitory as Lin Xiaoxiao couldn't squeeze in, so she grabbed He Chengwang and said, "This child in military uniform, did you bring it? He is so handsome. By the way, did you break up with Lin Xiaoxiao? I feel that she is in love and has been deceived." "You don't have to be too sad. I'll tell you a secret. I heard Xiaoxiao talking in her sleep at night. Her name is your name. I'll knock you, but I'm also worried that Xiaoxiao has been deceived. She is a blank slate." He Chengwang's face became serious when he heard this, and his fists were quietly clenched. At sunset, 4 men, 3 men and 1 small man, standing in the outdoor military store, had been standing for a long time, but including the child, they were all tall and impatient. At about 5:30 in the afternoon, as the sun set in the west, a white SUV drove up from the other side of the road and stopped in front of the military store. Wang Yadong opened the car door, made a very gentlemanly gesture, and asked Lin Xiaoxiao inside to come out. "Have fun, come to me when you have time in the future, even if the store is closed, I will accompany you." "Thank you, you're such a nice person." This is what a man should do. If a man is not free to accompany his woman, no matter how much money he makes, what is the use? Love is not just a partner to live. No wonder people say that marriage is the grave of love, it's just that they don't cherish it. Wang Yadong has a warm male smile on his face, and constantly outputs chicken soup for the soul to Lin Xiaoxiao, which resonates with simple female students. And with his life experience, he has played a killer, a spy, a decent, and a villain. These are all training words. And it is too easy for him to please a woman. Lin Xiaoxiao, a female student, he liked it at a glance, and felt that she could make herself forget the past and be a new person. After many temptations, with the experience of an international killer, he found out all the secrets of this stupid woman, including her military boyfriend. She grew up as a childhood sweetheart, but after graduating from high school, He Chengwang chose to be a soldier, leaving her alone and rarely coming to see her. This is a woman who lacks love and needs companionship. It's so easy to deal with. I have been adrift for half my life, and I need a warm family and another baby. Wang Yadong felt that he was completely in love with this simple woman. And even when Thomas threatened him to expose his identity in Yenghua unless he helped him provide clues about the diamond and the beautiful knife, he agreed without hesitation, but this was the last time to ask. Wang Yadong didn't find out about the diamonds and the sword, but he found out about the people who left the Thunderbolt Commando to arrest General Armand, so he revealed the news to Thomas. Seeing the two of them talking and laughing, especially the smile on Lin Xiaoxiao's face, it stung He Chengwang's heart. And he clenched his fists, let go, and clenched again. In junior high school and high school, she often laughed like this. And after going to college, she rarely smiled like this. It's me who is sorry for her, she is just looking for her own happiness. As a soldier who defends the country, I can't be so selfish. Don't get excited, let me. Just when He Chengwang wanted to obey his heart again and bless this girl, Chen Haonan patted his waist and asked him to stand still. This shit, the woman who actually lied to my comrade in arms, maid, laughed with a wrinkled face, older than my grandmother. Wang Yanbing was so impulsive that he wanted to rush over to kill Wang Yadong. Chen Haonan grabbed him back and said, I'll negotiate, in 3 directions, you guard the exit, don't let the dog in your mouth escape, today I will let him be exposed. After crossing over, Chen Haonan was rarely angry. This time he was really angry. It was not He Chengwang with a green hat or something, it was Wang Yadong, who was too hateful. Not to mention that he secretly informed Thomas, causing Raiden to be arrested, beaten so much that he didn't even know his mother, and almost died in a foreign country. Just he only cares about the happiness of his lower body now, regardless of Lin Xiaoxiao's future, so that the little girl will soon be unmarried and pregnant, so she can only drop out of school and then fall out with her parents. This is so selfish to the sky, no wonder he can be a cold-blooded killer. Monitor Wang Yadong's Windiro, this guy usually smiles at himself. people are also huge pits, isn't it your responsibility to protect the safety of the people? Lin Xiaoxiao has been deceived to such a point. And he didn't tell her? There are too many pits. Chen Haonan walked towards Wang Yadong with small steps that his 6 relatives did not recognize. As he walked in, Wang Yadong, an international killer, immediately became vigilant. This kid has a murderous aura? Wang Yadong squinted his eyes, pulled Lin Xiaoxiao behind him, blocked him, and said, "Who are you? What are you here for?" Normal people would ask if this was the child of that family, but he couldn't be on Chen Haonan, who exuded such an aura, when he was still a child. Some terrifying killers, that is, children, or women. You're pretty good at deceiving women, Lynx. What qualifications do you think you have to cheat a college student in Yanghua? Awesome, really amazing. I can't help but applaud you. Make full use of the simplicity and kindness of the female university. And play the role of a warm male big bear. Chen Haonan took small steps, pressing step by step. And the whole person was so cold that he glowed. When he said the word bobcat, Wang Yadong had confirmed that the other party was a killer, not a child. Who asked you to come? What is your purpose? Wang Yadong quietly touched his lower back. And at this moment, Lin Xiaoxiao, who was hiding behind him, probed over, looked at Chen Haonan, who was more than a meter old, in surprise. And couldn't help but speak. "Oh, you are a child of that family. Why are you talking about a lynx here, a killer?" "Shut up, stupid woman." Chen Haonan roared in a low voice, squinting his small eyes, looking at Wang Yadong, who was constantly making small movements. "Thomas entrusted me, let me greet you, thank you for the information you provided. And finally let him catch the Thunderbolt Commando. My purpose is very simple, is to come and send you to see him." Well, he died. Wang Yadong completely changed color. "Get in the car." Wang Yadong saw that the situation was wrong. And immediately pulled Lin Xiaoxiao to turn around and run to the car. As an international killer, he knows that once these people do it, they will not let one of them leave. And there are 3 uniformed soldiers standing next to him, so insidious. This must be a disguise of identity. This is called professionalism. Lin Xiaoxiao was in a daze, so he was stupidly pulled away. And turned around and glared at Chen Haonan unconvinced. "Oh, how do you talk like this, kid?" Before she finished her words, her eyes widened, because at this moment, when she saw that child, she actually rushed like lightning and grabbed Wang Yadong's leg at once. Why grab legs? There is no way. Chen Hao is short. And he originally wanted to grab his shoulders. Hey ha! The sound of the milk murderer sounded. And Wang Yadong, who was caught by a dog's leg, didn't have time to kick it. And the person was played with a hot wheel. And under the huge force, he fell to the ground with a click. And Lin Xiaoxiao in his hand had fallen into the hands of the killer Chen Haonan. "What's coming at me? Don't hurt her, she's just a college student who doesn't understand anything." "Oh no, you also know that she is a college student who doesn't know anything. It's easy to deceive, right? If there is a shortage of women, why don't you go to the clubhouse to find it? You came here covered in blood to calculate our Yanghua people. Aren't you very good to her? Come with me to the army and make it clear." "Troops? Are you a member of the troops?" Looking at Wang Yadong in a small military uniform, raw as he is experienced. And he is a little unable to turn his brain. He is not a killer? On the side, He Chengwang had already walked over, pulled the frightened Lin Xiaoxiao, and said, "Xiaoxiao, he is indeed an international killer, you stay away from him." "I don't believe it." Lin Xiaoxiao screamed. He Chengwang was a little at a loss, but Wang Yanbing also came over and said, "Girl, he is a lot older, why should he be good to you, a young female student? Why don't you see him selling things at a discount to grandpa and grandma? Have you thought about it, if he is an international killer, knowing that if you follow him, the end will not be much better? And he has to be boyfriend and girlfriend with you. What does he want from you? Aside from your youth and beauty, it's rare to figure you old. Figure you don't take a bath?" Li Ernia touched his nose and said with a smile, "My daughter-in-law told me that if a man is really good to her, he has to dig out his heart and lungs. And his pants must be taken off, otherwise he is not a good person. How could he be a killer?" Seeing so many soldiers persuading, Lin Xiaoxiao was a little confused, covering her face and squatting on the ground. Seeing this scene, Wang Yadong had already recognized He Changwang. His eyes rolled. And he immediately said loudly, "He Changwang, if you want to destroy our relationship, you don't need to find a child to act. I am an international killer. Can I enter the country? Can I open a store here? Where did I find this little actor?" Ouch. Before Wang Yadong finished his words, he was punched in the abdomen. "You are an actor, your whole family is an actor. Don't fight back if you have the ability, you don't need help." See how Chang Wei called Fu Chenhaon and stopped Wang Yanbing and Li Ernia from coming over to help, grabbed Wang Yadong's hand, and came to a hard knee bump. There was a muffled bang. Wang Yadong felt that he was slammed by the hammer. And the whole person was like dry firewood, the feeling of being avoided by a sharp axe, his whole body hurt. And his face was deformed. What kind of milk powder is this child? And why is it so strong? Wang Yadong was almost beaten out in two, but he was trained to be beaten, which shows how strong this kid is. "It's okay, it's quite beaten, by the way. Thomas took 3 moves under my men. And people can't do it." After speaking, Chen Haonan raised his small fist and slapped Wang Yadong's nose. The nose was crooked off on the spot. And the bone was cracked and bloody. Wang Yadong originally wanted to take a few beatings to leave a good impression on Lin Xiaoxiao, but he was punched 3 times. And when he heard that Thomas was killed by him, he immediately collapsed. "If you continue like this, you will definitely be killed alive. It's a pity that if he had run into the car and escaped in the first place, there might have been a chance, but it was too late." Chen Haonan ran with a run, a dragon body method and invincible fighting skills, flashed Wang Yadong's block, and kicked the opponent's back of the heart. With a bang, Wang Yadong, an international killer, fainted directly. Seeing Wang Yadong fainting, Lin Xiaoxiao, who was originally squatting on the ground with her face covered, suddenly rushed over out of control and asked Chen Haonan to let go of him. "Stupid woman, I know all the things you do. First of all, this man deliberately sells you low-priced goods to win your favor. And then deliberately causes you to misunderstand with He Changwang, right?" "He didn't cause a misunderstanding." Lin Xiaoxiao stiffened, but her pace slowed down. "Secondly, you went to the army to find He Changwang. Did you see the scene of special forces on a mission? And then you told Wang Yadong the news, right? Stupid woman, I know that every child knows that you are deceived and help others count money." As he spoke, Chen Haonan shook Wang Yadong vigorously. "If you're not dead, just squeak and answer the question." Wang Yadong really woke up in a daze, squeaked, and felt that his neck was about to break. "Earth, is there an earthquake?" Under such a powerful output of Chen Haonan, Wang Yadong is sand-sculpted. And his head is a little fragmented. There is no way, in terms of pure power output, Chen Haonan, who has been strengthened by ants, is simply a humanoid pile driver, playing with knives and guns with him. And there can be back and forth. If you fight directly, you are looking for abuse. Lin Xiaoxiao is simple, but it doesn't mean stupid. She seems to understand something. And asked, "A few days ago, you asked me to go to the army to find He Changwang. And then asked some information. Is it to get this secret?" Seeing Wang Yadong's silent frowning, Lin Xiaoxiao was dumbfounded for a moment. And suddenly burst into tears. Why are you lying to me?" After sighing, Wang Yadong spoke, "I am indeed a killer, but after seeing you, I changed my ways, so I plan to return the last favor of the organization and get along with you, but I didn't expect." Bang! Chen Haonan gave this dog a punch in response. And after making the other party vomit blood, Gao Lang said, "What are you? Use other people's lives to repay favors, okay? Look in the mirror. Do you think you are still a young man like He Changwang, frowning more than the grandmother crossing the road? And learning young people to fall in love, I bah." Wang Yadong still wanted to struggle, explained. And was knocked out by a punch again. "Take it and give it to the Raiden commandos, they must be eager to see him." Lin Xiaoxiao watched Wang Yadong being arrested. And in the end, she didn't say anything. She is not a fool, how can she not see it now? In fact, if Mr. Wen gives her a few clicks, she will also think about the whole process of getting to know Wang Yadong, but unfortunately, no one reminds her. In Lao Wen's opinion, this female student is Lao Wang's woman. Morning light, I'm sorry, In fact, there is an element of anger. You have not been with me, he has replaced you, Seeing He Changwang's distressed appearance, Chen Haonan scolded the licking dog, quickly turned around and left. Forget it, this is someone else's love, it's not good to interfere. Wang Yanbing captured Li Erniu, who was about to eat melons. In the medical room, Raiden and others are being healed, stretching or something, in order to recover their physical fitness. The requirements are very high, everyone is pressed by 3 big men. And they are full of big men. It hurts too much. Thomas, you died early. Lao Tzu greets your whole family. Who betrayed us? We were caught by Lao Tzu, according to the ground. It hurts so much. Whether it's Leijian, Hades and others, they all scream aha, they fly in pain, no way, they don't want to leave sequelae, they have to open their muscles and bones. Just look at the professional players, every time they heal, they are pressed by the big man and called dad. The special forces scolded people, absolutely not talking about any quality. And soon, Thomas and the people who betrayed the thunder and lightning greeted the ancestors from the modern ancestors to the ancestors of the 8-man era. The wolf was sweating profusely. Thor, who betrayed us, the day he is an immortal, the boat capsized in the gutter, caught him. And Lao Tzu wanted to pluck his hair. Leijian said twice, intermittently, Wang Yadong, codenamed Lynx, I don't know what he is capable of, listen. Thomas mentioned this bastard, what kind of international killer he is. Dog Day, after Lao Tzu recovered from his injuries, he skinned them. The whole room was full of humming and chirping. Suddenly, the door was pushed open. And a man flew in sideways, like a pig for the new year. If you didn't look closely, you would think that this person looked like Duan Wanya, flying in the air. The doctor was startled. And finally saw a child holding a person flying in below, but he had short legs and couldn't see it for a while. And thought it was a trapeze. You kid, you have so much strength, is he hurt? Chen Hanan threw Wang Yadong on the ground and swept past Leijian and the others. Yo, it's all here. Leijian and the others didn't dare to say anything. If it was before, they would just yell, yo fart, get out. Chen Hanan is their savior, otherwise, all the bones will be cold. And what is even more terrifying is that he may be played by Thomas, a pervert, as a woman. This person has been given to you, treat him first. And after he is cured, he will play with you. Leijian turned over and bared his teeth. Who is he? Why did he give it to us? It was not light, his nose was crooked. And there were internal injuries. Chen Hanan turned around and left. His name is Wang Yadong. When he walked out, there was a room full of scolding behind him. It was this dog, beating him. What happened later, Chen Hanan didn't care. Originally, he sent it to Yijijun to ask for credit, but Wang Yadong was not angry. He vomited blood halfway, vomited, and was about to hang up, so he sent it to the medical room, but he didn't expect that Lei Dang and those people were all recovering here. At 8 o'clock in the evening, He Chengwang specially came to the White Tiger base and sent a bunch of local products. Looking at this confident buddy, Chen Hanan patted the other party's thigh. Okay, you don't have to thank me, go back and train hard, there will be opportunities for cooperation in the future. He Chengwang said movingly, brother, I have always treated you as an opponent in the past, but I didn't expect you to be my friend. Xiaoxiao's matter, thank you, it's not you. And I can't find out Wang Yadong, the bastard. He proposed that Xiaoxiao can come out to live outside. Fortunately, I didn't have time. He Chengwang said a lot of words. And finally his face was flushed. And he was satisfied with Chen Hanan and left. After he left, the female soldiers who were resting next to him immediately surrounded Chen Hanan. Instructor, you went out and caught an international killer, it's amazing. Wang Yadong, he still cheats on the feelings of girls, scumbag. And our wise and martial arts instructor took action, isn't he a thief who can be caught quickly? Faced with a bunch of rainbow farts, Chen Hanan decided to reward the female soldiers, otherwise, he would be sorry for them to worship him so much. Okay, since you worship me so much, I'll reward you with 10 kilometers of cross-country and start running. Instructor, actually, we don't admire you very much, woo-woo. There was no way, Chen Hanan's order, the female soldiers didn't dare to disobey, so they could only sing and run. Tang Xini walked over, lowered her voice next to Chen Hanan. And looked gentle, little man, tonight, I'll sleep with you, how about it? Nothing to do, either a traitor or a thief, say, if you have any bad intentions, I will not sell my body. Tang Xiaosan was stunned for a moment and giggled. It's amazing, you can see it. You. Can you give me half of the financial power from Enron? it is too difficult for her to manage alone? And it is easy to have problems, after all, I am your second master. Hey, where is Tang Sini, a pure and gentle woman? Her nature is a strong woman, she actually treated me gently for a day. And she thought about me for billions. Chen Hanan held his little hands and looked cold. It depends on your performance, you run outside every day, making it look like a red apricot coming out of the wall. And you don't contribute much to the white tiger base. Why give you the power? I'll give you a radish and 2 eggs, okay? What is this? Weird. Tang Sini took Chen Hanan's hand and turned into and ran. Oh, you just promised me, I also need billions, you give it to me. Tang Sini kept asking for it, praying in various postures, but Chen Hanan never let her be satisfied. And finally went to negotiate with Enran angrily. Seems to be a woman like Enran, if you give her financial power, she will know how to repay her. A strong woman like Tang Shaosan needs to be controlled, she can't grasp her center of gravity and basic points. And rashly give her power, she will float away without knowing the direction. It's a drag anyway. This delay dragged on until the evening. Tang Sini sneaked in, wearing thin pajamas. And her tone was soft. Little man, I negotiated with Enran. And I will sleep today, whatever, you know the rules? I'm used to sleeping like this, I miss my mom. Rest assured. A month has passed, Tang Sini has never been satisfied with Chen Hanan. She can't get any financial power, she can only watch Enran fly up, all kinds of purchases, all the equipment of the White Tiger base, from software to hardware, all complete. The strength of the White Tiger soldiers has begun a comprehensive leap. First, Enran does not need money to make up for the female soldiers. And secondly, Chen Hanan's high requirements, every day they do not treat them as women, they are used as cattle refining. Even if the Bull Demon King comes, they will put a nose ring on him. On this day, at the end of the month, according to the custom, Chen Hanan had to go to the Wolf's Head to report the training of the female soldiers, almost 3 months. And the White Tiger soldiers also ushered in the last moment of establishment, that is, to take the oath. Dress nicely. And follow me to the Wolf's Teeth. After Chen Hanan gave the order, the female soldiers cheered, entered the dormitory, and began to change their clothes. In the process, it was inevitable to compare each other's muscle size. On this day, at the end of the month, according to the custom, Chen Hanan must go to the Wolf Head to report the training of female soldiers, almost close to 3 months. And the White Tiger soldiers also ushered in the last moment of establishment, that is, to take an oath to completely become Chen Hanan's soldiers, follow him, and be loyal to him. White Tiger locker room. Guagua, it's not simple. How do you train your muscles? It's so exaggerated. You're not simple, look at it horizontally as a peak on the side of the ridge. Tiangua's exaggerated expression, or, let the instructor take a look and compare who is better. Yi Tsuanqing glared, nonsense, my little cousin is just a child, he doesn't understand anything, he just likes to take advantage of verbally. However, when I was on the first, I overheard instructor Tang say that we are generous within guidance. That little instructor is not small, don't think of him as a child, the child won't make money so much, you won't be maintained by him. Maintenance. The female soldier laughed. And it didn't take long for everyone to dress up heroically and go out happily. Outside, Chen Hanan, a handsome little guy, had already changed into a new small military uniform, waiting for the female soldiers to come out. And waved his little hand, let's go to the Wolf's Tooth. And swear that the White Tiger Commando is established. Chen Hanan was in a hurry. And took the White Tiger soldiers to the Wolf's Teeth. And for 3 months, all the female soldiers were finally planted by him with powerful seeds. And all of them became the shape of his Chen Hanan. It can be said that he taught the essence of invincible fighting skills, invincible shooting skills, weapon skills, stealth skills, camouflage techniques, and dragon body skills to his female soldiers without reservation. It is worth mentioning that Chen Hanan made a report and applied for 2Zhiwu9, but Yi Jijun did not approve it, saying that there were no professional pilots at the White Tiger base. There was no direct flight from the plane, so I had to drive. And after half an hour, I arrived at the Wolf's Tooth base. Yi Jijun was already waiting at the gate of the base, and immediately took Chen Hanan and his female soldiers to the Wolf Tooth Wall of Honor to swear an oath. This is an old tradition, the Wall of Honor and the Wall of Death are together, first remember the martyrs. And show your attitude. At this point, the White Tiger Commando was officially established. After taking the oath, Chen Haonan spoke, "Wolf Head, do you have any actual combat experience recently? My female soldiers need a real combat opportunity to win the first drop of blood. And they will become real female soldiers. Yes, though, you may not dare to take it." He Jijun smiled, showed a mysterious smile, and looked at the little guy strangely. Relying on the old and selling the old again. Chen Haonan saluted, "You just say it directly, I'm not Fan Tianlei, I don't have to beat around the bush, I'm not afraid of conspiracies." This little guy is really not afraid, even an international killer like Wang Yadong was hidden under a woman's armpit. And he found it out. He Jijun no longer hesitated. And said, "I said this, not to scare you, Siberian concentration camp, have you heard of it? The concentration camp that once trained dead soldiers, after World War II, changed to train underground black boxers. In recent years, this concentration has been supported by the state, whitewashed into the Zhukov Special Forces Battalion, the first time to invite special forces to the whole country for special training. This is a real journey of death, no age, no identity, no country. And our country is also invited." Little guy, in the past, whether it was a red shield or a black shield in the world, it was all very formal, but this Zhukov, who was famous for his murder in the past, except for the underground boxers, no one knows how terrible it is, but, according to my investigation, the death efficiency of those underground boxers is too high. After 1,000 people are specially trained, there will not be more than 100 survivors. And after the cruel underground black boxing competition, there will be no more than 10 survivors. These special forces, combined with the existence of boxers, have surpassed the king of soldiers. It can be said that there are still killing tools in the world, the concentration camp soldiers who survived, that is. After He Jijun finished speaking, he looked at Chen Haonan quietly, waiting for his reaction. And Ran on the side was surprised. "I knew about this concentration camp, I didn't expect it to be whitewashed. They can indeed cultivate dead soldiers in actual combat, but they are too perverted and boycotted by the whole world. Hasn't it long disappeared?" "Xiaohao, don't think about this. Now the female soldiers are finally trained to look like you. If you send them somewhere, they will become inhumane killing machines, wooden feelings." When he was an agent, Ran went to see the underground boxing competition, which was to meet the perverted requirements of some rich people. On the octagonal platform, like a fighting machine, the boxers were like fighting machines, their eyes were blood red. And they had no emotion, either they killed the other party or were killed. And the fighting would stop. And there were only a few who could survive. It is not only high and low, but also life and death. Wolf Head, this Zhukov concentration camp, no matter how the name is changed, it must be a place where human lives are disregarded. The fighting nation is not a joke. Although the female soldiers have become stronger, they can't pull out the seedlings and send them to death. And Rant's tense pretty face was full of worry. I asked Chen Hanan's thoughts. And I was telling him that there was this opportunity to fight. Besides, our country has been peaceful for too long. And the special forces were identified as the weakest. And their invitation was just out of respect for the big country, but, as far as I know, the small day is gone. He Chengwang smiled and smiled like his aunt. "I will ask red blood cells when I go back. I don't have to go, this is a personal wish. After all, if I go, I may not be able to come back. This is not a child's playing." Chen Haonan could hear that He Jijun was a little agitated. His little head flashed all his skills, which have covered combat marksmanship, camouflage and lurking. And sky hunting skills, all of which make him an efficient killing machine. And when he faced Thomas and Wang Yadong, he also proved his strength. And when he went, it was naturally not a big problem to come back alive, but he didn't know what the rules were. These female soldiers have undergone his special training, as well as strong financial assistance. And already have 2 physical qualities. And if they go, they won't be ashamed of the country. Thinking of this, Chen Haonan did not hesitate. There is no better task in peacetime. The Fire Phoenix stays in the base for special training every day. And there is not much chance of improvement. Turning around, Chen Haonan calmly swept all the female soldiers and said, "There is an opportunity to become stronger, in front of you, but you may not die at any time. Do you dare?" The female soldiers also heard the conversation between He Jijun and Ran. And naturally understood what this mission represented, otherwise it was the duty of the soldiers to obey. And they could just carry it out. "Report, instructor, if you think we can go." When the special forces started, I thought about it. I was afraid of death, but if I had to go, then go. I second. Listening to these reports of female soldiers, Chun Haonan could hear that they were naturally worried. And nervousness was inevitable, which was also the reason why he had to fight with He Ji-jun. The female soldier who has not seen blood will always be a vase. And the white tiger is not counted, at most it is a white chicken that has plucked out its hair and is stronger. Before I left home, I wrote a suicide note to my parents. And I will read it to you. Chen Haonan took a step forward, holding his little hands. With a cold face, the child is determined to break through many levels. And if he can't learn to become famous, he vows not to return. Why bury his bones? And life is full of green mountains. His expression was serious, his momentum was like that. And his tone was sonorous. At this moment, everyone seemed to see the adult version of Chen Haonan, standing in front of the door, waving his big hand, leaving his family members with pride. And going out with a smile on his head, looking down on life and death. Such a righteous and noble ideal that regards death as if it were home infected the female soldiers present. They were still silent, there was a stirring feeling in their hearts. And they almost forgot that the instructor was only in his early tens. And he was so arrogant. And he was still cowardly. What a shame. Report, I've decided, death is death, I'm going. Report, I'm still afraid of death, but I want to go. If there is a chance to become stronger, there is no hesitation. I am so excited, I forgot to report. I'm sorry, instructor. Shinlani apologized directly. This little guy really has the ability to make these women into his own shape. He Ji-jun has an indescribable pleasure in his heart. He likes a soldier with a charismatic personality like Chen Haonan, who is as handsome as he was when he was young. Good. Chen Haonan turned around and saluted He Ji-jun. When you leave, you can notify us, nothing else, I'll take them back to training. Seeing this, Ran was a little anxious. And took the hand of the little man who had been sleeping for 3 months. Don't you think about it? It was so dangerous that they had only been training for 3 months. What are you nervous about? Don't soldiers have to go through this? And Ran was stunned for a moment. I know everything, but I am nervous. That is the place where Zukov died. And it is dozens of degrees below zero. Chen Haonan interrupted in Ran's words, our ancestors -40 degrees, gnawing on stone like potatoes, sniping at the enemy halfway. We inherited their soldier soul. This is not a big deal. However, I really don't know much about the Zhukov concentration camp. You find someone first, arrange an ice room for me. And get used to it in advance. And Ran was stunned. This little guy is also a thief, right? I don't understand. You will follow? This is not Uruk. He will come back after a trip. He will always experience the edge of life and death for at least a month. And if he can't pass the level, he will come back with a box. However, Ran is also a sassy woman. And she can't persuade the little man, so she accepts the reality. After leaving the wolf's teeth, Ran immediately invested a lot of money and began to transform the base according to the environment of the concentration camp. And it was necessary to let the female soldiers adapt to the various environments of the Zhukov concentration camp in advance. Tang Sini was so surprised that her mouth was wide enough to fit into the little man's arm. And after being surprised, she went to talk to the female soldier and found that everyone was writing a suicide note, which surprised Tang Xiaosan, who has always been tough. It seems that Chen Haonan has completely convinced everyone. In addition to support, Tang Sini didn't ask anything. And silently massaged Chen Haonan at night to relax, being the woman behind him. The intense training continued. And during the air raid, Chen Haonan took the time to check the situation in the concentration camp. It's really terrible, even more terrible than Uruk. In the ice fields of the Far East, there are no rooftop prisons, no fenced concentration camps, no one to supervise, no prisoner dares to escape, the raging winds, the long bitter cold. And the isolated environment, you run out and die faster. He Chengwang participated in the International Hunter School. Compared with the training in the concentration camp, it is like the difference between a mother with a child and a stepmother with a child. The mother is still worried about the growth of the child, afraid of dying. And the stepmother wishes that you will die. It is worth being one. The day before yesterday, He Chengwang came to say goodbye to Chen Haonan. He was going to participate in the competition of the International Hunter School. And Wang Yanbing and Li Erniu also went. After hearing that Chen Haonan did not participate, He Changwang was quite nervous. And then patted his chest and told Chen Haonan that he would definitely bring him back the trophy. And everyone was happy together, drinking to celebrate. In this regard, Chen Haonan did not mention that he participated in the unprecedented special training of the concentration camp. He is a relatively low-key person and does not like to pretend to be forced, unlike He Changwang. The most terrible prison in the world, people who come out will become insensitive, life is worse than death. He Changwang attended the National Hunter School, not even a grandson's school, this is the father, but still be prepared, everyone is taken out, must be brought back. After 3 days, the female soldiers gradually got used to the training of more than 10 degrees below zero. After all, they are still young people, as long as they are willing to endure hardships, they will have endless hardships, so Chen Haonan lowered the temperature to -30 degrees. And after high-intensity training at night, he suddenly soaked in water of more than -30 degrees. To control the temperature of the water, but also not to freeze, there is only one way, is to throw money, just a variety of equipment, with a wave of Enron's big hand. It took a small goal, the main one is chic. Such an investment in physical strength and quick recovery, players between the letters B and D often train like this. After a high-intensity game, others go to relax. He throws himself into the ice water of dozens of degrees below zero, uses various instruments to stimulate the body's rapid recovery ability, and creates a beast-like physical fitness, close to 40 years old. And can also impact the annual Shooter King. In order to improve the physical fitness of female soldiers, Enran also invited physiotherapists, the top kind. These physiotherapists didn't want to come yet, but she gave too much. And she rolled up the quilt on the same day. Even if you consume like this, lying in Enron's account, it is still more than $4 billion, which costs a fraction of a penny. Wolf's Tooth Office. He Ji-jun took a fax and said to Chen Haonan, who was standing in front of him, "This special event in the concentration camp, in the most terrible permafrost ice, many countries have given up, where almost no one can survive, the chief's meaning, we can also give up. Where is the real place of death? Those people are crazy." The International Hunter event held at the same time. Because of this event, no one is broadcasting, the global military channel, all staring at Siberia to broadcast. After listening to He Ji-jun's words, Chen Haonan silently took out a letter that had already been written, and said, "This is my suicide note, if I can't come back, give it to my parents and let them have another one." He Ji-jun looked at this little man, and an indescribable touch welled up in his heart. He is used to seeing life and death. And he has seen a lot of iron-blooded soldiers, but he has never had a child. And it is too. To follow him out with such words, it makes people want to cry. And when I go back, I must pull up my son who wants to drop out of school and beat him up. Just after Chen Haonan handed the written suicide note to He Ji-jun, the voice of the system sounded in time. The host, with a meager body, accepts the mission of Siberia and rewards the restricted level ant enhancement opportunity one time. The Junior Soldier King system releases the ultimate level task. The host can complete the challenge. The system rewards 500 experience points. And at the same time, the restricted invincible fighting technique is opened. Chen Haonan was stunned for a moment. It has been a long time since ants have been strengthened. What does it mean to add a restricted level this time? Wouldn't it be child-friendly? Soon, the system explained. Restricted level, this is the system to adjust the skill, break through the physiological limits, make the fighting skills higher and more suitable for the host who has not grown up to exert his full potential. This is a skill that breaks the physiological limit, focusing on a limited private customization. The next moment, the relevant introduction was integrated into Chen Haonan's little head. In this way, this is an advanced skill that allows me to break through the limits of physiology. Good thing, don't worry about it for now, ant enhancement. The next moment, Chen Haonan felt that the ants were crawling all over his body. And where these feelings flowed, he brought a wave of power. And he had an illusion that he could step on the earth with one foot. And with one punch, he would kill the hundreds of He Ji-jun in front of him. Hold back, punch out. And you'll kill someone. Ant strengthened, focusing on a brave and powerful force, which made Chen Haonan have a feeling of wanting to vent, killing the wolf head in front of him. This is the feeling that the force is strong. And people will float. The host is strengthened. And the strength attribute is plus 10 feet 34 inches the strength of ordinary people. Can they all move themselves? Chun Haonan bared his teeth confidently, revealing a tooth. And then silently broke on He Ji Jun's table. With a click, the hard and sour wood table, under the strength of Chun Haonan's strength and ants, was as fragile as a wafer. Wolfhead, remember to keep the suicide note. If I can't come back, I'll hand it over to my parents. And when I come back, I'll leave first. Chun Haonan didn't salute either, turned around and left He Ji Jun's office. He Ji Jun looked at the table with a missing corner. And was stunned and touched the hard missing corner. This is not something that can be broken by manpower, but he clearly saw it clearly just now. It was Chun Haonan, a child, who broke it like a biscuit. This kid threatens me? He Ji Jun was apprehensive for a moment, a little unable to guess Chun Haonan's intentions. He wouldn't think that I wanted to force him to go to Zhukov's special camp to die. Heaven and earth conscience, this is what your father-in-law asked me to ask. Then again, did you grow up taking Dianabol pills? He Ji Jun was shocked for a long time. He called Mr. Gowan informed Chun Haonan that he accepted the task and wrote a suicide note. After hanging up the phone, when he opened the door to go to the cafeteria, he was stunned to find that the doorknob was bent. And there was still an obvious small handprint on it. Is this the powerful smasher, or the Vajra finger of the fire foreman Luo? White Tiger Base. After the reinforcement, Chun Haonan, who vented his hand addiction for a while, felt that he was not satisfied enough. The restrictive level of reinforcement was really perverted. And he thought about it after watching anything. After he left the wolf's teeth, he broke the desk, doorknob, and iron railing all the way. If he were given a steel gun, he would want to bend the barrel. The point is, he didn't feel the pain in his hands. This is the horror of the restricted level, for his children's bodies are privately customized. For example, his invincible fighting skills are strong, but sometimes when he hits people, he has to jump up and fight. And when he hits Thomas, he also uses the wall to borrow power. If the restricted level is added, he will use the ground to attack. And the opponent's eagle will flap its wings. And he will kick the sky and directly abolish the opponent. And the main focus of the restricted level is not martial arts. The suicide note is handed over to instructor Tang Sini. There is no training tonight, pack your luggage. And set off tomorrow morning. After Chun Haonan explained the task, the female soldiers handed over the prepared suicide notes to the left-behind woman Tang Sini one by one. After seeing that she became the only woman guarding the village, Tang Sini was dissatisfied. I'll go with me too, there's no one here. What are you leaving me to do? I'll advance and retreat with the White Tiger soldiers. No, you stay. If we really can't come back, you will become the last White Tiger and carry forward this spirit. The last White Tiger. Tang Sini muttered, there is nothing to say, the last White Tiger is the last White Tiger. If you really can't come back, she is indeed the last seed of the White Tiger. I don't know if there is an illusion that Chun Haonan broke the bowl and split up in front of the big locust tree. This card contains all the property of the White Tiger, you can take it. And Ran walked out of Chun Haonan's side and stuffed the black gold card into Tang Sini's hand. Looking at this black card, Tang Sini, who had slept with her for more than a month, trembled and suddenly felt unhappy. Okay, you take it. And I'll give it to me when you come back. I'll be happy to take it. For in Rant's housekeeper, Tang Sini could see that Chun Haonan, a little man, was relieved and to himself, hey, he just wants to prostitute his labor for nothing. He feels very hurt, he doesn't want it anymore. And he is not short of money anyway. And Rand smiled, okay, let's talk about it when we come back. The next day, at 5:30 in the morning, Chun Haonan left the White Tiger base with the female soldiers and headed for the Langya airport. And Tang Sini stood at the gate of the base, with the car that was far away, saluted for a long time. And the last person turned back, looking at the empty training ground, without the shouts of the training of female soldiers in the past. And the cold and calm little figure, I always felt that nothing was right, this was an emptiness from the heart. Hey, Chun Haonan, this little guy is so charming, I'm used to his existence. She followed Chun Haonan's instructions, did not leave. And began to clean the base. And then on the ground, she picked up an envelope. And when she opened it, there was a black card lying inside, as well as a line of writing. Xiaohao thinks that Miss Tang Sini has passed the assessment, she can keep billions of startup funds. take it, our life and death are uncertain, the revolution has not yet succeeded. And comrades would rather work hard. The words were written by and ran. And the content should have been relayed by Chin Haonan. I don't know why. Tang Xinyi looked at it, her eyes turned red. And tears fell uncontrollably. These two bastards. You must come back alive, nursing child, I haven't seen you grow up and be majestic. At the airport, the 5 members of the red blood cells, including He Chengwang and Wang Yanbing, who were heavily armed, lined up and waited for the arrival of the chief. Came early, the main one was too excited. This was the first time they went abroad to perform a mission and participate in the International Hunters event, which is a huge honor. Chen Haonan, a little guy who was in full swing, is not eligible to participate. Brothers, you must work hard, get back a trophy. And go back to Brother Haonan for a drink. Well said, this is the only time we get a game back. Hey, we've been ridden in the face too many times. Let me ask first, is Brother Haonan not old enough, so he can't participate, only age restricts him? It should be, it doesn't matter, the important thing is that this is our chance to surpass him. Brothers, do a good job. He Chengwang has a feeling of high spirits. He is personally very grateful to Chen Haonan. If he hadn't solved the killer Wan Yadong, Lin Xiaoxiao would have jumped into the fire pit, but gratitude and competition are not in conflict. For a person who has pursuits, you always run behind him. And you can't catch up. And the other party is still younger than you, which is a torturous feeling. Everyone was in high spirits, waiting for the final review of the chiefs. And at this moment, a car drove into the apron. He Chengwang and the others looked over. And then they were stunned to see that it was not the chief, it was actually Chen Haonan and his female soldiers. And the instructor was also there. The key was that these people were all fully armed. And they generally seemed to be carrying out some task. This is definitely not equipment for training. If it is training, what are you doing at the airport? He Chengwang greeted from afar, little brother, where are you going? Won't you also go to the hunter school? I haven't heard of it. The tone was a little confused. And a little anxious. With Chen Haonan's strength, he went. Needless to say, everyone looked in the mirror again. Fortunately, Chen Haonan shook his head. No. When He Chengwang breathed a sigh of relief, Chen Haonan said coldly, we are going to the permafrost ice layer to participate in the death journey of Zhukuf's special training camp. After saying this, looking at the small figure in front of them, everyone felt a burst of fear in their hearts. Yes, not stunned, but fearful. Wang Yanbing jumped up. No, you go to participate in the death journey. I heard the instructor say that the concentration camp can't participate. It's not a human event, it's a ghost to participate, you. Isn't it? Chen Haonan walked in front of everyone, his eyes swept over everyone, like the head of a military parade. And said, that's right, compared to your international hunter school, you are just toddlers, but what is there to be afraid of? Soldiers will not be afraid of these threats. As long as there is a strong opportunity, we will go. We will not participate in that kind of parenting event, it is not interesting at all. Parenting events. He Chengwang and the others looked at the little Chen Haonan. And at the same time, they were terrified. And at the same time, there was an indescribable urgency in their hearts. How to say it, they were a little ashamed. Indeed, they all listened to the relevant news, as well as the introduction of the death tour. And it is not an exaggeration to compare the International Hunter School to a parenting event. But damn it, they're talking too much. And they're embarrassed now. Especially He Chengwang, who was still waiting to smash Chen Haonan with the trophy, pretended to be forced once, but now the result is. He was very worried that his little brother would not have a good time, but as a result, his brothers drove Land Rover. And he still felt like a street slicker in the countryside. He Chengwang smiled awkwardly and said, brother, remember to come back alive. Chen Haonan looked at his little eyes. What, can't you bear me? No. He Chengwang waved his hand. I can't bear the young lady. If they can't come back, there will be another batch of singles. Saying that, He Chengwang snapped and saluted Chen Haonan. I am serious, extremely sincere. I wish you and your team, you must come back alive. Brothers are waiting to drink. Come back alive. Remember to give me a chance to be a dog. Wang Yanbing and Li Erniu also blessed Chen Haonan. If nothing else, that death journey was too terrible, with despair, death, and purgatory on earth. Stand upright, take a break. Mr. Gao came. And after letting everyone line up, he threw the red blood cells to He Jijun for a lecture. And he strode towards Chen Haonan's team. After squatting down his tall body, Mr. Gao carefully tidied up Chen Haonan's small military uniform. His expression was like a loving father who was sorting out his clothes for his son who was traveling far away, with reluctance and worry in his eyes, as well as faint expectations. Little guy, you have always been reluctant to call me my father-in-law, can you call me today? Mr. Gao's voice was loud, his mouth was like thunder. And the people around him could hear it clearly. He Changwang and the others all pricked up their ears, including He Jijun, who was about to speak. And they were all silent for the time being. Envy, who has ever seen the head of the Southeast Military Region, chasing others to recognize his godson. With his status, the identity of the father-in-law is real. And he is directly the hardest backstage. And it is difficult to take off without taking off. The surroundings were quiet. And Chen Haonan said with a cold face, "Chief, I'm sorry, I'm just a father. You want to be the second father, you have to ask for my mother's consent." "Ha, you kid. What a little badass." Mr. Gao didn't expect him to answer like this, but he took him into an army. He Jijun on the side was amused. And he opened his mouth to Yi Chengwang and the others. Compared with Chen Haonan's death journey, the international hunter competition, there is nothing to say. Anyway, my hope for you is to have fun and get a good ranking. Gone? Looking at the silent chief, Yi Chengwang and the others were directly silent. What is this called? This is a lecture. They would like the chief to say more, to show the importance of the event. And the expectation of them, so that the honor is more important. The result? Have fun. This is not He Jijun's intention, but Mr. Gao is here. And under the backdrop of the death journey, he really has nothing to say. He can't blow it, let them play freely. And here, Mr. Gao said a lot about the significance of the first Zhukuv special event. In addition to the game of great powers, there is also the connection between politics and economy, which is an honor and a deterrent. After all, Zhukuv can come back alive in a world prison. What does this mean? Steel-like willpower, super first-class military quality. And the pursuit of transcending life and death. Little one, when I wait for you to come back alive, you and all your female soldiers will call me a father-in-law. Mr. Gao's words are equivalent to recognizing all female soldiers. This is the first female commando team in the country. They chose not to be afraid of death to participate in the death journey, which is more rare than male soldiers. And they deserve this olive branch. This time your action is to pay tribute to the ice sculpture company that ambushed the enemy at -40 degrees. Although the veteran is dead, the inheritance will live forever. Salute. Well, Mr. Gao saluted with all his strength. And behind him, more than a dozen high-level officials of the Southeast Military Region also saluted, including He Chengwang and others, who were not high-level officials. After Chen Haonan saluted them, he took the female soldiers on the plane. Chirping, it's not his style, as a man, it's to ram. And Ran, who followed behind her, smiled. She liked the little man's freedom like this. If he grew up in the future, what a sassy thing. It's really exciting. The bosses of the Southeast Military Region are chasing after being a father-in-law who has such a face. No one dares to believe it. Looking at Chen Haonan's small figure and all the female soldiers getting on the plane, Mr. Gao's heart was very complicated. There are expectations, but more worries. He is a little remorseful. If he really can't come back, he doesn't know how to face Chen Haonan's parents. And he doesn't even know how to write a work report. There are a lot of things that hurt Dongyong. Little guy, you are a rare encounter in 100 years. I will use it as an adult. I hope you don't disappoint me. When you come back, you will definitely be famous in all military regions in the country. And it is more shocking than Uruk saving people. This is the position of the future Major General. Mr. Gao's mood seems to be sending his daughter to marry, but he is reluctant and dare not stay. On the plane, without Chen Haonan opening his mouth, the female soldiers who had already become his shape immediately entered the self-regulation mode. Tianguo and Ouyang Qian ate some snacks, such as chocolate. Tang Xiaoxiao listened to songs to relax. Xu Bai and Shenlani closed their eyes to recuperate. Yi Tsuanqin rubbed the steel gun over and over again. And took out the bullets, weighing them with their hair one by one. And Ran sat next to Chun Haonan, accustomed to giving him the treatment of the club, relaxing and massaging his whole body. If it was at night, his clothes had to be taken off. And now on the plane, it was inconvenient. And the essential oils were not taken out. No matter how powerful Chen Haonan is, in Ran's opinion, he is all small and needs to be fully conditioned. According to the route, first land at the Russian airfield, then transfer planes to reach the permafrost ice of the Arctic Circle. The ice is isolated on a small island more than 200 nautical miles south of the Bering Strait, which is the stronghold of Zhukov's training camp. It is said that even the world's toughest special forces had a hard time graduating here. And later it was too dehumanizing and was destroyed. Chen Haonan passed through the plain. And he could see that the surrounding area was lush primeval forest. And the sky above the forest was frozen with white gas all year round. And he could imagine how terrible the environment below was: severe cold, eternal silence, and many crises. After the plane landed, Chen Haonan took the female soldiers down. And immediately felt the real Siberian cold wind. Yes, the weather turned cold in the past. And the weather forecast broadcast the cold wind from Siberia. And now they have come to the birthplace of the cold wind, which is in the center of Siberia. In such a cold place, if you have a strong body, JJ of an adult male will freeze off in an instant. The students from all over the world who came over were naturally the strongest male soldiers. Only Chen Haonan, who was forcibly inserted into the team, looked quite dazzling, like fireflies in the night. 5-star flag, it's the soldiers of the Yin Kingdom who are here. God, it's actually a child, plus 9 women, am I not dazzled? Not a single male soldier came, only women. Interesting, don't they pay attention to this event, or send some prisoners over, focusing on participation? It doesn't seem to be like that. These people are not simple, especially the child. His eyes are very resolute. I heard that the most important thing in Yangwei is the old man and children. These people are either mediocre or geniuses. Gentlemen, in our opinion, this is the Yangwei people who disrespect the event and deliberately send people to send them to death. Baga. Among these discussions, the most direct and arrogant is the Small Day of the Sun flag, a group of 10 of them. All of them are strong male soldiers, generally not tall, only 1 meter and 1/6, but they are all strong, with a solemn atmosphere on their faces. And they are obviously soldiers who have participated in actual combat. These actual combat soldiers laughed arrogantly and presumptuously. And they didn't take Chen Haonan and his party in their eyes at all. Actually sent children and women to participate in the event. Is there no one in Yanghua? These people laughed wildly, debauchery, but did not arouse much resonance among the soldiers around them. Removing the colored eyes, they felt that where Chen Haonan and these people stood, they were disciplined. And they were not afraid of the cold. Unlike when they first came, they trembled so much that their pants were about to fall off, of course, and Ran would not tell them that the female soldiers had made up a lot of 1,000-year-old ginseng. And they also shouted a large piece in their mouths. And they could eat it at will, focusing on a rich and capricious. In the midst of the discussion, Chen Haonan held his hands, with the arrogance of Wu Yinzu on his face, and walked over to look at the little days and said, "There are no rules for the event, there is no age and gender, don't you understand? Look down on children and women. Is this looking down on your mother and children?" Chen Haonan spoke in English. And his English used to be good, but his tone was cold and sarcastic, as if he was greeting their mother. "Baga, are you greeting our mother?" In the team of Xiaori, Tian Yujun, who was not very good at English, stood up. His posture was tall, his eyes were small, his spirit was capable. And he looked very solemn in a military uniform, but after he spoke, it caused the surrounding students to laugh. "My grandfather told me that the most glorious thing he did in his life was to kill more than a dozen children like you in Yanghua during World War II. And I also think that imperial soldiers should be like this." His tone was very sarcastic, full of a kind of confidence, but this sentence actually did not resonate, except for the soldiers on the side of Xiaori chuckled. The other soldiers all looked at Tianyujin seriously, thinking that the other party was too exaggerated. "What did your grandfather do? What glory you have? What era are you? And you still talk about World War II, you have been living in the past, no one will admire such a person." This chapter is not over, please click on the next page to continue reading. Seeing that there was no reaction, Tianyujin picked the corner of his mouth, walked in front of Chen Haonan, instantly pressed his breath, stared at Chen Haonan and said, "How old are you? Why are you qualified to come here?" As soon as the words fell, Chen Haonan showed a crooked-mouthed Dragon King smile. And without saying a word, it was a punch, hitting the opponent's lower abdomen hard. No way, the opponent's standing posture was too handsome. And he was not much taller than himself, just like a punch target in front of him. If you don't fight, you won't be happy. In an instant, Tian Yujun felt a huge force enveloping him. And the comrades in arms and students next to him kept retreating. With a bang, a large mouthful of blood spurted out towards the ground as if it didn't want money. The color of the students around them changed, especially the 9 students of Shaori. And their faces were distorted. Tian Yujun is a master of fighting, or their vice-captain. And he was beaten by the opponent with a punch and flew out 6 or 7 meters without saying a word. Amaksu, he's Tenhakuan, not an ordinary person. This kid, this is too powerful, isn't it? Unlike Shaori's thoughts, other soldiers all thought of one word, domineering. Chen Hanan's mouth was crooked. And he said coldly on the spot, "Everyone, it's not me who wants to beat him, he said it himself. He asked me what my identity is. And I told him with persuasion that I am a martial artist." This sentence was really arrogant. And the students over there began to move. Chen Haonan was faster. He walked over slowly, revealing his little tiger teeth. "I originally wanted to hit 10 and break a record, but I didn't expect that there was one who didn't fight. And the 9 of you didn't look convinced." And Ran walked to Chen Haonan's side, wanting to deal with the 9 little days that came out together. As an agent, she can feel the toughness of these soldiers. The one who was flown a kite by Chen Haonan just now, just like Grandmaster Ma, was careless. After all, being able to appear here as the face of the country, where are the weak? You can just watch from the sidelines, they don't pose any threat to me, don't you know me? And Ran was stunned for a moment. And when she thought about it, so far, she still can't see through Chen Haonan's strengths and weaknesses, so she feels very strong and tough. And she doesn't know where the limit is. Since the little guy is so confident, be the woman behind him. Shinlani and those people, it was the first time to see the instructor beating people. From the beginning of the hand, they flew out in a small day and fainted until now. Everyone seems to be beating chicken blood, grabbing out ginseng slices and eating them as melons. Chen Haonan is naturally full of confidence. His various physical attributes have broken through 10, which is the current limit of human beings. And the strength has been mentioned at 34. How much strength he has, he himself has no base. Anyway, the main rammer. It just so happened that someone sent him to the door. And he wanted to try his whole cards and knew a little about his own strength. I don't know why, the soldier who fights a small day, his little body is inexplicably excited, as if this is carved DNA. This is what you ask. And we will fulfill you. Qingshan is the same as the clouds and rain. Since you are attacking your neighbors, don't blame us for joining forces to deal with you. Chen Haonan listened to it painfully, especially if you plagiarized our culture. Can you learn better? And what else is going on in the clouds? It really makes people's heads bigger. A breath of anger. MD, it's not okay if you don't vent. Just as the two sides were about to make a move, a group of tall instructors appeared on the outskirts of the island, all of them with resolute faces and tall horses, which reminded people of rocks, deserts, and even metallic heavy machine guns. Chief Instructor Anthony swept Chen Haonan for a while and said, "Interesting, this Yenghua child is not simple, he is not an ordinary child. In his body, I actually saw the breath of a boxer in the ring." The other instructors shook their heads in disbelief when they heard this high evaluation. Isn't this just a child? It seems to be a little more mature. And the life and death fist are all existences whose physical attributes have reached the limit of human beings. And they have unrestricted killing techniques. Can this be compared? If you take off his pants, you will find that his hair has not grown. Anthony licked his thick lips, his squinted eyes, his eyes flashed. And he looked at Chen Haonan with interest. As for the 9 students who came over, he didn't have much interest. In the death training camp, there will never be a shortage of strong special forces kings. What is missing is some geek geniuses, rare in 10 years. He once saw one, his name is Tang Long, but unfortunately careless, died. Yenghua is really a magical country. There are talented children. And a group of female soldiers who look interesting. I don't know what they chew in their mouths. This is what their country calls eating melons? Anthony said with interest, I know that their country has magical martial arts. And they have been practicing since childhood. And some geniuses will have the body of a tiger before they reach adulthood, with copper tendons and iron bones. I don't know if this kid is such a genius. Chief Instructor Anthony, I've seen their ringmen, they don't have any real kung fu, but there are a lot of players who spend money to buy winners and losers. Anthony smiled, not to mention anything else. He could feel the confidence on Chen Haonan's face. At this moment, Chen Haonan must be confident that after the reinforcement of the restricted level, his strength has doubled from beating Thomas. And he can kill Thomas on the spot, ensuring that he does not move his footsteps. A small day slowly came over and sneered, "It seems that you are still a little genius. Coincidentally, I like to beat geniuses to death the most." Before he finished speaking, his shoes rubbed against the ground. And the whole person rushed towards Chen Haonan like a galloping horse. The speed was so fast that none of the students around it reacted. Chen Haonan looked like he just hurriedly waved his arms out to block. And he didn't use much strength. Bang bang bang. The ferocious chain kicks, like a whip that twitches quickly, were whipped on Chen Haonan's small arm again and again. And the sound was dull. Don't move? The student who kicked all his strength wanted to retreat with his strength, but his most ferocious kick did not force the opponent back at all. And he still had the feeling of numbness on the soles of his feet. And he did not hesitate to withdraw and retreat and change to others. Want to go? Dragon's body. Chen Haonan's figure disappeared in an instant, as if erased in place. The student had just stood proudly on the ground, waiting to regain his strength, when suddenly, his little stomach was hit hard. And the rippling power spread out towards his whole body. And if there was a microscope, you could see that his skin and bones were like bounced cotton, spreading out a circle of ripples all the way. But such a ripple is fatal, it is a transmission of power. In the sound of breaking the air, a tumbling figure crushed the three figures who came from behind. And all of them turned into a gourd rolling on the ground. At this point, Chen Haonan's small body was revealed in front of everyone. Since he made his move, Chen Haonan didn't stop, he stepped forward quickly. And Yulong's figure made his figure seem to be flashing like a floating light, flashing 5 times. And 5 opponents were swept out by his small feet and disappeared 6 meters away. Bang! In the distance, a figure fell and smashed into the hard ground, which made everyone present completely silent. And there was a dead silence. Sure enough, it's Yenghua Kung Fu, it's really amazing. I've watched the video, Yenghua Bruce Lee, the waist and horse can kick adults 6 or 7 meters away. And I think that reality is also there. And his speed is very fast. Anthony sighed from the bottom of his heart. Next to him, the instructors of the concentration camp all had strange expressions. Before Chen Haonan made a move, these instructors felt that these students were the strongest special forces in the world. And their skills would not be too far behind, but they didn't expect that as soon as Chen Haonan made a move, they let them witness the unevenness between people. Of course, it seems that these killing machines, even if they recognized Chen Haonan's hard power, they did not shock them. They have many ways to kill enemies whose hard power is stronger than them. This is the meaning of the existence of the concentration camp. You may be stronger than them, but it is you who die. Hand-to-hand combat is good, but it's still far from the dead. Martial arts are divided into restricted and unrestricted levels. The restricted level is available in every country. And the unrestricted level is only available in our concentration camps. Anthony nodded in agreement. Fight with 1 punch, lest 100 punches come. This truth is really awesome. Chen Haonan looked at the students around him, looking at his awe-inspiring eyes. And his heart exploded. When Lao Tzu was a child, you can bully it, right? It's not weaned, it's all scared. I have to say, 1 hit 10. It's really cool. No wonder those grandmasters always like to hang indifferently. I want to beat 10. See, we are a big country, but we can't be too tolerant. After a long time, others think that we are afraid. When it is time to kill chickens and make an example of monkeys, we don't have to kill chickens, just kill the monkeys. Chen Haonan taught his female secretary a lesson as a child. And Imran nodded again and again when he heard it. The students around also looked at this scene, a little stunned. It was rare to look away. Wasn't that kid just now? That kind of immature face, pure expression, at most, is the young version of Wu Yanzu, but it is clearly a child. Everyone, who is not a soldier king with amazing observation. Of course, it's not that Chen Haonan scared them by hitting 10, he can get mixed to such a point, in addition to strength, that is, self-confidence, at least before he fell, he thought like this, including the 10 little devils just now. Who else? Chen Haonan raised his little head, crooked his little mouth, and asked everyone 45 degrees. Hearing this, everyone turned their faces, busy with their own things, as if they didn't hear. What are you fighting, arguing with children? Do you still have face? Have you ever seen an adult who amplified the words to a child after kindergarten in school? Come here, let's fight? Those people in the early days were really brain-dead and conflicted with children. Someone muttered and bowed his head. After calming down, many people feel that this is exactly the case. And at this moment, the voice of the system sounded in Chen Haonan's little head. The host presses all the students, defeats the little days, raises the prestige of our country, and rewards 100 experience points. Chen Haonan's small mouth showed the smile of the Dragon King. Sure enough, the people of the Plaster Country are cool. And there are rewards. The physical fitness of those 10 guys can't die. Go back and continue to look for them to study why the flowers are so red. It was so cool that the list of personal attributes ejected. Soldier, Chen Haonan occupation, primary school student level, level 8 root bone, 10 spirit, 10 strength, 34 speed, 10 skill, invincible shooting, invincible fighting, 10-mile eagle eye, invincible stealth, invincible camouflage, invincible weapon skill, invincible dragon body method, sky hunt experience points, 250 out of 900, 250 XP. If you pass the assessment, there are 500 XP points. When Chen Haonan was thinking about when he could be upgraded, footsteps sounded. And when he turned around, he saw a line of instructors with particularly solemn expressions coming over. The momentum of this pedestrian is like a dragon. And every step is like a ruler has been measured. And it is extremely accurate. Especially their expressions. Chen Haonan couldn't see that they had any ideas. And in fact, he couldn't see them in Lei Zhan or Lao Gao, or even the wolf head He Jijun. At least 5 or more physical attributes. The concentration camp really hides the dragon and the crouching tiger. Anthony walked up to the Plaster Country student who had just gotten up. Can you still hold on? I can't insist that I can leave now. And I'll send an official letter to your country when I get back. We're definitely not leaving. The 10 students of the Plaster Country, after being swept out by Chen Haonan, were recuperating and resting. And after hearing Anthony's cold warning, they immediately jumped up at the same time. And the battle line was ready. No one mentioned what happened just now. After all, they were all beating, saying that they were going to provoke a child. And it was too shameless to be beaten. And it was better for everyone to forget it immediately. Anthony is almost 2 meters tall. And he has a sense of Dwayne Johnson's vision. And he buzzed out, "You leave now. And there is a plane to send you away." After the event starts, it is too late to regret it, because unless you persist until the end of the event, those who quit can only cross the permafrost ice by themselves and walk home. You will not have any assistance. Life and death are at your own risk. Well, I'm wrong. It's not an event, it's a journey of life. And I can tell you that no more than a third of you can make it back alive. Anthony had a rare moment of humor. And then his deep eyes swept over everyone again. No one moved. After all, the people who came here have written suicide notes. Very good, let's run on the ice for 5 kilometers first. And the first student to reach the finish line can raise the flag of his country to the highest peak. And I announced the opening of the... Before he could finish speaking, Anthony saw a small thing flash. And someone ran out. It was Chen Haonan. His purpose is not to chirp crookedly. This is a personal show. What are you waiting for? This is not a classroom. You have to say that you can go home from school after class. Just do it. Soon, he reached the ice that had frozen all year round. And the slippery feeling was that he couldn't stand even in mountain shoes, let alone run. However, this is not difficult for Chen Haonan. As soon as he came into contact with the ice, he immediately turned on the weapon skill. And the next moment, he read the information of the ice under his feet. And the next moment, the structure of the ice layer was integrated into his mind. Chen Haonan is like Huang Feihong, who was trapped in a restaurant and instantly comprehended the kung fu of walking in the oil. Others took small steps and slipped out dozens of meters at once, as if they had skates installed under their feet. Chasing behind Chen Haonan is a student of the United States who loves ice sports. He has the same height as Anthony. Almost when Chen Haonan jumped out, Casio followed, when he ran wildly in the ice, but he could quickly get used to it. But this is ice after all, without the assistance of skates, it is easy to fall. No, Casio, who was running in front, had already thrown himself on the ice. And before he could get up, there was a whoosh. And a figure floated out from beside him. God, it's that little kid, he's as fast as an elf. Casio didn't know the adjectives of the, so he could only say a word of elf. However, under the pressure brought by Chen Haonan, he threw himself on the ice again and slid all the way out. On the other side, the cadets rushed up to the ice one by one and started running, but not surprisingly, the faster they ran, the faster they fell. Except for Chen Haonan, who seemed to have installed Hot Wheels, everyone, including Yi Tsuanshin and others, fell and slid on the ice. Looking at this scene, Anthony set his eyes on Chen Haonan, who was already dozens of meters away. And at this moment, this little guy breaks suddenly. And the person stood on the ice, silky like dove. It was obvious that this Yenghua student had already understood how to use the center of gravity to slide. And the balance control of his body was also very clever. These skills still can't run wild, including Anthony himself. And he can't do it with impunity. Unless it's someone who lives on the ice all year round? Anthony smiled indifferently. Interesting. But the next moment, after Chen Haonan shouted at the female soldiers, he was a little uneasy. This kid was still the captain. Shifting the center of gravity. How do I usually teach you how to use the 18 weapons? You can use the ice under your feet as a weapon to use with your feet. And don't speed up yet, otherwise you won't be able to control it. There are still pits in the ice, be careful to fall down. They were all dug by those dog instructors. The female soldiers in a mess wanted to catch up with Chen Haonan. And they were in a hurry, but everyone had already imprinted Chen Haonan's powerful seeds. And after his reminder, they immediately reacted. Don't worry, you can treat it as ice cream, something delicious, waiting for us to conquer. Tianguo was so witty. Don't rush to speed up, we're not the little perverts of the instructor, control the span first, when the shoes are skates, not friction props. Shenlani's adaptability is the strongest among these white tigers. And she challenges Yi Tsuanshin again and again, relying on gambling hair. She has plucked out all the hair of the enemy's whole body. And soon, she will be the first to get used to it. I have to say that it is the turn of the body to be light and curvy. And naturally these female soldiers do not necessarily have an advantage in running off-road. And on the ice, women have a natural advantage, elegant and beautiful. Soon, a line of swans appeared on the ice, surpassing the students from other countries at once. Some people are in a hurry, especially the students of the Xiaori kingdom who clashed with Chen Haonan. These guys were injured by Chen Haonan. No matter how strong their bodies are, they also have a bit of an impact. Chen Haonan deliberately injured their claws, which greatly affected their ability to act. Coupled with the inferior nature of the nation, they are particularly strong and have a good face and pay attention to details. At the beginning, I used all my strength to run. And it was indeed still in front of the female soldiers, but after Yi Tsuanshin and the others got used to it, it didn't take long for them to slip away like a line of elegant swans, slipping away one by one from these sallow little days. And suddenly, these particularly competitive dogskin plasters couldn't bear it immediately. Damn, that Yen man did it on purpose, he injured our hands and feet. Yes, the pertinence is strong, however, we will not lose to them. Our ancestors said that the strength of the people of the Yin kingdom is temporary. And decay is their end. What we have to do is to persevere. And kill when we have the opportunity. These people gritted their teeth, thinking that it was good to lose to those countries. And they couldn't lose to Yin country. Behind them, the students of various countries are all soldiers with super comprehension ability. And it didn't take long for them to learn to slide in their shoes. And they began to surpass the dogskin plaster one by one. Hello, those Yenghua people, you can't see your backs, what are you talking about? God help you, it's useless to complain. Hearing this, these dogskin plasters who resented Chen Haonan raised their heads urgently. And sure enough, the figure of the child was missing in front of them. And even, the group of female soldiers had their backs that were almost invisible. Why so fast? Did they cheat? Could it be that a miniature pulley is installed on the sole? Be sure to check it out. Not to mention, it's not just dogskin people who have such thoughts, but people from other countries also think that Chun Haonan's people are ridiculously fast. And they should have secretly installed pulleys. At the training ground, Anthony said, "Let's fly to the death-proving ground and see if they can break the record." I remember that the fastest record was almost 2 hours. And these rabbits are still far from breaking this record, including the fastest Yenghua students. They run like this, it consumes too much physical strength. And after falling, it is difficult to get up. Anthony also agrees with this statement, running on the ice, in fact, the most afraid is to fall and get injured. After sliding and falling and fainting, I inhaled fine snow particles that blocked my airways. And I never had a chance to wake up without help. The trial of life and death has just begun. Not long after, Anthony and the others flew directly to the terminal. And during this flight, they did not check the activities of the students at all. That is, it was up to them to survive or not. After all, before coming, the concentration camp had mailed life and death agreements to the athletes from various countries. Flying in the cold weather, the flight is not fast. More than 10 minutes later, landing under a mountain peak covered with thick ice and snow, you can see that the peak is bare all around, except for snow, the real thousand mountain birds fly out. In such a lonely environment, a small figure broke through the fluttering snowflakes and slid all the way, like a flying fox in the snow. Loneliness and loneliness set off his majesty. And the cold and vastness did not cover his figure, but embellished his extraordinary. It's like a very wonderful oil painting. On the picture, there is only a moving figure. And the people who watch it have a kind of inner shock. This chapter is not over. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Anthony's instructors are all the best survivors in the underground ring. There is not much to be shocked and surprised by them in this world. Life and death are downplayed. And what personal emotions can be said, they are the best masters of emotional management. But looking at the small figures of activity under the snowflakes, these instructors were still shocked. If it's an adult and strong soldier, it's nothing, but this is a child. It seems that at his age, he still carries a school bag and fantasizes about blowing up the school every day, calling the police and arresting the principal. And then he doesn't have to go to school and watches anime at home every day. And this child from the Yen country has actually stood in a life and death trial ground like a concentration camp to promote his prestige for the country. What kind of life did this youngest child experience when he arrived? That's right, maybe Xiaori doesn't want to admit it, but Anthony, how can they not see that Chun Haonan is just a fledgling, not an eagle full of feathers at all? It's a surprise that he's broken your record, Instructor Anthony. How much? Anthony's indifferent gaze burned with flames. About an hour and 30 minutes, 30 minutes faster than you, Yenghua, a small-year version of Chinese Bruce Lee has appeared. It's not bad, it's a seed-level master. I don't know if his body bones can last until the end. Anthony said indifferently, go back and collect all their luggage, including supplements and medicines, don't stay. Okay, Chief Instructor. Everyone was chatting. Chun Haonan breaks suddenly, his handsome leak detection stopped, his face was not red, he was not panting. And his little heart could not see the beating intensifying. Little guy, you broke our record. I can fulfill your small request. You can mention, of course, I may not agree. Not necessarily agree, I'll mention Jill, don't ask, stingy. Chun Haonan shrugged his little nose, took out a piece of ginseng and stuffed it in his mouth to replenish his energy. Anthony was stunned for a moment. And reluctantly spoke, as long as it's not too much, I will promise you. Don't confiscate these snacks. If you don't agree, I won't say anything. Anthony probed over and saw a piece of old ginseng lying on the palm of the little guy's hand, which was worth a lot just by looking at the skin. In the ice and snow, this is a guarantee of survival. In the end, he still nodded. The concentration camp pays attention to fairness. The contestants of Yenghua have a child, take a group of women, give them some preferential treatment, it's nothing. The key is that he really likes this child. And hopes that after he leaves here alive, he will find a beautiful woman and give birth to a similar one. The other instructors also looked at Chun Haonan with a smile. This elf's weird gadget made their fists, who were accustomed to seeing life and death, show a rare smile, as if the ice and snow were beginning to melt in the sun. Here, one for everyone. Anyway, it's not bad for money. Chun Haonan gave a piece to these instructors. If this is an adult who gives a gift like this, needless to say, it is possible to shoot him with one shot, but he is a child. What bad thoughts can a child have? God, he's so cute. After accepting Chen Haonan's small gift, no matter how domineering and indifferent the instructor was, he showed his father's smile. Not long after, the female soldiers arrived in the second batch. They all fell several times on the road. And they looked miserable. And when they arrived at the same place, they immediately took out ginseng to replenish their strength. Tianguo also took a bite of ice and snow, felt that it tasted good, and took another bite. For these small actions, these instructors didn't say anything harsh. If it was in He Chengwang's international hunter competition, it would definitely not be allowed. But the next operation immediately exploded the attention of all the students. The third and fourth batches of trainees arrived one after another. After these students saw Chen Hao's calm and idle appearance, they all muttered in a low voice for a while. And the content was nothing more than that: this kid is a monster. Some people thought he was a little familiar, but they couldn't remember where they had seen it for a while. Anthony spoke. From now on, your life has been handed over to the instructor. You have no name, only a death code name. You are death number 1. He pointed to Chen Haonan and announced his code name. Followed, the female soldiers started with Tan Xiaolin, respectively death 2 to death 9, and Ran did not train with the team. She was free. And she did not stand in the team, so naturally there was no code name. After all the countries received their code names, Anthony spoke again. Raise the flag of the Yin people to the highest. Not long after, the national flag of Yangguo was raised and fluttered in the wind, which made the female soldiers excited. Every week, you have the opportunity to raise your national flag. If you die here, I will arrange for your ashes to be sent back. From now on, it is useless for you to regret it. To survive, you must accept all the tests. When Anthony was speaking, the students present were staring at the only fluttering red flag, with very different attitudes. It is false to say that they are not envious. That bright red is reflected in their eyes. And it also stimulates their hearts, especially the United States, which is known as the world's policeman. Cassio, as the captain, lost to Chen Haonan once on the ice. And he lost very hard. He was very unconvinced, but the instructor did not check whether the Yingguo people had skates, which made him even more angry. Yin people, pay attention to strange arts and tricks. They must have studied these projects. You all be careful, don't lose to that kid. It's a shame. Cassio was upset and lowered his voice and spewed white gas. Yes, Captain. And those instructors look at the Yingguo people as if they are their fathers, which is very unfair. The eyes of the masses are bright. Cassio and these people can see that Anthony is a tough guy. And the look in Chen Haonan's eyes is not right, as if the Yingguo people are his illegitimate son. And they finally recognize each other today. And they are ready to send 4 sweets and a car. Chen Haonan didn't care about their thoughts. What he cared about was the experience value of the system. And at this moment, the voice of the system sounded again. The host, as a minor, suppressed players from other countries, maintained the dignity of the country. And rewarded 100 experience points. It's really exciting, just started. And I earned 200 experience points. Chen Haonan felt that the cells in his whole body were breathing. Looking at the indifferent soldiers, it was also like the feeling of an iron tree blooming. How wonderful, these are all children who send experience points. Concentration camps are not like other events, saying so many rules. If you don't have the consciousness and discipline of soldiers, I don't even ask you to line up, but if you lose, there is only one ending. And that is to accept death. Anthony's tone was colder than the Siberian wind. The second project, in 2 hours, complete 600 squats of 100 kilograms. The trainees who can't complete it, I have the right to shoot anyone. There is no need for the weak here. The weak have no right to survive. Give you 10 minutes to prepare. After saying this, Anthony shut up, focusing on a cold style, like an adult version of Chen Haonan. And his words caused a huge commotion among these students. If you can't finish it, you can shoot anyone. Isn't it too perverted? Is this a joke, or is it serious? Generally speaking, 600 squats, or even 600 push-ups are not a big problem. What makes people desperate is the weight of 100 kilograms. In such a cold weather, such a high-intensity special training will make the body organs cannot bear it. And directly fall to the ground and die? In the face of these discussions, Anthony didn't explain at all. And there was no ordinary event where to scold and greeting ancestors or something. His style is cold. In Wang Mingyang's words, the unity of knowledge and action, I said, you can implement it. The student of the dogskin plaster felt that it was unfair and raised an objection on the spot. Report, we people are injured and can't squat with 100 kilograms of weights. We should think about the actual situation, or we want to get some treatment. Instructor, the Yen people have sinister intentions and have injured our hands and feet, otherwise, we will definitely not question your excellency's rules, or even be the first to implement them. Anthony carried the huge desert eagle with a cold square face. And walked over like a moving pimple. When he walks, he looks very domineering, as if the muscles of his whole body are mobilized, like a beast walking alone in the snowy mountains. Tell me, what's your name? Report, instructor, my name is Tenaha Kunsuk. Well, engrave the name on his urn. After explaining his sentence behind him, Anthony's huge silver pistol was already fixed on the head of Tianyujin, whose face had changed drastically. And he shouted loudly from the dogskin students around him. And with a bang, he hooked the trigger. The bullet pierced through Tianyukuan's head at 0 distance. And from the other side, it rushed blood, infecting the snow-white ground. And the deceased fell headlong and walked peacefully. I can't think of it at all. Everyone present, including Chen Haonan, changed color slightly. The god is really perverted, a life is like a dog. And the instructor who didn't talk much by this person asked for a name and harvested it. What is called grass in human life, this is. Chen Haonan beat 10 people one by one. And only injured 10 people after a lot of useless hands and feet. And Anthony didn't give a chance to explain. And shot and killed the student of the dog skin without saying a word. It's just wild and domineering to the extreme. It seems that life in front of him is really just a code name for death. Immediately after the gunshots, an instructor came over and pulled away the body of the deceased. Only a long trail of blood pulled out of the ground did it become clear what was going on here. Phew! The remaining 9 students of the dogskin plaster screamed excitedly on the spot. And the excitement was about to explode. And then they waved their hands and feet. And on the spot put on a weight-bearing garment and start squatting. Just do it. Maid, I thought I had done it. And sure enough, the virtue of the people of the little days, who are afraid of the strong and strong, and not virtuous, is simply a portrayal of them. Chen Haonan's little tiger teeth bared out, lit up a flower tooth, and said, I want a child's version of the weight, it's too bulky and not suitable for me. The weight doesn't matter, you can add it. Nonsense, his ability is several times that of others, the main one is casual. Carrying a weight of 100 kilograms sounds exaggerated to others, for Chen Haonan, it is trivial. And even while he is about to carry hundreds of kilograms of squats, Anthony did what he wanted. And sent a juvenile version of the weight suit. Chen Haonan took it with one hand, put it on the ground at will, and immediately started squatting. And his small mouth was broken. 1, 2, 3. The speed of his broken thoughts is extremely fast. Others point to 1, he has already clicked to 3. And it is getting faster and faster. No way, a dragon skill. And his ant strength and strength, the most special thing is the special training of the power level. Fuck, he still feels too easy, easier than eating. Up and down, so fast that the rhythm of the surrounding students was disrupted. And they all looked at him, thinking that his trumpet weight uniform, is it fake? Damn, are the Yenghua people the illegitimate children of these instructors? Ice cheating, fake, weight-bearing squats, also fake? Of course, Anthony knew that Chen Haonan's weight must be true. This is a special kind of dark iron, which is only found in the depths of the snowy mountains. And the weapon is indestructible. It seems that his physical fitness has at least exceeded 5. Anthony feels more and more interesting. This child of Yenghua has a protagonist halo on his body, much like his teenage self. Like me. Anthony muttered to himself, he can be the chief instructor here. He killed 126 tough fighters alive in the ring. And won all of them. No one in this world makes him feel too amazing. He saw one today. God, he's still a child. Chen Haonan is just playing. However, he is a little worried about the female soldiers. And after scanning the situation of the female soldiers, he is a little relieved. After my special training, there is also a big supplement for Enron who doesn't need money. The physical fitness of female soldiers should be between 2 and 3, which is similar to these male soldiers, plus medicinal materials that can replenish physical strength. Squats are challenging, but they are also willpower exercises. After his heart relaxed, Chun Haonan also observed Anthony with his small eyes. The two glanced at each other and actually smiled tacitly, as if they saw their own feelings. Chun Haonan said to himself, "Damn, so cold, did you learn from me? I won't grow up." And it's what he looks like in this meat tower, cool and cool, but it's too ugly. I still like Pang Yuyan's kind of man. And Anthony said to himself, even though I was a child, my eyes were too similar to mine. I grew up in concentration camps as a child. And I was as good as him. God, I seem to have found my childhood. Anthony was an orphan who had been in a concentration camp for as long as he could remember. And after weeding out batches of children, he had survived, and by the age of 10, he had become an excellent killer, with no one to challenge him in an unrestricted tournament. Training and killing people are like drinking water for him, otherwise, he wouldn't have killed the complaining Tan Yukuan without blinking an eye. Those female soldiers have good physical fitness, but their body bones are congenitally limited. And they may not be able to last until the end. Anthony loves the house and Wu. And makes an evaluation of the female soldier in his heart. Sure enough, an hour passed, Tan Xiaolin and the others began to be subjected to such high-intensity squats. And they were about to collapse. And the whole person was no longer a shelf. And it seemed that they could fall apart at any time. Chen Haonan has been paying attention to the changes in the female soldiers. And immediately spoke, "If you can't stand it, you can eat some ginseng. This is the welfare I strive for. And, follow the rhythm, don't mess up, don't be an obstacle, but a part of the body. I want to numb myself in my mind. And there is the last hour, you can talk for 10 minutes as a small goal. Whoever finishes first, the instructor will reward you with personal millions, which will be paid on the spot. And persevering to the end. And 100,000 will be rewarded on the spot." And Ran echoed beside him, "My online banking has been opened, just wait for the end of this project to transfer money to you, sisters. This is a good opportunity to get a bonus. I am red-eyed, it. The first place is 1 million. And there are 100,000 if you stick to it. Family, you have to fight. Not to mention, money has a magical effect on women. Of course, for female soldiers such as Yi Tsuanshin or Tang Xiaoxiao, they are more regarded as a goal to complete. The students from other countries looked at the female students of the Yen country with a blinded face. And while squatting with their lives, they stuffed a piece of tendon into their mouths. Such an unfair impression, everyone made them in an uproar. And some people complained on the spot. Report, "It's not fair, why can the people of the Yin kingdom eat?" In the face of these complaints, Anthony raised the desert eagle who had just killed Tianyu Junsuk. And said indifferently, "The benefits I gave them, what, do you have any opinions? You have the ability to let me give you benefits too. If you don't do anything, you should not see anything." It was blatant unfairness, but they couldn't help it. Little by little, time passed. Almost 1.5 hours later, when there were still 30 minutes before the end, the students on the dogskin side began to be unbearable, mainly because they were injured by Chen Haonan. And such an overloaded squat made them unbearable. "Give up, it's a strategy, otherwise, we'll all die here." Well said, strategic hedging. They lowered their voices and made a decision in unison. So, someone immediately spoke, "Report, we are a dog, give up this event." Anthony sneered, "It's late, when you ran through the ice, you have already embarked on a journey of death. And if you give up halfway, you will only die." Anthony's refusal was direct and savage, but no one dared to challenge his majesty, mainly because Tan Yukuan walked too peacefully, so peaceful that life is impermanent. And the feeling of the large intestine wrapping the small intestine, who the fuck dares to ask more? What if he gets insane and drags him out and shoots him directly? With the urine nature of dog skin, you can find a lot of reasons to come out, such as when you invaded the Northeast, you said that the soldiers were missing. And sent more than 100,000 people to look for them. Anyway, as long as there are interests, when the opponent is not strong enough, they will tear off the dog's skin and turn into jackals. Anthony didn't dare to provoke, their eyes looked at Chun Haonan defiantly. It was this little bastard, who made them passive step by step. Feeling the unfriendly gazes, Chen Haonan did a squat. And at the same time, he also gestured to them with his middle finger out of thin air, fully expressing his sincerity. Come here. Vomiting blood, damn it, really vomiting blood, it's too deceitful. As long as you pass this level, you must find a way to kill this child and let him die young. Another 10 minutes passed. And there was a dogskin student who couldn't stand the exertion anymore, so he fainted and fell on the snow. Drag it away. Anthony's voice was colder than ice. Someone immediately dragged the fainted student away. Not long after it was dragged out, a gunshot rang out in the sky above the concentration camp. And it also exploded the ears of the students present. And everyone subconsciously looked over. I saw that on the snow not far away, there was the dogskin student who had just been dragged away. And there was a pool of blood on the ground. And the person was naturally gone. And he walked very peacefully. An extremely oppressive atmosphere permeated everyone's hearts. And everyone's heart could not suppress a huge sense of crisis. God, another one, doesn't talk about martial arts at all. And cares about human life. The most aggrieved thing is still the dogskin. This is the second one. They are all their people, these are all comrades in arms who eat, drink, and sleep together. They can't get the honor. And they don't know what's going on, so they were shot directly. It's all to blame on the child of the Yen country. Wait, if we can't kill you, we won't live. Little by little. Bang bang bang. The sound of gunfire continued to echo over Siberia. And the thousands of miles of frozen ice brought blood, but then drifted away, as if nothing had happened. Only all the students present knew very well that the 10 players of the dogskin plaster were all wiped out. And there was no one left. Looking at the small day when the corpse was nearby, the arrogant and provocative appearance just now was still engraved in the minds of many students. And no one could have imagined that it would become a lifeless entity in an instant. I have to say that even if these special forces kill people without blinking, they are scared. The result of being scared is that the special training of playing with life will squeeze out all the strength to eat milk. And some people have the intention of escaping, thinking about Xiaojiu, but everyone knows that they must pass this level to find an opportunity. Chen Haonan was not afraid of heaven and earth. And was taken aback. Damn, it's wasted. If you kill me, 100 experience points, wasted, wasted. As he spoke, he also stretched out his little tongue and licked the corners of his little mouth. Seeing this scene, Anthony's cold face showed a smile similar to me. This son is really born with an interest in bloody things, a natural underworld fighter. If he stays in the concentration camp until adulthood, he must be the second Anthony. Anthony moved his mind to accept him as a righteous son. If Mr. Gao knew his thoughts, he would definitely call it awesome. And the hero saw the same thing. Whoa! The last 10 minutes are also the stage when people are most likely to collapse. Just like you have to work for 1 hour, then the last 10 minutes are the most tormenting. If the goal is set for 2 hours, it is also the last 10 minutes. That is, only when you are high, you can know the meaning of the unity of action. People's potential is infinite. Someone can do it 7 times a night, as long as the stimulation is in place. What is provided is the buttocks of the girls. If it is a big fat pig, sorry, there is no potential at all. The death of Xiaori is like 10 girls with buttocks, which are so exciting that they explode. It's exciting. Chen Haonan muttered. And took the time to look at his female soldiers, only to see that these disciples, all of them had big eyes like Kazilan. If they advertised, they didn't need to wear makeup, but fortunately, they really couldn't stand it. They could take drugs and stuff the precious ginseng into their mouths, making them look like Honda who cultivated immortals. Seeing this, the students of other countries were so envious that they were so jealous that everyone was numb, but Anthony, the executioner, said that this was a benefit to Yenghua. What could they say? Hold on, the instructor here, you can execute the students at any time. If you can't hold on, I can't help you. Chen Haonan reminded the female soldiers. Otherwise, with their invincible state, the female soldiers still thought that they could fight against the instructor. After all, their previous records were Spider-Man, Black Hero, and Thunder Warfare. The hanging exploded. And the female soldiers all said that there is nothing in this world that Chen Haonan can't do. And if there is, it is that he didn't think of it. If you blow too much, it's easy to float. Last minute. Time's up. Except for Chen Haonan, who jumped up directly on the spot, all the students lay directly on the snow, ignoring the cold, gnawing on the ice and snow. And sobered up and squeezed all the strength of their bodies. It's not a challenge for you, I've already overdone, can you promise me a small request? Chen Haonan spoke coolly. Anthony nodded and grinned, you have indeed done it a long time ago, I can promise you a small request, as long as it is not too excessive. This dark iron vest is related to me, give it to me, it's not a big problem, right? If you're stingy, when I didn't say it. Chen Haonan took off the small vest that was black and couldn't see the color. This thing looks similar to an ordinary inner thermal vest, but it was about 100 kilograms, so it can be seen how high the density is? It is used to make body armor, firearms, etc. And it feels like it can't be hanged. And he likes it so much. This is Shentai, hidden deep in the snow-capped mountains that have not melted for thousands of years. And the output is very small, except for my desert eagle, which is this little vest, which is indeed just right for you. And I gave it to you. Anthony sent it very quickly, showing off the huge gun in his hand. By the way, the black iron spear is indestructible, it can be used as a hammer or a dagger. With that, he moved the parts of the desert eagle. And immediately turned into a dagger with no blade, which also looked too similar, thick, like a large radish. Boom! Anthony showed off the big carrot and crouched down on the hard ice, smashing a big hole. Good guys. Chen Haonan blurted out, otherwise, you sent me this together, it's a complete set of co-authors, isn't it? Anthony snorted coldly, in the words of you Yin people, don't get an inch, I like this gun very much. After speaking, he turned to look at all the envious and jealous students. And said, here are the rules of the concentration camp, the winner, there is a reward, if you lose, your life is gone, there is no discipline here, only the rules of survival. When Anthony spoke, an instructor dragged 10 corpses in front of the students. And the congealed blood in miserable corpses caused a lot of shock, which added to the deterrent effect of Anthony's words. Everyone understands that in order to survive, you can ignore discipline, but you must respect the laws of survival, just like nature, survival of the fittest. Anthony didn't immediately announce the next project, giving them time to recover. During this time, there are no disciplinary requirements, you can lie down, sit, or stand like Chen Haonan. And Ran came over and wanted to relax Chen Haonan, but after he refused, he went to relax the female soldiers one by one. And there was no instructor to care about her during this period, focusing on a casual. But the children knew that this was the prelude to the storm. And fuck, these people were killing people, without explanation, without prelude, without notice. And when the guns rang out, the blacks started playing. Everyone had different thoughts until a helicopter appeared in the sky and landed in the clearing. A middle-aged man who was about the same height as Anthony, but not as strong as him, came over with sunglasses. He looked polite and gentle, without the temperament of Anthony and others, he looked like a scholar. Introduce yourself, I'm your headmaster, you can call me KGB headmaster. Speaking of this, the KGB principal did not continue, but looked at the expressions of the crowd seriously. Sure enough, after everyone heard this title, their faces showed astonishment. And then turned into expressions of fear, including Nigua, the most powerful country standing behind him. And the students led by Cassio were also such students. Fear comes from this mysterious codename. This is one of the most powerful intelligence agencies in human history, once plotted against the CIA high level, placed in the Cold War. For the KGB, no country has a secret at all. After the disintegration of the cat bear, this agency began to gradually lose its mystery, but as their story was published, the fear it attracted was a reaction to the landslide tsunami. For example, you can't think of the civilian next to you drying quilts and salted fish. That is, the KGB people. And you can't think of colleagues who have worked together for decades, the one they rebelled against. The principal was very satisfied with this expression. And he was very happy to do it. After his eyes swept over all the students, he did not see any consternation on the faces of Chen Haonan and the female soldiers beside him, which made him a little stunned. Anthony, why are there children and women? Anthony spoke, Headmaster, we don't have any age and gender restrictions, as long as you are strong, you can participate, don't you? Well said, but no reward. The headmaster did not waste time on this issue. And continued, very good, next, you are faced with the countdown of your own life. Maybe you want to leave, but as the headmaster, I am responsible for telling you that no one has ever left Siberia alive. Of course, as the principal, I will also give the best students suitable rewards, such as you can make a small request when you get the first place in the project. And the instructor can meet you. I'm done. You guys enjoy this death journey. This is not some bullshit event, this is a song of life. After speaking, with a snap, the principal saluted very politely, full of gentlemanly style. And he flew away directly. Come in a hurry, go in a hurry. Chen Haonan thought to himself, if his mother is the principal of his primary school, he can also accept reading, it is too chic. And he does not delay time at all. Lao Tzu has been reading for a week, holding meetings every day, 3 o'clock and 3 o'clock, powerful children, they all want to blow up the school. And the police arrested the principal. Anthony spoke, I don't have the humor of the principal, I'm a person, I prefer to be direct. The next assessment, you need to go through a closed room, there are wolf dogs waiting for you in it. The kind of wolf dogs about the size of a tiger, hungry for a long time, walk over, you can eat. When everyone was silent, Anthony continued, of course, you can also choose to skip meals and go hungry for a day, so that you cannot cross the room. After saying this, the students who were completely squeezed dry all breathed a sigh of relief and did not move. What to eat, at this time to face the wolf dog, is to deliver meat to the door, no one can do it. However, everyone subconsciously looked at Chen Haonan, in their opinion, this kid still has the strength to cross the room, everyone was lying down just now, where did he ask the instructor for a set of dark iron vests? And he couldn't roll it up. Facing everyone's speculative eyes, Chen Haonan didn't move, took out a ginseng that was shrunk together, almost the size of a palm, pulled away his tendons. And gnawed on it. What to eat? Is it bad to eat ginseng? It can be eaten as a meal. And it is not bad for money. Gollum. Someone rolls his Adam's apple and can't help but swallow his saliva. It's such a fucking bully, they've been eating since the squats were open. And they're still eating, almost forgetting that it's their benefit. And they don't need to risk it at all. It's so fragrant, it's so fragrant. And it's accompanied by a mouthful of snow. The fields and fruits were covered with snow, gnawed on ginseng. And ate deliciously. Ouyang Qian is also a foodie. And she likes to make chewing sounds, just like a rabbit gnawing on a radish. Yi Tsuanxin and the others are still a little gentle, but they have been tired for so long. And they want to eat everything they want. And they can eat in any posture. And Ran directly took out some ham and roasted sausages and the like. And handed them to the female soldiers. And the instructor didn't say anything, they were all benefits, they were all benefits. God, I can't stand it, I really can't stand it, I want to eat. Stimulated by the female soldiers, some students couldn't help it. And stood up directly and chose the adventure mode. That's right, it's just a wolf dog, what's so scary, it's not a tiger, it's just a kind of dog. And we have daggers on us. If you have the strength to recover, let's form a group. Anyway, I didn't say the rules. Someone wittily seized on this loophole in the rules, as if the instructor really didn't say it. So, the 3 Asan students, who like to play motorcycles, immediately stood up and went through the room in a group. As for the other students, they were all human spirits, sitting and waiting. The house was actually at the end of the training ground, with a small door. After pushing the door open, 3 students rushed in. And everyone pricked up their ears and waited. Yes. 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 The silent sky, similar to the cry of a groundhog, screamed 3 times in a row. And once they howled, everyone's bodies became hard and their faces turned pale. Damn, dog instructor, is it really a wolf dog in there? Anthony swept over everyone indifferently and did not speak. Suddenly, no one dared to move. And there was only the sound of Chen Haonan's rabbits gnawing on radishes. Suddenly, Anthony spoke, the selection mode is over, from now on, you must go through the wolf dog area, otherwise, I have somewhere to take your life. The crowd. This time, Yi Tsuanxin and the others were also a little panicked, they were more afraid of some fierce beasts by nature. Chen Haonan put away the ginseng and stood up indifferently, what's the panic, men are big wolf dogs, you can be these animals or the men you hate the most, such as Lei Zhang, Fan Tianlei. The female soldier was stunned for a moment. And then laughed. And Ran couldn't laugh either. Footsteps sounded. Anthony came over and asked, "Can I understand your Chinese, Lei Zhan and Fan Tianlei? Are they beasts more powerful than wolf dogs?" Chen Hanan nodded solemnly. "You're right, they are pit beasts, they eat people and don't spit out bones." Force. Anthony gave a rare thumbs up. "Little one, tell me, why aren't you nervous?" Chen Hanan said coldly, "This kind of assessment requires the spirit of seeing death as home. For the soldiers of our country, this is a family motto. What is there to be nervous about?" Anthony thinks this kid is very interesting, but Cassio next to him can't stand it. After all, his country pays attention to force first. And he can beat whoever is unhappy. And he can find an excuse for washing powder. And no one can pretend to be forced in front of them. Chen Hanan has been pretending to be forced in front of them. And he has succeeded twice, which is more uncomfortable than sleeping with their girlfriend. Yenghua people, don't brag, you're still young. When you meet the real big wolf dog, you have to cry. Hearing this, Chen Hanan glanced at this tall man. Damn, why are you wasting national food when you are so tall? He knows that the other party is a me country who is provoking him in the ice. The principle of the people of the United States is that whoever he says to fight, a group of horses will jump out to form a joint team. If the people of the United States do not stand up, any war will be regarded as an act of aggression by them. Chen Hanan was not used to Cassio either. And said indifferently, "Or, let's compare, after passing through the room, who is not injured and can eat each other's food." This sentence silenced the tall Cassio. He is unhappy, but he is not a fool. This little guy seems to have started practicing martial arts in his mother's womb. And he is the culprit in the death of 10 dogskins just now, which means that when everyone wants to pretend to be forced, Chen Hanan has become a male god. Challenging the male god, there is a great chance of losing. And the people of the United States have never done anything that is detrimental to their interests. So, he looked up at the sky, as if he hadn't gotten up yet. Chen Hanan didn't plan to let him go. And said, "What, are you afraid? Just squeak if you're afraid." Cassio turned and walked back, his shoes rubbing against the ice and making a squeaking sound. Several instructors also watched this scene. And one of the instructors spoke, "Interesting, people in the United States want to be the boss everywhere, but this time they were actually scared by a child." No, Cassio is a very calm person, he doesn't want to pay attention to that kid, he wins, he's not a kid's father, there's no need. I'm optimistic about the people of Yenghua. His theory just now is to see death as home. This level was originally based on courage, rushing all the way through, the speed is fast enough, the wolf dog has not reacted, the test is courage and fearlessness. This was said by Anthony, who continued, "Can't you see, he is very much like me." The instructors looked at the handsome Chen Hanan, who was not yet an adult and immature. And then looked at Anthony, who was 2 meters tall and like a tower. And complained a lot in their hearts. I'm not talking about appearances, it's an invisible temperament. And self-confidence that I can't be. Anthony spoke calmly. No one responded to him. And if Anthony said that Cassio, who was as strong as a mountain, was like him, they would believe it, that Yenghua kid was too good-looking. And that was God's favorite. Next, regardless of the students, they will start to break through. Only Chen Hanan and his female soldiers were left at the scene. He didn't move, didn't rob. And was quiet as a little beautiful man. It wasn't until all the contestants had passed that Chen Hanan snapped his little hands, walked to the room. And said without saying anything, "You can be a little late, I'll go and have a look first." After Chen Hanan's special training, as long as the little man speaks, they can cooperate in any posture, wait in place. And they will never walk away. Chen Hanan had already walked into the room. And suddenly, his originally bright vision suddenly dimmed. In the dark room, 12 huge light bulbs were lit. And the faint green light was restrained, without the slightest spillage. This is a hungry wolf dog. Chen Hanan's heart moved, then he closed his eyes. And before he walked away, he relied on his powerful physical attributes to sense the movements around him. The wolf dog, which was already eyeing its prey, suddenly suspected that the dog was alive. The prey is gone, leaving only a faint breath. Brush. The 2 big wolf dogs couldn't bear it. and pounced suddenly, mainly the prey that they had pounced on before. I don't know why, they disappeared inexplicably. They were hungry for 3 days. And they could make these wolf dogs fight quickly, divide and eat. Just when the 2 big wolf dogs pounced in unison, in the darkness, a pair of powerful little hands were stretched out, holding down the 2 huge wolf heads. And under the action of a strong force, there was a crisp bang. The wolf's head was against the wolf's head. And he suddenly broke his bones. And the wolf's body fell to the ground with a bang. Phew! In the midst of the howl, one wolf dog after another pounced. They had locked onto the human breath. And they were very clever in using the method of besieging them. Click, click. The sound of landing continued to sound. And Chen Haonan had already passed through the dark passage. And the light began to shine in front of him. In the square connecting the room, there stood a group of more or less scarred soldiers. These people were staring at the only exit. And it was not surprising that every player rushed out in embarrassment, bloodstained. Including Cassio. He crossed the wolf-dog passage at a very fast speed, but his sleeves and trouser legs were torn and shredded, but fortunately he did not hurt his flesh, which was already the best record. The only one left in the Yen country is small. And they are not enough for wolves and dogs to stuff their teeth. And children are afraid of the dark, maybe they won't be able to get by. Cassio has mixed feelings about Chen Haonan. He admires the other party for being strong, but he doesn't want the other party to overpower him. Bang bang. A hurried slap sounded. And the owner who followed the applause walked out of the exit leisurely, only to see that he had an indifferent face, dressed in a small military uniform. And hurriedly tidied up, it was the little soldier of Yenghua. Little master, there is more to this chapter. Please click on the next page to continue reading. The back is more exciting. Everyone looked at Chen Haonan puzzled. How did this come over? Are there no more wolf dogs in the tunnel? Not long after, a group of female soldiers came out again. Like Chen Haonan, it was clean and clean. And the folds of his clothes did not rise. In fact, Tan Xiaolin and the others were a little puzzled. When they entered the passage, they saw wolf corpses all over the ground. There was no crisis at all. And they didn't know what was going on. Inside the passage, the lights came on. Anthony was in a bad mood and looked at the wolf dogs that had all fallen to death, a rare breed they had bred for a long time, aggressive. And the size of a calf, but now they were all dead. And all of them had broken skulls. It's that kid from Yenghua who killed all the wolf heads with his bare hands. His strength is incredible, his body is flexible. And he is not under the wolf dog. How did he kill 6 wolfhounds at the same time? Even it was a bit difficult for me to kill them at the same time. The monitoring is very vague, but it can be speculated that he first closed his eyes and tempted both ends to come and kill. His hands are like magic, omnipotent, such power, he can kill any enemy who comes close. After being silent for a while, Anthony nodded. I have cultivated one of the most terrible oriental killers here. His name is Tang Long. Tang Long's legs are like sharp axes. And none of the opponents who were chopped by him can get up. This child, bull, force, has the meaning of Tang Long. By the way, go back to the east and interview fierce beasts like Lei Zhan and Fan Tianlei. We need to replenish the fierce beasts here. That kid said that these 2 kinds of animals are more terrible than big wolf dogs. And they are exactly the breeds we need. After finishing the order, Anthony walked up to the students, did not order them to line up. And spoke directly. The concentration camp, it will not be like a children's competition outside, blowing about the soldiers among the soldiers, the king of soldiers among the soldiers. We cultivate killers, ruthless, always keep calm. And treat death as home, but unfortunately, in you, there are also very heavy human weaknesses, inferior roots. What I need is a real warrior, just like this Yenghua kid. He killed all the wolf dogs with his bare hands. And directly cleared the obstacles for the comrades in the back. This is the killer that the concentration camp needs. Killed all the wolf dogs? This news made the students present stunned. None of them could think of how to kill the wolf dog in the dark, plus the physical strength was exhausted when they were squatting. Who thought of passing through the room and killing the wolf dog first? The passage is not long, isn't it a quick run? Chen Haonan came into contact with the provocative eyes. And his small mouth tilted slightly, revealing the smile of the Dragon King. Maid, this instructor is so witty. And he has pulled hatred for himself again, but there is nothing to say, everyone is an experienced baby. Can you share it? Why did you think of killing the wolf dog? Share your experience? Chen Haonan said directly and coldly, it's not that complicated, it just depends on my mood, the 6 wolf dogs can't pose any threat to me. And I was killed easily. This sentence was very forceful. And it really attracted many exclamations from the students. Chen Haonan doesn't care, isn't it just to pull hatred? Lao Tzu is clear, he is in a bad mood, he will kill everything directly, it's best not to provoke me. Anthony was very satisfied with this answer. And showed a fatherly smile, the people of the Yin Kingdom have raised their standards and opened up a gap with others, you can eat first, others are not qualified. This sentence filled the hatred. And everyone looked at Chen Haonan and his female soldiers with dissatisfaction, what are you doing to kill the wolf dog? In the midst of complaints, it didn't take long for the fragrant meal to be delivered. Chen Haonan was also not polite, beckoning female soldiers to eat and drink, for those hateful eyes, he said that he was very innocent, especially it was obviously the standard set by the instructor, what is the matter with my child, I have the ability to complain about him. Remember, this is the rule of the strong, you have to hold a gun, it makes sense. Instructor, that's a good point, I decided to eat more. Tianguo agreed with Chen Haonan's statement and ate an extra bowl of rice. They don't dare to trouble the instructors, they will definitely be angry with us. The female soldiers muttered, staring at the envious and jealous eyes of the students around them, eating very uneasily, but it was really fragrant. Anthony was also very principled, saying that Chen Haonan and the others should be full. And in the process of doing this dry meal, there was no urging, until Tianguo couldn't eat it, he didn't open his mouth and let everyone go back to sleep. You only have an hour to sleep. And if you don't want to sleep, you can sit here for the night, but I tell you, the temperature here will drop at night. Hearing this, no one dared to act as a hero, dragged back to the room hungry. And after simply packing his luggage, he fell asleep. In the tent, when Enran took off Chen Haonan's clothes, he was stopped by his little hands. Are you used to it? This is a concentration camp, those perverted instructors will come and raid at any time, you don't have to take off your clothes to sleep tonight. And you are the same. Enran was stunned for a moment, feeling a little embarrassed, this is all used to seeing each other honestly. Otherwise, I'll stand guard for you. Chen Haonan lay down with his arms around Enran. And said, there's no need, if there is any wind and grass, I will wake up automatically, you don't want to knock me, otherwise, I thought this was the Wolf Tooth military region. And it was easy for me to relax my vigilance. Enran. Tan Xiaolin and the others also slept in the same tent, hearing the response of the two, they held back their laughter, but they didn't dare to laugh, mainly because Chen Haonan was growing in prestige. And he did earth-shattering things. And his reputation spread all over the world, who dared to laugh at others for doing a lot of small things. Yi Zuanxin muttered, a little pervert. In half a day, 5 kilometers of cross-country on the ice and 2 hours of squats had already exhausted all their physical strength. And the female soldiers quickly fell asleep. Slept heartlessly, mainly because Chen Haonan slept next to them, which made them feel that there was a huge security bureau, warm and caring. Chen Haonan was sleeping next to him. And he also felt very intimate, he thought about what happened today. And showed a confident smile. In terms of physical fitness, I should be invincible, but in terms of killing skills, even if I am invincible in martial arts, I can't compare to the instructors who are killed from the pile of dead, made. The most terrifying thing about these people is that they don't have any emotions, this is the real invincible. It's the right place to come here. I earned 200 experience points at the beginning. And in the future, I can also learn killing skills, which is really a good place. Chen Haonan's physical fitness has broken through the limits of the human body, he does not sleep for 7 days and 7 nights. And he can also ensure sufficient physical strength. And he can ram anything. Of course, he will not treat himself badly, he will immediately fall asleep, anyway, if there is a crisis, the system will automatically issue tasks. And it will be tried and tested. I don't know how long it took, Chen Haonan, who was asleep, suddenly opened his eyes. The host is experiencing a poison gas crisis. And if you dodge it safely, you will be rewarded with 100 experience points. It's coming, it's coming. It's really perverted, this is poison gas? The next moment, Chen Haonan smelled a stimulating smell. And he immediately woke up and ran. And then called all the female soldiers up. It's not a smoke bomb, it's not tear gas, it's poison gas, hold your breath and go out with me. Fortunately, the instructor did not rush in at this time. Chen Haonan had just gone out with the female soldiers. And he also saw that some students had escaped alertly. And they all looked tired and frightened. Don't stand with them, avoid crowded places. And head to the playground. Chen Haonan took the female soldiers and immediately moved away from the location of the tent. Before I got to the playground, I saw a group of instructors wearing gas masks, armed with electric batons, whips, and dripping wax. Came over with a menacing attitude. Chen Haonan and the female soldiers crawled on the snow-covered ground. And only after these instructors walked over did they stand up and shake off the snowflakes on their bodies. It didn't take long to hear screams coming from the tent, accompanied by national scolding in different languages. And even the sound of high-pressure water cannons. It's just inhumane. In the middle of the night, -30 or 40 degrees, it's too perverted to use a water gun, Chen Haonan tried. When he was helping Xiao JJ to pee, if he was not careful, he could freeze into a show ice pillar in mid-air. Needless to say, behind being snowy, it was definitely thousands of miles of ice and snow. Lying on the ice, Chen Haonan, with his little butt cocked against the female soldiers behind him, was very worried about these nourished students in his heart. Hey, how difficult it is, I don't have to eat. And I take an ice bath, the main thing is that I don't die and peel off my skin, it's too exciting. Behind Chen Haonan was Tianhua, listening to these howls like killing pigs during the New Year. He said in a rambling voice, "My mother, it's crazy, if I am caught, with my appearance, will I be stripped naked, raped first, and then kill?" Ouyang Qian, who was stiff, said with a cold face when she heard this, "Okay, don't think about beauty, haven't you seen those instructors, black and coarse, wooden and emotional, just like robots, will they be interested in beautiful women?" Tang Xiaoxiao complained, yes, I used the beauty trick, they didn't react at all, only when they looked at our instructor, the chief instructor's expression was a little richer, do you say it will be a base? And only interested in children. The female soldiers all looked very interested in their eyes and gossip. And the fire of gossip burned. It seems that there is such a thing. When the Anthony instructor looked at Chen Haonan, his eyes flashed with a very strange light. No matter what he asked, he tried his best to satisfy Chen Haonan, just like a big bear who doted on his girlfriend. And Ran chirped, "Nonsense, don't joke." Chen Haonan? Damn, how can the female soldiers brought out by yourself have such a rich imagination? You can go to Tomato serialized novels, with the generosity of Tomato readers, as long as you have a bloody plot and a quick reversal, just giving a reward is higher than being a soldier. Chen Haonan snorted coldly and opened his mouth to warn, "Don't talk about these messes, give me a good lesson, these instructors are all good, they are all emotional. And they don't even have emotions, they can quit emotions, human beings who are the unity of knowledge and action, no matter what they do, they are all extraordinary, follow along, this is your chance to transform, not like filming idol dramas here, you can think of any messy plot. Understood?" Understood. The female soldier responded, did not change her position. And continued to lie on her stomach honestly, desperately resisting the severe cold from the ground, but she was still frozen like a cold bird. Compared with those students who were beaten by water guns, they are so happy. The other side. Zizizi. A water gun passed, bringing a scream. The whole scene is like slaughtering a pig for the New Year, but the ice water is used instead of boiling water, but the effect is the same. My mother, ice water is added, once it can't be wiped clean, it will freeze immediately. And it will be good to cover the body, if it is solidified on the exposed skin, the person will be numbed directly. Instructors are real dogs. It is useless to beg for mercy. And it is useless to give up, you can only bear it silently. There was an instructor who reported to Anthony. There are 10 people missing. And the people of Yenghua are not inside. Anthony nodded, then turned around and shouted in the direction of the playground with his horn, "Come out, I know you're in the playground." The loudspeaker, passing through his voice, called out the effect of the speaker. And played with Xiao Feng to descend the Dragon 18 Palms, with its own stereo, it can be seen that his middle chi is enough to go to the vegetable market to sell kitchen knives. After hearing the shout, Chun Haonan smiled crookedly and admired it very much in his heart. It was not simple, it seemed that the other party had already known, but it was not broken, which showed that Anthony's senses had reached the limit of the human body. A real master, after his physical fitness reaches a certain level, his ears and eyes are clear, and he will form a terrifying sixth sense. And the autumn wind will not move the cicada. Anthony has reached the realm of cicada listening. Chen Haonan walked over with the female soldiers, and the voice of the system actually sounded, judging that the task was completed. The host completes the gas challenge without being captured, and is rewarded with 100 XP. Oh, the instructor is also a gift-giving boy. What a good person. After Chen Haonan sent out a good person card, he came to Anthony and said with a righteous face, "We are the only team members who have escaped capture. According to the principal's rules, we should have a reward, right?" Cassio, who was freezing like a dog on the side, took the opportunity to shout dissatisfied, "You have also been discovered, you have not completed the rules. Oops, don't nurture my genitals, this is immoral." Chen Haonan was dressed in a military uniform, standing as tall as a pine. "Instructor, we have a chance to leave the concentration camp, but as a cadet, we have come here. I feel that this is my home. I don't need to run away from home, right?" Anthony just finished nourishing the water gun and handed it to the instructor next to him. Juching's fierce light forced everyone to look at him. His chest was fiercely raised, like a giant cannon that emitted murderous aura. After hearing Chen Haonan's words, he turned to look at the little guy. And then all the students saw this amazing scene strangely. This instructor, who was full of fierce light, actually cracked his mouth, drew a diagonal line, revealing snow-white teeth. Hell, with his downward smiling action, the fierce look on his face actually became a warm man. And then accompanied his dark skin, resolute tough guy temperament. How to look at it, how to disobey. "My mom, you see." This instructor looked at our instructor and smiled again. "It's so good, it's so sweet that my girl's heart is about to melt. Will I get diabetes?" Tianguo lowered his voice and knocked the scene hard. Her voice is actually not small, but the instructor here will not grasp these small details. As long as you are strong enough, it is no problem to learn era to jump around every day. TSK, if it is filmed, it will definitely make headlines. And the tough guy laughs, "So sweet that my bad teeth fall out." Ouyang Qian also replied. And then Tan Xiaolin and others also discovered this problem. Usually Chief Instructor Anthony is cold to every student, including the female soldiers, who are smiling so much that the iron trees are blooming when they are facing Chen Haonan. Really? Enron also has a feeling of disillusionment. Don't you? A big man laughs like that to his little man? Family, what do you think? Sure enough, Anthony bared his teeth and spoke. "Little friend, whatever you want to ask, if it is excessive, I will almost satisfy you, except for my dark iron pistol." Chen Haonan didn't think about it so much, he didn't have such perverted thoughts. And his small mouth pouted. "That's not interesting, let's do it, we need something to replenish energy." Anthony smiled and waved his hand. "Prepare coffee and bread for Yenrun. And the other students will watch from the side. And only after Yenrun has finished eating and drinking can he move freely. Pull hatred for me again, but there's nothing to say." Chen Haonan smiled. He couldn't think of any requirements for the time being. Seeing that everyone was frozen into that bird, he could only show them a scene of drinking coffee in the ice and snow, free. Next, Chen Haonan took the female soldiers, drinking steaming cat poop coffee and eating bread just out of the oven on the icy and snowy ground. Tianguo and the others ate satisfied, with happy expressions on their faces, casually knocking Anthony and Chen Haonan. In this process, Anthony always stared at Chen Haonan with a doting look. And Chen Haonan himself was unnatural. "I have a question." Chen Haonan raised his hand and asked. The crowd looked over. "Forget it, no more." In front of so many people's faces, Chen Haonan was embarrassed to ask the instructor, "Is he so handsome that he looks like a girl? And then you always stare at me?" "Whatever, there are more people staring at me. How old are you?" And at this moment, Cassio lowered his voice. "Look at the way they look at their eyebrows. The people of the Yin country must have been notified in advance that there will be a sneak attack. We are all deceived. It is impossible for them to perform the best every time. I fully suspect that the child is the illegitimate son of Instructor Anthony." Bastard? Anthony's ears moved. And he raised his hand. "Wake them up for me, they are still in a state of confusion." "It's the instructor." The next day, at 4:30 in the morning, the assembly was completed. Chen Haonan found that at least a third of the number of people in the team was missing. And he didn't know where he went. Really? It is reported that 40 students are in a coma and are in a state of fever. The instructor is debriefing Anthony. This situation is very normal, although these soldiers are tough, high-intensity special training, poisonous gas sneak attack at night, plus the ice and snow have been nourished for an hour, they did not hang up on the spot, they should be too strong to be physical. Anthony was unmoved, cold as ice. A total of 150 students, 10 people were hung on the first day, 40 people were stunned with high fever. And a third of them were directly eliminated, which is the fastest elimination rate I have ever seen. Drag the unconscious people out of the tent, bury them in the snow, keep their heads. And those who can hold on for a day and a night will be sent back to their original country. And if they can't hold on, they won't be sent back to waste their country's food. This is waste. One sentence decided the life and death of 40 people. And Tianguo and other female soldiers who wanted to knock Anthony were so frightened that their hearts were pounding. And they felt that the picture they saw yesterday was an illusion. This is the real Anthony, the devil-like instructor, the ruthless Lord of Yama. Soon, all the students saw the unconscious people being dragged out one by one. In the process of dragging, someone sobered up, broke down on the spot and cried and gave up, wanting to go back to his country. Anthony complied with these requests, pulled out the huge dark iron Desert Eagle, slammed it into a headshot. And then ordered it to be burned to ashes and smashed into a box and sent back to their country. A life and death agreement has been signed. And the trainees who return alive from here can only return as dead soldiers, not as a waste, otherwise, they will only be qualified to be sent back in a box. Seeing this scene, everyone really collapsed. And there was no emotion on the spot, either silent and persistent, or died on the spot. And when forced to such a point, many people would become another kind of person. Chen Haonan looked over and was secretly speechless. At this moment, after watching the students who were buried in the snowfall one by one, everyone began to have a dead look on their faces. And there was no feeling of human joy, anger, and sorrow at all, that is to say, the emotions gradually solidified and disappeared. And in their place, it was a kind of spirit and spirit unity, the condensation of willpower. It can also be said that numbness, but definitely not giving up. After all, they can come to this point, they are not ordinary soldiers. This training, there is something, no wonder these instructors have such a terrible atmosphere. Chen Haonan came with a lot of interest. He is strong, it is a skill from the system, but he really doesn't have this skill to manage emotions, such as getting rich all of a sudden. He still has been beautiful for a long time. Anthony ignored what the cadets were thinking. And he gave the order for dozens of instructors to carry guns and stand guard around the buried soldiers. And whoever fouled would be killed. Run around the buried people for 2 hours, staring into their eyes. This request is quite perverted, after all, staring at compatriots who are dying frequently, but not being able to save them. This feeling is quite strong. There is blame, there is guilt. And more is vigilance. 2 hours passed. And under the shroud of a tragic emotion, not a single student made a mistake. And no one fell again. Next, Anthony takes them out of the playground and ignores the students who are buried in the snow waiting to die. This is a staircase made of ice and snow. There are 100 steps in total. Your training is to climb up and come down from the other side. This staircase has a good name, Ice and Snow Pyramid. Anthony introduced coldly, showing off his Egypt culture, but no one sold it. All the students felt that it was too perverted. I've seen a snowman, but I've never seen a pyramid built. The white building towering in front of everyone is indeed similar to the shape of a pyramid. And a white pyramid of Egypt extends up the stairs one by one. When the question is, this is ice and snow, how slippery is this, can you climb up? At this height, it's almost 10 floors. 10 floors of high-rises, in Siberia where the cold wind is howling, to climb with bare hands. What a crazy decision. It is simply a date with God. There is no time for the heavenly demons to despair. Everyone knows the rules of survival here. And if they do something, they can't do anything. Soon, everyone began to climb up one step at a time, almost up to 30 steps. And with a scream, some students slipped down from mid-air, fell on the incomparably hard ice, and died a miserable death. There are also students who take advantage of the rules, use their hands and feet at the same time, crawl slowly, and are shot in the thigh by the instructor below on the spot, roll down, and fall to death directly. Here, human life is not worth anything at all. And some rules can change at any time. And the main thing depends on the mood. The challenge of the Pyramid of Death is a journey of death for others, but for Chen Haonan, who has weapon skills, it is similar to dating the sky. From the time he stepped into the ice-covered staircase, he had read all the information about the ice. And with the use of his center of gravity, his whole body was like a sucker, allowing the female soldier to follow his footsteps, walking leisurely to the highest spire, looking down at the monkey-like crowd. The people below were stunned. If you guessed in the past that the people of Yenghua had poor information, but climbing such ice, do you have information useful? It still relies on hard power. Damn, Casio is a liar. It takes about 30 minutes to climb up the ice tower and come down, which is a record set by instructor Pugin. Anthony was exchanging records with the instructors. And the Putin instructor in his mouth was a native of the United States, with a strong and slender figure, broad shoulders and a narrow waist. And compared with the strong Anthony, he was as slender as a little girl. Puji nodded and said, "Chief Instructor, do you like Yenghua players?" "What do you think?" Anthony asked rhetorically. "I think we are all fighters who come out of the ring of life and death. And there should be no feelings. That kid is a lot like when I was a kid, he broke a lot of records, I really admire him. It's not about feelings, I ask you, did you come into contact with those people in Casio in private?" Poole was speechless, a trace of unnaturalness flashed on Muda's expression, but he immediately replied and said indifferently, "I'm the same as you, but I appreciate the strong team members. I think Casio's team is better, children and women, it is indeed more suitable for ice sports. And you allow them to replenish their physical strength. And squats can naturally break records, which does not mean that the people of the Yin country are much stronger. According to the rules of the principle, one step ahead, far ahead." Anthony was silent for a moment, then raised his head and said coldly, "The people of Yenghua have broken the record again, they have come down, what do you think?" Hearing this, Poole looked up in surprise. And sure enough, he saw that Chen Haonan had come down with the female soldiers. And behind them, he had not seen a single student. "In 20 minutes, your record has been broken." The corners of Anthony's hard mouth grinned slightly. After Poole looked at the timer, he was a little unbearable. And said loudly, "It's not over yet, go back and forth 10 times, continue to climb for me." Chen Haonan, who had just come down, took out ginseng from his pocket to replenish his strength. And saw that an instructor was acting on his behalf, where to shout. Chen Haonan glanced at Anthony, saw his thick black brows furrowed. And seemed to understand something. Damn, this is past the chief instructor to come and pretend to be forced? Anthony is his father, it's a bit interesting, a place like a concentration camp actually has a struggle for power? These thoughts flashed by. And Chen Haonan didn't pay attention to anything. And continued to climb the ice with the female soldiers. With god-level weapon skills, plus a 10-attribute physique that breaks through the limits of human beings, it is no problem to come dozens of times. And the female soldier follows him. And the physical strength is poor, but it is not a big problem for the time being. And when he leads the team to reach the apex again, only Casio has climbed to the apex among the students of other countries. In other words, the efficiency of Chen Haonan's team is at least twice as high as theirs. Seeing each other at the top, Casio, who has always wanted to be the number one in the world, suddenly remembered that Chen Haonan had already walked back and forth. And he was so distressed that he couldn't breathe. The thinking of the people of the United States is that you are allowed to be strong and prosperous, but you can't surpass our country, otherwise, I will do things. And I will do everything that hurts both sides. Anyway, the instructor couldn't see it above. Casio wanted to do something very much, but the wind was too strong, so he still held back. And when he saw Chen Haonan going down, he raised his little middle finger with his back to him, slowly pointed down. And dug it out. Casio was so angry that his foot slipped on the spot and he almost fell. Chen Haonan naturally knew that the other party had bad intentions. Damn, this captain of the United States often sow discord and is jealous of his own limelight, which is ridiculously strong, right? Mushio will be destroyed by the forest wind. This truth is the same wherever it is placed, unless the other party is directly awakened, so that the provocateur understands that the two sides are not of the same grade. And they will not be moved. 10 of the dogskins died, they were killed by the instructor. If they die in my hands, it will be enough to wake up these guys. And I must find an opportunity to kill the chickens and monkeys. Chen Haonan is not a good person, he just wants to kill the other party. He came here, they all signed a life and death agreement. It is useless to be a good person, it is stupid to be reasonable. 3 hours passed, Chen Haonan completed 10 round-trip pyramid tours, jumped off the ice. And after being down to earth, he looked up at the hazy ice towers under the snowflakes. And the vague figures walked through the ice flowers, which was extremely dangerous. It just so happened that one of the students did not stand firmly. And slipped down directly. And fell into a snow cake with a muffled sound. And on the ground, there were 10 corpses lying about the same. And no one paid attention to them at all. This is the special training of the concentration camp. And the more you get to the back, the more cruel, ruthless, and careless human life. Anthony walked to Chen Haonan's side, looked him up and down, and thought to himself that this little guy was really a freak. He had climbed the ice for 3 hours. And there was no breath fluctuation. And his physical strength was even more terrifying than that of their instructors. Just about to chat with him, suddenly, Anthony saw Chen Haonan rush out, like an elk drinking water by the river and suddenly running, as fast as lightning to avoid the crocodile's sneak attack. The reflexes and speed are all top-notch. And he is very suitable for being a fighter. I don't know what his strength is. Anthony turned his head and saw that Chen Haonan had caught a female soldier who had fallen from the ice. What's the hurry? What did I tell you? First seek stability. And then seek speed. It was Shinlani who fell. And Chen Haonan scolded her a few words. At this moment, Shinlani was also scared to death. She quarreled with Yi Tsuanshin, who was faster, but Yi Tsuanshin did not speed up at all. She was in a hurry to get down and fell down directly. If it weren't for Chen Haonan with the help of her, the height of the second floor would not have died. An injury was a sure problem. Before Shinlani could apologize, footsteps sounded. And Pujin walked over. She fell, it's already eliminated. And the person will be handed over to me. As he spoke, Pujin, who spoke in an indifferent tone, pulled out the pistol inserted in the speculation with an expressionless face. And reached out to grab Shinlani. According to his meaning, Shinlani was killed on the spot. After seeing the other party dragging Shinlani, Chen Haonan scolded directly, I grass your grandmother ancestor, you shoot and try, she is my soldier, unless she dies herself, no one wants to kill her. Chen Haonan bluffed his little face, his tone was as cold as ice and snow. And a murderous aura spread. It's the rule, get out of here, otherwise, I have the right to shoot you too. Poole ignored Chen Haonan's threat at all. And tried hard to pull Shinlani over. Who knew that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't drag this female soldier? And the child suddenly pulled the person over. And then turned the cold little face, staring at him fiercely. And lit up his little fist. I just followed the orders of the chief instructor. Where did you come from? Are you the chief instructor? Chen Haonan lit his fists and glanced at Anthony next to him, with a sense that I was fighting for you. Anthony said indifferently, he is the deputy instructor. No wonder, I'm number 1 in this project. And according to the rules, I make a small request, I want to challenge this instructor. Chen Haonan's voice was not loud, but the content was quite explosive, which made the instructors who were surrounded by emotions have a stunned micro-expression on their resolute faces. This was the first time in the history of the camp that someone had challenged the instructor. And this was the first time that the trainees had just arrived. Pujin thought that he had misheard. And looked at this child who was not even in his chest in a daze, feeling that when he was still a primary school student, he warned his father fiercely, if you murder your mother again, I will kill you. And then he was taught a hard lesson. Later, when he became an adult, he literally killed his father and fled into a concentration camp. I hate my past, therefore, I hate you very much, Yengwei kid, you shouldn't challenge adults, it will make you a devil. Pujin scolded, but Anthony on the side showed a smile and said to Chen Haonan, you want to challenge this instructor, his name is Pujin, nicknamed the King of Sidekicks, he came out of the underground boxer, he has killed 79 opponents. And he does have the right to execute any student. However, according to the rules, you can indeed challenge him. And I will fulfill this little request of yours. He. Just when Anthony opened his mouth to speak, Pugin, who had a fierce face, raised his gun and was about to aim it at Chun Haonan's little head, wanting to shoot him. He doesn't like nonsense, he can use a gun, why use his fists and feet? Swish! Before he had time to lock onto Chun Haonan's small figure, Pugin seemed to be in front of him. And the pistol in his hand was kicked out more than 10 meters. Suddenly, the scene fell silent. All the instructors present knew that Pugin was powerful, he was good at sidekicks, practiced tens of thousands of times a day, could kill a brown bear with one kick. And when he hit the ground boxing, he never lost. The most terrifying thing was that he absorbed the lessons of a person named Tang Long, not only learned his axe and leg technique, but also made up for the defects of physical strength. Even if his martial arts skills are so good that Anthony, known as the hexagonal fighter, does not dare to challenge Pugin easily. Against a fighter like Pugin, he can fail many times, but if you fail once, the person will fall. The king of sidekicks, specializing in the temples, lives up to his name. What kind of skill is a gun? Chun Haonan jumped a few times, touched his little nose. And his face was full of disdain. Let's beat my fists and feet. I once killed a man named Thomas. I heard that he came out of the concentration camp. You killed Thomas? Can you kill Thomas? Thomas, who was in a rage, his pupils shrank. And his sharp edge burst out. And he was angry and stunned. Thomas, one of his proudest disciples and one of the few fighters who made it out of the camp alive, would be killed by this little friend? The chance of them meeting will not exist. And Thomas is the most proud subordinate of General Armand in Uruk. And he is in a high position. Wait a minute, don't you know, look at your expression, are you his father, or his master? Chun Haonan's ridicule made the instructors who were emotionally smiling slightly, especially Anthony, who laughed so much that he had a cracking feeling, which did not match his whole temperament. As for Chun Haonan's news that he killed Thomas, Anthony will be suspicious, because he learned that Thomas is dead. Pugin stared at Chun Haonan, big eyes to small eyes. And at this moment, the female soldiers who walked down the ice, after Shenlani's relay, all stood next to them and looked at Chun Haonan with concern. What they were worried about was not whether they could beat or not, but whether these instructors would teach martial arts, rush up, or use guns directly. Enron also heard the news and rushed to ask Anthony, saying that this was not in accordance with the rules. Chun Haonan was the best student. And he did not violate any rules, but Anthony told her that this was Chun Haonan's own challenge. And he believed that he could solve the problem. Then you can't use guns anymore, otherwise, I'll sue you for the concentration camp internationally, because it's a fair challenge, the headmaster dictated. In the face of Enron's request, Anthony just smiled and said that I understood. And did not say anything. There are many onlookers, after seeing this scene, their hearts support Chun Haonan who dares to challenge the instructors. Damn, these instructors are careless about human life, I feel that they are playing with them. It is rare to meet a handsome and explosive, or a Yenghua person who bursts out with strong strength as soon as he comes. It is too exciting. Beat him to death. Some people are also sarcastically saying that Chun Haonan is too stupid and dead. And the conflict with the instructor is that he thinks his life is long. Bang bang bang. The gunshots rang out 3 times. Anthony put down the Shientai heavy gun. And said indifferently, students who have not completed 10 round trips, continue to climb. Whoever stays here, I have the right to shoot you. Climb and climb. Many people shouted in their hearts, but they honestly continued to climb the ice, like office workers who think about the thousands of roads tomorrow before going to bed. And continue to honestly shine their shoes after dawn. Pugin let out a strange clattering sound and spoke. You managed to provoke anger, guessed right, Thomas is my disciple, you and all your female soldiers, come together. Pugin's tone was so arrogant that he looked down at Chun Haonan condescendingly, stretched out his index finger. And nodded at the child. I'll be the only one to deal with you. Chun Haonan's tone was so handsome that he exploded, his expression was cool. And he looked like he didn't say anything. Then he stretched out his middle finger, hooked the international posture a few times. And he spoke, come here. Arrogant, too arrogant. enemy shooting, invincible fighting, 10-mile eagle eye, invincible stealth, invincible camouflage, invincible weapon skills, invincible dragon body technique, sky hunting. After making another yang finger invitation, Chen Haonan swept all his skills, plus 10 attribute muscles, 10 attribute speed, plus 34 attribute strength. Unless the other party used a submachine gun to shoot, he felt the pressure. He was not afraid of all the fighters here, everyone was on together. And he was not too worried. Of course, Chen Haonan didn't dare to be too careless, especially the killing skills of these instructors were similar to those of the old masters who had killed chickens and ducks for more than 10 years. All of them did not talk about martial arts. If they were careless, they might be similar to the fate of Ma Bagua's generation of grandmasters. And Pu Jin himself never dreamed that he was pursuing the pinnacle skills of his life. And Chen Haonan was already standing directly at the end of the line. Just as the two sides were about to make a move, the sound of the system rang out. Random quest for the Junior Soldier King, defeat the instructor and promote the national martial arts, rewarding 100 experience points. It's pretty cool. I feel like I haven't started fighting yet. I'll send experience points first. Who do you like? The kid said he killed Thomas? Thomas is Pu Jin's most proud disciple. And he sends tens of millions of dollars every year. And he must be angry. I heard that Thomas is really dead. And he was kicked alive, but I don't know who the murderer is. The instructors began to talk and even start placing bets. Did they? And Ran quickly walked to the little man's side. And said in a concerned tone, otherwise, I'll make a move with you. Chen Haonan wanted to pat Ran on the shoulder, but he was short, so he pushed the other party's chest. And said coldly, after following me for so long, don't you have confidence in me? Besides, the other party is a killer, it's useless for you to be alone, but it's in the way, just watch from the side, I'll show you a monkey game. Hearing this, Ran's cold eyes were a little aggrieved. Hey, he was still too useless, except for sleeping with him and massaging him, it seemed that he couldn't help much. And as soon as the little man made a move, he threw himself billions of billions. And the woman could withstand it, feeling that she was completely fallen. And she was afraid that something would happen to him. Chen Haonan didn't go to see Pu Jin, but used his god-level weapon skills to observe the surrounding environment. The training ground here is no longer just ice and snow, there are fine smoothies and ice cubes around it. And in addition, there are bamboo piles near the fence. And I don't know what it is used for. The other party is a killer, the killing skills and techniques must be very diverse, there is no need to fight hard, just kill it in seconds. Chen Haonan is not afraid of hard work, after all, he still needs to train, he consumes too much physical strength, or if he is injured, it will affect the special training in the future, otherwise it is not a big problem to work hard. Thinking of this, he took a step towards the smoothie area. And as soon as he stepped onto the sandy ice floor, a large amount of information poured into his mind. Then, he touched the ice and read the killing technique. Pu Jin saw Chen Haonan spinning around beside him, as if he was looking for a place to run, so he sneered, "What, do you want to escape over the wall? I looked at your file yesterday. And I realized that you are just a little rabbit cub. And you Yen people actually recruit children as soldiers, is this no one available in your country?" With that, Pu Jin licked his thin lips and smiled indifferently. "These female soldiers you brought are very good. And they make me feel the excitement I haven't seen for a long time." "Shut up." Chen Haonan held back his anger. Damn, this thing looks like J-Ba. And he is also qualified to be an instructor. His feet moved slightly, he fell into the smoothie. And he gestured to Pu Jin to eat, looking very hanging. Seeing this, where could Pu Jin endure it, with a cold smile on his expression? And with a snort, his entire slender and powerful body, like a sharp arrow, rushed towards Chen Haonan. The king of sidekicks was furious. In front of a boxer who has fought life and death boxing, the fate of angering him is no different from death. The instructors present all shook their heads. And Anthony also showed a serious expression. He likes Chen Haonan very much, he feels that the other party is cold and ruthless, handsome. And when he sees him, he sees himself when he was a child. Phew! Chen Haonan's feet moved. And the toes that sank into the ground, picked up a large amount of smoothie, infused it with ant power. And shot angrily at Pu Jin, who was rushing over. After being infused with strong power, even if the smoothie is small in size, after exploding, the effect of attacking people is similar to that of Mafong stabbing people. Pu Jin didn't pay attention to Chen Haonan's attack at all. It was the scattering mode used by the child's dry fight. He just stood up with his arm, blocked his face, and relied on his powerful sixth sense. He locked Chen Haonan's position easily. In the whistling sound, a puff of smoothie slammed into his arms, torso, head, and face. And all the exposed skin suddenly had the feeling of being bitten by a wasp, stinging and numb. And blood soaked through the skin. Bleeding? Pu Jin, who was running, felt a tingling pain in his arm, looked down, and was actually densely covered with red dots, which made him a little unable to turn around. His strong body, I don't know how many times he has undergone special training. And he can't stop the smoothie? How fast is that? How much strength is needed for such speed? And in the face of that little child, he seems to just kick the ground at will. What kind of powerful attack is this? Brush, brush, brush. Another series of sidekicks, each time bringing a smoothie infused with great power, like a swarm of bees whistling in. The sound of swishing turned into a buzzing sound, like the sound of inciting wings, covering Pu Jin's whole body. Pu Jin's cold-proof clothes all over his body were pierced by the smoothie, and small holes appeared. And behind the small holes was Pu Jin's strong body. His body was red, and even blood droplets appeared. Anthony and other instructors who saw this scene were all taken aback, and said they didn't understand. This godfuck, this is a secret weapon? What are you doing? Pu Jin didn't know whether to speak the word martial arts, and took a dozen steps back with a face full of fear, away from Chen Haonan's kicking range, and couldn't help but roar angrily, impotent and furious. Yenhua people, what are you going to do? Can you have a fair fight? Pu Jin has recently gained and lost his melee ability. As long as he gets close to Chen Haonan, he has 100 ways to kill this child in seconds, but now he has no chance to get close, so he inexplicably broke his clothes. And his whole body was forced by a wasp 100 times. And his whole body was numb. Not to mention him, those instructors who are familiar with Pu Jin's combat effectiveness also can't understand in their hearts that child's feet can't be equipped with an engine. Otherwise, how could he kick the smoothie out of such an attack power? Looking at Pu Jin's appearance, the cold vests are all broken, almost like a beggar. Interesting, interesting. Anthony muttered to himself. An expression of interest appeared on his resolute face, and his eyes were full of excitement, looking at Chen Haonan and grinning. Don't cheat on your toes, otherwise, I'll use a gun. Pu Jin gave a warning. Yes. Chen Haonan took a few steps back, came to the bamboo poles piled up on the wall, grabbed it with his small hand, and immediately integrated the relevant methods of use into his head. Shout. The next moment, the bamboo pole that turned into Shaoli Feiju roared towards Pu Jin. The rapid and sharp sound of breaking the air made Pu Jin almost unable to react. He turned back, dodged the bamboo pole that was going to pierce him. A carp stood up, just stood firm. And the next moment, he directly burst into a foul mouth, followed by continuous flipping. His somersault is almost like a monkey's, fast and good. And every time he makes full use of the strength of his waist and abdomen, full of the beauty of strength. Brush, brush, brush. Bamboo poles grazed his body, plunged into the hard snow, and soon lined up into spears. It's really awesome. The special training of the concentration camp can actually train a person like a sea lion into a flexible monkey, but this is just the beginning. I see how many times you can hide. Chen Haonan didn't plan to be hard-hitting, he planned to develop obscenely, and continue to use god-level weapon skills to attack the other party. Woohoo! Chen Haonan flashed his small body continuously, and every time he flashed, he made a throwing action. The bamboo pole used to give special training to the trainees at the scene seemed to be infused with life, full of spirituality, and flew over to greet Pu Jin's body with great precision. After dodging for so long, Pu Jin's face opposite Chen Haonan was shrouded in black energy. His eyes were red, and madness and anger had long replaced calmness and calmness. Fighters who fall into a state of madness tend to degenerate into beasts, allowing their fighting instincts and emotions to control their bodies. This kind of transformation can skyrocket its own combat power, but it will also bring very irrational behavior. The consumption of physical strength is particularly fast. It is a good thing to be able to kill the opponent quickly. If you can't kill it, the end will be very miserable. Tang Long, who once ruled the underground boxing, was killed in this way. Now Pujin doesn't care, he has to go crazy, the bamboo poles with cold light flickering. It seems that the blades are flying out, he dodges it, but after inserting it into the ground, it squeezes the space for his activities. He is not crazy anymore. And he has no chance to be crazy. Chen Haonan, who was standing opposite, seemed to have insight into everything. And constantly arranged an invisible prison for him. He had inexhaustible strength in his body. And he shot Pujin again and again, as if he had eaten shenmai. And he couldn't stop at all. Soon, the bamboo pole was finished. Hola! The soles of Chen Haonan's feet slipped, sliding dexterously on the ice. His body swiped backwards. And his toes picked up a piece of solidified ice, held it in his hand, waited a few times, and threw it towards Pujin unhurriedly, as if throwing a bowling ball. And Pujin on the other side has just gained a foothold. Burst! The ice cube hit his shoulder. And the sharp pain made Pujin sober up. His waist bounced up, pulled up the bamboo pole inserted in the ground, and threw it at Chen Haonan, but it was useless. He didn't have Chen Haonan's strength. And he didn't have the other party's skills. And the bamboo pole flew out sideways halfway, throwing a loneliness. As soon as he fought back, he immediately fell into passivity. Burst! The ice cube was directly shot in the head, exploded into powder, and scattered in all directions. And Pujin saw blood on the spot. And the blood rushed out. Pujin had already consumed most of his physical strength, so he simply fell to the ground and gasped for breath. Shame, really embarrassed. I thought I could end the child's life with lightning, but no one approached, so he was thrown around. And finally he was shot directly in the head. If he hadn't fallen wittily, he would have been killed directly by the other party's various unbelievable attacks. This is a terrifying child. No wonder Yengwa dared to let him represent the country and let him captain. Lying on the ground, Pujin, who had calmed down a lot, seemed to have figured out the problem. Looking at the strong Pujin, with his limbs apart, lying flat on the ground and gasping, the instructors around him all had strange expressions. No one could describe what it was like. Putin was defeated, he couldn't get close to the kid at all. And the king of the sidekicks actually conceded defeat in a scoundrel way. This is indeed a towel in the towel, because Pujin is silent. That's interesting. Anthony looked spoiled. When he was a teenager, he also relied on toothbrushes, soap, and even a soak of urine to kill people, while Chen Haonan relied on smoothies, bamboo poles, and ice cubes. And the reason was similar, they would use the environment to give full play to their advantages. It's the first time I've had the idea of accepting an apprentice. And I hope he can stick to the end. Anthony no longer paid attention to Pujin, looked at Chen Haonan and said, "Do you have anything to say?" Chen Haonan crossed his arms and looked lonely. "I haven't done my best yet, but he has fallen." Lying on the ground, Pujin heard this, and had the urge to get up and challenge, but he suppressed his emotions very well. And before he figured out Chen Haonan's strengths and weaknesses, he didn't want to make a rash move. This was a child who didn't play cards according to common sense. Anthony nodded, turned to Pujin and said, "He has already shown mercy to his subordinates, otherwise, you won't have a chance to lie down." Pujin's pupils shrank, but he didn't say anything. Anthony has a sentence that he didn't say. If Chen Haonan really killed Pujin, the instructors present would definitely not follow the rules and directly kill Chen Haonan. No one can challenge the dignity of the instructors here, but he is just a competition, that's another matter. So it seems that this kid is really like himself and is very witty. "I'll punish you and clean up all the things here, after all, you threw them out." Guaranteed to get the job done. Chen Haonan didn't refuse. Damn, eating and sleeping in other people's places sometimes has to learn to give in, so he honestly ran to clean up the scene. And Ran also joined in and helped clean up, but looking at the bamboo pole that was deeply inserted into the ground and almost couldn't be pulled out, and Ran fell into deep thought. This kind of strength, you can't pull it out if you go in. Who can withstand it? When this child grows up, it's amazing, it must be majestic and loved by everyone. And Ran is looking forward to what Chen Haonan will be when he grows up. And he doesn't know how many girls he will be fascinated by. Just as Chen Haonan was cleaning up the scene, the sound of the system sounded. The host completes the challenge task, improves my skills. and rewards 100 experience points. Listening to the reward of the system, Chen Haonan's small mouth almost crooked into the Dragon King. Send a boy, send a boy. It seems that within the scope of the rules, it is really interesting to be a thorn. Let the storm come more violently. It is worth mentioning that after competing with Pyukin, Chen Haonan also admired Pyujin's fighting instinct a little. It can be said that he has broken through the limits of human beings. If it weren't for his perverted strength and a variety of attack patterns, otherwise he would have to shed his skin in hand-to-hand combat. Thomas is like that. How do you feel that the gap is too far? He can't be too many women, overdrawn his body, right? Chen Haonan still remembers the decisive battle against Thomas. He used a dragon body method, ding-dong wall borrowing, and kicked the opponent to death in one breath. If Thomas had Pyujin's powerful explosive and reflex ability, he could have dodged and counterattacked, but he didn't, which means that Pyujin dumped Thomas several streets. According to Enron's intelligence, it is 100% certain that Thomas sleeps with too many women and sleeps himself uselessly. He just thinks that he is still very strong, just like many men, who always brag in front of women that they are 7 times a night. And when they are really guns, they will say that they are too tired and work overtime every day. So, Thomas is garbage. Concentration camps, there's something. Chen Haonan made a summary. Bang! At that moment, gunshots rang out. P.S. Happy New Year, all wishes come true. New Year, I wish you all the same as the author, suddenly rich, wealth, freedom. After the gunshots rang out, the last student who had not climbed the ice fell to the snow. This is a student who never sets, he can't crawl, he just lies flat. And then a good person just disappears and is shot dead. Those students who never set the sun used to be the most proud students in the world. They could not be excellent, they had to be arrogant, but at this moment they looked at their dead companions with stunned expressions. And their minds didn't seem to react. Anyway, no one said anything, as if they couldn't see it. When arrogance's life is threatened, it's not bullshit. Anthony, who fired the shot, was so sophisticated. And his tone was calm and indifferent. I didn't kill him. This is the rule of dying from nature, survival of the fittest. This is the law of necessity, the rules of the concentration camp. As long as someone can survive, it means that we are successful. He is not suitable, we can only return to nature. The ice trekking project is over, giving you half an hour to rest and move freely. With that, he strode to the restroom, ignoring the students. There was silence for a long time. And some of these students sighed, some buried their heads in their knees, their faces full of decadence, struggling with perseverance and abandonment. To be honest, although Chen Haonan was also a soldier and a special soldier in the past, he really had never seen such a special training method that disregarded life. No wonder the concentration camp was cancelled and disappeared into the long river of history. In peacetime, small-scale conflicts, so that the special forces became the new main force. And the concentration camp used to train the dead, had the soil for survival, which was also the inevitable choice of history. I was so lucky that I actually participated in the first session. Chen Haonan smiled indifferently, but in fact, he didn't say anything. He was very interested. The students around, many people's eyes fell on Chen Haonan's face, his kind of light wind, strong wind, and waves. I was casually chic. And many people looked at each other. It is conceivable that if this child is born and leaves here, the news report will be almost like this: a concentration camp where every child can survive, the strongest special forces in the world, but they can't hold on. Under such a psychological effect, many people feel that if Chen Haonan survives, they must be very embarrassed. The strongest feeling is Cassio, who is currently discussing something with the captain of the cadets who has died a cadet. And his eyes are gloomy. Find a chance to kill that kid, otherwise, we're all embarrassed. He's a mirror. Cassio squinted, cold light flickering. There's no need to cooperate, I'll find a way to kill him. Good luck. Tell me about your plan. On the other hand, and Ran massaged the female soldier, pushed the acupoints, and at the same time figured out the content of the conversation between the two. Cassio, with amazing observation, she knew the languages of many countries, and was proficient in lip language, no matter what language was spoken, and Ran did not react against the throat, focusing on a profession. Xiao Hao, they may be discussing how to kill you. Chen Haonan was massaging his cousin, and promised that she would be able to pass the test and buy her a red sports car when he went back. And after hearing Ran's worried words, he didn't raise his head and responded, be bold, maybe get rid of it. And it's not just them, students from all countries want to kill me. And Ran paused and spoke, is it so exaggerated? All countries, Jinhaonan didn't even raise his little head, take history as a mirror, you can know the rise and fall, take people as a mirror, you can know the gains and losses, I am their mirror, reflecting their failed bears, if I survive, they fail, they will definitely be laughed at all over the world. And they will definitely find a way to kill me, but there is nothing to say, there are many people who want to kill me, not a few of them. He always has a majestic posture of Tarzan collapsing in front of him without changing his color. And he has strong confidence in everything. I love him to death. And Ran didn't ask anymore, he really knew how to do it. So handsome. And the female soldiers who were so tired that they lay flat thought of two words in their hearts, awesome. The realm of himself and the instructor is still too far away, climb the ice, just like a bear that the ant has been here for a month, look at the instructors, what is really no ravine in front of the horse, everything is a god horse floating clouds, it is really smart. In the resting room, Anthony walked slowly from the corridor, he was obviously 2 meters tall, full of muscles, majestic like a mountain, but the footsteps that fell, it was like mosquitoes and flies, landing silently, he walked to Pugin, who was consulting the computer. And the other party did not notice. Until Anthony said indifferently, how is it, after checking the file for so long, don't you know his identity? You? Chief Instructor Anthony, can't you just say hello, it's not the ring. Habit, as a fighter, keep fighting all the time, including eating and sleeping, otherwise I will become a frozen bone in Siberia when the child of that yin country is so old. Pugin, you can deal with anyone within the rules, but I don't allow you to collude with the students of those countries, don't take the benefits of violating the rules, otherwise, I will kill you in the ring with my own hands. Pugin frowned and snorted. And suddenly became angry, what are you and me? I am a fighter, not a businessman. That's good, he. Anthony said indifferently, find something, tell me. Pugin did not hesitate, he knew what kind of person Anthony was, he may not be the person with the strongest fighting attributes, but he is definitely the most comprehensive fighter, he has no shortcomings, hexagonal warrior, against such a person, it can be said that he is not sure at all, even if he is the world no. One in the close quarters sidekick, Anthony can rely on familiar skills, as well as the most appropriate tactics, to grind his physical strength. And then kill him. As for moving guns? This damn Anthony has a black iron suit and is invulnerable unless he can get a headshot. Anyway, in the concentration camp, no one dared to confront Anthony unless he was an elegant headmaster. And he couldn't say cruel things. I found out, after my investigation, my disciple Thomas died in his hands, because more than a month ago, he appeared in Uruk. And in the peacekeeping operation, with his world-famous strength and speed, saved dozens of people. I contacted the war correspondent, as well as the soldiers of Country H, it was determined that it was him. I was very angry, Instructor Anthony. The more Putin spoke, the angrier he became, but when he saw Anthony's expression, it froze, as if he had eaten a disgusting fly. He's actually laughing, Anthony is a killing machine, he shouldn't laugh, he laughs so ugly. What do you mean? How? You laugh pretty. Pugin swallowed the ugly word back in time. It's interesting, it's really interesting, it turns out that it has long been famous all over the world. Anthony's cold smile collapsed without a trace, he had a silly smile, his big mouth cracked. And a pair of small eyes that touched Muda's feelings also added a bit of fireworks in the world. Pugin swore that he had never seen an ant like Anthony. What made him angry was that when he heard that Thomas died at the hands of Chunhaunan, he actually laughed like this. He's targeting me, Pugin? I didn't target you, I just think that child, very similar to when I was a child, if I could walk in the world, I would definitely be famous all over the world. Are you right, we don't look like, except for height, nose, eyes, temperament. I even feel that he is my illegitimate son, ha. Hearing Anthony's demonic smile, Pugin felt very disgusted. And he cursed in his heart. Half an hour passed, Anthony, who had a sharp expression on his face, walked in front of everyone again. And after letting everyone stand up, he said indifferently, the rest time is always very short. And it's time to start the special training for the next project. The tone was relaxed. And it was obvious that he was in a good mood, but it stopped in the ears of these students. And it seemed to ring the sound of hell. Ice hiking, 8 people died, not bad results, I thought it would be eliminated again. And the next third special training is the real death journey special training. Hearing this, everyone couldn't hide their astonishment. This is just the beginning. How many fucking times has this been dead? And it has just begun? After seeing the huge and swarthy desert eagle in Anthony's hand, everyone calmed down a lot. Can't afford to mess with it. Anthony ignored these mental thoughts, pulled out the huge desert eagle, and led everyone to another training ground. It didn't take long for Chen Haonan to see a lot of wooden stakes, which were rooted in the hard ice, exposing the wood on the ground, almost 30 inches thick. Some students speculate that it is walking on wooden stakes, which requires a certain speed. And it should not be a big problem. After all, wooden stakes look hard and walking on them is not a big problem. This should be a special training for plum blossom piles, which is a relatively difficult obstacle course. It's not a big problem, as long as it doesn't fall. Many people secretly breathed a sigh of relief. And only a few students, including Chen Haonan, felt that things were not so simple, but they couldn't think of what kind of special training this would be for a while. Anthony raised his right hand, looked at his watch, and said, "From now on, within 4 hours, everyone will kick off a 30-inch stake. The stake has been numbered. And the number will be seated. And I will come to check it in 4 hours. And anyone who can't kick the stake, or cheats, will be shot directly." I don't like to hear people complain that it's nature's choice to find your own corresponding stake according to your own death number. It's time to get started. After yelling a few words, Anthony glanced at Chen Haonan, showed a fatherly smile to the child, then turned around and walked away coldly. And soon disappeared in front of everyone. After his figure disappeared, everyone looked carefully at the thick and dark wooden stake with metallic luster. And they were quite stunned. This is too much. The wooden stake that has been frozen by ice and snow has a hard texture. And it is difficult to kick it off with flesh and blood, which is simply the difficulty of letting Wu Dalong go to Jingyangang to kill the big worm. And Shiman Qing looks at the difficulty of Wangpa. However, 4 hours is still plenty of time. And many people are beginning to wonder what tricks there might be. For Chen Haonan, what skills are not skills? There is nothing to say. Relying on god-level weapon skills, he will be able to see the light of the stake in an instant, from volume to weight, to density. And then find the point of destruction. Everything has a G-point. And this G-point is the point of destruction. Female soldiers know 18 kinds of martial arts, know how to borrow strength and skill. It is a little difficult to find a balance, but they will not fight blindly. And the problem should not be big. Chen Haonan found the number 1 stake, touched the cold wood. It was really thick, the color was dark. If you didn't use skills, it was really not flesh and blood that could be kicked off. Generally speaking, the wood kicked off in the army was only half of the volume. And recently Uncle Sam also had a firewood splitting event, but people used axes. Soon, someone at the scene began to work hard. And the sound of hee-hee-ah resounded on the spot. And some people were pressing their legs, moving the muscles and bones. And looking at the stake with enthusiasm in their eyes, trying to find out the trick. Although someone is kicking wildly, the students present are not the dragon and phoenix among people? Naturally, it's not brute force, it's about knocking around the stakes, trying to find the point of destruction, which is a very important thing. Bang bang bang. The sound of flesh hitting the wooden stake was endless. And the scene began to be enthusiastic. In the midst of these violent impacts, Chen Haonan seemed to be taking a leisurely walk, with his small arms and the appearance of a tall man, walking back and forth, constantly stroking the thick black wood, touching up and down. And sometimes tapping a few times, making the wood make a dull echo. The god-level weapon skill had already begun to decipher the information when he began to come into contact with the wood. Any dead thing, after being interpreted by the weapon skill, will become a living thing. And the soft one can become a hard one, as long as the skill is in place. Chen Haonan is not lacking in skills. And soon, he found the balance point of the stake. As long as he slammed into it from this position, through this G-point, the power would spread to the whole body of the stake, causing it to quickly disintegrate and crack. Casio on the side has been pressing more than 100 kicks. His method is to kick the wood loose first, and then find the crack texture, so as to determine a direction to exert force. This truth is actually similar to the G-spot that Chen Haonan is looking for. The difference is that he does not have scanning skills. This chapter is not over. Please click on the next page to continue reading. Seeing Chen Haonan walking back and forth for more than 10 minutes without kicking a single kick, Casio smiled. That's right, after all, it's a child, how much strength can he have? Counting up, cheating on the ice, cheating in squats, cheating with drugs. And confronting the instructor, they don't dare to fight in close combat, just rely on small tricks. Anyway, it's all kinds of tricks, people are small and big. And now the prototype is shown. If this little foot is kicked over, and the stake doesn't feel it, he won't have to break his leg? At this moment, Chen Haonan's small mouth snorted. And suddenly his foot came out, slamming into the stake, making a dull impact sound far beyond others. The sound was really a bit loud. And many students looked over. And then looked at the wooden stake in front of Chen Haonan with Casio. And in the dull clicking sound, under their horrified comments, it suddenly cracked directly from the top third. Broken. Casio and the others directly opened their mouths wide, couldn't close them for a long time. And subconsciously clamped their legs. My God, Grandma kicked it off with one kick? Is this a human thing? It can't be a rotten steak, how can it be kicked off with one kick? The sound is really loud, the wood doesn't seem to be able to withstand such an impact, it cracks directly, the sound is very crisp, go and see if it's cheating. Someone looks up and can see cracked steak ports, with no signs of decay at all, which is terrifying. How can this guy's legs be like an invincible little steel cannon if he kicks a person, who can withstand it? Casio, who tightened his legs, picked up the broken wood in surprise, observed it carefully. And finally threw it on the ground with an expressionless face, no longer looking at Chen Haonan, but he was very irritable for no reason in his heart. Stop looking, keep playing. Someone rose into the air, followed Chen Haonan's example, twisted his waist strength, and slammed into the wooden stake with a bang. Click. Broken leg. In the office, Anthony with a cold face sat in front of the computer, drinking coffee. And looked at Chen Haonan's file from time to time. In fact, there is not much information, mainly reports from Uruk, how he was infinitely powerful, bravely rescued the trapped victims. And also saved a peacekeeper from country H, which was reported by many countries, calling him angel descending, little Superman, etc. The relevant comments are incredible, awesome. Pugin stood next to him, looking helplessly at Anthony zooming in on a computer screen. And you can see that on the screen, Chen Haonan is holding a chainsaw, his expression is as resolute as a predator. And the sense of déjà vu that forces the screen to break through, as a foil, the soldier of country H, his face is like ashes after being pierced by steel bars. And his expression is desperate. Putin, didn't he go to the peacekeeping? On what basis did he say that he killed Thomas? Thomas sent me an email, he offended the Yin people, the other party will find him trouble. Through Wang Dongya, he learned the information from the Yin country, there are no peacekeepers in the Yin people in Uruk, it is a temporary personnel. Even if I think with my ass, I can guess that they are going to deal with Thomas, but I don't understand, how did they kill Thomas? By throwing sand and stones. Thomas's territory is a minefield. Don't underestimate the person I value. If others don't fight you, it doesn't mean that he is incapable, he just preserves his strength. He has the ability to compete with me for leg skills. If he can overpower me head-on, this account will be written off. I just admire the strong. Anthony smiled indifferently and ignored him. Pugin is a madman, but he has a strong heart for a strong man. And if you convince him, he will really change some of his minds. At this moment, the instructor who was staring at the training screen next to him suddenly lost his voice and shouted, "It's broken, it's broken." Anthony and Pugin looked at this reckless guy at the same time. For a fighter, it should be calm and calm. What is this whining for? Instructor, look at this Yenghua kid, he kicked off the stake with one kick, just one kick. The power of this kick is decades of skill, it's more powerful than Instructor Pugin's side kick, look at it. The two immediately looked at the upside-down video. And then really saw Chen Haonan snort, a side kick, shaved the 30-inch stake directly. And broke the... On the screen, you can also hear the shocked uproar of the students around. Pugin's eyes widened, this is a sidekick, this is a sidekick. His best attack, but he wasn't sure he could break a 30-inch stake with one kick. And that kid actually did it? It's a bit ridiculously strong. And a sidekick like this is like an axe. Kung Fu is comparable to a professional boxer, with great strength and speed. Boom, you say, how did he kick it off? it's not enough to rely on strength, even if it's an axe, keep chopping. Instructor Pigeon, you are professional in side kicking, what do you think? Including Anthony, the dozen or so instructors present were all staring at the king of sidekicks. Pigeon was silent for a moment and said, the leg method is okay, but in a real duel, the enemy is not a stake, but a movable one, where to stand and let him kick? An instructor nodded, that's right. Anthony shook his head, no, even if it is an enemy, he can kick down, just look at the way he attacks Pigeon, he is a flexible and intelligent child, very much in my style. As he spoke, he licked his lips and continued, his starting point is very high, several floors high. And Pigeon, your layout is only on the first floor. Pigeon was silent and did not answer. And his cold eyes, burning with fanatical fighting intent, had a chance. He wanted to touch the child's bottom again and see how hung he was. There's something wrong with your stake. And the instructor is really nice to you. Cassio said loudly, attracting the attention of many people, not to mention, this point of view has won the approval of many people, who can kick off a 30-inch stake with one kick on a horse? There is only one possibility, the instructor did something tricked. Whether it's true or not, doubt it first. For such a Sima Zhao's heart, Chen Haonan said indifferently, if you don't gamble, I'll help you kick and break the stake. And if the kick is broken, your food will be mine. And call me Dad. Hearing this, Cassio, who was originally triumphant, stiffened his expression for a moment. And estimated it in his heart. And actually found that he couldn't afford to gamble. God, he had been hungry for a day and a night, in case he lost, he swore that he would never gamble with children, it would be dishonorable to win. And it would be dishonorable to lose. Cassio waved his hand, this is my stake, I kick it myself. And it can't be used as a test item. Cowardice. Chen Haonan held his little hand and pointed to the country. Cassio's face flushed, but he held back. I kick, I kick, I kick, kick. On the other hand, after seeing that the instructor had completed the task, the female soldier also entered a nuclear explosion state, kicking the pile frantically, saying that she couldn't delay anything. It is worth mentioning that after being branded with the skill seed by Chen Haonan, although the female soldier does not have the ability to scan and read, she is proficient in 18 kinds of martial arts. And she can do it in any posture, constantly attacking the thick and hard wooden stakes, but this thing is really hard. And it can't be overcome in a moment. Don't be in a hurry, find the point of destruction of the stake. And then increase the force, the most important thing is to knock. After seeing Chen Haonan walking over with a cold face with his little hands, Yi Tsuanshin immediately grabbed him and said, last time in the supermarket, I helped you take the blame, didn't you want to give me a sausage and 2 eggs, tell me where the destruction point is, this is a sausage. And such a sassy operation? It is worthy of being a high-achieving student of Qingda. Chen Haonan touched the wooden stake in front of his cousin and tapped lightly on a certain position, hit here, this is equal to 2 eggs. Next time I invite you to eat sausages, count it as 2. Yi Tsuanshin thought that his little cousin Gao Lang would not help, but when he heard this, he was a little flattered and nodded busily. Then, she continued to attack her little cousin's G-spot. And not long after a dozen violent impacts, cracks actually appeared in the stake, cracking in all directions. This discovery shocked Yi Tsuanshin's spirit, as if he had taken a strong pill. And after kicking dozens of G-points in a row, he finally clicked. And with a beautiful sound, the hard wooden stake broke apart. Yi Tsuanshin jumped up excitedly and wanted to hug the little cousin on the spot, but the little man had the burden of idols and pushed her away. Also, the identity is different, he is an instructor, he is famous all over the world, it seems that there is no longer anything that stumps him, he is still a soldier, my mother, life is too disillusioned. Not to mention that Yi Tsuanshin felt disillusioned, the students who were struggling to chop wood around him also looked like a ghost at Xianghua again. And it's still a woman, it's too much. Is it cheating again? Damn, this kid must be the chief instructor's family. Chen Haonan didn't care what these people thought, like a master in the game world, when he passed by Tan Xiaolin and others, he touched them one by one. And then told them where the G-spot was. And then went back to Enrant's side, the wind was light, like a master who had retired from the rivers and lakes. The female soldier who got his guidance was energetic, turning into a crazy pile minion. And it didn't take long for the click, click, click sound kept ringing. The lively scene paused again. And everyone looked at the female soldiers who kicked off the wooden stakes one by one. And their faces were full of shock. Regardless of whether it is cheating or not, the limelight is stolen by the people of Yenghua. And Ran, who was eating melons and watching the excitement next to him, couldn't help but say to the little man, "How did you do it? Remind them that you can kick off the stake." Chen Haonan said coolly, "I've slept with me for so long, what are my strengths, don't you know?" "You have a lot of strengths, I know it clearly." Anran's little face is slightly drunk. Every time, she always feels that she has seen through Chen Haonan, but he can always show a stronger side, which surprises and excites her again and again. That woman can stand it? If this continues, she will almost become Chen Haonan's little fangirl. And the whole person is in his shape. It's really unpredictable. When she grows up, that woman can stand it? This can't scream every day? He's just too good. After the climax of piling here, and Ran felt that the whole person was relaxed. In the office, Anthony, who had been staring at Chen Haonan, also saw the scene where he instructed the female soldiers. And grinned on the spot. This little guy is actually suitable for being an instructor. And he is getting more and more in my style. Pujin, you'd better not provoke this little guy. So far, he hasn't shown all his strength. Pujin's face was expressionless. And he felt his feet itch a little, but it had nothing to do with athlete's foot. The instructor next to him answered, "Little guy, it's really always surprising, his expression is very cold. And it's similar to a boxer. I like that." Anthony, the instructor who spoke, gave a thumbs up. On the other hand, almost 3 hours have passed as time has passed. With a click, the powerful Cassio kicked off the stake. Cassio knelt on the ground on the spot and couldn't help but raise his arms and shout, which immediately shocked the audience. But no one was in an uproar. After all, comparing Chen Haonan and his female soldiers, this has been delayed for 2 hours. What's so good? Cassio had a feeling that something was missing. He glanced at Chen Haonan, but saw that the little guy and the beautiful woman were chatting about something. One was cold, the other was smiling. And what made him look was that the female soldier had been feeding and feeding. And the Yenghua child would eat whatever he wanted. A good concentration camp. How to become a kindergarten feeling. Cassio shook his head. Just at this moment, a German student next to him also kicked off the stake, knelt on the ground and roared. That kind of arrogant expression, he had a very ridiculous feeling, but he felt that something was wrong. Why did he seem to be doing the same thing? "Captain Dai, get up and speak, your actions are too childish." De Gauler, the captain of Germany, Cassio remembers the other party's marksmanship like a god, once broke the world record in shooting. And the personal relationship between the two is not bad. God, I'm so excited, I feel like I've broken another record and kicked off a 30-inch stake. Calm down, we didn't break the record, don't kneel, it's so indecent. God, your crotch is cracked to your ass, don't you know it yourself? Cassio, who is elegant, has a strong urge to spank him when he looks at the white ass of de Gaulle's cracked crotch, his long legs with thick black hair. And his dangling eggs. It's also too inelegant. Did you act like this just now? How ironic. Mr. Cassio, we are 1/2 pound and 8 tails, your crotch is also cracked, I can even see your legs, there is no hair, quite white. Hearing this, Cassio quickly covered his crotch and thought, sure enough, this is too inelegant. In fact, it's no wonder that the time is almost up. And everyone can't care about their bloody legs, where can they care about whether the crotch is cracked? Except for Chen Haonan and female soldiers, all the students present are all open brothers. The two opening brothers approached. And after covering each other's crotches, they began to communicate in low voices. If you have the chance, when shooting, use the mistake to kill that kid in Yenghua. I'll do it if I have the chance, but before we do that, should we change our pants first? Makes sense. The two of them hurriedly changed their pants. The feeling of bare buttocks was really uncomfortable, not to mention the wind leaking on all sides. And those long-tongued women in Yenghua pointed, which was clearly a joke. Time is getting more and more urgent, less than an hour. And the other open brothers, naturally don't care about what is decent or undignified. And if they can't finish it, they will definitely be shot on the spot by the perverted instructor. A real man, what he does is, as long as he is not embarrassed, it is others who are embarrassed. 3 hours and 30 minutes, the last half an hour. There were still 20 opening brothers at the scene who were frantically shaking their thighs, completely ignoring the unstoppable style, nor caring about the deformed legs, kicking and throwing wildly. And the wooden stakes in front of them began to crack under such a decent attack. The crack is a crack. And if you want to kick it off, you can't find the G-spot like Chenhaonan. And it's still difficult to complete. These people are crazy. And some even take off their cumbersome torn military pants on the spot. And wear triangular or four-cornered panties. And drive piles like crazy. The female soldiers are squatting next to them, covering their faces to communicate. There is nothing to look at. The wheel ability is better than that of Chenhaonan. And the wheel is even more handsome than Chenhaonan's instructor, except for not face, it is nothing. Chenhaonan noticed this scene, however, his focus was not on the buttocks, but on the injuries of these students, all of whom had swollen feet, bleeding. And even cracked bones? What's next to complete the rest of the project? Just look at the fate of Xiaori, you can know that after the limbs were injured by that handsome man, the ice couldn't pass. And the first level was shot directly. And the main one was landed into a box. It's all injured like this. And the next projects can't pass, won't they all be shot on the spot? Chenhaonan was a little puzzled. And soon, the time was up. In the end, there were 5 trainees, lying on the ground on the spot, gasping frantically. And despair appeared on their faces. Looking at this scene, Chenhaonan also knew that these 5 students must be finished. Sure enough, it didn't take long for an instructor to come out. And dragged away the 5 students lying on the ground with an expressionless face. Bang bang bang. As the gunshots rang out, Anthony came over blowing the muzzle of the gun. And he seemed to have done something insignificant instead of killing a few more cadets with his own hands. Walking in front of everyone, he actually began to applaud. Bang bang bang. Very good, I thought at least 10 people were eliminated, but I didn't expect it to be half. It seems that there is an excellent person who stimulates you, right? This is the herd effect. Staring at the standard of the strong, you will also become strong. If you stare at the weak, you will become cowards. Everyone also knew that the excellent person in Anthony's mouth was referring to the child in Yenghua, who finally calmed down, but he didn't expect to be penetrated by him again. It turned out that he became stronger. And it was stimulated by the other party? How does it feel like there's that kid everywhere? It's like a statue in a pool, with a naked child holding JJ in front of them. And the face is endless. Just when everyone was being swept away, Anthony announced the good news that the last 5 students who had not kicked off the stake had not been able to eat. And that was all, instead of being dragged out and shot. Next, the trainees who completed the task were arranged a meal, a very simple Russia sausage, plus 2 eggs. No one can eat enough, but there is no way either. After the meal, Anthony took everyone to a pond that exuded a strong acidic smell and said, "Here is a medicinal wine pool for you, a high-concentration medicinal wine, which can effectively treat your injuries. You can call me a good man." What bamboo shoots? Chenhaonan covered his little face silently. He discovers that Anthony is actually a person with a cold and humorous personality. And the longer they get along, there is an interesting soul hidden under his cold and ascetic appearance. This so-called medicinal wine pool, he doesn't need to guess. If anyone goes down, he will definitely let out a howl of killing pigs. Such a strong taste is much more stimulating than the medicinal wine pool that he Chengwang encountered. And it is simply an inversion strengthened. Everyone at the scene was silent, silently greeting the female ancestors of the instructor in their hearts. There is no bargaining. You can choose not to go down, but if the wound cannot heal and affect tomorrow's training, we can shoot unqualified trainees at any time. This is the survival of the fittest by nature. After Anthony finished speaking, he added, "This is a long-lost medicinal wine pool. And there are dozens of materials in it. And only the dead have the opportunity to enjoy it." Chenhaonan spoke, "Instructor, I choose not to enjoy this dead soldier treatment. After all, I am not injured, so I will not waste medicine and wine. How about leaving it to others?" He said it righteously and strictly, as if I was thinking about everyone. Anthony's cold face snorted slightly. And he said, "You don't need to make medicinal wine. And even, I will send you a sweetheart, I should meet your little request. Chen Haonan was stunned for a moment. Damn, the instructor is really a dog, he actually used my request like this. Whatever, I'm just a child. And I didn't think much about it. Anyway, this medicine and wine pool, I can't say anything. Report, I don't need to go down, leave it to those who need it. After Chen Haonan finished his request, the female soldiers did the same. You are his soldiers, so you can naturally enjoy his benefits. And I will treat you to a snack. Anthony's rare kindness made the female soldiers happy, but the other students guessed maliciously. Sweetheart? I don't think it's a good thing, maybe it's a disgusting item. The people of Yanghua are so stupid. It didn't take long for the dim sum to be delivered, not sausages and eggs for lunch, but Western food, as well as steaks, accompanied by cakes, which were unimaginably rich. Looking at the stunned crowd, Anthony said coldly, "This is the difference between heaven and hell. If you can go through it, it is heavenly treatment, if you can't go through, it is hell. And the concentration camp only needs humans at the top of the food chain, go down." The next moment, the trainees, who had greeted Anthony's grandmother again, were herded into the pool of medicinal liquor that emitted strong acidity, like ducks. Not long after, all kinds of national scoldings resounded on the spot. It hurts, it really fucking hurts. And it's like a lot of bugs are eating their flesh and blood, causing tremors in their hearts to be overwhelmed. It didn't take long for the sour schwang to emerge from the toes along the backbone to the Tianling cover, feeling that he was cultivating immortals. And he had reached the realm where the purple mansion was opened and the Yuan infant was out of the body. Anthony is just a madman who doesn't do anything. Chen Haonan and others, who were enjoying the red wine sweetheart next to them, looked happy. There was a kind of happiness, which was built on the basis of other people's pain, which was set off. And now it is this kind of joy, which is particularly strong. In the wine pool, Cassio gritted his teeth and brought in himself who was drinking red wine and eating bread on it. And then watched the people below being abused. God, he felt suddenly refreshed. This torture continued into the night. And at the end of the day, some people fainted in the wine pool. And Anthony did not ask anyone to pick it up, so he soaked in it. And if someone had not pulled it, or even drowned in the wine pool. And Chen Haonan and others enjoyed the beauty pool, which also lasted until the night, focusing on a wine pool meat forest, which was so degenerate. The instructor is the devil. And the people of Yanghua are not good things. When they eat, they actually make a sizzling sound. Hee de Gaulle, let's take turns sleeping tonight, the instructor will definitely release poison late at night. Nice idea, let's take the turn of this night together. Inside the tent, everyone didn't dare to sleep at all. And the encounter in the middle of the night on the first day was still vivid. And they began to change their guards. On the other side, Chen Haonan said to the female soldiers, "Eat and sleep, don't worry about so many things. If there is something, I will wake you up. Anren, you don't have to take off your clothes, this is not the White Tiger base." "Ah, Shohao, I'm sorry, I'm used to sleeping naked with you." The female soldiers covered their mouths and smiled, but they were so tired of eating. And it didn't take long for them to start dreaming of Zhou Gong one by one. Tian Gui in his sleep, his mouth kept swallowing from beginning to end. And sometimes he stuck out his tongue and licked his mouth, so flexible that he couldn't do it. This is the soul of a foodie. Compared with the students in other tents, the atmosphere on Chen Haonan's side is simply a posture of traveling with travelers. The sun does not burn their buttocks. And they will never come out. In the second half of the night, it was almost 2:30. And it was the most confused hour. Chen Haonan suddenly opened and ran, sat up. And woke up with Ran, who was sleeping with him in his arms. "What's wrong?" And Ran's voice was soft, revealing the temptation of his wife in the cold night. "The dog instructor is restless. And he has come to release poison again, wake them up. And go out for a walk." And Ran hurriedly woke up the female soldiers. And then, following Chen Haonan out of the tent, he was greeted by the biting Siberian cold wind, which was so refreshing. Outside the tent, Chen Haonan actually saw a few old acquaintances, who had already stood outside, namely Cassio from the United States, de Gaulle from Germany. And the one whose sun never sets, I don't remember the name. The boulevard you yearn for is actually full of people. Cassio glanced at Chen Haonan and them. And didn't say anything, but the Adam's apple rolled several times. God, when I was soaking in the wine pool today, these Yenghua students kept eating and eating. And then they kept swallowing saliva, so that when they saw them now, the saliva was automatically secreted. What the hell, everyone ignored each other. And it didn't take long to see the instructor carrying a poison gas bottle with a skull logo painted on it, sneakily going to release the poison. It was really perverted. After another moment, the sound of whipping and screaming sounded in the tent. Next. At breakfast, Chen Haonan saw that there were a few fewer people. It should be impossible to get up at night. So far, the team of more than 100 people, the last 36 people remained. It was the third day of the camp. And Anthony had no new projects, weighted squats, 100 level ice hiking, and so on. And in these projects, the students from all countries looked at Chen Haonan in a daze. This child's performance was really against the sky, especially running. He could still look back at the moon. And he could still jump in the air and weight-bearing squats. The main thing is that there is no limit. And some people even suspect that in this child's small body, it is actually the soul of an adult. A week passed. Anthony stood in front of everyone and said, "It's a good start, you have lasted for a week, but I tell you responsibly, in fact, this is the beginning of despair, because there is no way back for you." With that, Anthony waved his hand back. And a dozen instructors with baseball bats walked over. These instructors were murderous one by one, staring at everyone with bad intentions. And a few Tianguo who seemed to be asleep, licking their lips. It's going to be something again. Sure enough, Anthony said indifferently, this is a new project. The students are barehanded against the instructor with a stick, 1-on-2, there are no rules. After saying that, the heartbeat of all the students began to speed up. They all knew that these instructors were born underground boxers. And they could get out of the ring alive, they were all masters. And they still fought two fighters with their bare hands? How does this work? If there is a gun, none of them are afraid, but they are unarmed. The instructors ignored it, staring at the prey in front of them one by one with death-staring eyes. One of the instructors spoke, "Pujin, you would choose that Yenghua kid, right?" Pujin, who was holding a stick, smiled. He had already set his eyes on Chen Haonan. No, it can be said that his feet have been itching for a long time. And he can't kick Chen Haonan to death. And no medicine can cure his athlete's foot. Petrov, your code name is Big Muscle Bully. Don't you think this kid has threatened your status? A week has passed. And no one knows what his whole cards are capable of. And even instructor Anthony gave him a nickname, Devil's Muscle Man. Petrov, codenamed Big Muscle Tyrant, frowned and asked in astonishment, "What do you mean, Devil Muscle Man?" He was full of domineering muscles. And so was his head. And his thoughts didn't turn as fast as Pujin. And he couldn't remember what the devil meant for a while. Pujin spoke, "That's a code name that is more terrible than your domineering muscles," describing that although others are small, but the muscles and bones of the whole body have been trained to become devils, invincible, your domineering muscles, I'm afraid I can't stop his light punch. The tone is so big, then I'll choose him and talk about it after a fight. Sure enough, the big muscle bully was angry. And hot air erupted from his nostrils, like an angry bullfight. And at this moment, Anthony glanced at them, then turned to the students and spoke, "You can choose two instructors, observation, it is also a kind of strength, start with the first." Hearing this, Pujin was a little annoyed. He actually let this kid escape like this. He definitely wouldn't choose himself in the big muscle. Anthony must have done it on purpose. Just when Pujin felt that Chen Haonan would never choose himself, suddenly, the child actually raised his hand and pointed directly at his nose. "I choose him. And this instructor whose muscles look domineering, I will beat the two of them." Hearing this, Pujin was ecstatic in his heart. And glanced at each other with the grinning big muscle. Each other was fanatical in their hearts. And they were too satisfied. As luck would have it, the prey was automatically delivered to the door. Anthony was also a little surprised, pointed to the big muscle bully. And said a few words very secretly. He is codenamed the Big Muscle Bully. And he once tore the black bear. And his strength is infinite. Chen Haonan grinned and said calmly, "Do you have a lot of strength?" "Great, I just like guys with a lot of strength." "Guys?" The big muscle bully let out a breath from his nostrils and said loudly, "You are really arrogant, I will tear you little guy like tearing a black bear." Hearing this, Chun Haonan showed a crooked Dragon King smile, with a small expression, looking like Yi Liangchen's arrogance. Anthony likes Chun Haonan's hanging appearance very much. No matter how you look at it, he looks like his own illegitimate son. Yes, he has taken on the role of his father. At first he felt like he was a child. And now his preference has been promoted. And even, he began to write a diary for Chun Haonan. If he can leave the concentration camp alive, he plans to give the diary to the other party. And then recognize him as a righteous son. Let me talk about the principle. As long as you hit the stick in the instructor's hand, you can pass the level. Otherwise, there is no time limit, unless you knock down the other party. The crowd almost suffocated. A boxer with a wooden stick, as if a father was teaching a minor child. Could the child break the wooden stick in the father's hand? Just when everyone was measuring the difference in each other's strength, the voice of the system sounded in Chun Haonan's ears. The host starts a 1-on-2 challenge. And also automatically selects the strongest instructor, completes the task, and rewards 200 experience points. Hearing this, Chun Haonan's eyes were shining. The dog instructor was so valuable? And Pu Jin on the side kept staring at Chun Haonan. And suddenly saw his little face smile inexplicably. And he felt a little evil. This kid is confident? He, Pu Jin, is a veteran of 100 battles, has kicked 36 opponents in the ring, and is the king of great side kicks. And the big muscle, the humanoid tank, can hold people in biscuits. He actually laughed? This time, the rule is that you have to break the stick, kick the sand and rocks like last time. It's useless. Wait for death, kid. Let's get started. With Anthony's choice, the cadets immediately retreated, making way for an open space. In the open space, Chun Haonan pointed at the two instructors and hooked his fingers. You guys, come here. Say hello? It's quite polite. You can kneel down and kowtow and beg for mercy. I consider letting you go. Pu Jin didn't understand the meaning of this finger, and felt that the child suddenly knew how to be polite. Chun Haonan suddenly spoke. I make a small request, check their weapons. What do you mean? It's just plain sticks. Anthony interrupted Putin's words and said, let him check. Pu Jin took a deep breath and reluctantly handed over the stick in his hand. And the big muscle bully on the side said angrily, just do it, child, you will die soon. When you die, why do you have so many things? Don't you think it's troublesome? The big muscle bully was so irritable that he couldn't do it, but he didn't dare to disobey Anthony's meaning, so he had no choice but to hand the stick to Chun Haonan. Chun Haonan immediately used his weapon skills and began to scan the sticks in his hands. God-level weapon skills, scanning weapons, incredibly fast, and can also tell Chun Haonan about the advantages and disadvantages. In a moment, he was already familiar with the stick in his hand, including the size, texture. Then he thought about it inwardly. Two big men, with invincible fighting skills, plus a dragon body method, it shouldn't be a big problem, but these two guys fight underground boxing. And their fighting skills are really gorgeous. Unless I raise all my skills to the unrestricted level, I can do whatever I want. And at this time it is better to be obscenely developed. Chun Haonan still doesn't plan to fight hard. And it is relatively simple to break the opponent's wooden stick. The fight began. And Chun Haonan used the swimming dragon body method at the beginning to swim all over the field. Pu Jin and the big muscle bully carried a huge stick, chasing Chun Haonan all over the field. What made the two vomit blood was that no matter where they were and how they shot, this kid was calmly caught between the two of them, and easily got out. All the attacks were in the air. It was simply a lonely. After more than 10 minutes, Pu Jin and the others put away their casual expressions, and even the previous anger was replaced by absolute calm. They are all boxers who came out of the ring of life and death, understand what Chun Haonan's body style represents. This child has developed his own aura. Such an aura can be called the sixth sense. Ordinary people step into the range of his aura, he can make the most reasonable judgment. There's no reason. It's rare that he experienced many dangers when he was in his mother's womb. Been poked with a stick many times? Pu Jin's heart is dirty. And if he can't beat Chun Haonan, he will fantasize about strange pictures. Anthony's resolute face on the side has dissolved, and he bared his teeth again. This righteous son really did not disappoint. The body method has reached perfection. There is an aura of life and death. Every time I wander, I can make a judgment in advance. I have fought in the ring hundreds of times. And I have developed the sixth sense. How did he practice it? It's rare to have a natural sense of crisis. The highest pursuit of the concentration camp is to cultivate the sixth sense of the dead, from the time they were young, after they were thrown into the training camp, whether they were eating or sleeping, there were instructors who attacked them all the time. And some people were even shot in the head in their sleep. Batch by batch elimination. And finally in the ring, develop a sixth sense of war. Of course, the times are different. The training method of careless care for human life in the past, it is impossible to copy it in the event, but some waste was killed in the elimination link. And the remaining 36 people, they will not be easily killed. After all, the operation of the concentration camp in the future still needs people to advertise. That is to say, Chen Haonan's group of trainees cannot seem to have cultivated a sixth sense in the past. At most it has strengthened the battlefield awareness. It seems that Chen Haonan has just arrived. And the student who has a sixth sense is definitely 1 in 10,000, as if he has picked up less gold in the desert. It was like this. Anthony was stunned, and at the same time, he felt that he had picked up a little treasure. If he can go to the end, I will definitely teach him all my skills. And imprint my seed on his small body. Anthony thought that he had no pursuits. He lived the most exciting life when he was young. And he hoped to pass on his skills in middle age. It can't go on like this. You faint, I'll attack. Pu Jinchao grabbed the big muscle bully who was running wildly. God, he reminded him 3 times. And Petrov in anger chased after Chen Haonan, completely ignoring him to secretly send Shobwa. This guy is a minotaur, angry, just to ram, don't care about anything. Tactics? In the eyes of the big muscle, it doesn't exist. Life and death are downplayed. And if he doesn't accept it, he will do it. If he doesn't have the limit level of human beings below his head, he would have died in the ring a long time ago. What are you doing with so many tricks? Just do it directly. His physical strength is not as good as mine. The big muscle bully screamed. And he didn't know if he listened to it, so he chased Chen Haonan with a stick. And when he got closer, he picked it up and smashed it. Just behind him, Pu Jin was not busy attacking. He had to wait for Chen Haonan to react. Then at this moment, this damn Yanghua kid, he didn't move, but suddenly kicked the stick in the hand of the big muscle bully, as fast as lightning. Bad. Pu Jin knew what Chen Haonan was going to do. And calculated him by himself, but he actually seized the opportunity to counterattack. Sure enough, with a crisp click, the stick in the hand of the big muscle bully broke directly. This guy was holding half a broken stick. And he couldn't understand why the other party's little feet had such a powerful attack power. And it was so accurate, the key was so fat. I thought to myself, isn't he afraid of knocking on his head? You won. The big muscle bully bared his teeth and smiled, directly threw away the broken stick, stood aside, and did not make another move. Pu Jin scolded his mother in his heart, quickly dodged out, and chased after Chen Haonan. After this little guy kicked off the stick, he turned around and was about to run. It may be that after he kicked off the wooden stick, his foot was numb, and his speed slowed down, and he was chased by Pu Jin 3 or 2 times. And suddenly, he laughed cruelly, picked up the stick and knocked it down on the back of Chen Haonan's head. The wind is very urgent. If this stick is hammered, it will definitely make this little guy's head bloom. And he will be gagged directly. Suddenly, the little man in front jumped and swept from the side. The kick was so fast, like an antelope hanging on its horns, there was no trace. And it was kicked from the side, avoiding the landing point of the club. With a click, the stick in Pu Jin's hand snapped directly. And a light voice came, with irony. You're too slow. Pu Jin's footsteps paused, his body stiffened. And then he turned his head to stare at Chen Haonan. Under the sun, this little guy shook his hands, tilted his head, and grinned innocently, but such a smile made him burn namelessly. He was about to go up with emotion, and was immediately grabbed by Anthony's strong and powerful arms. He passed. Don't break the rules, otherwise, don't blame me for being unkind. Pu Jin was helpless. And finally his hands hung down, grabbed the knuckles of the broken stick, and pinched them white. It's such an aggrieved style of play again, but after being warned by Anthony to calm down, Pugin has to admit that the little guy's sidekick just now, the control of angle and power, has been perfected. The big muscle bully looked at Chun Haonan, showed his white teeth, smiled, and said, "Chief instructor, he reminds me of a terrible guy." If you want more parts, show me by clicking like, subscribe buttons. Also comment the part you like. Or if there are any errors in video, I will try to fix that. That all for today. Like, share and subscribe. Bye.